Wei Ming abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. Was I not supposed to be dead? He pondered. Could it have been a dream? No, it was certainly no dream. He had just been murdered by his girlfriend's family, and the heart-wrenching agony he felt could not possibly be a figment of his imagination. Could it be? He quickly snatched the phone from the table, and as the screen illuminated, he saw the time. November 3rd, 10:43 a.m. Indeed, Wei Ming forced himself to calm the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He had been reborn. In just 6 months, the sun would erupt in a violent display of activity, its rays becoming unbearably intense, causing global temperatures to soar above 60 degrees Celsius. Even more terrifying, the sunlight would carry lethal unknown rays, evaporating most rivers and lakes, causing sea levels to plummet by several meters. By nightfall, although the sun would no longer pose a threat, corrosive acid rain would fall, trapping everyone indoors. Humanity would face the apocalypse, social order collapsing, where a mere bottle of clean water or a loaf of bread would incite deadly struggles. Before the end of the world, Wei Ming had entered into a relationship with a girl named Zhuo, who, along with her parents and younger brother, had moved to Haidu to seek a living. They rented an apartment conveniently located within his community, and through chance encounters, they became acquainted. Despite Zhuo modest income of just 5,000 per month as a waitress, her spending habits were anything but frugal. The crux of the matter, however, was that she was a brother-supporting demon, demanding that Wei Ming relinquish his inherited apartment to serve as a wedding residence for her brother. Although Wei Ming was a kind-hearted individual, that apartment was the legacy left to him by his parents, who had tragically passed away in a traffic accident a year prior. No matter how much he yearned for her affection, he could never squander his parents' inheritance. Thus, Zhuo kept him hanging, neither breaking up nor discussing marriage. Ironically, to appease her vanity, Wei Ming worked additional hours delivering food after his regular job, attempting to earn extra income. Yet with a girlfriend who was a brother-supporting demon, it felt as though an entire family was leeching off him, and even with 2 jobs, he could not sustain such a parasitic household. It seemed that Wei Ming was bewitched, unable to recognize the need to cut his losses and retreat until the apocalypse struck. He had been lured into opening the door to his home, only to be brutally dismembered by Zhuo and her family of 4. Why had they killed him? Because he had a habit of stockpiling clean water, always keeping 3 or 4 boxes at home, which Zhuo had noticed. In the impending apocalypse, clean water would become a life-sustaining treasure, and thus, he was mercilessly slain by them. In truth, had Zhuo simply asked, Wei Ming's inherent kindness would have compelled him to share his water with her family. However, Zhuo deemed it more advantageous to eliminate him, fearing his presence would mean one less mouth to feed. 4 ungrateful wolves? I demand blood for blood. Wei Ming gritted his teeth, his voice as piercing as a bitter winter wind. Having died once, he was irrevocably transformed. The days of being a sycophant were over. He would seek vengeance. Bang! Wei Ming, it's barely past 10, and you're already dozing off. If you're not serious about your work, I suggest you resign and leave this place immediately. A voice rang in his ears. Wei Ming looked up to see a captivating woman in her 30s standing beside his desk. Her hand that had slammed the table now resting on her hips, accentuating her ample bosom. Lu Qing, his direct superior, the company's financial manager, and the goddess of the office, had undoubtedly ignited the fantasies of countless men who dreamed of her at night. Just as Wei Ming prepared to speak, he was struck dumb. He realized his consciousness was connected to an immense space, one that defied description. Instinctively, Wei Ming slipped his hand into his pocket, and with a thought, the mysterious space swiftly enveloped his phone. In the next moment, the phone vanished from his pocket, floating weightlessly in the bizarre realm as if gravity held no sway there. This was spatial ability. Not only had he been granted a second chance at life, but he also possessed an extraordinary space. With 6 months remaining until the apocalypse, how much could he stockpile in this peculiar dimension? Wei Ming. Lu Qing's voice rose sharply, causing a painful ringing in his ears. You'd better write your resignation letter, right now. With that, she swayed her curvaceous form into her private office, drawing the gazes of many men. His colleagues cast sympathetic glances at Wei Ming, yet none dared to speak out, fearful of incurring Lu Qing's wrath and facing the same fate. A smile crept onto Wei Ming's lips as he rose and strode towards Lu Qing's office. Having faced death once, there was little that could intimidate him now. Besides, with the apocalypse looming in 6 months, all current wealth would be rendered worthless. True wealth would be defined by clean water and food. He had a full 6 months to prepare, and he could only imagine the astonishing wealth he would possess after the world fell apart. Seeing Wei Ming head towards Lu Qing, several colleagues assumed he was seeking to plead his case, which was entirely reasonable. Finding a job these days was challenging, and securing a good one was even more difficult with their salaries exceeding $8,000 a month. Wei Ming entered the office and shut the door behind him. "Have you already written your resignation letters so quickly?" Lu Qing scoffed. Given the brevity of time, it was clear Wei Ming had not prepared one. Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, "Since I joined the company, you have been targeting me?" "Targeting you?" Lu Qing retorted with a dismissive expression. "You think you're worthy?" If a score of 60 were the passing mark for beauty, Lu Qing would undoubtedly score around 80, qualifying her as a true stunning beauty. She possessed an alluring figure, with curves that formed an enviable shape, undoubtedly earning her a score of 90 for her physique. Who would have thought that such a beauty was a thief? Unfazed, Wei Ming casually pulled a chair over and sat down, admiring his superior's enchanting presence. It was no wonder that every man in the office desired her. In his previous life, he had been far too naive, never having appreciated the allure of such an exceptional woman. He felt liberated, embracing a sense of unrestrained satisfaction. No more would he conform to societal expectations. Sensing his penetrating gaze, Lu Qing instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, her brow furrowing as she said, "You've repeatedly slacked off during work hours. I'm terminating you according to company policy. Is there anything wrong with that?" Wei Ming smiled. "If you tell me why, I'll write my resignation letter immediately." Voluntarily resigning would spare the company from any obligations, a significant distinction from being fired. "Are you sure?" Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, yet inwardly pleased. Wei Ming's habitual slacking barely warranted dismissal. She had merely intended to intimidate him. Forcing a resignation could lead to complications should he seek labor arbitration. Now that Wei Ming had offered to resign, it was fortuitous for her. "Yes," Wei Ming nodded. "You may record my statement." Cautiously, Lu Qing retrieved her phone, activated the recording function, and asked Wei Ming to repeat his earlier words. Satisfied, she stated, "Because you bear a striking resemblance to my ex-boyfriend." "What the heck? So, you've been sabotaging me all along because of that?" Wei Ming had always believed he had inadvertently offended her, never realizing that it was merely a case of unfortunate resemblance. "Because your ex-boyfriend wronged you, you've chosen to transfer your resentment onto me? How utterly unjust." "Very well, now I can play with you without any moral qualms." "Paper and pen," he declared, leaning over Lu Qing's desk to compose his resignation letter. As he wrote, he casually remarked, "You've been married to Su Jian for 3 years, haven't you?" Lu Qing's expression shifted drastically, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Chapter 2. The leverage on Lu Qing. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Qing feigned calmness. Wei Ming chuckled. "I can accurately state that you have been married for 3 years, and yet you still say such things? How uninteresting." Lu Qing's heart surged with emotions, and after a moment's pause, she finally steadied herself. "You need not resign. I will no longer target you. I promise." Wei Ming laughed heartily. A man of honor naturally keeps his word. "If I say I will resign, then I shall certainly do so. Even if you do not dismiss me, my heart is no longer in this job, with merely 6 months until the apocalypse. There is far too much for me to accomplish out of course. There is no rush in the next hour or two, perhaps even 4 or 5, that Lu Qing's heart trembled as she inquired. "Then what do you desire?" "You." Wei Ming pointed at Lu Qing. "Dream on. Fantasies." Lu Qing immediately rejected him, her disdain palpable. "You, a toad, wish to feast on swan flesh. Have you looked in the mirror to see your own standing? Daring to harbor such thoughts about me?" Her face was filled with contempt and disgust. Wei Ming, however, was unfazed. He rose to draw the curtains and lock the door. Lu Qing felt a surge of panic. "Wei Ming, this is an office. Do not act recklessly. If I call out, people outside will hear." Them. Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, "That's so. You're not afraid of me revealing how you and Su Jian embezzled $30 million from the company?" At once, Lu Qing felt as if she had been struck mute, her entire body stiffening. Wei Ming sighed. Lu Qing was the financial supervisor, while Su Jian oversaw procurement. Logically, if they were married, the company would have required one of them to switch positions. Thus, they concealed their marriage, and Su Jian had inflated procurement prices, knowing his wife would approve. Over 3 years, they had siphoned off a total of 30 million. In their previous lives, it would be over 5 months before their scandal was uncovered. And Lu Qing was taken away by the police, with the truth only surfacing days later. How do you know this? Lu Qing stammered, swallowing hard, her voice hoarse. Wei Ming would, of course, not divulge that he was from the future. This would soon be common knowledge. He merely smiled mysteriously. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. Director Lu, how many years would one be sentenced for inflating accounts and embezzling 30 million? Lu Qing immediately slumped, gasping for breath, her eyes vacant. Hearing Wei Ming expose her secret marriage and the 30 million figure led her to believe he possessed concrete evidence, unaware that he only held basic information and had no idea how they had orchestrated their scheme. Wei Ming waited patiently, allowing several minutes to pass before Lu Qing finally regained her composure. How much do you want? Wei Ming shrugged. I do not desire money. It was not that he lacked an affinity for wealth. On the contrary, he needed substantial funds to stockpile supplies for a safe haven in the coming months. However, their couple's funds were ill-gotten gains. After 5 months, the truth would emerge, and if he accepted money, he would inevitably end up in prison as well, that he could not afford to take that risk. Lu Qing recalled Wei Ming's earlier words and frowned. Are you blackmailing me? That's illegal. Wei Ming chuckled. Since when has a one-night stand become illegal? Lu Qing felt utterly helpless. Though she was not a conventional woman, she had only had 2 boyfriends prior to marrying Su Jian and had always been cautious in social settings, never allowing anyone to take advantage of her, let alone sharing a bed with someone, especially someone she despised like Wei Ming. Yet now, if she did not comply with Wei Ming's demands, the matter of her and her husband pilfering from the company would be exposed. What to do? How to persuade him? After a moment of contemplation, she finally said, Let me think it over. This was merely a pretext. She intended to discuss strategies with her husband on how to silence Wei Ming. Wei Ming shook his head. Do you take me for a fool? He tapped the table. I will give you 1 minute to decide. Let me go or let me stay. It is entirely up to you. With that, he took out his phone and activated a stopwatch. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The seconds turned, creating an almost jarring sound in the silent room. Of course, this was merely Lu Qing's perception. Wei Ming remained calm and collected. Even crossing his legs casually. 30 seconds passed swiftly, and Lu Qing grew noticeably anxious, her chest heaving. Wei Ming almost whistled in regret. He lamented his previous honesty, living freely and indulging in desires. That was the essence of enjoying life. Wait, do I possess some hidden trait of a rogue? He mused, surprised by the revelation. When the timer reached 50 seconds, Lu Qing finally spoke. I will go to a hotel to check in. You go ahead first, then I must find an excuse to leave the company. Another delaying tactic. Wei Ming shook his head. No, it must be here. What? Lu Qing nearly shouted, barely managing to suppress her voice. She quickly lowered her tone. You must be mad. This is the company, my office. Someone could come looking for me at any moment. Wei Ming shrugged. I've drawn the curtains and locked the door. As long as you keep your voice down, there should be no issue. Seeing Lu Qing's eyes widen in shock, he stood up. If you are unwilling, so be it. I do not like to force others. Not forcing others, you are practically holding a gun to my head. Lu Qing bit her lip, appearing rather pitiable. Yet Wei Ming felt no sympathy. She had previously been insufferable, using her authority to belittle him, making his life difficult over trivial matters, her demeanor oozing contempt. Had he offended her? No, he had merely reminded her of her former boyfriend. Now that he held the upper hand, she feigned helplessness, hoping he would let her off the hook. Laughable. Every individual must bear the consequences of their actions. Wei Ming turned to leave. Wait, Lu Qing called out, her voice trembling as she grasped the hem of her sweater, slightly tugging it upward. I agree. I agree to your terms. Wei Ming sat back down, playing music on his phone. Let us have some music to set the mood. Do you take me for a KTV hostess? Lu Qing was on the verge of fury again. But with her secret in Wei Ming's hands, she had no choice but to relent. Otherwise, she would end up in prison. Thus, she began to sway to the rhythm, slowly lifting the hem of her sweater. Wei Ming observed with appreciation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, startling both of them. "Director Liu, there is a document that requires your signature," came a female voice from outside. Lu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Hastily putting her sweater back on, Wei Ming, unperturbed, smiled as he opened the door. Outside stood their colleague, Xiao Li, with a curious expression. Chapter 3. To the underground parking lot. Xiao Li wore an inquisitive look. Locked door, closed curtains. What were these two up to, moreover? She noticed a hint of fluster on Lu Qing's face, making her even more curious. Wei Ming leaned against the doorframe, seemingly in no hurry to depart, while Lu Qing, unable to dismiss him, had no choice but to address Xiao Li. "Where's the document?" Xiao Li quickly handed it over. Lu Qing glanced at it and signed her name. After completing the signing, she had no choice but to send Xiao Li away, though she harbored a flicker of hope that, with Xiao Li's interruption, Wei Ming would refrain from causing a scene in the office. Though Xiao Li was filled with 1,000 questions, she could only leave slowly. "Wei Ming, you must not act so recklessly," Lu Qing warned anxiously. Wei Ming smiled. "I'll be waiting for you in the underground parking lot. You'd best come within 10 minutes, or," he waved his phone, "I'll call Manager Kong." Manager Kong was the company's general manager, yet Wei Ming had no means of contacting him. He was merely trying to intimidate Lu Qing. Lu Qing dared not gamble. The last shred of luck slipped away as she bit her lip and nodded. Wei Ming left his resignation letter, which simply read, "I quit," that he had nothing to pack, so he headed straight to the underground parking lot. Waiting beside an Audi as he walked, he continuously attempted to utilize his supernatural abilities. Naturally, he was cautious of the surveillance cameras in the garage and refrained from being overt about it. Placing his hand on the Audi, he focused his thoughts, and an invisible alternate space enveloped the vehicle. With another thought, he could entirely transport the car into the alternate dimension. But could he store something larger? He placed his hand on a pillar, trying to open the alternate space, but found it impossible to envelop the entire building from within. However, he soon discovered a second application of his spatial abilities. He could create a door around himself. Invisible and intangible, perceptible only to him. This door led directly to the alternate space. Let us call it the space door. What would happen if someone walked through it into the alternate space? Wei Ming certainly would not test it on himself. Perhaps he could buy a fish or some crayfish later for experimentation. In a rush, he envisioned his upcoming plans. First, he needed to acquire funds to construct an impenetrable and highly insulated safe house. Next would be gathering living supplies, primarily food and water, followed by clothing, computers, and libraries of films and games. Where would the money come from? Lottery tickets? Unfortunately, he had never played the lottery, and even if he remembered the winning numbers from his rebirth, what if the results turned out to be different? Wait a moment. In Wei Ming's mind, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Today was November 3 RD, and the World Cup would commence tomorrow in the Middle East. Although he was not an ardent football enthusiast, he had watched every group match and could recall the scores with clarity, that he could place bets on the lottery. Could the mysterious powers of the East possibly influence the outcomes of the matches over in the Middle East? Moreover, the number of people typically betting on the lottery was limited, and even winning the grand prize would only yield a few million at most. However, during the World Cup, the volume of bets skyrocketed, resulting in a burgeoning prize pool that if he were to place 100 bets, he could very well win 1 or 200 million. It was worth a shot. After all, spending 200 yuan for 100 bets was hardly a hefty investment. Just then, he heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. Wei Ming looked up towards the elevator entrance, and sure enough, he saw Lu Qing sashaying towards him, her voluptuous figure accentuated by her slender waist. Goodness, her physique was truly remarkable. Was it really that much inferior to Zhuo Qingqing's? What would the post-apocalyptic world hold for him? When he possessed countless resources, wouldn't he acquiring any type of beauty be merely a matter of a few words? "Wei Ming, I beg you, I can offer you 5 million. You could easily use that money to maintain a young and beautiful girl," Lu Qing implored, straining against the inevitable. "Alas, I cannot risk your money. Besides, I have already devised a means to earn money, and in 6 months, what good would more money do? It would be too hard to use for wiping." Wei Ming regarded the alluring woman before him with the mindset of a hunter. She often displayed arrogance and haughtiness towards him, and he had contemplated revenge more than once. Who would have thought that an opportunity would arise now? How could he possibly let it slip away? Lu Qing cursed inwardly, but found herself with no other option but to resentfully open the car door and enter the back seat. After a considerable time, Wei Ming left the company in a buoyant mood. He had no desire to continue entangling himself with Lu Qing, as it was entirely unnecessary. The woman had already taken a step back, and retreating further would equate to a retreat of 100 or 1,000 steps. In the future, he could simply arrange a meeting with her. In fact, he could even bring Lu Qing into a safe house after the apocalypse, where he could indulge in whatever manner he pleased. However, the idea of bringing Lu Qing into a safe house during the apocalypse presented its own challenges. Wei Ming would not dare gamble with his future without thorough assurance, for the time being. There was no need to waste time on this woman, that he needed to gain a comprehensive understanding of the functions of the alternate space, that on his way back, he made a special trip to the market, purchasing several live fish and 2 kilograms of crayfish, not for consumption, but for experimentation. Upon closing the door to his home, he was alone that he commenced the experiment. The testing process was rather monotonous, yet Wei Ming remained wholly focused. Exhibiting no signs of impatience, at 18 noon, he ordered takeout and continued his research in the afternoon, by evening. He had attained preliminary insights that if items were to be collected using the method of enveloping them in the alternate space, they must first be encased within it. But how large could these items be? It was undoubtedly impossible to envelop the entire blue star, yet Wei Ming believed he could easily encompass the vast lands of Huaxia. With a speed that would only require a second or two, that the issue lay within the concept of enveloping. He could not encase a single country on its own, nor could he collect a building unless he excavated its foundation. As long as the entity was independent, it could be collected. Furthermore, he needed to make contact with the object using his right hand. Other parts of his body would not suffice. Additionally, living creatures could also be stored in the alternate space. He could first touch the living creature, then envelop it within the alternate space, or he could open the door to the space, allowing the creature to enter on its own, or he could push or throw it in. However, the door to the space measured only 3 by 3 meters, and anything exceeding that limit could not be collected. Yet, once living creatures entered the alternate space, they could survive for no more than 1 minute. Wei Ming could perceive everything within the alternate space through his consciousness, and could manipulate the objects within it. For instance, if he collected a table, he could never dismantle it with bare hands in the physical realm. Yet within the alternate space, he could do so effortlessly, even shattering it into pieces without breaking a sweat. Extracting items from within was merely a matter of thought. Wei Ming clenched his jaw, pressed his right hand against himself, and enveloped himself within the alternate space that he had to comprehend this fully, for it could prove life-saving during critical moments that he felt a sudden darkness envelop him as he entered another realm. A pitch-black void where his eyes could perceive nothing. Nevertheless, his consciousness seemed to envelop the entire space, as if he were a god within it, omniscient and omnipotent. In the next moment, Wei Ming reappeared in his home. Panting heavily. Chapter 4. Preparations. Wei Ming entered the alternate space once more. This time, he was in no rush to depart. Why could living creatures not endure beyond 1 minute here? He scrutinized himself in wonderment. For he could inspect the inner workings of his body, even down to the cellular level. The development of his muscles and the vitality of his organs were instantly reflected in his mind. He felt entirely capable of performing any surgical procedure on himself. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that his blood had ceased to flow, and his heart had stopped beating. As if time had frozen, or rather, there was no concept of time within the alternate space. Was this the reason living creatures could not surpass 1 minute inside? That did not seem entirely correct. Wei Ming collected another crayfish but returned to his room, choosing only to observe through his consciousness that he felt like a deity within the alternate space, yet who could say whether he would perish after 1 minute? That would be dreadfully unjust. 58 seconds, 59 seconds, 60 seconds. Wei Ming observed no changes in the crayfish, since there was no passage of time. Naturally, no alterations could occur. Placing it inside for 1 second or 1 billion years would yield no difference. However, when he retrieved the crayfish, he found it lifeless. That it had been lively at 59 seconds but had perished at 60 seconds. Curious. Wei Ming did not dwell on this point. He merely needed to be aware of this limitation, ensuring that he, too, would never remain within the alternate space for a full minute. The use of the door to the space was quite fascinating, although it could open to a maximum of 3 by 3 meters. It would halt upon encountering obstacles, extending up to 5 meters from Wei Ming, yet capable of opening through walls, even multiple walls. Wei Ming collected a cup of hot water and tossed in a piece of ice cream that had gone uneaten over the summer. After several hours had passed, he retrieved both items, discovering that the hot water remained scalding, and the ice cream was still solidly frozen. This further affirmed that time did not exist within the alternate space. Thus, whatever state an object was in when placed inside, it would emerge in the same condition. That a smile crept onto Wei Ming's face. Perfect. The next step was planning. Now it was clear that as long as he placed items into the alternate space, their characteristics would be preserved. Hot would remain hot, and cold would remain cold. So, what if he prepared a large quantity of ice? When the apocalypse arrived, ice could serve not only to cool, but also to provide drinking water upon melting. When the end times came, the electrical system would not collapse immediately. However, with temperatures soaring to 60 degrees Celsius, most air conditioning units could not operate under such conditions, even if the temperature dropped to over 40 degrees at night. Allowing the air conditioning to function, the indoor temperature would still remain above 35 degrees, rendering it uncomfortably warm, though not fatal. But what if he constructed an exceptionally insulated shelter and utilized ice to cool it? How did ancient emperors cope with the summer heat? They stored ice during winter and placed it within hollow copper columns. This was the ancient equivalent of air conditioning, and crucially, it did not blast cold air directly, minimizing the risk of arthritis. Therefore, the next steps were to create a secure and insulated shelter and to gather ice that he was uncertain how long the apocalypse would last, so he had to prepare for a protracted battle. The more ice he could acquire, the better. Wei Ming's eyes suddenly lit up at a grand endeavor. What if he collected icebergs from the poles? The polar regions were covered in ice and snow, meaning all the accumulated snow and icebergs formed a cohesive whole, implying that as long as he touched any portion of the ice layer at one corner, he could collect the entire iceberg. In reality, most icebergs were concentrated in Antarctica, if he had enough time. He could gather icebergs from both poles that if time was short, he would settle for just Antarctica. Wei Ming hastily dined on dinner and then rushed out. What for? To place bets on the lottery. There were numerous lottery and sports betting shops scattered throughout the streets, and Wei Ming quickly ducked into one that this year's World Cup group matches only supported betting on 14 games. Drawing from his memory, he selected 14 matches and placed 99 bets. The maximum he could wager was 99 bets. The total prize pool for the first prize amounted to approximately 45 of the total pool, with a maximum of 5 million per ticket. Therefore, as long as enough people participated, theoretically, Wei Ming could potentially win nearly 500 million. Of course, Wei Ming was not that greedy. He only needed to earn enough to fund the construction of the safe house. What about food? Since he had decided to venture to the poles to collect ice, why not also make a detour to North and South America for a little zero-cost shopping, snagging some supplies along the way? However, he had to be cautious in the Americas. He certainly did not want to end up on the wrong side of a gun that if he were to get shot, could he heal himself using the alternate space? That seemed simple enough. He would give it a try. Using the crayfish once more, he first tore off one of its legs, then collected it into the alternate space that a thought later, he tossed the crayfish back out. And not only had its leg reattached instantaneously, but it also appeared entirely unscathed, moving as naturally as ever. This indicated that as long as Wei Ming was not fatally harmed, he could use the alternate space to heal himself. And it would be an instantaneous recovery. Well, the safety issue seemed largely resolved. Wei Ming arrived at an unoccupied construction site to practice using the door to the space. Although the spatial gate cannot actively draw in enemies, it can certainly entice them to walk into their own demise. Moreover, as long as their reflexes are sufficiently swift, even bullets could be captured, correct? What Wei Ming must do is accelerate the speed of both the opening and closing of the spatial gate. Additionally, he has prepared some weapons for himself that he forcefully hurled stones into the spatial gate, and since objects maintain their original state when entering another dimension, their kinetic energy remains intact when Wei Ming requires it. He can open the spatial gate and release the items he has thrown in. After all, bricks and stones appearing out of thin air should be capable of inflicting harm, right? Subsequently, he devised an improved method. Since the spatial gate can be opened up to 5 meters away from the body, he could stand atop a building, first opening the spatial gate at the highest point to pour out stones and bricks, and then open it again 5 meters below to draw the stones back in this manner. Wouldn't he have effectively increased the acceleration of these objects by 10 meters? If he were to repeat this several times? Although the presence of air resistance would prevent these objects from reaching the speed of a bullet, they would still possess a lethality far greater than that of a shot put thrown by a professional athlete. Besides stones and bricks, Wei Ming also acquired some steel bars and accelerated them as well, transforming them into lethal javelins. Wei Ming worked tirelessly until midnight, utterly fatigued, and returned home to collapse in a bed. He awoke suddenly around 4 in the morning, drenched in cold sweat that he had experienced a nightmare in which he was tormented by the family of Zhuoqingqing, igniting an overwhelming rage within him that he nearly lost control of. Yet ultimately managed to regain his composure. It was not yet time for revenge. Just half a year. He fell back asleep, this time waking at 7 o'clock, his biological clock rousing him. Logically, he should have gone to work. But upon reflection, he had resigned the previous day. Why should he go to work? He continued to sleep. When he finally awoke again, it was past 10 and he decided to linger in bed a little longer. Ordered a takeout and combined breakfast and lunch into one meal. He was still engaged in training for the spatial gate to BY evening. He had mastered the ability to open the spatial gate to his desired location within 0.1 seconds and could instantly immerse himself in another dimension to evade attacks that he would continue to practice. Wei Ming felt a twinge of boredom. Building a safe house and collecting icebergs from the poles would have to wait until he had more funds. But the 14 matches he had purchased required 4 days to yield results. Thus, he could do nothing but wait during this time. Perhaps not entirely. Wei Ming retrieved his phone and sent a message via WeChat to someone. 8 o'clock. Come to Jinlun Hotel. No show. No deal. He then set out in a certain part of the city. Lu Qing was dining with her husband when suddenly a WeChat message popped up. Upon seeing who the sender was, her delicate face changed. Seizing the moment her husband was distracted, she quickly replied, "You must not overreach. Do as you wish, but the consequences will be yours to bear if you do not come." Lu Qing frowned, reluctantly telling Su Jian, "Honey, Huan has gotten drunk. I need to go check on her." Huan was her close friend, known for getting excessively drunk and always calling Lu Qing for help. Su Jian had long since grown accustomed to this and did not suspect anything, instead asking, "Do you want me to come with you?" No need. Lu Qing quickly declined, grabbing her car keys and leaving. Wei Ming arrived at Jinlun Hotel, having chosen this venue for its proximity to his home, allowing him to walk there. After checking into his room and sending Lu Qing the room number, he settled down to wait leisurely. Would Lu Qing not come? That was simply impossible. The concept of boundaries. Taking a step back meant relinquishing countless steps forward. Thus, after Lu Qing had retreated to the garage yesterday, it meant that she was already in Wei Ming's grasp. Wei Ming chuckled, retrieving a pair of stockings from the spatial dimension and placing them on the bed. Soon, he would have Lu Qing don them, only to violently tear them apart later. At 7:57 p.m., there was a gentle knock on the door. Peering through the peephole, Wei Ming confirmed it was indeed Lu Qing standing at the door. He grinned. Chapter 5. The agreement. Wei Ming was exceedingly cautious, first ensuring that Lu Qing had not brought anyone with her. In truth, Lu Qing would not dare bring anyone. Why would she want the matter of the 30 million to become common knowledge? Yet, being prudent was never a mistake. After confirming that Lu Qing was alone, he opened the door and let her in. As she stepped inside, Lu Qing exclaimed, "You cannot continue to entangle me like this time and again. You must promise me this is the last time. Otherwise, I will report you." Wei Ming smiled slightly, taking out his phone to show her the itinerary he had booked on Haizhu. Lu Qing was momentarily stunned. "You're going to Antarctica?" She was genuinely astonished, for a trip to Antarctica was quite costly, and Wei Ming's booking, which included an island visit, cost over 180,000, requiring at least 2 months in total. "Have you lost your mind?" Wei Ming stated thus, "Before I go to Antarctica, you must be at my beck and call. I will not trouble you again afterwards." Lu Qing hesitated for only a moment before agreeing. "You must guarantee it." "I promise," Wei Ming said nonchalantly, inwardly scoffing. This woman had tormented him for 3 years and trampled on his dignity for just as long. How could he let her off so easily? Go change. He pointed at the stockings. Lu Qing inwardly cursed, but the sunk cost was too significant. Her coming here already indicated her desire to placate Wei Ming. How could she afford to fall out over such trivial matters? Wei Ming watched her change into the stockings, having not had the opportunity to appreciate her figure properly in the dim light of the car yesterday. Her curves were stunning as he admired her. He smirked. Do you know how many men in the company fantasize about you? Of course, Lu Qing replied with a haughty, disdainful smile, thinking of the toad dreaming of eating swan meat, but suddenly she froze. Her face flushing, for Wei Ming was indeed the toad in her eyes. Yet here he was, playing with her. Wei Ming laughed heartily. How did you come to this position? Have you ever slept with someone higher up? Lu Qing glared at him with fury. I am not a prostitute. I am not so cheap as to sell myself to climb the ranks. I graduated from the best university in Haidu, and my professional abilities speak for themselves. Indeed, indeed. So you and your husband managed to embezzle $30 million from the company and kept it hidden for years. I wonder how the company eventually found out? Wei Ming continued to admire the voluptuous beauty before him, chuckling. That truly benefits me. If I were to tell those colleagues that I slept with the untouchable goddess, I wonder how envious they would be. Some of them even privately claimed they would force you if they had the chance. Even if they were sentenced to 3 or 5 years, it would be worth it. Heh. Yet they ultimately lacked the courage. The next day, Wei Ming enjoyed an uninterrupted sleep until 10 o'clock, then rose, indulged in the hotel's buffet breakfast, and strolled leisurely back home, but he was surprised by his stamina, having gone an entire night without sleep. Had his physical fitness always been this remarkable? Absolutely not that so. Had his rebirth even enhanced his physique? That was splendid. Wei Ming made a special trip to the gym for a physical test, leaving the attendant astonished. They deemed Wei Ming's physical condition to be exceptional, with both explosive and endurance capabilities reaching what could be considered the pinnacle of human potential. Yet, Wei Ming had previously worked a 9-to-5 job and even took on a part-time delivery job afterward, seeming perpetually occupied, while in reality, he spent most of his time sitting, with no opportunity for physical exercise. Thus, it must have been a benefit of his rebirth. Regardless, I am now considered an evolved being. Achieving peak human physicality is only natural, isn't it? With such superior physical abilities, the attendant had no reason to encourage him to register, instead asking if he was interested in working as a coach there, which Wei Ming naturally declined. Once home, he continued to train his use of the spatial gate, also acquiring new weapons that as night fell. His phone rang, and upon checking the caller ID, a cold, murderous smile crept onto his lips. It was Zhua Qingqing. As soon as he answered, he heard her furious voice. Wei Ming, you didn't call or message me yesterday, and today is no different. Do you not want to be with me anymore? Let me tell you, there are plenty of people chasing after me. If you do not cherish me, someone else will. After a pause, she added, a colleague of mine bought a beautiful bag today for only 20,000. If you buy me one, I will consider forgiving you. You must be dreaming. Wei Ming scoffed. Fine, let us break up. He decisively hung up the phone. Before the apocalypse, he had all the time in the world to play with this wretched woman and her family. On the other end, Zhua Qingqing stared incredulously at her phone. Wei Ming actually hung up on her? How dare he, moreover, he had agreed to break up. Zhua Qingqing could hardly believe it. Previously, every time she mentioned breaking up, Wei Ming would yield on every matter, except when he foolishly gifted that apartment to her brother as a wedding gift. Yet just now, she had not even finalized her words, and he had agreed to the breakup. Had he gone mad? No, he must be trying to use this tactic to make her anxious and regain the upper hand. I will not fall for your tricks. That I believe that in just a few days, Wei Ming will still come running back to me, tail between his legs, such a pathetic dog. That night, Wei Ming did not seek out Lu Qing. Although his stamina was frighteningly high, he could not indulge every day. After all, the pursuit of desire could be a double-edged sword. He decided to let Lu Qing rest well for a day and would indulge her more thoroughly the next day that a night passed. And a new day dawned. Last night's 4 matches resulted in astonishing upsets, leaving countless gamblers in despair, while Wei Ming remained as composed as ever, firmly ensconced in his position. The mysterious forces of the East, it seems, have yet to extend their influence over the lands of the Middle East, and the outcomes unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. With just 2 more match days to go, he would soon be able to claim his winnings. Later that evening, Wei Ming sent a message to Lu Qing. Meet at the usual place, since he had promised her that he would not seek her out after his trip to Antarctica. Lu Qing was now doing her utmost to comply with his wishes, eager to avoid inciting his displeasure and risking a sudden change of heart. She promptly replied that she would arrive shortly. True to her word, she arrived at the hotel before 8 o'clock. Chapter 6. The Neighboring Wife. Mi Xiao Lu. The following day, Wei Ming indulged in a lie-in until 10 o'clock, and whether Lu Qing managed to do the same was of no concern to him. After enjoying a buffet breakfast at the hotel, he returned home. Yet, just before he could step through his front door, the neighboring gate swung open, revealing a meticulously dressed and strikingly attractive young woman. Her beauty rivaled that of Lu Qing, though her figure was slightly less impressive, boasting only a C cup. However, she stood about 5 centimeters taller than Lu Qing, with long, alluring legs that drew attention. This woman was Mi Xiao Lu, newly married for less than 3 months. Yet she had clashed with Wei Ming no fewer than 20 times, to be precise. These were not clashes, but rather her unilateral humiliations of him. Why? Because she had once spotted him donning the uniform of a delivery man and discovered that he worked part-time as a courier. Ever since, she had taken every opportunity to mock him, looking down her nose and demanding that he sell his apartment and vacate the premises, lest his lowly existence as a substandard owner negatively impact property values. This how one speaks. In his previous life, Wei Ming was not only honest but also preferred to avoid conflict. He would ignore her barbs and retreat to his own space, continuing with his deliveries. Yet Mi Xiao Lu escalated her disdain, hurling cutting insults at him each time they crossed paths. Sometimes he found himself puzzled as to why such a beautiful woman felt compelled to wield her words as weapons. Expected upon seeing Wei Ming. Mi Xiao Lu's face contorted with disdain as she frowned and asked, "Why haven't you moved yet?" In his past life, Wei Ming would have silently opened the door and ignored her. But having been reborn, his temperament had transformed dramatically. The once timid man, accustomed to being bullied, was no more. He gazed unabashedly at Mi Xiao Lu's lovely face and replied coolly, "This is my home. Why should I move? You, a mere delivery man, ought to reside in the slums. Your presence here diminishes our status as homeowners and affects property values, doesn't it?" Mi Xiao Lu continued to look down on him, even pulling a mask from her handbag to shield herself, as if he carried a foul odor that might offend her delicate sensibilities. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Wei Ming smiled. "I live here and have no plans to move anytime soon. That if anyone should relocate, it ought to be you. How dare you? You worthless delivery man," Mi Xiao Lu retorted, her anger boiling over as if a cat had just had its tail stepped on. She was furious, for Wei Ming had been so submissive before, allowing her to insult him without consequence. Now he had the audacity to speak back. Was he attempting to elevate himself? Wei Ming suddenly smiled. "All right, as long as you agree to one condition, I might consider selling my place." Huh. Mi Xiao Lu was taken aback momentarily, but then her confidence returned. Wei Ming was still the same Wei Ming, weak and easily bullied. "Speak," she commanded, adopting her familiar haughty demeanor. Wei Ming flashed a mischievous grin. "You must spend a night with me." Mi Xiao Lu's face flushed crimson, and in a frenzy, she lunged at Wei Ming, threatening to scratch his face. "You wretched man, you're nothing but a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." However, with a simple push, Wei Ming sent her staggering backward. Yet her fury was ignited. Wei Ming's shove had inadvertently landed on her chest, and she felt his hand grip her. She, a beautiful woman, had been manhandled by a lowly delivery man. "You're finished. You're dead." Mi Xiao Lu fumed, now reluctant to charge at him again, fearing that he might truly unleash his desires upon her. The thought of being humiliated by such a lowly individual was unbearable. She quickly retreated to her home and called the police. Meanwhile, Wei Ming merely smiled faintly. That grip had indeed been intentional. But he was well aware of the location of the surveillance cameras. The footage would only show him pushing Mi Xiao Lu away, and given that she had attempted to claw at his face, his action could easily be justified as self-defense. Look, he hadn't even struck her hard. He had merely pushed her away, a gesture of restraint toward the woman. "Feel free to report it," he said nonchalantly. Although Mi Xiao Lu was not particularly voluptuous, she possessed a decent figure, and the memory of that encounter intrigued him. The police arrived promptly. Within minutes, they knocked on Wei Ming's door after gathering the necessary information. Wei Ming opened the door, and the officers requested an explanation. That he calmly recounted the events, omitting any embellishments. As he had nothing to hide, he was in the right throughout the entire ordeal, and even the push had been a gentle one. Moreover, The surveillance footage wouldn't capture his hand on her chest. Thus, he naturally added, "By the way, there are cameras at the entrance installed by the property management. You may want to review the footage." The two officers exchanged glances before instructing Wei Ming to wait at home while they retrieved the footage from the management point. 20 minutes later, they returned, delivering feedback to both Wei Ming and Mi Xiaolu. Wei Ming was informed that they were sorry for the disturbance, while Mi Xiaolu received a warning not to waste valuable police resources. That Mi Xiaolu was indignant. Yet the officers had already copied the footage to their phones for her to view. Upon seeing the video, her rage erupted. Wei Ming, that cunning man, had ensured that the footage did not capture his inappropriate groping. However, the officers had already classified the incident, leaving her powerless to punish Wei Ming. She felt furious, aggrieved, and utterly helpless. Little did she know that the current Wei Ming was no longer the meek man of the past, easily bullied. "How have I wronged you? Just because you deem my work beneath you, you feel entitled to insult and belittle me? Words have consequences. As adults, we must face the repercussions of our actions without excuses." Naturally, Wei Ming's retaliation would not involve physical violence. Rather, it would be something far more creative. It seemed he had discovered an effective means of retribution, that he had no intention of being a vengeful person, but he would not allow his dignity to be trampled upon either, an eye for an eye, as it were, ensuring that he did not squander this second chance at life. Chapter 7. The couple returns home together. The police upheld the law impartially. Without evidence, they could not arrest Wei Ming. However, Mi Xiaolu was far from satisfied. When her husband, Guohai, returned home that evening, Mi Xiaolu exaggeratedly recounted the events of the day, emphasizing Wei Ming's rogue behavior. She only mentioned the groping incident as an attempted assault, omitting the details that would reveal her shame. Guohai was incensed upon hearing her account and stormed out, banging on Wei Ming's door with palpable fury. Wei Ming opened the door, and Guohai charged in, reaching for Wei Ming's collar. Yet Wei Ming was not one to be easily subdued. With a swift motion, he deflected Guohai's hand, then seized him by the collar, effortlessly lifting the man, who stood at 175 centimeters tall, with a single hand. Mi Xiaolu, arriving just in time, witnessed the scene and cried out, "Let go of my husband! Let him go!" But Wei Ming paid her no mind. Coolly addressing Guohai, "I've never sought conflict with you, but your wife has repeatedly insulted me. Today, I merely defended myself. That a capital offense." Seeing this, Mi Xiaolu rushed over to pry Wei Ming's hand off her husband, desperate to rescue him. But with another swift motion, Wei Ming lifted her as well. His physical prowess was indeed impressive. He effortlessly held both of them aloft, feeling as though he could carry even more weight. "Do not disturb me again, or I shall not be so lenient next time." Wei Ming carried them both outside, where he released his grip, causing them to tumble to the ground with a thud. Wincing in pain, with a resounding slam, he shut the door behind him, the sound echoing like a slap to their faces, leaving them visibly shaken. "What do we do now?" Mi Xiaolu asked, her voice trembling. This was a different situation from before. Previously, she had only pushed around a woman, but now they faced a man capable of lifting two adults with ease. What if Wei Ming's temper flared and he resorted to violence? The thought of being at his mercy terrified her, especially as a beautiful woman. What if she were to be harmed and then ridiculed afterward? Her nature was to bully the weak and cower before the strong. She had grown bolder, but now that Wei Ming had demonstrated his strength, fear gripped her heart. Guohai shot her a furious glare, his face a mask of humiliation. Had it not been for her provoking Wei Ming, would he have found himself in such a disgraceful predicament? "Shall we call the police?" Mi Xiaolu inquired. "Call the police for what? Are you out of your mind? We trespassed into their home, and they merely asked us to leave. If we call the police, will the security personnel come to arrest us?" Guohai shouted at his wife. Mi Xiaolu, in disbelief, retorted, "You actually scolded me. Are you daft?" Guohai remained unyielding. Enraged, Mi Xiaolu rose abruptly and, with a haughty sway, made her way into the house. With a resounding bang, Guohai followed closely behind, only to be met with the door slamming shut, striking him painfully in the face, causing him to wince. Fortunately, the door was equipped with a fingerprint unlock system. As he clutched his nose, he managed to open it, then forcefully slammed it shut. Naturally, this led to another quarrel with his wife, the commotion audible even to Wei Ming next door. He couldn't help but smirk. Was that all there was to it? Surely, it could not be that simple. What had he done to deserve Mi Xiaolu's incessant slander? Yet there was no rush. Killing was against the law now. But in 6 months, it would not be. Society would be in complete disarray. Who would care? No, at that point he could simply toss a bottle of water and make Guahai kneel, while Mi Xiaolu willingly shed her clothes. All he needed to do was enhance his own power, so that when others coveted him, he could strike back with full force, eliminating his foes while remaining unscathed. Finding a doctor would be a challenge in the future. Wei Ming was honing his mastery over the spatial door, which served both as a weapon and a formidable shield, entirely dependent on his proficiency. As the night wore on, Wei Ming checked again, discovering that 4 matches had concluded that day, one of which had yielded a shocking upset, a truly monumental surprise. Surely, many would be contemplating a leap from the rooftop, as the match had seemed utterly predictable on paper. Tomorrow, he would be able to collect his winnings that he had already selected a safe house and identified a contractor, merely awaiting the arrival of funds to commence work. Throughout the day, Wei Ming diligently practiced controlling the spatial door. For it pertained to his very survival, he aimed to engage in a zero-cost acquisition at the Grand Estate. He had no desire to be inexplicably caught off guard by the Black Brother. That evening, Wei Ming sent a message to Lu Qing, suggesting they meet at their usual spot. Lu Qing, in perfect sync, refrained from responding. However, merely 10 minutes later, she called, "Please refrain from messaging me in the future. What if my husband sees? Let's simply agree on the next meeting time and place. No problem." Wei Ming replied, certainly unwilling to dwell on such trivial matters. While awaiting Lu Qing, he discreetly retrieved a condom. For a different purpose altogether. Chapter 8. Who are you using this with? Early the next morning, Wei Ming visited the lottery center to claim his prize. Presenting his identification and lottery ticket, the staff verified his information without issue. And he proceeded to the redemption phase. Indeed, due to the World Cup, the number of lottery players had surged dramatically, propelling the prize pool to 600 million, that the jackpot for the current round of 14 matches was 64 of the sales. With first prize accounting for 70 of the total, resulting in a stag. You are unjustly accusing me. Not only insulting me, but also disparaging the education my parents instilled in me since childhood. Guahai only believes in what he sees. How could he possibly heed the feeble explanations of Mi Xiaolu? Does the condom sprout legs and come running by itself? You have not been with any rogue. How could it possibly end up here? Yet you too are indeed brazen, casually discarding the condom on the ground as if to ensure I remain oblivious. You wretched woman, I shall not rest until I have avenged this insult. Chapter 9. Collecting the polar icebergs. The neighbors next door caused a ruckus all night long yesterday. Although it was quite noisy, Wei Ming was utterly unperturbed, donning earplugs and enjoying a profoundly restful night. Let us take our time. After 3 days of commotion, the disturbance finally subsided, but when Wei Ming observed the couple leaving together, their expressions were far from pleasant. For them, infidelity is a grave sin, capable of creating irreparable rifts in their marriage. Let it simmer. Wei Ming, for the time being, had no inclination to further complicate the couple's troubles. He had just acquired an abundance of food and purified water. Indeed, after visiting the grand establishment, he could indulge in zero-cost purchases. Yet he lacked confidence in his culinary skills. Thus he diligently prepared a vast quantity of cooked meals. After collecting hundreds of takeout orders, one delivery person, bewildered by at least 100 orders, even inquired if he should call the police, suspecting him to be a victim of a robbery, as who else would require such an immense amount of food? Wei Ming then reserved a grand banquet at a hotel, ordering a staggering 500 tables, instructing the waitstaff to serve the dishes promptly at the appointed hour, and simply compensating for the cost of the plates upon settling the bill. Additionally, he procured a considerable number of warm clothing items. Why, you may ask, when the apocalypse descends, would one need warmth? Because he intended to venture to Antarctica, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance. What if he were stranded there? Given the risks, he must be thoroughly prepared. 5 days later, the real estate agent called to inform him that everything was in order at the housing authority, and the transfer could occur today. Naturally, Wei Ming rushed over at the earliest opportunity, settled the final payment and agency fees, and in a couple of days, Xiaobing would present the renovation plan. Just as Wei Ming received the property title, he applied for the renovation, which he would leave to Xiaobing to commence upon approval. His journey to Antarctica was also nearing its departure time. Traveling to Antarctica was rather complicated. He would first fly to Argentina, requiring 3 layovers and taking over 40 hours, truly exhausting. Wei Ming embarked on the flight alone. Having resigned from his job, with both parents having tragically passed away, and without a wife or girlfriend, there was no one to notify. Given the lengthy nature of the journey, he opted for first-class tickets throughout. However, from Haidu to Zurich, then from Zurich to São Paulo, followed by Buenos Aires and finally to Ushuaia, all flights were international. Although the blonde-haired, blue-eyed flight attendants were quite attractive and possessed commendable figures, the language barrier made engaging with them inconvenient, so Wei Ming merely indulged in visual admiration. Never mind, there are plenty of women. The focus this time is on collecting icebergs. No need for distractions. He certainly did not want to encounter a gun-toting boyfriend who might confront him. While he wasn't particularly afraid of such confrontations, how would he explain the situation to the police? Thus, it was better to avoid complications. Did he truly suffer from abstinence after a few days without a woman? Upon arriving in Ushuaia, he was promptly met by a representative from a travel agency. Wei Ming chose not to take a boat across the Drake Passage, but instead flew directly to King George Island before proceeding by boat. Life at sea was exceedingly monotonous, as the scenery remained unchanged, though the buffet was quite lavish, with an abundance of seafood, save for abalone, which he would have to wait until returning home to enjoy. Several days later, the vessel finally reached the Antarctic continent. With a little extra payment, he could disembark and take a speedboat to see the emperor penguins. Naturally, Wei Ming paid, but his aim was not to observe the penguins. Rather, it was to collect Antarctica's seemingly limitless icebergs that he deliberately delayed his descent from the yacht, discreetly placing his hand on the icy surface, opening his spatial anomaly, and swiftly enveloping the iceberg's perimeter. The speed was astonishing. The entire process was completed in under 2 seconds. It must be noted that Antarctica's icebergs are interconnected, so how immense was the layer of ice he encompassed? Essentially, he encapsulated nearly the entire Antarctic ice sheet. Suddenly, the Antarctic continent appeared utterly barren. The tourists who had just landed stumbled into the sea, though fortunately, the yacht was nearby, and everyone struggled to climb aboard, all utterly bewildered. What happened to the vast expanse of white icebergs? How could they have vanished? Who could believe their eyes? Was it a visual malfunction or madness? Where are the icebergs? Where are they? Not only were they confounded, but the Antarctic penguins were equally perplexed. Where have all my icebergs gone? With such a significant change, the tour guide promptly led everyone back to the large ship, and it wasn't just the location where they had disembarked that was devoid of icebergs. The entire Antarctic continent was similarly affected. Satellites in space corroborated this transformation. Such a phenomenon naturally became a global headline, prompting nations to dispatch research teams urgently to investigate the enigma of the missing Antarctic icebergs. It is well known that Antarctica accounts for over 70 of the planet's freshwater reserves, all in the form of icebergs, and now they had seemingly evaporated. This was not merely a loss of icebergs in Antarctica. It threatened to instigate severe climate changes across the entire planet. Wei Ming's Antarctic journey came to a swift conclusion as the ship returned them to their point of departure. This hasty trip would undoubtedly result in the travel agency refunding a portion of the payment. Yet Wei Ming was hardly concerned. He had no time to bicker with the agency. He did not rush to leave. This was the Pampas grassland, home to the world's finest natural pastures. How could he leave without collecting some beef and lamb to take back? Wei Ming commenced his zero-cost shopping spree, emptying one slaughterhouse after another. This naturally stirred up quite a sensation in Argentina, with police scouring for the meat thief. But who would suspect a mere tourist like Wei Ming? With so much meat, where could he possibly hide it? He then proceeded to Chile, a land abundant in fruits, particularly cherries. After amassing a substantial quantity of fruit, he traveled to Cuba, renowned for its cigars and rum. And then Brazil, although not for its football or beach volleyball, but rather for coffee and, of course, arms, as the region was rather chaotic. Finally, Wei Ming departed South America, flying to the Grand Establishment, having secured his visa prior to departure. Another round of zero-cost shopping ensued. Wei Ming spent over 20 days at the Grand Establishment, clearing out large retail spaces, amassing goods worth billions. Once again, no one would suspect a tourist. Wei Ming then journeyed to the Maple Leaf Country, heading northwards, as he intended to collect icebergs from the Arctic. However, unlike Antarctica, the Arctic is not a singular landmass. In fact, several countries lie within the Arctic Circle, Wei Ming's task was straightforward: to locate a large iceberg and collect as much as possible, leveraging the interconnectivity of the icebergs. After all, the Antarctic icebergs represented the bulk of his collection. Whatever he could gather from the Arctic would be a bonus, with no high expectations. Upon leaving the Arctic, Wei Ming visited Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and other destinations, naturally to gather fruits, particularly durians, mangosteens, coconuts, and other tropical fruits. When the apocalypse arrives, these fruit trees will perish from the heat, leaving only reserves. What else would there be to eat? After nearly 4 months, Wei Ming finally returned to his homeland. Chapter 10. News spreads. A rising star, Wei Ming traveled in first class and arranged for a luxurious car service at the airport. Arriving in a stretched limousine that undoubtedly turned heads and drew the attention of many, who paused to speculate about the wealthy individual to their astonishment when they saw Wei Ming step out. They were taken aback. How could it possibly be him? Could the rumors be true? Did he indeed purchase that villa? Where did he acquire such wealth? Surely, it must be illicit. Perhaps someone should report him and conduct a thorough investigation. The residents of the community buzzed with speculation. There is no such thing as a secret that cannot be uncovered, especially since Wei Ming had not taken special care to conceal it. In a community filled with particularly inquisitive elderly residents, it was only natural for them to inquire about the villa Wei Ming had purchased and was renovating, thus uncovering the truth. 25 million. Allegedly, he had paid in full. However, Wei Ming's parents had long since passed, and he was merely an ordinary office worker. Where could he possibly have acquired such funds? Thus, the neighbors were understandably skeptical. Yet upon witnessing Wei Ming alight from the extended limousine, they could not help but believe. Even if they were unfamiliar with the car's make, in most people's perception, a stretched limousine denotes affluence. Some of the senior residents found themselves captivated that a young man like Wei Ming with such wealth, and moreover, unmarried. They were eager to take action. Suddenly, one elderly woman approached him, saying, "Little Wei, I'm Aunt Chung from Building 16. Have you just returned from out of town?" Wei Ming smiled and nodded, yet his steps showed no sign of slowing. Typically, when taking the bus, he would immediately transform into a heavily disabled version of Aunt Chung if there were no available seats. But now she was energetic, swiftly catching up to Wei Ming, her face beaming with delight. "Little Wei, it seems you are still single, right? Allow me to introduce you to my daughter. She is exceptionally beautiful, a master's graduate, currently working at a bank, and only 3 years older than you. They say, a woman 3 years older is worth a golden brick. How about I call her now and have her cancel all her engagements for the evening, so you two can meet and chat?" Wei Ming smiled and said, "Aunt Chung, I am quite busy. I will certainly not be available tonight. What about tomorrow evening?" Aunt Chung, clearly not one to be easily dismissed, immediately pressed further to "We'll see," Wei Ming responded, quickening his pace. After a few steps, Aunt Chung, not being a sprightly young woman of 20, found it difficult to keep up and had to come to a halt. However, she was not one to concede so easily, especially with the allure of that $25 million villa at stake, that as soon as her daughter returned home that evening, she would promptly discuss the matter with her. After all, in the game of love, a woman's initiative could bridge any gap. She held unwavering confidence in her daughter's looks. Upon returning to his residence, which was the same one he had always occupied, Wei Ming noted that the villa was still undergoing renovations and would not be completed for at least another month. Exiting the elevator, he unexpectedly bumped into Mi Xiao Lu, who was taking out the trash. Despite the thick winter clothing, her slim figure was accentuated, especially when she bent down, which left a tantalizing silhouette that was hard to ignore. Mi Xiao Lu was somewhat surprised to see Wei Ming, as she had not encountered him in nearly 4 months and had assumed he had sold the house and moved away. Yet, here he was again, that as before. She regarded Wei Ming with undisguised disdain, her face betraying a clear look of contempt. However, she quickly realized that maintaining such a stiff posture might incite his fantasies. So she hastily stood up with the trash bag and briskly entered the elevator, as if fearing that a lingering glance from Wei Ming might lead to an unexpected consequence, while downstairs disposing of the trash. She inadvertently overheard 2 neighbors discussing none other than Wei Ming. The conversation revolved around the villa and luxury cars, leaving her momentarily stunned. How could it be? This impoverished fellow had somehow transformed into a wealthy magnate. Bewildered, she found herself at a loss. Wei Ming closed the door and reclined on the sofa, reveling in his recent acquisitions, having amassed an impressive quantity of resources, including meat and fruits, to prepare for the impending apocalypse. With at least 90 of his preparations complete, he now had time to indulge in leisure activities that in this new world. Time had become the most precious commodity, as everyone else was rendered idle, merely waiting for their fate. Thus, he felt compelled to curate some entertainment for himself, that a wicked grin spread across his face as he contemplated his conquests. Lu Qing and Mi Xiao Lu were merely pawns in his game. In his previous life, they had humiliated him. Now, they would serve as his loyal hounds for Zui Qing. She was hardly worthy of even that status. She was unfit. Having perished once, Wei Ming had undergone a complete transformation into darkness. Regarding the villa's renovation progress, even while abroad, Xia Bing would frequently update him. They had a contract stipulating that if Xia Bing did not complete the work on time, she would incur significant penalties. Thus, there was no need for Wei Ming to supervise her efforts. His focus remained solely on accumulating resources, primarily food. Although he possessed an abundance of ingredients, he had no desire to cook, that he continued to book banquets at various hotels, often arranging for hundreds or even thousands of tables, determined to spend every last penny before the apocalypse arrived, lest his wealth become mere numbers devoid of value. Even so, he could only expend 4 to 5 million a day. And apart from purchasing and renovating the villa for a total of 55 million, he had not spent much elsewhere. Therefore, with nearly 150 million still to be spent, he needed to maintain a daily expenditure of 5 million for about a month. Indeed, he had ample time. After a long day, Wei Ming finally concluded his work and sent a message to Lu Qing. Same place, 8 o'clock, please take leave for tomorrow. After months of pent-up anticipation, he was eager to release it all, ensuring that Lu Qing would undoubtedly be absent from work the following day. Chapter 11. The sister-in-law's urgency. Before Wei Ming could step out, his phone rang. Initially thinking it was Lu Qing returning his call, he was surprised to see Zui Qing's name on the screen. Was she here to confront him? Fine, did he answer the call? And before he could utter a greeting, Zui Qing impatiently inquired, "Is that villa you bought on the 28th? Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, "Yes." "How could you afford to buy a villa?" Zui Qing exclaimed, incredulous, her voice tinged with an uncontainable anger. "After dating for over 6 months, you never mentioned you were this wealthy. What a scoundrel." Wei Ming chuckled softly. "Why would I need to inform you? I am your girlfriend," Zui Qing retorted firmly. "Not anymore," Wei Ming coldly stated, abruptly ending the call. On the other end, Zui Qing stared at her phone in disbelief. How dare he hang up on her? This was the second time. Infuriated, she nearly dialed him again to unleash a torrent of insults. But the realization that he had indeed purchased a villa quelled her fury. Qing, is that fellow truly wealthy?" Zui Gui asked, his face betraying an unmistakable greed. Beside him, Zuimu Luo Fan and her brother Zui Yang regarded her with eager anticipation. Zui Qing slowly nodded. "That villa is indeed his. As her words settled, Zuimu, and Zui Yang erupted in jubilant excitement. Luo Gui Fan exclaimed, "Perfect. Let Wei Ming relinquish the villa for Yang's wedding, and you can marry him in your old place." "Mom." Zui Qing frowned, clearly displeased. Though she was inclined to assist her brother, she also aspired to reside in a grand villa herself. How splendid it would be! Luo Gui Fan's expression darkened. "What is wrong? You're not happy about your brother getting the villa. Don't forget who raised you, that we're merely asking you to vacate one room. It won't leave you homeless. Besides, if that young man can buy one villa, surely he can acquire a second or a third. Let your brother have a place to marry. Why are you hesitating?" Zui Yang chimed in. "She won't object. Sister loves me the most." Zui Qing could only manage an awkward smile and nod. "All right, let Yang stay in the villa." Zuimu, and Zui Yang cheered once more, as if they had already bid farewell to their renting days and were moving into a luxurious villa, strutting through the neighborhood with newfound confidence, ready to flaunt their status. However, Zui Qing interjected. "But Wei Ming broke up with me a few months ago." "What?" Zui nearly slapped her, his finger trembling as he pointed at Zui Qing. "Are you foolish? Do you want me to hit you?" Luo Gui Fan reassured. "It's all right. They can still reconcile. Our daughter is so beautiful. What man could resist her charms? Qing, you must go find Wei Ming and persuade him to return to you." "Oh, okay." Zhu Qingqing could only acquiesce. Despite her commanding demeanor in front of Wei Ming, she was quite submissive at home, accustomed to compliance, lest she face reprimands or worse. Once their daughter left, Zhu Fugui excitedly declared, "Let us go see our grand villa." Off we go. Zuyang was equally exhilarated. At just 22, he was on the verge of living in a grand villa, reaching the pinnacle of his life. What a thrill! Wei Ming headed straight to a hotel, ensuring that Zhu Qingqing would not cross paths with him. However, en route, he received a call from Xiaobing. "Boss, 3 individuals claiming to be your girlfriend's family, including her parents and brother, are insisting on entering to check things out." Wei Ming chuckled, unfazed by the antics of the Zhu family, that in fact, if they hadn't behaved in such a manner, it would have contradicted his expectations that I don't have a girlfriend. They are imposters. Please escort them out, that if they cause a scene, call the police. And remember to record everything. Some older folks can be quite troublesome. Understood, Xiaobing replied, knowing that those 3 were not his girlfriend's relatives, so there was no need for pleasantries. 7 minutes later, Wei Ming received another call, this time from Zhu Qingqing. "Wei Ming, open the door. I've been knocking for ages." Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, "I'm not home. I've stepped out. Also, we have no relationship anymore. Your actions are considered harassment. If you knock again, I will call the police." Zhu Qingqing found herself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and retorted, "My parents and brother are just here to see the villa and check on the progress. They were merely being considerate. Why did you have the workers chase them away? What kind of logic is that?" Wei Ming shook his head. "What right do they have to enter my villa? I haven't even reported a robbery yet. I'm already being generous." "Zhu Qingqing, are you out of your mind? We broke up 4 months ago. We have no ties. Why is your ego so inflated? Do you want to know how I became wealthy? Fine, I'll tell you that I won a fortune of over 200 million betting on the World Cup, and in the past 4 months, I've invested that money in gold futures in Hong Kong, profiting even more. I now have over 2 billion." That Wei Ming was deliberately lying. Why? To incite Zhu Qingqing's anxiety, that if they had not broken up, wouldn't that fortune have been hers too? But now, over 2 billion, she would be unable to sleep soundly at night. In reality, even 200 million would leave Zhu Qingqing breathless, her mind blank. How much is 200 million? A limited edition handbag costs over 200,000. That 200 million could buy her 1,000 of them. Even if she bought 1 handbag a day, it would last her 3 whole years. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. She was so overwhelmed with excitement that she felt as though she might burst. Her face flushed crimson from the rush of blood. Her breathing grew labored, and she felt as if she might faint at any moment. That it was only then that she realized that Wei Ming had not mentioned 200 million, but rather over 2 billion. Instantly, her tone softened. "Wei Ming, I know you're angry with me. That's why you said that on purpose. In truth, I was just momentarily overwhelmed with emotion when I uttered those words about breaking up. For the past 4 months since you left, I have thought about you every single day, truly." Wei Ming felt goosebumps all over his body. How disgusting. If it were the foolish version of himself from his past life. Hearing her sweet words would have undoubtedly left him enraptured. Unfortunately, the man before her now was a dark, vengeful version. If it weren't for the fact that we had yet to enter the apocalypse, and killing was still a crime, I would have already subjected your entire family to the most torturous fates imaginable. Wei Ming scoffed. "You don't deserve it." With that, he hung up the phone once more. When the apocalypse descends, you will truly understand what it means to wish for death. Chapter 12. Su Jian discovers when Lu Qing received Wei Ming's message, she nearly exploded with rage. "Did you not promise that once you went to Antarctica, you would cease to pester me?" Indeed, for nearly 4 months, Wei Ming had not contacted her, which brought her a sigh of relief, yet she felt a twinge of annoyance. She was so beautiful and captivating. How could Wei Ming truly have stopped contacting her? What a scoundrel. However, now that Wei Ming had reached out to her again, her anger flared anew. How could he break his word and come back to entangle me once more? Is it his intention to ruin my life? Yet she had already stated that once this matter retreated a step, it would retreat 100, 1,000 steps. In order to silence Wei Ming, she had already allowed him to toy with her several times. If she were to tear the FA now, would it not mean that Wei Ming had played her for a fool? Thus, after much contemplation, she finally said to Su Jian, "Darling, I'm going to check on Huan Huan." I might not be back tonight. It's fine. Su Jin replied distractedly while engrossed in his phone. Daddy, you know that your wife is about to offer herself to another man. Lu Qing thought to herself, feeling a mix of pity for her husband and anger at the situation. Clearly, it was Su Jin's idea to pursue wealth, and she was merely assisting passively. Why must she be the one to clean up the mess now? But after having concealed it for so long, could she really reveal the truth now? No, she was determined to keep it hidden for a lifetime. Otherwise, her relationship with Su Jin would undoubtedly suffer cracks. Even if she was forced into infidelity, how could any man accept that? If revealed, it would likely lead to their divorce. With a sigh in her heart, she swayed her ample hips as she exited. At that moment, Su Jin finally lifted his gaze, staring at his wife's curvaceous form with a complex expression. It had been over 10 days, and he had yet to feel any interest in that regard, which left him with an unsettling premonition. He had even visited the hospital, where the doctor informed him that he had indulged excessively, and his kidneys were severely strained. He would need to rest and recuperate for at least 5 or 6 years. Otherwise, he would end up impotent. There was no remedy. His wife was simply too alluring, and Lu Qing was hard to satisfy, especially right after their marriage when having 7 or 8 encounters in a single evening was commonplace. The root of the problem must have stemmed from that time. Just 30 years old, how could he face such a fate? It was far too embarrassing, so he kept it from Lu Qing. His greatest fear now was that Lu Qing would demand her due, forcing him to rely on blue pills. Yet the doctor had warned him that his kidneys were too depleted. Further use of those pills would indeed render him impotent. Thus, when Lu Qing mentioned going out to a friend's place and not returning, he couldn't help but feel relieved, even letting out a long sigh. There was no choice but to have a serious discussion with Lu Qing in a few days. Even if it meant enduring for 5 or 6 years, it was better than living a lifetime merely watching his enchanting wife from afar. As fate would have it, he discovered that the company had hired an outside accounting firm to conduct an audit, which could potentially expose their embezzlement of $30 million over the past 3 years. So, he thought it best to take this opportunity to emigrate, enjoying a life of luxury while evading legal repercussions. Additionally, he could recuperate abroad, perhaps in a tropical, beachside nation with fresh air and no industrial pollution, which might expedite his recovery. The thought of his wife's enchanting allure ignited a fire within him. Yet his body felt like stagnant water, intensifying his resolve to restore his health. After leaving the community, Lu Qing couldn't help but call Wei Ming, exclaiming, "Didn't you promise me that once you went to Antarctica, you would stop pestering me?" Wei Ming offered no explanation, that he was the one in control and had no need to justify himself. That it's been so long. I've missed your enticing self. He chuckled, wanting to stir the pot a little. Wei Ming, I warn you. Lu Qing gritted her teeth, but was interrupted by Wei Ming. Shall I have a chat with your husband? Wei Ming said languidly. You bastard. Lu Qing spat in fury. Wei Ming remained unfazed. This woman had inexplicably made his life difficult for 3 years, always finding various excuses to humiliate him, all because he resembled her ex-boyfriend. You were the one who courted me first, with no other option. Lu Qing reluctantly acquiesced, calling out to him in a submissive tone. Just as she had said before, once the line is crossed, it is easy to retreat further. A night passed as Su Jin prepared to head to work. He received a phone call. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he was taken aback to see it was his wife's friend, Huan. But wasn't Lu Qing supposed to be with her? He answered the phone. You go. Where's Qing? I can't reach her. Huan inquired. Su Jin was stunned. Lu Qing should have been with her. Right. A sense of foreboding surged within him, and his hands trembled. Yet he held onto a glimmer of hope and feigned calmness. Perhaps her phone is dead. By the way, last November, Lu Qing wanted to invite you to New Zealand. Why haven't you two gone yet? Last November. Huan recalled and chuckled. I couldn't go. I was sent on a business trip. Su Jin's mind went blank. Why was his wife deliberately lying to him? Why had she spent several consecutive nights away? Could it be that he had been cheated on? Hello, Sugo. Huan's voice broke through his dazed. I was just a bit distracted. By the way, Lu Qing has been quite busy lately. It's best not to bother her. Let her rest well, and we can talk later. Su Jin gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. All right then, Huan replied and hung up. Wretched woman, wretched woman. Su Jin set down his phone, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Just yesterday, Lu Qing had claimed to be caring for Huan, Yet the truth was, she was off with another man. Su Jian longed to confront that scoundrel immediately and exact his revenge. However, the thought quickly dissipated. He and Lu Qing's interests were intertwined that if he were to force Lu Qing into a corner, she would surely expose their conspiracy to embezzle 30 million from the company, and he would end up behind bars. But could he really let that wretched woman off so easily, as Su Jian's mind raced? A sinister smile crept across his face. Perfect. He had been considering emigration, and now he would quietly transfer all their assets into his name. Once abroad, he would write a letter to the company reporting her, leaving Lu Qing to bear the consequences alone while he enjoyed a life of luxury overseas, that if he were still capable in that regard, he wouldn't want to part with such a stunningly beautiful and alluring wife. Yet the doctor had insisted he needed 5 to 6 years of recuperation. With 30 million at his disposal, what was there to worry about finding a younger, more beautiful, and even more enchanting new wife in 5 or 6 years? Wretched woman, you brought this upon yourself. Chapter 13. Are you really borrowing money from Wei Ming? After the storm had passed, Lu Mei coldly stated, I know what you're planning. You keep asking me to spend nights away, hoping to arouse my husband's suspicions, leading to our divorce, so you can use my secrets to coerce me into marrying you, right? She firmly believed that Wei Ming was lusting after her beauty and body, a conclusion she reached simply by noting how one night with him was never enough, that you're quite confident. But unfortunately, you are merely my plaything. Wei Ming chuckled. Do you believe that after some time, even if I urge you to leave, you'll end up on your knees begging me to take you back? Ha ha. Lu Qing laughed until tears threatened to spill. Don't think that because a toad has tasted swan meat, you can indulge in daydreams. Me begging you? Wei Ming, do you even know who you are? If not for the fact that you hold my secrets, I wouldn't even allow you to kneel and lick my shoes. Wei Ming was unfazed. Instead, he gave Lu Qing a thumbs up and grinned. When the time comes that you need me to take you back, haha, all those things you're currently refusing will have to be done. He had only entered through the front door, after all. How could that be enough? Lu Qing sneered. Dream on. Wei Ming, I've told you before and I'll say it again. Even if I end up in prison because of you, I will never give in to you. She left the statement unfinished, disgusted. Tisk, still so high and mighty. Huh. Wei Ming laughed heartily. Good. I enjoy your indomitable spirit, and if you surrender too quickly, my sense of achievement would diminish greatly. His interest surged. Let us do this again. In the afternoon, after leaving the hotel, Wei Ming did not head straight back to the community, but instead purchased a dog. Why would he want a dog? Firstly, life after the apocalypse is bound to be monotonous. Adopting a dog could alleviate the tedium. Secondly, dogs possess acute hearing, serving as a precautionary measure. Therefore, he did not purchase a pet dog but had long since set his sights on a native breed, specifically a Chinese rural dog. That a pet dog would not suffice, as it is not intended for guarding the home. This particular dog is a black native breed, recently weaned, yet already displaying a fierce demeanor, growling incessantly at Wei Ming. However, after spending some time with it, especially after feeding it, the puppy seemed to recognize Wei Ming as its new owner, ceasing its hostility and instead wagging its tail in a clear display of affection. A name must be chosen. Entirely black. He chuckled, saying, from now on, you shall be called Xiao He. That he embraced the dog and entered the elevator, only to fortuitously encounter Mi Xiao Lu upon exiting. Upon seeing Xiao He, Mi Xiao Lu immediately expressed her disgust, exclaiming, you actually keep such a rustic pet. She held a profound disdain for native dogs. Wei Ming was not one to indulge her, replying coolly, the reason the Chinese rural dog is referred to as a native dog is that it is indigenous to our country. It has nothing to do with your superficial notions of rusticity. Have you been brainwashed into believing that keeping a dog elevates your status? Mi Xiao Lu felt a surge of anger, but, considering Wei Ming's formidable strength and the intense gaze he directed at her, she dared not retaliate, retreating into her home without even taking out the trash. When Guohai returned that evening, she could not help but recount her encounter with Wei Ming earlier that day, expressing her utter contempt for Xiao He and concluding, indeed, rustic individuals are only fit to keep rustic dogs. 4 months passed, during which both of them chose to forget the incident. Yet everyone was aware that it had become a thorn, pricking at each heart, and their apparent reconciliation was merely a fade. Guohai, however, showed no inclination to agree with her, his brow furrowed, revealing a preoccupied demeanor. Darling, what troubles you? Mi Xiao Lu inquired eagerly. Guahai exhaled deeply. We are about to incur a significant debt. How could that be? Mi Xiao Lu quickly responded. Darling, your prior investments were quite successful. Were they not? Guahai forced a smile. It was precisely because my earlier investments were successful that I became greedy, not only investing all our savings but also borrowing substantial sums. I never anticipated the sudden disappearance of the polar icebergs, which triggered a global risk aversion among investors, causing a surge in gold prices. Unfortunately, I had shorted gold, and if the prices do not decline, I will face a margin call tomorrow, losing everything. Losing all our money and drowning in debt. What are we to do? Mi Xiao Lu exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. How could you invest all our money? And you borrowed more? Guahai, gripping his hair in frustration, lamented. How was I to know that gold prices would soar unexpectedly? The economic reports indicated an upward trend. Who could have predicted that the polar icebergs would vanish? Igniting a global flight to safety. What shall we do now? Mi Xiao Lu panicked. Guahai pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. Isn't Wei Ming striking it rich? I heard from the neighbors that he even bought a villa in our community outright. He probably is, Mi Xiao Lu nodded. But what does his wealth have to do with us? Guahai looked at her earnestly. You should approach him and ask to borrow some money, that I believe that if we can withstand this period. International gold prices will eventually drop at that point. We can not only repay our debts, but also make a significant profit, alleviating our financial worries for the rest of our lives, to Mi Xiao Lu. However, rejected this notion outright. We are not friends with Wei Ming. In fact, we've argued several times, causing quite the unpleasantness. Why on earth would he lend us money? And why should I be the one to ask? She harbored a deep aversion towards that rustic man. Guahai put on a charming smile. My beautiful wife, with your allure, what man could possibly resist your charm? Go and ask him. I am certain he will agree. Mi Xiao Lu could hardly believe her ears. After a brief pause, she retorted, What if he demands that I sleep with him? You've slept with others before, haven't you? Guahai blurted out. This infuriated Mi Xiao Lu, who leaped at him, exclaiming, Guahai, I've told you countless times that I have never been unfaithful. Did you not promise to cherish our life together and refrain from bringing that up again? Guahai replied, Do you think I would willingly wear a green hat? But you must understand, if gold prices continue to rise tomorrow, I will have no choice but to liquidate my position. Losing all the money I put in, this house has already been mortgaged. Without funds to cover the margin, we will be evicted. Do you wish to end up on the streets? Mi Xiao Lu trembled at the thought. She was a refined woman, accustomed to a life of modest affluence, positioning herself above the ordinary. The idea of homelessness, with former classmates deriding her, filled her with dread. She could not bear the thought of being destitute. The only solution was to beseech Wei Ming for financial assistance. Chapter 14. Have you embedded diamonds? I will think about it. Mi Xiao Lu conceded slightly that we must secure the funds today. Guahai insisted, Tomorrow we need to cover the margin. If we fail to do so, we are finished. Mi Xiao Lu slumped, speechless. Guahai continued to persuade her. At worst, just close your eyes and pretend it's me. It would only take a few minutes, after all. But you must ensure he transfers the money first. Mi Xiao Lu, unable to suppress her sarcasm, remarked, You truly are magnanimous, encouraging your wife to sell herself. Guahai awkwardly defended himself. Isn't this for the sake of our family? Mi Xiao Lu felt utterly exhausted, and after much contemplation, she resolved to seek the money. She could not endure the humiliation of being evicted. If her classmates and friends discovered her plight, she would rather die. All right, I will go find Wei Ming now, she declared through gritted teeth. That it was evident that Wei Ming would not lend the money without cause. Especially not several million, that she would undoubtedly need to pay a hefty price. Guahai was equally troubled. What man would willingly allow his wife to sell herself? Yet, he harbored an unresolved doubt. Mi Xiao Lu's past infidelities. If she had already been unfaithful, why not contribute to the household? He merely nodded in agreement. But Mi Xiao Lu felt deeply upset, aware of her husband's sordid thoughts, despite her numerous explanations of her innocence. She grew increasingly frustrated and purposely began applying makeup in front of Guahai. Furthermore, she rummaged through her wardrobe, trying on various sexy lingerie, asking, Darling, as a man, which outfit do you find the most alluring? Guahai, seething with jealousy, replied, Mi Xiao Lu, do not go too far. Ha ha ha. Mi Xiao Lu laughed heartily. You've already pushed your wife to sell herself. What more can be considered excessive after saying this? She provocatively swayed her hips toward the door, exuding an air of seduction. That moment. Wahai felt an overwhelming urge to pull her back, but considering the impending debt and Mi Xiao Lu's past indiscretions, he remained rooted to his chair, unable to move. As she opened the door, Mi Xiao Lu hesitated slightly, offering Wahai an opportunity to speak. Tragically, even when she slammed the door shut, he did not utter a word. She arrived at Wei Ming's doorstep, adjusted her mindset, and summoned her courage to knock. This act was not solely for her husband, but also for herself. Moments later, the door opened. Wei Ming was somewhat taken aback to find Mi Xiao Lu knocking on his door. The apocalypse had yet to arrive, and he had not lured her with clean water or food. How had this woman come to his doorstep? He inquired, "What do you want?" He held no goodwill toward Mi Xiao Lu. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Could you let me in, please?" Wei Ming had no fear of allowing a woman into his home. He smiled and said, "Come in." Interesting, this was becoming intriguing. Mi Xiao Lu stepped inside and perched herself on the sofa, sitting upright and appearing quite stiff. "Speak," Wei Ming said coolly. Mi Xiao Lu gritted her teeth. She had to confront the situation. "Could you lend me some money?" Huh. This was indeed a novel request. Wei Ming recalled that until the apocalypse struck, this couple had not faced any financial issues. Why were they suddenly asking him for money? "What do you need the money for? And how much do you require?" he asked. Mi Xiao Lu proceeded to explain the predicament her family faced, concluding, "If we could just hold on during this period, once the gold prices drop, we can make a fortune. Lend me 5 million. I'll return 6 million in half a month." She held a deep disdain for Wei Ming, so she preferred to offer him a higher interest rate rather than be at his mercy. Of course, this was merely a dream, and would the gold prices indeed drop in half a month? Wei Ming's expression grew peculiar. The neighboring family faced financial ruin, and the source of their troubles was none other than him. He had emptied the polar icebergs, triggering global risk aversion, which caused gold prices to soar, dragging the previously stable neighboring family into dire financial straits. The butterfly effect had certainly escalated. Indeed, emptying the polar icebergs had far-reaching consequences. Nevertheless, lending the money was out of the question. The repercussions of the polar icebergs being depleted cannot be swiftly remedied. Thus, the price of gold is destined to ascend without any prospect of decline. Consequently, the neighbor is compelled to incessantly replenish their stocks, a veritable abyss of expenditure. Wei Ming shook his head. "No loans for you." "Why not? Are you dissatisfied with the interest?" Mi Xiao Lu quickly interjected. "I can offer more." Wei Ming chuckled. "The high interest you speak of is predicated on the assumption that gold prices will fall. But what if they do not? Forget about the interest. You wouldn't even be able to repay the principal. So, do not attempt to entice me with illusions." Mi Xiao Lu bit her lip, realizing that this rustic fool was indeed not easily deceived. She was left with no choice but to employ her final tactic. "What if I were to join you?" she declared, lifting her alabaster neck, exuding pride akin to a swan. "That if you were willing to lend me money, you could have me." Wei Ming burst into laughter. "Do you have any idea how much it would cost to fill the hole your family has dug? Even an investment of 5 million would merely create a ripple, while 20 million or even 50 million would be necessary. Surely, you must have diamonds embedded below." The preceding remarks drained color from Mi Xiao Lu's cheeks, while the final quip ignited a blush upon her visage. This rustic fool was indeed crass. She retorted hastily, "The price of gold will inevitably drop. It cannot continue to rise indefinitely." Wei Ming waved his hand dismissively. "As for borrowing money, consider it out of the question. However, if you ever find yourself in dire straits, I wouldn't mind taking you in. Just like my little black dog, it would be no trouble to care for another." Mi Xiao Lu could hardly believe her ears. You dare to liken me to a dog?" She nearly exploded with indignation. Wei Ming chuckled. "Isn't that a reflection of your own humiliation, and considering how others have easily pierced your defenses? How should I address the insults you've hurled at me in the past?" Mi Xiao Lu found herself at a loss for words. In her eyes, Wei Ming was hardly her equal, merely a rustic fool, while she belonged to the elite class. Yet, if Wei Ming refused to lend her money, where could she possibly procure funds? In a position of need, she inevitably found herself at a disadvantage, and thus, she implored, "Wei Ming, I beg you, if you do not lend me money, my family will be finished." Wei Ming remained unmoved, replying with a grin. If you sleep with me just once, I will give you 10,000. That's quite a generous offer. 1,000 nights would amount to 10 million. In your dreams. Not a chance. Michao Lu maintained her defiance, rising to storm out. She was no common courtesan. Chapter 15. Distorting Truths. A family of villains, Wei Ming, of course, made no move to pursue her. His interest in Michao Lu stemmed entirely from her perpetually haughty demeanor, which fueled his desire to crush her arrogance beneath his heel. He had no intention of stooping low to plead or beg. What would that make him? After being reborn, he would not revert to being a sycophant. Instead, he aspired to be a collector of goddesses. And Michao Lu, in his estimation, did not even qualify as a goddess, but merely a plaything. Furthermore, according to Michao Lu's assertions, as long as gold prices continued to rise, Guohai would find himself unable to replenish his stocks and would be forced to liquidate, leading to his imminent bankruptcy, that he was content to wait and watch. After a while, he heard the sounds of a heated argument emanating from next door, particularly Guohai's voice, which roared like thunder. He must be blaming his wife for not doing enough, Wei Ming mused. Indeed, Michao Lu had merely painted a picture of hope without even shedding her clothing, let alone allowing any further intimacy. To Guohai, it was evident that his wife was failing to deliver, that you've been with other men, yet when faced with adversity at home, you suddenly become protective of your body. Could Guohai not be enraged? It must be said that the previously used condom had proven to be far more effective than anticipated. Wei Ming smiled faintly and soon drifted into a deep slumber, while the little black dog, fully fed and content, lay peacefully in its dog bed in the living room. Though Wei Ming slept soundly, chaos erupted in the Zhou household. Upon discovering their daughter had failed to win Wei M, Lu Kundong reached out to grasp Wei Ming's chest. Look, Wei Ming sighed and decisively countered. Bang. One punch landed, and then another. With those two blows, Lu Kundong immediately swayed unsteadily and collapsed onto the ground. Unfortunately, this was not the apocalypse. Otherwise, Wei Ming would not have needed to resort to his fists. A casual retrieval of a firearm from another dimension would have had Lu Kundong kneeling before him, begging for mercy that he has killed someone. Wei Ming has killed someone. Ma Yuelon immediately shrieked while coldly smirking at Wei Ming. Prepare to compensate. If you refuse, brace yourself for incarceration. This family seemed to have money on their minds, fixated on monetary gain. Wei Ming promptly pulled out his phone to report the incident. Yes. Someone is attempting to extort me. I have no choice but to call the police. Despite witnessing Wei Ming alert the authorities, Ma Yuelon remained unfazed. For her, muddling truth and falsehood was merely routine. Before long, the security personnel arrived, that Ma Yuelon wasted no time, immediately casting herself as the victim, claiming that Wei Ming had been walking his dog without a leash, which had subsequently bitten her pet. Wei Ming, however, refused to accept any blame and insisted that she had provoked him, demanding 200,000 yuan in compensation. When he declined, she summoned her son, who then attempted to assault him, leaving Wei Ming with no choice but to defend himself. Unexpectedly, Lu Kundong, despite his size, was unable to withstand the blows, collapsing to the ground. But I'm not faking it. I truly feel dizzy. He had previously engaged in deception, but the impact of Wei Ming's punches had left him genuinely disoriented. With both sides presenting their accounts, what was to be done? Wei Ming, with a slight smile, remarked, in truth, it was her dog that was unrestrained, leading to a skirmish between the two. I had no intention of demanding compensation from her. Yet she insisted on a payment. When I refused, she brought her son to confront me, and when he attempted to strike me, I naturally had to protect myself. That I was taken aback by how easily he crumbled. I suspect he was merely staging a scene. Lu Kundong, alarmed, retorted, I'm not faking. I genuinely feel faint. He had indeed engaged in deception before, but the severity of Wei Ming's punches had left him feeling genuinely dazed. What to do in this situation where each party was steadfastly defending their own narrative? It was simple enough. Wei Ming continued, when the dogs clashed, I was caught off guard, but given the imposing figure approaching me, I prudently recorded the entire incident. Both Lu Kundong and Ma Yuelon were taken aback. This individual had secretly recorded the altercation. What now? Initially, both parties were firm in their stances, but the fact remained that Lu Kundong had indeed been struck. Wei Ming could only acquiesce to compensation, lest he face potential legal repercussions. However, Lu Kundong had not been grievously injured. If he had instigated the confrontation, which side would the police favor? Wei Ming retrieved his phone and displayed the video to the two security personnel. In a moment of impulsive recklessness, Lu Kundong seized the phone from him and smashed it against the ground, shattering it to pieces. His imposing stature surpassed that of the two security officers. And no one had anticipated such boldness, allowing him to act with impunity. Lu Kundong feigned innocence, saying, "Oh dear, I must have slipped up, my apologies. Rest assured I will compensate for the phone, while a phone might not cost much." If he could firmly assert that Wei Ming had caused him a concussion, he could extort a significant sum. The two security personnel found themselves in a quandary. With the phone destroyed, the evidence was gone. What now? Yet, Wei Ming simply smiled and produced another phone from his pocket. "Oh, I must have grabbed the wrong one." This device contains the relevant footage that he glanced at Lu Kundong, whose face had paled, and added, "Would you care to accidentally break it again?" "No worries. I've already uploaded a backup to the cloud." Lu Kundong had indeed contemplated repeating his previous action, but Wei Ming's words compelled him to abandon that thought. Wei Ming handed the phone to the two security officers, demonstrating remarkable caution and foresight that in truth. He had merely swapped out the phone Lu Kundong had shattered with an identical model. He had quickly activated a spatial portal to retrieve the original device and replaced it with this one. Observant individuals might have noticed a brief bulge in his pocket as the phone, propelled by momentum, impacted the fabric. The two security officers reviewed the footage, and the truth became evident. Lu Kundong had instigated the altercation. As Wei Ming had stated, he was merely defending himself, that "I do not seek any additional compensation for emotional distress. I only request an apology from these two, that moreover, this lady ought to reflect on her actions. In the future, she must ensure her dog is leashed at all times. Of course, compensation for the broken phone is expected." Realizing they would not be able to extort any money from Wei Ming, Ma Yuelan and her son resorted to obstinacy. "You want us to apologize? Not a chance. We might as well get arrested," they shouted defiantly. Faced with such obstinacy, the two security officers felt helpless. After all, Wei Ming had not sustained any injuries. Would they really arrest this mother and son over such a trivial matter? No way. Why were they so brazen? Because the cost of extortion was exceedingly low. If successful, they would reap a substantial profit. If not, they would merely have to apologize, a risk that paled in comparison to the potential reward. Wei Ming scoffed softly, his thoughts shifting as he activated the spatial portal at the throats of Lu Kundong and Ma Yuelan, delivering a potent laxative that swiftly entered their stomachs, that he then casually remarked, "Fine, I want to demand an apology. After all, such apologies from people like you are as worthless as flatulence. However, compensation for the broken phone is non-negotiable." Lu Kundong was naturally reluctant to pay. Yet since he had smashed the phone himself, he had no choice that if the phone's value was significant, he would surely find himself in custody. "That I'll pay." He grumbled begrudgingly. Wei Ming smiled slightly. 10,000 yuan. "Will it be via WeChat or Alipay?" "What?" Lu Kundong immediately erupted. "You're robbing me." Wei Ming shrugged. "The latest Para 70 Ultra. You can check the price online. IVE even reduced it by 999 yuan for you. Isn't that generous? A simple thank you would suffice." Faced with Wei Ming's banter, Lu Kundong was far from amused. One of the security personnel added, "This phone is indeed Huawei's latest model. The high-end version retails for 10,999 yuan, and it's in high demand, with scalpers charging an additional 1,000. Lu Kundong felt a deep pang of regret. However, if he didn't pay up, the potential consequences were severe enough to land him in jail for several days. He had no choice but to comply. After transferring the money, he turned to Wei Ming with a chilling smile. "You better spend this money wisely." He gritted his teeth, his resentment palpable, a clear threat. Was Wei Ming intimidated? Not at all. Regardless of the spatial abilities at his disposal, his physical prowess alone would allow him to take on 10 adversaries simultaneously. "A month from now, should you speak to me in such a manner, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." That he would not tolerate any threats against himself. He would rather err on the side of caution. For now, he would allow them to stew overnight. Wei Ming smiled, continuing his leisurely stroll with the dog. Ma Yuelan and her son returned home in a huff. Upon entering, Ma Yuelan's husband, Lu Feng, inquired, "Why are you back so early?" "Don't mention it. I'm furious." Ma Yuelan fumed. "That little brat will pay for this." From tomorrow onward, I will spread all sorts of rumors about him to tarnish his reputation in the community." Just as Lu Kundong was about to speak, he suddenly clutched his stomach, which gurgled ominously. He dashed to the bathroom. Emma Yuelan's stomach soon echoed the same distressing sounds. She hurried to the bathroom door, knocking frantically. "Son, are you done? I need to go too." "I'm not finished," Lu Kundong hollered, barely able to contain himself. However, Ma Yuelan could no longer hold it in that it was diarrhea, after all, not something one could easily suppress. In desperation, she ran to the balcony, pulled down her pants, and squatted in the laundry basin. Plush! Lu Feng couldn't help but retch at the sight. The following day, before Ma Yuelan had even begun to spread rumors about Wei Ming, she had unwittingly become the laughingstock of the community. It turned out that someone had captured the image of her in the laundry basin and shared it in the neighborhood group chat. What a colossal joke! Who would defecate in their own laundry basin? Wouldn't their clothes carry a foul odor as well? Oh dear! We must keep our distance from that family to avoid their stench. Thus, even if Ma Yuelan intended to malign Wei Ming, she would need an audience willing to listen to. As it stood, the residents of the community were avoiding her like the plague, some even pinching their noses upon sighting her. Ma Yuelan was truly infuriated. Upon learning of this turn of events, Wei Ming could not help but chuckle. The reason he had administered the laxative was merely to impose a slight punishment. After all, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and he could not afford to act with lethal intent. Even if he attracted suspicion and was summoned to the police station for questioning, what if the timing coincided with the onset of the apocalypse? He would be trapped outside. Unexpectedly, Ma Yuelan presented him with a surprise. However, this surprise was tinged with an overpowering scent. Deservedly so, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Wei Ming was suddenly jolted by the sound of relentless knocking at the door. Though it was not his door that was being pounded, but that of his neighbors. Curious about the commotion, Wei Ming opened the door to find 4 men outside, each exuding an aura of menace. Upon noticing Wei Ming, they all fixed him with fierce, threatening glares. "Debt collectors, none of your concern. Return to your dwelling." One of the men barked at Wei Ming that a realization washed over him. The gold futures invested by Guahai must have collapsed, and the borrowed money was due. Online lending platforms are courteous while extending loans, yet become ruthlessly aggressive when it comes to debt recovery. Why is it that they present themselves as civilized individuals when borrowing money, only to transform into menacing creatures when repayment is due? The man who had shouted at Wei Ming turned away and banged on Guahai's door, yelling, "Pay up quickly. You can hide from the first day of the month, but not from the 15th that we will come every day. Today, we are being quite civil. Tomorrow, the day after. Haha, we might resort to throwing paint or worse. Furthermore, we will hang banners in the community, informing everyone that you owe money and refuse to pay." After this declaration, the door finally swung open. It was Miss Xiaolu who emerged, her face a mask of fear. "That we don't have any money right now. Please grant us a little more time that we will repay you." "I swear, ditto. Still a beauty, are we?" The 4 men simultaneously revealed lecherous expressions at the sight of her. What a figure! If she were to work at a high-end establishment, she would undoubtedly be the star attraction. The leader of the group, sporting a sinister grin, remarked, "Every day that passes, you must pay an additional day's interest. Not to mention the principal. Just the interest alone is over 2,000 a day. How do you plan to repay that? However, I do have a suggestion. How about you spend a night with us each day as a form of interest repayment?" Miss Xiaolu's face turned pale as she realized the implications. She had always considered herself part of the elite, mingling with affluent individuals in upscale restaurants, never imagining she would find herself entangled with such ruffians. The lewd remarks sent her spiraling into panic rather than anger. The crux of the matter? After the investment debacle, Guahai had fled. Yes, he had abandoned her without a backward glance, leaving her to bear the burden of the fallout alone. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I will repay the money. Now, please leave, or I will call the police." The 4 men erupted into laughter, completely unfazed at "Go ahead and call the police." The leader scoffed, "We haven't harmed you or broken down your door. On the contrary, seeking repayment of debts is a matter of principle. Do you think the police will prevent us from collecting what is owed?" Miss Xiaolu quickly dismissed the idea of calling the authorities. Indeed, these 4 had not physically harmed her, so what good would it do? Even if the police drove them away, they could easily return. Did she intend to keep calling the police? Her gaze fell upon Wei Ming, who stood by, arms crossed, observing the spectacle. Did I in that moment? He seemed like a lifeline. Wei Ming, please help me. I'm begging you. The leader of the group shot Wei Ming an irritated glance. Weren't you told to go back inside? Don't push your luck, or you might get hurt. Wei Ming ignored him entirely and addressed me Xiaolu. It's simple. Come into my place, and I assure you they won't dare knock. However, he gestured toward the small black dog beside him, implying, the price for entry is to become my pet. Mi Xiaolu bit her lip, at a loss for words. She was hesitant to make such a decision. The leader of the group, noticing her indecision, stormed toward Wei Ming, shoving him as if to force him back inside. Wei Ming responded not with a shove, but with a deft grip and a ah. The leader yelped as Wei Ming seized his wrist, trapping it as if in a vice, causing him excruciating pain. The other 3 men rushed at Wei Ming. With lightning speed, Wei Ming delivered 3 powerful kicks, sending the 3 men sprawling to the ground. They knelt, clutching their abdomens, sweat beads forming on their foreheads. To be quiet and stay put. I haven't spoken to you. Wei Ming patted the leader's shoulder and released him, appearing quite amiable, which only made the man recoil in terror. Wei Ming turned his attention back to Mi Xiaolu. Seeing her still paralyzed with indecision, he shrugged and began to retreat. Wait! Mi Xiaolu quickly followed him, pausing at the threshold before finally stepping inside. Wei Ming addressed the 4 men. I don't care if you collect debts from the neighbor, but disturbing me is unacceptable. Moreover, should I catch a whiff of anything foul, well, then I won't be so courteous. The 4 men were clearly unwilling to relent, but having witnessed Wei Ming's prowess, they dared not protest. With a resounding thud, Wei Ming shut the door, leaving the 4 men trembling. What now, boss? One of them queried. Should we call the police? Another suggested. The leader slapped his palm against his forehead. Don't forget what we're here for. Call the police. What are you thinking? Let us go find the man of the household. He borrowed the money, and the IOU is in his name. Who else should we seek? Chapter 18. Wahai weeps in anguish. Mi Xiaolu sat on the sofa, feeling exceedingly nervous and constrained. Yet, amidst her anxiety, there was a flicker of admiration. How had her husband handled the debt collectors? He had fled. Yes, he abandoned her to face the consequences alone. But Wei Ming, he, though unrelated to the matter, had bravely stepped forward, even managing to chase away the 4 thugs. Women often find themselves drawn to strength, and at that moment, Mi Xiaolu felt a twinge of admiration for Wei Ming. That it was but a fleeting feeling, as she still regarded herself as a member of the affluent class, while Wei Ming seemed like a destitute individual who had stumbled in a fortune, and no matter how wealthy he might be, he remained merely a nouveau riche in her eyes, and thus she believed they were worlds apart. For this reason, she was reluctant to let anyone know just how far she had fallen, even if it meant paying a hefty price to maintain the fade of her former happiness. That I cannot allow anyone to mock me. The thought of how those who had once envied her would look upon her downfall sent chills down her spine. No, I must not let anyone know. Wei Ming casually inquired. Where is your husband? The mere mention of Guahai ignited feelings of anger rather than guilt within Mi Xiaolu. She scoffed. He ran away. The moment the market crashed, he left home and has not returned, ignoring all calls and messages. What a cowardly man. Wei Ming chuckled. I actually have a plan to make him come back to you. How? Mi Xiaolu was intrigued. The thought of being toyed with by Wei Ming would be a great humiliation, but who was to blame for her predicament? Guahai. Had he not made reckless investments? Would she have found herself in such a dire situation? Wei Ming smiled slightly, then took her phone, asking Mi Xiaolu to unlock it. He opened WeChat, navigated to her chat with Guahai, selected to send a photo, took a snapshot while wrapping an arm around Mi Xiaolu's waist, and pressed send in one fluid motion. Within 3 seconds, Mi Xiaolu's phone chimed with an incoming call from Guahai. She answered the call. Mi Xiaolu, how could you be so shameless? I just left for a few days, and you couldn't wait to find another man. What do you mean by sending me that picture? Are you trying to force me into a divorce? Let me remind you that the debts we incurred during our marriage are joint liabilities, so you can't escape. Further, when I asked you to accompany Wei Ming to bed, you refused, but now that my futures have collapsed, you willingly offering yourself? Facing Guahai's hysterical rant, Mi Xiaolu felt a surge of vengeful delight. She retorted coldly, you owe a significant sum of money, yet ran away, leaving me, a vulnerable woman, to contend with debt collectors, and you have the gall to blame me. You need to come back and settle your debts. Otherwise, I might just sleep with Wei Ming, right here in our home. In our bedroom, on our bed. Guahai trembled with rage, stammering, You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare. What was there for me Xiaolu to fear? Once a woman turns to darkness, she has nothing left to lose. She hung up on Guahai and promptly sent a video. Guahai answered to me. Xiaolu leaned in and kissed Wei Ming, then nestled against him, casting a defiant glance at Guahai. Do you see if I dare? Guahai was infuriated. You specifically sent me a video just to let me witness your infidelity. Fine, fine, fine. He gritted through clenched teeth, trying to salvage his dignity. Wei Ming, she's just a used shoe, and she carries a mountain of debt. If you want her, take her. Wei Ming chuckled. Isn't she's still your wife? Guahai was rendered speechless. Mi Xiaolu, filled with rage, turned to Wei Ming. I was brought home with a hefty bride price. And now I'm being offered as a gift to you. Could Guahai endure such humiliation? You lowlife, he yelled before abruptly ending the video call. Did he dare confront them? Owing such a substantial sum of money. Returning home would undoubtedly result in a brutal reckoning. Yet, recalling the words of Mitsai earlier, he realized he had irrevocably donned a metaphorical green hat, which ignited a furious blaze within Guahai. But what recourse did he have? With a heart full of despair, he burst into tears. Why had the polar ice caps vanished? Had they remained, he would not have suffered such a loss, leaving him with nothing but the proverbial shirt on his back while his wife was subjected to the whims of others in his own home. The hatred, such overwhelming hatred. Wei Ming had promised Mitsai he would fend off a debt collector for her, and in return, she would express her gratitude that, of course, this was merely a temporary arrangement. Once the apocalypse descended, he would surely be her master. In fact, he envisioned a time when countless individuals would vie to be his pets, be they renowned starlets or distinguished socialites. When survival was at stake, status held little value. Mitsai, however, was quite appealing, possessing a beauty that surpassed Lu Qing, though her bosom was slightly less ample. Yet a C-cup was certainly acceptable. As the days passed, Wei Ming either met with Lu Qing or Mitsai. Ensuring neither was aware of the other's existence, he frequently engaged in profound discussions about life with Lu Qing in hotels, while his moments with Mitsai were spent at home, but he planned to whisk them both away to his villa once the world descended into chaos. Life in the apocalypse would be dreadfully monotonous. One must seek amusement. Walking his dog, Wei Ming took Xiaohong downstairs. After only a few steps, he encountered an older woman approaching him, leading someone by the hand. She called out, Xiao Wei, I brought my daughter for you two to have a good chat. Chapter 19. What confidence! It was Aunt Chung. Wei Ming felt somewhat speechless, having previously brushed her off. He had hoped she would forget the encounter after a few days. Yet here she was, bringing her daughter right to his doorstep. Was this the allure of 25 million? If 25 million could provoke such fervor, what about 200 million? Alas, in just over a month, everyone's wealth would be reset to zero. Wealth and status would be entirely reshuffled. In that time, the more food and clean water one possessed, the higher their worth. Moreover, greater physical strength could alter one's fate, leading to rapid wealth through plunder. Aunt Chung promptly pushed her daughter forward, introducing her. This is my daughter, Zhao Cece, 28 years old, a master's graduate, currently working at a bank. Zhao Cece displayed a composed, haughty smile as she greeted. Hello. Wei Ming observed her. She stood approximately 167 centimeters tall, quite slender, perhaps a bit too slender, with a flat chest that if her face were concealed, it would be difficult to distinguish her front from her back. Her looks, enhanced with makeup, barely surpassed a score of 60, just managing to meet the threshold of beauty. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Cece, Wei Ming turned to Aunt Chung and said, Aunt Chung, I'm not looking to date at the moment. It's a bit premature. Premature? Aunt Chung retorted, quite assertively. Men marry, women marry. You two should talk and communicate well. Ah, how enthusiastic. Woof woof. Xiaohong had grown impatient. What were these humans doing, interfering with his owner's leisurely stroll? If it weren't for his owner's commands, he would have bitten them. Wei Ming pulled Xiaohong forward, and Zhao Cece immediately exhibited a hint of displeasure. However, with a push from Aunt Chung, she reluctantly walked alongside Wei Ming. After a few steps, she spoke in a lofty tone. Many pursue me, but my mother insists I give you a chance. Out of respect for her, I'll grant you this opportunity. Wei Ming chuckled. What confidence you possess. I'm curious to see just how peculiar you can be. He then inquired, "What are your criteria for a partner?" "Height above 178 cm, local residency, under 30 years of age, with a car and house free of loans. As for bank savings, at least 2 million. "I suppose," Zhao Cixi replied with a nonchalant tone. Wei Ming was taken aback. "Are you making a wish?" Zhao Cixi shot him a disdainful look that is hardly amusing. "Surely you're aware of the gender imbalance in our country? There are 30 million men without wives. Given my conditions, is it unreasonable to select from among them?" "No, but on what basis do you think you can pick and choose from 30 million men?" "Enough, enough. You've been indoctrinated by toxic rhetoric," he thought, dismissing the argument. The so-called 30 million men without wives and 100 million leftover women were merely constructs of societal norms designed to create division and manipulate both men and women. In the face of the impending apocalypse, such matters would become trivial. Survival was humanity's sole concern. Moreover, once societal order crumbled, would the existing institution of marriage even endure? Wei Ming coolly remarked, "I have no desire to waste your time. Nor do I find you appealing. You should reserve this opportunity for someone else." Zhao Cixi fumed, her anger causing her to stamp her foot, but it left no impression on Wei Ming, who had already lost interest. Upon seeing him take several steps away, she hurriedly called after him, "Wei Ming, don't think you can disregard me just because you have a bit of money. Humph, I handle at least several billion daily in my line of work." "Really, is that something to boast about?" Wei Ming scoffed, and money, regardless of how little it may be, is still mine. The money you handle isn't yours. That he found her intelligence rather questionable. Was she truly a master's graduate? Just as Zhao Cixi was about to continue, she was roughly yanked back by a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The woman, not even glancing at Zhao Cixi, wore a broad smile as she focused on Wei Ming. "When are you going to marry my daughter, Qingqing?" The woman who had pulled Zhao Cixi back was Luo Guifan. Hearing this, Zhao Cixi momentarily halted, her face flushed with embarrassment. How could he flirt with her when he was supposedly engaged? What a scoundrel! She was determined to expose him. Yet, she never reflected on the fact that it was her and her mother who had pursued him. It had nothing to do with Wei Ming. Wei Ming regarded Luo Guifan with a cold stare. This middle-aged woman exuded a mercenary air that repulsed him. He waved his hand dismissively. "I broke up with your daughter 4 months ago. Please refrain from making assumptions." "Oh, already broken up?" Zhao Cixi felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed Wei Ming was not the type to play both sides, making it inconvenient for her to criticize him. But then she thought, how could he pursue her so soon after a breakup? This was a classic move of a scoundrel. Left Yang, feeling enraged, rushed over with the intent to confront Wei Ming, only to be restrained by Left Fakaitan. "My sister has been with you for 6 months. And you think you can just cast her aside? Not a chance." Wei Ming had no desire to engage with this family. Frowning, he insisted, "Step aside." The Left family refused to budge, with Left Fuqi adopting a conciliatory tone. "Son-in-law, it's natural for young people to quarrel, but a few days of this should suffice. That you're not getting any younger. You should hurry and obtain a marriage certificate, that if he married, Wei Ming would be left without parents, essentially allowing them to manipulate him. 2 billion. The thought of the wealth Wei Ming possessed made the Left family tremble with anticipation. They had struck gold. They no longer considered the 25 million villa. Instead, they aimed for a property worth over 100 million in the city center, deeming it necessary to match their newfound status. "Move aside." Wei Ming forcibly squeezed through that he truly had no interest in conversing with this family, fearing that a moment's lapse might unleash a murderous rage that would end them all. This was still a time governed by law. Wei Ming repeatedly reminded himself, slowly suppressing his murderous intent. Once the apocalypse struck, this family would be in for a rude awakening. The Left family, however, was unwilling to relent and pursued him relentlessly. 2 billion. In the face of such wealth, what did dignity matter? They clung to Wei Ming, chattering incessantly about the need for him to marry Left Qingqing. Wei Ming could not resort to direct confrontation, but he could act discreetly. The portal to the unseen realm opened quietly, and suddenly, the Left family members stumbled over unseen obstacles, nearly toppling into a pile of excrement had Wei Ming not found it distasteful. The trio stood bewildered, questioning how such large stones could have appeared on the road. What was the property management doing? They wished to pursue him further, but their misstep left them nursing their wounds. Chapter 20. The safe house. Completed days passed by. The Left family continued to hound Wei Ming, sometimes one member, other times the entire family. Wei Ming consistently utilized the portal to make them suffer. Initially, his preparations were lacking, but subsequent encounters were different, that he had strategically prepared an abundance of bird and dog droppings, ensuring they met with misfortune. The left family was perplexed. Being bombarded by bird droppings was one thing, but why dog droppings as well? Which family was so inconsiderate as to allow their dog to defecate on the balcony? Thankfully, it wasn't human waste. Otherwise, they might have suspected Ma Yuan, given her history of such behavior. However, for the sake of 2 billion, this family was willing to endure it all, determined to pursue Wei Ming relentlessly. Believing that eventually he would yield. After more than half a month, Wei Ming received a call from Xiaobing. "Boss, everything is ready for your inspection." Naturally, Wei Ming rushed over without delay that I in the residential community of Qidong City. There are 3 villas which, although interconnected, are designated as number 8, number 18, and number 28, evidently to cater to the auspiciousness associated with the number 8. Notably, the areas of villas number 8 and number 18 are identical to that of No. 28, yet they command a price premium of 1 million solely due to the phonetic appeal of their names. Wei Ming found this utterly perplexing. Xiaobing was already waiting for him at the entrance. Upon entering the villa, Wei Ming commenced his inspection from the basement level, that he was meticulous, as this was a matter of life and death. When the apocalypse struck, he would have to reside within. And any oversight was unacceptable. He conducted a thorough examination from the basement to the 3rd floor, leaving him quite satisfied, and he promptly settled the remaining payment. While accommodating his requests, Xiaobing had also made significant enhancements, such as the cold dispersion system. Wei Ming initially intended to install several hollow copper columns filled with ice within the premises, but Xiaobing ingeniously modified the design to place them around the walls, creating a convenient cavity for ice placement, with drainage holes leading to a water reservoir in the basement. However, this was of little consequence to Wei Ming, as he could effortlessly utilize his spatial portal to insert ice directly, rendering any openings unnecessary. Would excess water overflow? He chuckled at the thought of not being able to store it in an alternate dimension. Indeed, it was quite commendable, albeit there lingered a slight odor from the environmentally friendly materials used. Wei Ming decided to postpone his move for another 20 days. Xiaobing took her leave, assuring him that he could contact her for any issues that arose, promising free repairs unless damages were caused by human negligence. Wei Ming remained behind, primarily to connect his phone to the various cameras, allowing him to monitor the condition of the villa remotely. After completing this task, he approached the front door, canceled all accounts, and established a new master password, leaving only his own fingerprint and facial recognition for access. With that, he was ready to depart. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a Mercedes emerging from the neighboring Villa No. 18. The driver's side window was down, revealing a woman in her 20s with an exquisite profile. Wei Ming would rate her a solid 90. A fleeting glance revealed her stunning figure, particularly her ample bosom. Surely no less than a D cup. However, the vehicle swiftly turned, leaving Wei Ming with merely a view of its rear. Curious about the owner of Villa number 18, Wei Ming inquired with the security guard. Initially reluctant, the guard opened up after Wei Ming slipped him a pack of cigarettes. Indeed, the alluring woman was the owner of Villa number 18, named Yu Chutong, rumored to be a wealthy heiress who purchased the villa alone 2 years prior. Driving a luxurious Mercedes S-Class and adorned with designer goods, often ignoring the security staff, Wei Ming casually inquired about Villa number 8 as well. The guard mentioned that a prominent businessman resided there. Having divorced his ex-wife 2 years ago and was now married to a university student, described as a campus beauty with exceptionally long legs, as the guard illustrated with a gesture. After gleaning information about his new neighbors, Wei Ming returned home. Days passed, and the money in Wei Ming's bank account dwindled at an astonishing rate, now falling below 20 million. Naturally, this brought him joy, for spending money transformed it into resources. At present, he was only receiving banquets, having already amassed a sufficient stock of other materials during the zero-cost acquisition phase. With 20 million remaining, once depleted, the onset of the apocalypse would be imminent. What if the apocalypse did not arrive? With such an abundance of resources at his disposal, would he truly fear living through hard times? Time flew by, and before long, Wei Ming officially moved into the villa. After a brief arrangement of bedding and essentials, he made his way to the 3rd floor balcony. The villas featured protruding balconies, which Wei Ming viewed as a potential security risk. Nonetheless, even if an enemy managed to ascend, the tempered glass was 5 centimeters thick, providing a formidable barrier. Should this layer be breached, a robust 10-centimeter thick alloy steel door would further protect the entrance from the balcony into the house, requiring an immense amount of explosives to breach that. In fact, every wall of the villa was reinforced with alloy steel, rendering it a veritable fortress. What defines a safe house, if not one that cannot be easily infiltrated? Of course, safe houses have vulnerabilities primarily to fire. Despite having insulation, excessive heat could transform the interior into a steam chamber. However, Wei Ming had an inexhaustible supply of ice in his alternate dimension, easily deployable to cool the premises. Should the temperature ever rise above 30 degrees, he would consider it a loss. Sitting on the balcony, basking in the sunlight, he savored his tea, embodying a picture of tranquility. When the apocalypse arrives, who would dare to lounge under the sun so leisurely? Suddenly, he spotted a young beauty on the balcony of the neighboring villa, also 3 stories high, seated under a parasol, sipping from a cup, likely coffee rather than tea. That must be the new young wife of the businessman from Villa No. 8. Wei Ming observed her youthful complexion, undoubtedly radiant, and pondered her age. Could she truly be under 20? Perhaps a mere appearance of youth masked her true age of 22. Sensing his gaze, the young woman glanced his way, but quickly returned her focus to her coffee with an air of indifference. He chuckled inwardly, wondering how long she could maintain such leisure in the days to come. Wei Ming shifted his gaze, counting down. The apocalypse was merely 11 days away. Chapter 21. Wei Ming takes action suddenly. His phone rang to his surprise. It was Lu Qing calling. Such a rarity for her to reach out first. Wei Ming had intended to invite her out in a few days, planning to conceal her safely within his villa. As long as he remained discreet, it would be no problem to keep her hidden until the end times. Once the apocalypse commenced, who would care about petty theft? He couldn't wait to see Lu Qing's adoration for him in the aftermath. He answered the call. Wei Ming, help me. You must save me. The moment he connected, he heard Lu Qing's panicked voice. Calm down, take your time, he replied coolly. After taking a deep breath, Lu Qing spoke, her voice tinged with desperation. That bastard Su Jian took all the money and fled to Malaysia, giving me only 2 hours that he'll email the company at 4:30 p.m., exposing our embezzlement of 30 million. Wei Ming was taken aback. What? How can this be? In his previous life, it would be 4 days before their clandestine marriage and embezzlement would be revealed, and both would be apprehended together. Yet now, the timeline had shifted dramatically. Su Jian had outsmarted them by escaping to a country without an extradition treaty with China. Should he assist Lu Qing? If he did, he would also bear some risk, as exposure could lead to his own arrest. And what if this coincided with the onset of the apocalypse? However, if he maintained a low profile, hiding Lu Qing until the end times would indeed be feasible. Do it. Leave the company immediately and wait for me at the entrance of Yufeng, he instructed. Okay. Lu Qing replied, her mind racing, focused solely on avoiding imprisonment. Wei Ming took a moment to tidy himself up before heading to the community entrance, hailing a cab to Yufeng in less than half an hour. He spotted Lu Qing, who was visibly distressed and pacing anxiously. Despite her worry, her beauty and figure attracted the attention of passing men, lingering on her curves, approaching her. He activated his spatial portal, effectively obscuring all nearby surveillance cameras with ink. It was a simple task. By transferring the ink into the alternate dimension and later releasing it, he could ensure the cameras remained blind to their movements. That he stood beside Lu Qing and whispered, "Follow me." Lu Qing did not recognize him at first, but upon hearing his voice, she quickly realized. Hurrying to follow him, as he disabled the cameras along their path, they entered a restroom. He handed her a bag. Change into these clothes and wear the mask, sunglasses, and hat. Nodding repeatedly, Lu Qing finally showed signs of relaxation. Wei Ming had thought of everything. After a few minutes, Lu Qing emerged from the restroom, transformed. Wei Ming had also changed his outfit, disposing of their old clothes in a trash bin, which were actually sent into the alternate dimension. This was a foolproof plan. With his arm around Lu Qing's waist, they left the restroom. Lu Qing naturally leaned her head on his shoulder. And with their sunglasses, masks, and hats, it was nearly impossible for anyone to recognize them. Outside Yufeng, Wei Ming hailed a taxi, first heading to Wanda Plaza before taking another cab back to Chidong City. Entering Villa number 28 through the underground garage. Once inside, Lu Qing could not contain her astonishment. Is this your home? As the financial supervisor of a major corporation, her discerning eye recognized the villa's worth, easily amounting to 20 million. How could Wei Ming possibly afford such a sum? Yet, he appeared utterly unfazed. Lu Qing was instantly beset by heavy thoughts, which soon transformed into an overwhelming fury. That scoundrel Su Jian. Not only has this rascal absconded with all the money, but he even dares to report himself. How can such a venomous man exist? They say that a night spent as a couple fosters 100 days of affection. Yet why is Su Jian so heartless and ruthless? Wei Ming was also curious. In the previous life, this couple did not part ways in discord, but rather ended up in prison together. It could not have been his resignation that triggered the fallout. Perhaps it was his repeated invitations for Lu Qing to rendezvous at hotels that Su Jian discovered. Yes, that must be the case. For there seems to be no other reasonable explanation. After some contemplation, Wei Ming declared, "You shall remain here for the next few days, confined to this floor." This was the second floor, with all doors and windows securely locked. Thanks to the soundproofing of this safe house, even if Lu Qing were to scream at the top of her lungs, not a whisper would reach the outside. She was restricted from going to the first floor and prohibited from ascending to the third, leaving her with no choice but to linger on this level. Trembling, Lu Qing asked, "Must I hide like this for the rest of my life?" Wei Ming chuckled reassuringly. "Do not fret. I have already contacted a smuggler. If you remain here for about half a month, I shall ensure your safe passage out Dada, and with the impending doom in 11 days, you might as well behave like my pet." Lu Qing could not help but display a look of gratitude. Had Wei Ming uttered these words upon his arrival, she would have surely dismissed him. What power could a mere pauper possess? Yet after witnessing this villa, her impression of Wei Ming had drastically changed. This man is indeed capable. "Thank you so much, Wei Ming," she said earnestly. Her husband had betrayed her, while Wei Ming, whom she had always looked down upon, was now her savior in her hour of need. The contrast stirred deep emotions within her. How to express my gratitude? He smiled enigmatically. Little Black was puzzled by the sudden presence of another person in the house. However, upon being presented with a piece of perfectly cooked steak, the little creature devoured it with glee. Meanwhile, Wei Ming sat on the balcony, enjoying the cool night breeze, while Lu Qing, too afraid to emerge, remained inside watching television. Ditto, the rich girl next door has returned. The lights in her room were on. Soon, Yu Chutong stepped on her balcony, and upon noticing Wei Ming seated next door, immediately turned her back with an air of aloofness. Wei Ming, however, paid her disdain no mind. This was the only moment she could indulge in pride, in a few days. He wondered if he were to offer her a bottle of purified water, would she beg like a puppy? Just then, 3 security officers arrived at the entrance of Villa 28, ringing the doorbell. Chapter 22. Fruitless search. Why did Su Jian call Lu Qing, deliberately reminding her and granting her a 2-hour grace period? It was not out of kindness, but rather to instill panic in her heart that in just 2 hours, could one possibly erase all evidence or escape abroad? It was impossible. 2 hours would barely suffice to reach the airport. Thus, while he appeared to grant Lu Qing a reprieve, his intentions were far from benevolent. More insidiously, he had sent an email to the company just an hour later, using his own account, detailing how he and Lu Qing had colluded to embezzle 30 million from the company over the past 3 years. Once this email was dispatched, it naturally drew the company's attention, prompting immediate security measures to detain both Lu Qing and Su Jian, only to find that neither was present at the office. Su Jian had taken leave days prior, and Lu Qing had only left the office a short while ago. With no other option, they had to call the police. Upon arrival, the officers discovered the involved sum reached 30 million. And thus, they proceeded with utmost caution to the homes of Su Jian and Lu Qing, only to come up empty-handed. The police deduced that the couple had fled out of fear of prosecution and promptly issued a wanted notice. Yet, they were baffled. Why would Su Jian report his own wife? If it was to earn leniency, why then did he escape himself? Su Jian's whereabouts were easily traced through immigration records. He had already traveled to Malaysia, rendering him temporarily untouchable. As for Lu Qing, she was likely still in Haidu. With the surveillance system activated, AI facial recognition quickly tracked Lu Qing's movements after leaving the company. She had gone to Yufeng Mall. The police promptly headed to the mall and soon located her on the surveillance footage. But to their dismay, the feed abruptly cut to black. Initially, They suspected a technical glitch, only to be informed by the mall's management that numerous cameras had been deliberately vandalized with ink. The trail had gone cold. Despite their efforts to track her down through the surveillance system, it was as if Lu Qing had vanished from the face of the earth. What to do next? There was still hope. Lu Qing had made a phone call prior. Although they could not locate her phone, a quick inquiry at the telecom company would yield her call records. Thus, 3 security officers appeared at Wei Ming's doorstep. Wei Ming remained remarkably composed as he pressed a button and casually made his way to the first floor to open the door. "What brings you here?" he inquired. One of the officers promptly replied with a smile. "We are executing our duties and would like to inquire about a situation." Wei Ming nodded. "Please come in." The 3 officers entered. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the male officers was in his 30s, bearing a mature demeanor, while the other was in his 20s, clearly a rookie with particularly bushy eyebrows. As for the female officer, Wei Ming almost whistled in admiration. A striking beauty, she could even be deemed exceptional. Her looks were above 90 points, and her figure was sizzling, her ample bosom straining against her buttons, raising concerns about their durability under pressure. Remarkably, despite her generous curves, her waist was so slender it could be encompassed by a single hand, creating an exaggerated S shape in contrast to her perky backside. Truly, Wei Ming wished to award her a perfect score of 100 at overall. She represented a stunning 95 out of Chapter 23. The lingering spirits. Why were the 3 security guards unable to locate Lu Qing? The answer is simple. There was a hidden room. The trio was unfamiliar with the villa and had limited time. It would have been extraordinary for them to detect any discrepancies in the space and uncover the concealed area. Wei Ming returned and opened the secret door, only to find Lu Qing looking exceedingly anxious. "Have they left? Have they left?" she queried, desperate to avoid imprisonment. Wei Ming nodded. "They have left." Instantly, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze fixed on Wei Ming with a look of incredulity. "Who exactly are you? What kind of person would construct a hidden room in their home?" Wei Ming merely smiled in response. "I am the one who saved your life, the one who has spared you from a fate in prison." Lu Qing pondered for a moment. After all, in just half a month, she would be departing. What did it matter who Wei Ming truly was? With this thought in mind, she resolved to lavish him with gratitude over the coming days, ensuring that he remained in good spirits, lest he change his mind and refuse to see her off. "Wei Ming, thank you," she said, swaying her alluring form as she began to shed her garments, one by one. "Goodness, those are truly exquisite." Wei Ming smiled faintly. It was destined to be a night filled with fervor. As the night passed, Wei Ming felt quite pleased. He glanced at the woman lying beside him. Last night, Lu Qing had gone to great lengths to win his favor, attending to him with utmost care. Little did she know, she had no chance of leaving. In truth, it would be her misfortune to escape this place, where she would either perish from hunger or thirst, or become the plaything of others, perhaps more than one. For in the aftermath of the apocalypse, morality would cease to exist, and everyone's primal instincts would be unleashed. He rose, leaving Lu Qing a portion of breakfast before stepping outside. Of course, Lu Qing could not leave. Wei Ming had not brought her back to create trouble for himself. In 10 days, the apocalypse would arrive. Wei Ming had over $1 million in hand and planned to spend it all today. He busied himself throughout the day and returned home late in the evening. However, before he could enter, he saw the Zhou family, Zhou Qingqing and her 3 relatives, standing neatly at the villa's entrance. Gazing greedily through the iron railing and into the 3-story villa, they resembled a quartet of beggars. Wei Ming scoffed. He had intentionally told Zhou Qingqing he possessed 2 billion, merely to provoke this family into behaving like starving dogs. Their disgrace was all too apparent. "Step aside," he commanded. Wei Ming is back. Luo Guifan seemed oblivious to Wei Ming's cold indifference, still wearing a bright smile. "Oh dear, our Qingqing hasn't seen you for several days. She has been unable to eat or drink." How brazen they were! No, this family was utterly shameless. "Brother-in-law, please don't be at odds with my sister any longer. Hurry and get your marriage certificate." Zhu Yang chimed in eagerly, more desperate than anyone. "A villa worth 25 million. No, in comparison to 2 billion. What was this villa worth?" He wanted money. All of it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qingqing said, "Wei Ming, I was thoughtless before. Please forgive me just this once, all right?" Wei Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Step aside, or I shall call security." "Son-in-law, don't be so angry." Zhou Fuqian pushed his daughter toward Wei Ming, while Zhu Yang stood by. snapping pictures that if he could capture a moment where the two collided, they would spread the news throughout the neighborhood that in any case, they aimed to manipulate public opinion and force Wei Ming into submission. Otherwise, they would report him to the Women's Federation or the police, alleging that he had abandoned his wife. For 2 billion, they would resort to any tactic. However, as Zhuo Qingqing lunged toward Wei Ming, he gallantly stepped aside, causing her to crash heavily onto the ground. Upon witnessing this, Zhuo Fuqian's eyes darted. Instead of helping his injured daughter, he shouted, "Domestic violence! Wei Ming has committed domestic violence. Everyone come and judge." His loud cries naturally attracted a crowd, including residents from Villas 8 and 18, Yu Chudong and his petite wife appearing on the balcony. Zhuo Qingqing had truly fallen hard and was unable to rise for some time. Yet not a single family member attended to her. Instead, they vocally accused Wei Ming of being heartless and ungrateful, claiming he had abandoned his humble wife after striking it rich, hoping their neighbors would render them justice. Though few were inclined to intervene, many enjoyed the spectacle, chuckling at the Zhuo family's absurdity. Wei Ming had no interest in being the center of attention. He pushed past the Zhuo family and entered his home. Zhuo Fuqian attempted to follow, but was forcefully shoved back outside. Bang! The gate slammed shut. Look, Luo Guifan wailed dramatically. What a wicked person! How could we have encountered such a heartless individual? Unfortunately, no one paid her any mind. After causing a commotion for a time, the Zhuo family trudged home in defeat. Yet, the thought of Wei Ming possessing 2 billion left them in a state of anxiety, unable to eat or sleep. Tossing and turning in their beds, even at 2 or 3 in the morning, unable to find rest that if this continued, they would surely suffer from exhaustion and perish. Wei Ming, however, remained unaffected. Observing the Zhuo family's clumsy performance had allowed him to recoup some interest. But the true reckoning would await them with the arrival of the apocalypse. Once inside, he turned on the television to watch the news. After the apocalypse, news broadcasts had only lasted 2 days before the signal was lost. He intended to savor every moment that he spotted a report stating that a space satellite had detected unusual solar activity, which was expected to impact Blue Star. Some experts suggested that the disappearance of polar icebergs might have been due to earlier solar anomalies that had gone unnoticed. Watching the experts speak with such confidence, Wei Ming nearly burst into laughter, wishing he could bring the expert into his alternate space to witness the consequences of their ignorance. Little did they know. Blue Star had long been aware of the sun's irregularities, but never anticipated that this solar disturbance would lead to such catastrophe. After watching the news, Wei Ming ascended the stairs. Lu Qing greeted him eagerly, fawning over him. Before inquiring about the progress with the snakehead, Wei Ming, adhering to his routine, responded that she would have to manage the remaining days herself. That he chuckled inwardly, for Lu Qing would never reach that day. He had rescued her specifically. Did she truly believe it was out of benevolence? After 3 years of her treatment towards him, in Wei Ming's eyes, Lu Qing was merely a toy. How could any feelings develop after a few encounters? Days turned into weeks, and the temperature continued to rise, swiftly arriving at May 2 ND. Wei Ming deliberately left his home to dine at a nearby restaurant, wishing to savor this last semblance of normalcy before the impending apocalypse. Chapter 24. The mischievous child. The restaurant was air-conditioned. Though it was only early May, the temperature had already soared past 30 degrees. Everyone donned short sleeves, and the women began to flaunt their long legs and slim waists. Captivating the attention of all, Wei Ming sat alone, ordering 2 dishes and a soup, along with a bottle of beer, and began to enjoy his meal. However, the noise in the establishment was unbearable that a mischievous child was banging a spoon against his plate, creating an irritating racket. This understandably provoked the ire of many patrons, and when the server approached to intervene, she was met with scorn from the child's parents. That is there a rule against making noise while eating? There is no such law in the country. Besides, Ardabao is only 13. Isn't it normal for him to be a bit rowdy? The couple unleashed a torrent of insults upon the server, forcing her to retreat. Yet, as the server turned to leave, she felt a sharp pain in her thigh, as if pricked by a needle. She glanced back in disbelief, for the child's father sat directly opposite her, and the mother was unlikely to have caused it. The only possible culprit was the mischievous child. The server addressed the parents, saying, "Your child pricked me with a needle." The child's parents erupted in laughter. How shameless can you be, laying such an accusation on a child? The mother stood up, dousing the server with water from her cup. Fortunately, Due to the heat, it was only lukewarm water. Had it been boiling, the consequences would have been dire. The father's countenance darkened as he shouted, "You wretched creature! Are you seeking death?" The server felt utterly wronged. She had indeed been pricked, and there was no one else who could have done it besides the child. Yet, the parents were unreasonable, resorting to water-throwing and insults. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she began to cry, covering her face as she fled toward the kitchen. However, the child's parents were relentless, calling for the manager and unleashing a barrage of complaints. The manager, keen to maintain business, especially with a full house, sought to defuse the situation, agreeing to have the server apologize. Shortly thereafter, the server emerged, her eyes swollen from crying. Whether it was due to a promise of a raise or a threat of termination, she endured the humiliation and apologized to the mischievous child. Was that all? The mother's face was filled with defiance. "You've sullied the reputation of my child. If this news spreads, how will my Bao live?" The father chimed in, "My Bao is a sensitive child. You must kneel and bow to restore his dignity. This is truly excessive." Everyone gazed at that unruly child, questioning whether he was indeed a mere 13 years of age. He stood tall, over 160 centimeters, with eyes that were anything but innocent, fixated on the chests and thighs of the female patrons. That today's children are precocious. At 13, he seems to possess a knowledge that enables him to engage in mischief. To put it mildly, even if the waiter had wronged this unruly child, demanding that an adult kneel and apologize to a child is nothing short of humiliation. Naturally, the waiter refused. The fact remains that she had been pricked with a needle. And now, while enduring her grievances, she was expected to apologize to her assailant, having bottled up her anger. Yet this family, having gained an advantage, insisted on her kneeling. "I refuse," she exclaimed, tearing off her scarf and throwing it to the ground before storming out of the restaurant. What sort of people are these? Wronging a child and refusing to offer a proper apology. How outrageous. They might as well be struck by a car as they leave. The child's mother was relentless, spewing vitriol which incited the disapproval of the onlookers. They began to scold her, but she appeared to be a shrew, engaging in a verbal battle without losing ground. Meanwhile, the child's father revealed a tiger tattoo on his back as he lifted his shirt. This tattoo was somewhat intimidating, leading many to suspect he was involved in underworld activities or had recently been released from prison. Regardless, the waiter had already resigned. Why were they still arguing? Consequently, the crowd quieted down and resumed their meals. Wei Ming was seated at a distance, and a couple at the adjacent table happened to recognize that family. As they dined, they discussed them. After listening for a while, Wei Ming was mildly surprised to learn that this family was also from Qidong City. That explains why they chose this restaurant. It was conveniently close. The patriarch of this family, Lu Dalong, was not the thug everyone assumed, but rather the owner of a car rental business, albeit a shady one. After customers rented a vehicle, he would find ways to damage it in the dead of night, forcing them to pay hefty repair fees. Why the large tattoo? To intimidate, when faced with customers unwilling to pay. He'd display his tattoo while banging a kitchen knife. Who would dare refuse to pay? However, he was indeed a ruffian, having been in numerous brawls, known as Brother Long. His hefty physique quite imposing. He resided in Building 15 and had quarrels with nearly all the residents, frequently brandishing a knife to intimidate others. After a few stints in jail, he had only become more brazen, and the residents of Building 15 loathed him. Wei Ming had no intention of meddling in their affairs. This was his last meal at the restaurant, and he cherished it. Just when he thought the commotion had settled, the unruly child struck again, jabbing a female patron as she passed by. The unsuspecting woman jumped in shock. She was a young lady in her early 20s, incredulously staring at the child. "Baby, what happened?" she asked, not alone but accompanied by a male companion. "That he pricked me with a needle." She pointed at the child. Her voice carried, and many heard her. Initially, when the waiter claimed the child had been pricking people, some were skeptical, considering he was only 13. However, it seemed improbable that two unrelated individuals would falsely accuse a child simultaneously. How shocking! The crowd's outrage grew, voices rising in condemnation. Brother Long slammed his hand on the table, addressing the crowd. "What are you all shouting about? Anyone who dares speak again, I'll make you wish you hadn't tea." His fierce demeanor was indeed intimidating. Most were reluctant to provoke such a ruffian and advised the young couple to call the police. The unruly child stood up, mimicking his father, and glared at the crowd. Which bastard said to call the police? Step forward. I'll kill you. I'm not an adult yet. I 1T serve time for murder. Chapter 25. Things escalated. In that moment, everyone was taken aback. A 13-year-old child making such threats. Who wouldn't be shocked? What is happening with today as children? Not being an adult seemed to embolden him in his misdeeds. Strangely, the crowd felt somewhat intimidated. Although the child was only 13, he towered over many adults and was built like his father, undoubtedly strong that if a fight broke out, one would have to tread carefully while he acted without restraint. What if he truly stabbed someone? Just as he said, he wouldn't face severe consequences, only civil compensation. Thus, the crowd settled back into their seats. Let it go. Why bother with a little demon? He is so brazen now. Society will teach him a lesson when he grows up. The key was that the boyfriend of the pricked woman also cowered. Though he was slightly taller than the unruly child, he was a frail-looking, bespectacled man. While he might not be blown away by a gust of wind, he surely lacked the strength of the child, but he quickly urged his girlfriend. Let it go. Don't stoop to a child's level. Someone will deal with him. Let us leave. Smack. Yet, while he backed down, the unruly child slapped him, nearly knocking him over. Who is going to deal with me? Tell me who. The child chased after the man, fists raining down on his head. The young lady screamed in terror, "Help! Someone help!" Assistance was unlikely, but someone did call the police. Within 10 minutes, security arrived, but the frail man was already battered and bruised. Before the security personnel, the unruly child remained unafraid, relying on sheer stubbornness and arrogance. The fact that a minor had assaulted an adult was already troublesome. Ultimately, Brother Long's family compensated the couple with 1,000 yuan for medical expenses. With further costs to be determined later, as for the child's needle-pricking antics, that matter faded into obscurity. Being underage, what could they do? It was merely a matter of reprimanding him. The young woman, infuriated, broke up with her boyfriend as soon as she left, storming off in a huff. The young man, disregarding his injuries, hurried after her. Soon, the security personnel departed, and the incident came to a close. However, Brother Long's family remained. And although the unruly child faced no substantial repercussions, he seemed in a foul mood after the security personnel's reprimand that he stood up, approached a neighboring table, and spat into their dish. How could anyone eat under such circumstances? Yet, who would dare confront such a brazen child? After witnessing how the police handled the situation, would they want to face it again? No, best to avoid trouble. The patrons at that table lost their appetite. Even if the owner offered them a replacement meal, their spirits were dampened. They gathered their belongings and departed. Yet, the unruly child was relentless, moving to another table to repeat his vile act, observing her son's atrocious behavior. Brother Long and his wife not only failed to intervene, but wore expressions of pride. Such is the reflection of parenting that as the unruly child continued his antics, the restaurant's patrons exited in droves. Some settled their bills, while others left without a word. What could the restaurant owners say? Dining in their establishment, encountering such behavior without even a proper apology, was already a stroke of luck. Naturally, this left the owner in a state of distress, prompting him to call the police once more. At this juncture, the unruly child approached Wei Ming's table. He cleared his throat, preparing to spit. Wei Ming had initially planned to simply observe the spectacle, as tomorrow heralded the end of the world, and notions of justice, morality, and order would soon crumble. Thus, he had no intention of intervening. However, the moment the child encroached upon him, that crossed the line. What do you think you're doing? Boom! Wei Ming kicked out, sending the unruly child flying. The child had been poised to spit, mouth agape, but the kick closed his mouth abruptly, resulting in a painful bite on his tongue. This was swift and unexpected, as Brother Long and his wife had been gleefully admiring their son's antics, only to witness him propelled through the air, landing on the ground and weeping profusely, blood pouring from his mouth. It wasn't that Wei Ming had kicked too hard. Rather, the child had nearly bitten off his own tongue, consequently bleeding profusely. How could Brother Long possibly contain his anger? He leapt to his feet, seizing a chair and charging at Wei Ming. "You bastard! How dare you kick my son? I'll kill you." Wei Ming had 1,000 ways to deal with Brother Long, however, with approximately 12 hours left until the apocalypse. Killing someone now? Did he really want to face the police for that long? It seemed feasible. After all, it was the last day. Perhaps he could have a little fun. Brother Long rushed forward, swinging the chair at Wei Ming. But Wei Ming merely sidestepped and countered with another kick. Bang! Brother Long stumbled back, but being a heavy-set man weighing over 200 pounds, Wei Ming's kick was insufficient to send him flying. Suddenly, Brother Long's wife charged in as well. Although her husband had been taken down by Wei Ming's kick, she appeared undeterred. On the contrary, with her husband and son both at a disadvantage, she was now utterly frantic. Reaching out to claw at Wei Ming's face, smack. Wei Ming retaliated with a swift slap, leaving her momentarily stunned, standing there for at least 3 seconds without reacting. However, after those 3 seconds, she went berserk, raising her hand to strike Wei Ming once more. Smack. Wei Ming delivered another slap. The hefty woman was fierce, intent on raising her hand again, and Wei Ming responded with yet another slap. Smack, 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 after delivering over a dozen slaps. Her face had swollen considerably. Yet, her visage was already ample, and the swelling only added to her ferocity and ugliness. At this moment, Long Ge had already risen to his feet, and the mischievous child followed suit. Together, they made their way toward the kitchen, and upon returning, they each wielded a knife. If you choose to arm yourselves, do not blame me for acting in self-defense. Wei Ming's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent boiling within him. Just then, the security personnel finally arrived. Having not strayed far, they responded promptly to the emergency call. Upon witnessing Long Ge and his son brandishing knives, the officers immediately brandished their batons, one even drawing a firearm, commanding them to drop the weapons. Despite Long Ge's bravado, he was intimidated by the gun and quickly relinquished the knife. However, the mischievous child, undeterred by fear, attempted to act defiantly, only to have Long Ge forcibly snatch the knife away and toss it aside. The 3 security officers exhaled in relief as they began to assess the situation. The matter was not complex. Given that these officers had only recently arrived, they were already familiar with Long Ge's family and harbored a negative impression of them, leading to a stern reprimand of their actions. Nonetheless, it was a fact that Long Ge had attempted to strike Wei Ming with a chair, while Wei Ming had retaliated by kicking Long Ge. The 3 officers resolved to take both parties back to the station, concluding that a brawl had occurred. If this were to be the final verdict, Wei Ming would inevitably face detent, however. This further corroborated her suspicions. Lu Qing must certainly be hidden away by Wei Ming. Chapter 27. Questions and Answers. HM. Ma Tao frowned with some dissatisfaction. Song Qingyan realized her lapse in composure and quickly stated, "Report, I do not know Wei Ming. However, a few days ago, there was a case of commercial theft, and this Wei Ming is suspected of aiding a female suspect in her escape and providing her with a hiding place." Ma Tao was slightly taken aback. It seemed that this Wei Ming was indeed no ordinary individual. Setting that aside, the most crucial task now was to rescue the hostages that he instructed. "You will negotiate with him now." "Understood." Song Qingyun promptly took the intercom and said, "Hello, I am Song Qingyun." "Officer Song, it's been a while." Wei Ming's leisurely voice came through. "Come in and chat." Without hesitation, Song Qingyun immediately agreed. "All right." "No way," Ma Tao opposed. "We cannot give him more hostages." That he made this remark before Song Qingyun pressed the call button, not fearing that Wei Ming would overhear. Yet Wei Ming's voice immediately followed, "As long as you come in. I will release 3 of your colleagues first at a trade of 1 for 3. Quite a bargain. Ma Tao hesitated, while Song Qingyun remained resolute, so he had no choice but to agree. Consequently, Song Qingyun swiftly donned a bulletproof vest and then put on her police uniform, transforming her previously imposing figure into one that appeared rather bulky. Once inside, you must rely on yourself. Adapt to the circumstances as they arise. Ma Tao advised, above all, do not provoke the criminal. He is exceedingly ruthless. Can someone who has prepared numerous bomb vests be an ordinary person? Song Qingyun had previously been filled with fervor and a sense of justice, but now, clad in the bulletproof vest, fitted with a camera, and having a miniature communicator in her ear, she felt a twinge of anxiety. For justice and bravery cannot shield her from bullets, nor can they withstand explosions. She was facing a truly vicious criminal. "It's all right, Song Qingyun. You are the best," she encouraged herself, and under the encouraging gazes of her colleagues, she slowly approached the dining hall. The door. She knocked and "I'm here." Inside, Wei Ming smiled slightly, first removing the bomb vest from the 3 security personnel with utter nonchalance, as they were all mere fakes, mere toys. Then, He removed their blindfolds, and the three of them suddenly emerged from the darkness into the bright light, instinctively squinting. Wei Ming cut the tape off one of them and said, "Go open the door." The security personnel complied, and Song Qingyun quickly peered inside, only to find that each individual was bound with bomb vests that seemed straight out of a movie, causing her heart to plummet. This was no film. It was reality. "You three may leave," Wei Ming waved his hand. The three security personnel exited, and Song Qingyun took a deep breath as she stepped inside. "Close the door behind you," Wei Ming instructed. Song Qingyun turned to shut the door, and threw the camera on her person. Ma Tao and the others outside were observing the situation within. They were struck by a surreal feeling upon seeing Wei Ming calmly sipping a soda. This man was undoubtedly a madman. Wei Ming looked at Song Qingyun with a smile and said, "Take off the bulletproof vest. With a figure like yours, it would be a waste to wear that." Song Qingyun was, of course, reluctant to comply, but upon seeing Wei Ming aim a gun at one of the hostages, she hurriedly replied, "I'll take it off." Her movements were swift, shedding her outer garment and then the bulletproof vest, revealing a white shirt beneath, accentuating her ample bosom. Wei Ming admired her curves and inquired, "What are your measurements, Wei Ming?" Song Qingyun was so infuriated she nearly exploded, but then she thought that this would only play into Wei Ming's hands and potentially incite his base instincts. What if he attempted to violate her? With the hostages at stake, could she refuse? Suppressing her anger, she said, "You have not truly harmed anyone yet. There is still a way back if you surrender now. You may still receive leniency." Wei Ming merely chuckled. "How about this? You answer my questions, and I will release one hostage every half hour." Song Qingyun was taken aback and looked at Wei Ming in surprise. Wei Ming shrugged. "I keep my word, and to show my sincerity, I can release one person first. However, if you fail to adhere to our agreement, I will immediately execute a hostage." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qingyun replied, "All right." Thus, Wei Ming promptly released the first hostage, a middle-aged woman that he removed her bomb vest and then took off her blindfold, allowing Song Qingyun to help her open the door. The woman trembled as she walked out, and after being escorted to a safe zone by the SWAT team, her back was already soaked and her pants were wet. She had been scared to the point of losing control. Perfectly normal. Song Qingyun closed the door. "It's your turn now," Wei Ming said with a smile. Song Qingyun gritted her teeth and stated, 36E, 22, 33. Wei Ming let out a whistle. "No wonder you are so commanding. You are indeed a formidable E-cup." A figure that was difficult for him to grasp, had a slender waist, ample hips, and an unparalleled allure. Her physique surpassed even Lu Qing's. That when was the first time? Wei Ming asked again. "What first time?" Song Qingyun looked at him in confusion, her expression oddly innocent. Wei Ming feigned surprise. "No way, are you still a virgin?" Only then did Song Qingyun realize, her face flushed with embarrassment. "You shameless." Wei Ming raised his hand. "Don't forget your current identity. Do you truly intend to provoke me?" Song Qingyun felt a shiver run down her spine, forcing herself to calm down. Her heaving chest eventually settled. "I have never been in a relationship," she declared through clenched teeth, wishing that her glare could obliterate Wei Ming. Wei Ming feigned surprise, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "What a treasure I've stumbled upon." He chuckled, continuing, "Why not? You're not unattractive. More than just not unattractive. Song Qingyun was a stunning beauty, scoring above 90, and with her voluptuous figure, Wei Ming would have rated her a 95. "Little Song, do not let yourself be led by the nose." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Song Qingyun's ear. She felt a jolt, finally regaining her composure, and calmly said, "You release one hostage every half hour, and in that time, you can ask far too many questions." "That is not fair." "Oh," Wei Ming smiled. "What do you propose?" "One question for one hostage," Song Qingyun bargained. Wei Ming chuckled. "I'm the one holding the detonator, that if you continue to speak such trivialities, I might just start killing." Immediately, the hostages shook their heads vigorously, their faces paling with fear. With no other option, Song Qingyun reluctantly stated, "I believe all men are filthy." Chapter 28. "Let us play a game." "Why?" Wei Ming inquired with curiosity. Song Qingyun bit her lip, hesitating to speak, her body trembling slightly. That it seemed there was quite a backstory. However, Wei Ming was not the least bit curious that he changed the subject. "Do you think there will be an apocalypse?" Song Qingyun quickly regained her composure and scoffed. "Just because the polar ice caps are melting, You think the apocalypse is upon us, allowing you to disregard the law and act with impunity? Oh ho, what a strong sense of justice and morality. But the more you feel this way, when the apocalypse truly arrives and societal order is ruthlessly shattered, will you not find yourself collapsing? Little song, do not provoke him. Ma Tao interjected hastily, fearing that Wei Ming might detonate all the explosives in a fit of rage, and he, as the chief, would find himself ousted the following day. The opponent could very well be an apocalyptic theorist, and such individuals, once possessed, might drag a group of people down with them. Song Qingyun realized she was losing control and promptly adjusted her mindset. I do not believe it. However, even if the apocalypse comes, I believe we can endure. Clap, clap, clap. Wei Ming applauded, while said, let us applaud your naivety and optimism. Was that a compliment? It was clearly mockery. She was already 23 years old. Yet he described her as naive. Was that not a derision? Wei Ming paid no heed to her anger, calmly stating, if the apocalypse truly arrives, do you think it will be as simple as you imagine? That we can survive by working together? He shook his head, not waiting for Song Qingyun to respond before continuing. Did not the experts say that this solar activity is extraordinarily intense and will cause the temperature of planet Blue to surge? So, I ask you, under extreme heat, when most plants are scorched and the heat makes it impossible for you to step outside, what use is your so-called endurance? Food and clean water will dwindle, and money will become mere worthless paper. He leaned in, fixing his gaze on Song Qingyun. At that point, a loaf of bread or a bottle of pure water might make a woman willingly strip. You are shameless. Song Qingyun's face turned crimson. Wei Ming laughed heartily. If it were you, I would gladly double the price. Since you still have your virginity, I offer you 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water. Song Qingyun nearly drew her gun to shoot this man, but as she was there to negotiate, she naturally couldn't carry a weapon. If she did, Wei Ming would have made her remove it at once, which would merely mean delivering a weapon to him. However, if Wei Ming were willing to showcase his arsenal, Song Qingyun would undoubtedly be left astounded. That time, I would rather take my own life, she declared resolutely. Wei Ming shrugged, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why did he want Song Qingyun to come for negotiations? If she doesn't come over, where will Wei Ming find someone after the apocalypse? He certainly wouldn't venture out into the sweltering heat, risking his life against lethal rays or acidic rain that corrodes flesh, all for a woman. However, since the situation has escalated, he might as well bring this exquisite beauty over. Could she possibly escape from her own predicament? Of course, one can feign bravado now, but when the apocalypse truly arrives, after 2 or 3 days of hunger and thirst, when I present a bottle of clean water before you, will you still be so defiant? Wei Ming remained entirely unperturbed that it was essential to let the apocalypse thoroughly test this woman. Thus, when she was brought back to the safe house, she would come to realize what a luxury it was to reside there, consuming even the simplest of foods. Half an hour passed. It was time to release her. Suddenly, Song Qingyun spoke up. It's time to let them go. Wei Ming nodded casually, gesturing for someone to leave. Then he turned to Song Qingyun and said, let us play a big game. What kind of game? Song Qingyun instinctively sensed something amiss. Wei Ming smiled. You take off 1 piece of clothing, and I'll let 1 person go. You. Song Qingyun was so furious her chest heaved. Wei Ming shrugged. I'm not forcing you to play. After some contemplation, Song Qingyun resolutely declared, I'll play with you, but I need to prepare first. All right, go ahead, Wei Ming replied indifferently. However, I suggest you don't push yourself too hard. It's scorching hot, and wearing too many clothes might lead to heat stroke. Ignoring him, Song Qingyun slowly retreated after putting her outer jacket back on. Yet, as soon as she returned to the command vehicle, she was scolded by Ma Tao. Song Qingyun, as a security officer, how could you agree to such terms? Ma Tao fumed. Song Qingyun stood her ground. Director Ma, if I were a bit more, I can rescue all the hostages. And then we can take down this madman. Ma Tao shook his head. He's definitely insane, but certainly not foolish. How could he release all the hostages? Song Qingyun insisted. At that time, I'll become his hostage. I believe he will agree. Director Ma, don't worry about me. Just send people over. We must apprehend this maniac. After repeated insistence, and with the immense pressure to rescue the hostages weighing on Ma Tao, he ultimately acquiesced. Thus, Song Qingyun went to borrow clothes. She would wear as much as she could. After nearly half an hour of preparation, she headed towards the restaurant, but each step left her breathless. Sweat pouring down. It was unbearably hot. Reluctantly, she entered the restaurant and immediately began to undress. Goodness, she had 3 outer jackets on alone. After removing them, she shed several shirts, revealing the original one beneath, now completely soaked and clinging to her voluptuous figure. Every curve distinctly visible. However, next, she started to remove her skirts. 1, 2, 3. All were extremely loose, encircling her slim waist. Thankfully, her waist was thin enough. Otherwise, an average person would only manage to take off 4 pieces, while she? 9. After these skirts came her uniform. Surely there couldn't be more? Oh, but there were. She had several pairs of stockings on. 1 pair counted as 2 people, she told Wei Ming. Although the final say was in Wei Ming's hands. He naturally didn't mind and merely nodded. How many pairs of stockings can you wear? The answer was 4. However, after removing the stockings, Song Qingyun hesitated. According to their agreement, Wei Ming should release 24 hostages. Yet there were 32 in total. She still needed to remove 8 more pieces. The problem was she was left with only 1 shirt, a bra, a pair of trousers, and a pair of underwear. Even if she was willing to strip completely, Wei Ming would still have 4 hostages. What to do? Release the 24 people first. Song Qingyun urged. There are still 8 left. She began to ponder a solution. Chapter 29. The apocalypse has arrived. Fine. Wei Ming readily released another 24 individuals. That he was not a true criminal. Having been inadvertently swept into this incident, he had immediately considered using this opportunity to draw Song Qingyun over. Now that his objective was achieved, all he needed to do was delay a little longer until the sun rose. Hostages? What use were they to him? But he certainly would not release Long Ji's family. What use was it to keep such scum alive? The moment the sun appeared would mark the end of their existence. Wei Ming had spoken. The 24 individuals had their blindfolds removed, the bomb vests taken off, and were released one by one. Wei Ming glanced at Song Qingyun, who was still hesitating. Unfortunately, it was already past 5. The sun was about to rise, and there was no time left to play with this woman. Besides, it would be a waste to savor such a premium product in this restaurant. He would take her home to enjoy slowly later. Wei Ming untied the last 5 hostages, excluding Long Ji's family, and smiled. Go on, you're free now. The 5 individuals were momentarily stunned before hastily fleeing. Song Qingyun thought he had given up and quickly said, You're coming to your senses. I will report truthfully. Wei Ming chuckled. You've misunderstood. With that, he locked the restaurant's main door again. Song Qingyun frowned. Wei Ming, how long do you intend to stubbornly resist? Wei Ming smiled, pointing at Long Ji's family. Do you know these 3 are scum? Song Qingyun paused. Wei Ming recounted what had transpired earlier. Anyone with a modicum of decency would be infuriated upon hearing it. Song Qingyun, however, did not doubt that Wei Ming was deliberately deceiving her. As she looked at Long Ji's family, a clear disdain emerged in her gaze. Yet she still maintained, even so, you cannot seize their weapons. Moreover, you prepared so many bomb vests, clearly indicating premeditation. Wei Ming chuckled, casually removing the bomb vest from the child and tossing it towards Song Qingyun. She dared not catch it. In that moment, her mind went blank. The vest fell to the ground. Wei Ming was quite speechless. Is this all the courage you have? Song Qingyun's face flushed, but her rationality returned. That a thought crossed her mind, and she picked up the bomb vest. Inspecting it. Fake. It was merely a toy. Everyone had been played by Wei Ming, but who could blame her? After all, Wei Ming had previously seized weapons and fired shots, projecting the aura of a bandit, which naturally frightened everyone. Besides, who would prepare so many toy bomb vests? In truth, Wei Ming had not specifically prepared them. They had just been part of a previous zero-cost acquisition, and now proved useful. Song Qingyun stared at Wei Ming in disbelief. This man had managed to toy with an entire branch's personnel. Suddenly, a horrifying scream erupted outside, and it wasn't just one person. The cries seemed to trigger a chain reaction, echoing continuously as if they had plunged into hell. Song Qingyun felt her hair stand on end, utterly unaware of what was occurring outside. Hello, Director Ma, Instructor Liu, she shouted, her ears fitted with a miniature earpiece for easy communication. But all she could hear were the piercing screams that as she prepared to open the door to investigate. Wei Ming cautioned, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I might have to kill a hostage. Song Qingyun abruptly halted. The sun had risen. Wei Ming thought to himself. History had not deviated, and the apocalypse had indeed arrived as promised. He sighed inwardly. The collapse of human civilization began at this moment. After a considerable time, Song Qingyun finally grasped the situation outside. As sunlight poured in, everyone appeared as though doused with sulfuric acid, writhing in indescribable pain, forced to seek refuge. Upon inspecting their exposed skin, it had turned dark and wrinkled, as if already decaying. Had someone told her this was happening to her colleagues, Song Qingyun would have dismissed it as absurd. But how could sunlight become poison? Wasn't that the apocalypse? Song Qingyun abruptly lifted her head, casting a glance at Wei Ming. This fellow had mentioned the apocalypse several times. Could it be that he was right? Wei Ming smiled faintly. All right, it's time for me to head home. You think you can escape? Song Qingyun reached for her gun but found nothing. Her firearm had been temporarily surrendered. How could she stop this man? Oh! Wei Ming raised his gun. Bang, and shot Long Go without hesitation. Song Qingyun felt her hair stand on end, her eyes widening in disbelief. Although Wei Ming had previously taken hostages, he had never harmed anyone, and later it was confirmed that those bomb vests were fake, leading Song Qingyun to believe he was merely a highly intelligent criminal, not a murderous maniac. However, she now realized she had been mistaken. Wei Ming truly dared to kill. Bang bang, Wei Ming fired twice more, eliminating Long Ji's family, a clan that would undoubtedly be the worst of the worst in the apocalypse. He casually holstered his weapon and smiled. Song Beauty, let us keep in touch. Don't forget to charge your phone. With that, he headed toward the kitchen. Song Qingyun, momentarily taken aback, quickly pursued him. Despite Wei Ming possessing a firearm, as a security officer, apprehending criminals was her duty. Fear? Certainly, but she was beyond caring at that moment. However, upon entering the kitchen, she found no trace of Wei Ming. Where had he gone? Song Qingyun began searching frantically, yet she could not find him anywhere. This restaurant was part of the commercial complex in Qidong City. The upper floor housed residents, meaning there was no second floor to ascend. Below, the community garage, hence no passage to the underground. Furthermore, there was no back door leading to the neighborhood. So, where was Wei Ming? How could a living person simply vanish without a trace? Am I dreaming? For I had long perceived Wei Ming as a villain, leading me to conjure such an absurd dream. Where has Wei Ming gone? He has arrived at the underground parking garage of the community. How did he get there? Quite simply, for the restaurant is situated directly above the parking garage. Thus, Wei Ming first opened a portal in that location. As for the height above ground, it could be determined by whether the portal encountered any obstructions that would halt its extension. Therefore, Wei Ming was able to precisely open the portal flush against the garage floor. He then pressed the spot on himself, drawing himself into the alternate space, and subsequently released himself from the portal, landing naturally in the underground garage. Would he be unnoticed? In this apocalyptic era, what could Wei Ming possibly fear? Although there were people in the garage, they were few in number, and fortuitously he appeared just behind a pillar, perfectly avoiding detection, but he smiled faintly. Time to go home. Chapter 30. Rising temperatures. Wei Ming returned to the villa. Having overheard the residents of the community fervently discussing the alarming news about sunlight suddenly becoming harmful. Yet, it was evident that they had not grasped the gravity of the situation, their curiosity prevailing. He opened the hidden room and released Lu Qing. Have you seen the news? Lu Qing exclaimed, her face a mask of terror. Wei Ming, fully aware, feigned ignorance and asked, What is it? The sunlight. How should I put it? It seems poisonous. A mere exposure causes rapid skin necrosis, and even with clothing, it offers little protection, merely slowing the decay rate. Lu Qing spoke in a hurried tone. Previously, it affected the island nation, and now the sun has risen here as well. Could it be? She did not finish her sentence, her face etched with fear. There is a sequence to the mutated sunlight reaching Blue Star, and the unfortunate island nation was the first to receive the warning, followed by the sunlight touching the land of Huaxia as the planet rotated. Wei Ming nodded and turned to watch the television. All news channels were broadcasting a unified emergency report. Even the sixth princess had ceased her defiance, indicating the severity of the situation. In truth, it was far worse than anyone could have imagined. Presently, it was merely harmful rays, but soon global temperatures would escalate, and when the temperature surpassed 50 degrees, that would mark the onset of despair. Although the sun had only just emerged, the temperature was already on the rise. Wei Ming checked his phone. The external temperature registered at 35 degrees, while the internal temperature remained bearable at 26 degrees due to the air conditioning. The news reports featured experts urgently urging everyone to stay indoors and avoid going out at all costs. Those already outside were advised to find shelter promptly, as remaining in vehicles would lead to them being roasted alive. Not only on television, but radio broadcasts and mobile alerts warned people to remain indoors, with messages popping up every 10 minutes. Even the city alarms were blaring. The entire nation had entered a state of heightened alert. Although Wei Ming had anticipated this, he still let out a long sigh. The apocalypse had arrived, unavoidable. What is happening, Wei Ming? Lu Qing trembled as she spoke. Just days ago, the icebergs at the poles vanished. And now the sunlight seems toxic, and temperatures are rising. Did I the end of the world upon us? Wei Ming nodded. It is possible. Lu Qing slumped in defeat, the weight of this reality overwhelming her. Wei Ming attempted to console her. However, consider your husband. Although he absconded with all the money at this moment, he may find himself unable to spend a single cent. Lu Qing's eyes brightened at this thought. It was indeed a bitter jest. She immediately reached for her phone to call Su Jian, but Wei Ming stopped her. The sun in Malaysia rises later than ours. That if you warn him now, he might still have time to stock up. Wei Ming said mischievously. Lu Qing nodded, decisively abandoning the call. Wei Ming led her to the first floor for breakfast. That he intentionally allowed Lu Qing to see the storage room filled with copious amounts of rice, flour, and preserved goods, while the refrigerator was packed with vegetables and frozen foods, causing Lu Qing to breathe a sigh of relief. This stockpile could sustain them for at least a month. After their meal, Lu Qing went to practice yoga. Lacking any authority in this safe house, she could not open a single door, whether from the inside or outside, as the double lock required Wei Ming's fingerprint for access. Wei Ming retrieved his phone and sent a brief message to Song Qingyun. Good morning, beautiful Song. Have you had breakfast yet? After a while, Song Qingyun replied, Where are you? Where are you? She was nearly frantic searching for Wei Ming. Quickly realizing she was not dreaming, of course. I'm at home, enjoying breakfast, Wei Ming replied. Song Qingyun could hardly believe it. She immediately initiated a video call. Wei Ming smiled and answered that on the screen. Song Qingyun's beautiful, yet anxious face appeared. Clearly stunned, for the surroundings behind Wei Ming unmistakably indicated it was his home. She had been there just days prior and remembered it vividly. She could hardly fathom it. How could you be at home? How is that possible? She inquired. Wei Ming flashed a wicked grin. If you perform a striptease for me, I might just tell you. You scoundrel. Song Qingyun abruptly ended the video call. Tiske, quite fierce, Wei Ming mused, anticipating whether she would maintain that fierceness in 2 days. Surely, the restaurant must be stocked with ample food and bottled water, not to mention beer. Unfortunately, he had collected it all into the alternate space, leaving Song Qingyun with only 2 pitiful bottles of what he chuckled, wondering if she could still find humor in IT, that IT was time to let her experience some hardship to temper her disposition. Wei Ming set his phone down and continued watching the news. The situation was worsening, with temperatures rising at an alarming rate. By 9 a.m., the temperature had climbed to 40 degrees, a heat level rarely seen even during the hottest days of summer. But this was far from the limit. By 10 a.m., even with air conditioning, the heat was palpable, and the external temperature had soared to 50 degrees. Under such oppressive heat, ordinary air conditioners had ceased to function, while some superior models struggled to operate, proving ineffective in cooling the space, causing indoor temperatures to spike. Wei Ming's safe house was no exception. Due to its excellent insulation, the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors led to the air conditioning blowing air warmer than the internal temperature. Lu Qing, overwhelmed by the heat, rushed downstairs. How can one practice yoga in such conditions? Wei Ming chuckled and turned off the air conditioning. Why is it so hot? Lu Qing could no longer endure it. Beads of sweat cascading down her face. The external temperature is too high. The air conditioning is now circulating warm air, Wei Ming explained. Let's take a stroll in the garage. I can't do that. Lu Qing protested, for she was a wanted person. Wei Ming laughed at the absurdity. Is anyone still after you now? Lu Qing paused, nodding in realization. True, I can't even leave this door. Could there still be security personnel coming after me? Having been cooped up in the villa for days, she felt stifled, just wanting to avoid spending the rest of her life behind bars. Now that stepping outside posed no risk, she felt a surge of excitement. Thus, they donned their summer attire and entered the garage from the basement. Wow, there are so many people. In the oppressive heat of the villa, the garage offered a slight reprieve. People were cursing the dreadful weather, utterly unaware that this calamity would linger for a long time. Wei Ming had no intention of playing prophet. He merely wanted Lu Qing to experience the external heat, allowing her to grasp how fortunate they were to reside in the villa. "It is too hot. Let us return," Lu Qing said, drenched in sweat. Wei Ming nodded. While Lu Qing could still sweat, once temperatures exceeded 50 degrees, even that would cease, evaporating instantly. They made their way back. As the basement door swung open, a refreshing chill enveloped them. Lu Qing shivered and widened her eyes in disbelief. Chapter 31. Facing reality, how can it be so cool in here? Lu Qing stared, utterly astonished. Even in the basement, temperatures hovered above 40 degrees. Yet here it felt almost cold. She gazed incredulously at Wei Ming. Wei Ming smiled, casually closing the door behind him. "Oh, I added some ice so naturally. The temperature has dropped." Ice? Indeed, when air conditioning fails, ice serves as the best cooling method. It is gentle, unlike dry ice which is too intense and far less terrifying than liquid nitrogen. Lu Qing remained puzzled. "Where did you acquire such a large quantity of ice? Does your refrigerator produce ice?" Yet, she knew that keeping the refrigerator running consumes electricity, generating more heat than it absorbs. Moreover, a refrigerator cannot be placed outdoors. Hence, no matter how much ice is manufactured, indoor temperatures would only rise, not fall. Though she had graduated years ago, she had not forgotten the fundamentals of physics. Wei Ming chuckled. "As long as you understand that residing here is sufficient." Lu Qing felt a jolt of realization. Attaining the position of financial supervisor indicated her remarkable capabilities. She was undoubtedly intelligent. Wei Ming's implication was crystal clear. The outside world has descended into chaos. No one will pursue the matter of your embezzlement of company assets. "You may take your leave now," Wei Ming remarked with a beaming smile. Had she not taken a stroll earlier, Lu Qing might have happily acquiesced. Living under someone else's roof cannot compare to the comfort of one's own home. However, at this moment, such thoughts had entirely fled her mind. Under the oppressive heat, even the air conditioning proved futile. Every room felt akin to an oven. While it may not be lethal, for one accustomed to the cool embrace of air conditioning, temperatures reaching 40 or even 50 degrees Celsius are unbearable. One might as well wish for death. Therefore, at least until the ice Wei Ming held had melted, she had no intention of leaving. An amount of coaxing would suffice. For this, she was willing to pay any price. "That I wish to stay," she declared to Wei Ming. "But this is my home. On what ground should I accommodate you?" Wei Ming replied nonchalantly. Lu Qing obediently knelt before him. Gazing up, "I would do anything for you." "Anything?" Wei Ming laughed. "Anything." Lu Qing bit her lip. Wei Ming leisurely opened his phone to check the messages in the community owners group. That a staggering 999 unread messages awaited him. He chuckled softly that a cursory glance revealed that everyone was lamenting the relentless heat and speculating why the government had not deployed rain-inducing technology. They believed that rain would alleviate the soaring temperatures. Yet, someone quickly countered that given the current extreme heat, even if artificial rain were to occur, it would evaporate almost instantaneously, leaving them in a veritable steam room. However, the bizarre disappearance of polar icebergs had become a global sensation, prompting the already cautious citizens of Huaxia to stockpile provisions at home. Thus, it could be said that at least 90 of households had some reserves. Wei Ming couldn't help but smile. He had not anticipated that his preparations would trigger such a ripple effect, allowing the entire community to endure longer. For now, though, everyone merely complained about the oppressive heat. With air conditioning proving nearly useless, and they had yet to descend in a panic, believing this unusual weather would soon pass, that a little patience was all that was required. Wei Ming refrained from contradicting them at this moment and sent a video to Song Qingyun. A few seconds later, she answered. Upon seeing the policewoman on the screen, Wei Ming asked, "Have you had breakfast, Song Beauty? What to eat?" Although this is a restaurant, it is strangely devoid of any ingredients. The freezer is completely empty, leaving her at a loss for words. Instead of turning off the freezer, she opened its door to let the cold air escape. Knowing that while this would raise the ambient temperature, at least the area around the freezer would remain slightly cool. provided the power remained intact and the freezer did not malfunction. It was reasonable to assume that even if the government ensured power supply, how long could the freezer withstand continuous operation in such extreme heat? Fortunately, the temperature would drop at night, allowing the freezer to be turned off and function only during the day, thereby extending its lifespan. Song Qingyun initially glared at him in anger, but soon wore a look of astonishment upon noticing that Wei Ming was clad in a bathrobe. "Aren't you hot?" Yet, Wei Ming appeared utterly unfazed, as if he were not on the verge of fainting from the heat. "Oh, should I say, are you preparing for lunch?" Wei Ming smiled, walking into the dining room. The camera panned down slightly, revealing a table adorned with an array of delectable dishes, including Song Qingyun's favorite, mapo tofu. During their previous question-and-answer game, Wei Ming had learned quite a few of her secrets, having only eaten dinner the night before and working tirelessly through the night. She was already famished, and now, having skipped breakfast, she felt ravenous as noon approached. Spotting her beloved dish, she couldn't help but swallow hard at tea that moment. Xiao Hei scampered over, and Wei Ming generously offered it a piece of steak and poured a bowl of milk, naturally capturing it all for Song Qingyun to see. This infuriated her. "Even a dog receives better treatment than I." Wei Ming then deliberately showed Song Qingyun the temperature display. 24 degrees. Song Qingyun suddenly understood why Wei Ming was unbothered by the heat while wearing a bathrobe. "Would you like to stay at my place?" Wei Ming asked with a grin. "No, I do not want to." Song Qingyun gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. Wei Ming applauded. "Song Beauty, you truly possess unwavering resolve. I am curious how long you can maintain this stance. Do you remember what I said before? I'm willing to trade 3 bottles of water and 3 pieces of bread for your first time. This offer is valid indefinitely. Contact me when you come to your senses." With that, Wei Ming did not end the video call, but instead set his phone aside and began live streaming his meal. Watching Wei Ming sip soda and enjoy the Australian lobster, particularly the steaming mapo tofu, Song Qingyun could no longer contain herself and abruptly cut off the video call. Wei Ming couldn't help but smile, intrigued by how long Song Qingyun could endure it. And let us not forget the haughty Yu Chutong next door, who had always regarded him with disdain. He wondered how long such arrogance could be sustained. Furthermore, Zhua Qingqing. The moment for revenge had finally arrived. However, Wei Ming was not inclined to swiftly eliminate this family. Instead, he intended to subject them to prolonged torment. He let them simmer for a few days under the sweltering heat. And then he would unveil his lifestyle photos to maximize the impact. Chapter 32. Su Jian regretted it. "Oh, and what about Mi Xiaolu? Shouldn't I bring this toy back? I have yet to try them together." Wei Ming pondered for a moment before deciding to hold off for now. After all, Mi Xiaolu was not the same as Lu Qing. Lu Qing had reached a dead end. If he were to cast her out, she would be left without food or shelter. But Mi Xiaolu had a home to return to. There was no need to rush. The apocalypse had only just begun, as long as one lingered in this new world for a few more days. Anyone would come to terms with reality. A mere bottle of water or a piece of bread would have them groveling. Just then, Lu Qing descended the stairs, clad in a fitted undergarment at a room temperature of 24 degrees. This attire was sufficient, neither too cold nor too hot. However, the snug fit accentuated her alluring figure entirely. In terms of physique, this woman truly excelled. At present, only Song Qingyun could rival her. Wei Ming's heart raced as he beckoned Lu Qing with a finger. Having followed him for several days, Lu Qing was aware of his desires. Yet she hesitated, knowing that contraceptives were currently unattainable. What if she fell victim? Wei Ming smiled, placing a bottle of medicine on the table. Yuding. Lu Qing recognized it immediately, having taken it multiple times before, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, internally cursing that scoundrel. How much has this scoundrel prepared? She understood that Wei Ming held no regard for her well-being. And the root of this lay in the targeting and humiliation she had subjected him to during their 3 years of working together. Ironically, she could not summon the courage to stand her ground. Before today, venturing outside meant only the risk of being apprehended by the police. But now, she had personally experienced the oppressive heat outside, and the sunlight bore deadly rays. Even the news advised staying indoors. If she were to accompany Wei Ming outside, where would she go? Would she not be cooked alive? Thus, residing under his roof, she had no choice but to heed his every word. An hour later, the dishes had naturally grown cold. Wei Ming could have reheated them, yet he deemed it wasteful. Can cold food not be eaten? In the future, one might fight tooth and nail for a mere piece of bread. What did cold dishes matter? He was not picky, and neither would Lu Qing dare to be. She began to devour the food ravenously. After finishing, Lu Qing couldn't help but think of her heartless husband. Instantly invigorated, and asked Wei Ming, "Can I now video call Su Jian?" "You may," Wei Ming replied. Lu Qing excitedly initiated a video call to her husband, and within seconds, the connection was established as Su Jian's face appeared on the screen. Clearly astonished. "You mean to say you haven't been imprisoned? Impossible!" After reporting to the company, the very next day, he had attempted to reach Lu Qing through video and phone calls, but the video went unanswered and the phone was out of service. He naturally assumed Lu Qing had been incarcerated and her phone had run out of battery, making it impossible for her to answer. Lu Qing's phone had been swiftly confiscated by Wei Ming to prevent police tracking. But now, he had returned it to her. Lu Qing smirked. "Su Jian, after all we've been through as a couple, why did you choose to betray me?" "Betray you?" Su Jian scoffed coldly. "You were the one who betrayed me first. You wretched woman. Who is that paramour?" Lu Qing, however, remained silent, instead turning the camera around to showcase the abundance of food in the storage room and the current room temperature before she spoke. "What does it matter if you've made off with all the money? Can money satisfy hunger or cool the air? Oh, I suddenly remembered that you are in Malaysia, a tropical region. It must be even hotter there, right? How clever you are deliberately choosing the hottest place on earth." Su Jian was infuriated, but his curiosity quickly shifted to where his wife was. "Are you with that paramour?" Lu Qing shook her head. "That is my master." "Indeed, I am here with my master, who helped me escape the police's clutches and avoid imprisonment." "Su Jian, you should feel disappointed. Otherwise, I would be languishing in a cell, and life would be unbearable." "Who is the paramour? Tell me, who is he?" Su Jian roared, frantic with rage. Wei Ming, of course, overheard and leaned in, appearing in the frame. I believe I have encountered you before." Su Jian's face was a mask of fury as he pondered, and then suddenly exclaimed, "You are from Lu Qing's department. Your name is it Wei Ming?" "Yes, Wei Ming." This revelation struck him with a jolt, for he had heard his wife complain about a man in her department who bore a striking resemblance to her former lover, a man she had often maligned. Little did he expect that the very man his wife despised was now toying with her affections. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "Indeed, I am Wei Ming." Rage surged through Su Jian as he leapt to his feet. "You vile scoundrel! I shall have your head. I swear I will kill you." Despite the rift between him and Lu Qing, she remained his de facto wife. What man could endure the humiliation of being cuckolded? Had he not cast her into the flames of betrayal solely because she had strayed? He sought vengeance to punish Lu Qing. Yet now, Lu Qing had faced no retribution. She had instead entwined herself with her paramour, thriving in a manner far superior to his own existence. What then had his revenge amounted to? Lu Qing, seething with indignation, retorted, "Su Jian, you are utterly despicable." She revealed the truth of having succumbed to Wei Ming's advances. Having been caught in a compromising situation, upon hearing this, Su Jian was rendered speechless, and soon he broke down in tears. "Wife, I was wrong. I was so very wrong." Regret washed over him in waves. Firstly, he had wrongfully accused Lu Qing, thus delivering his enchanting wife into another's embrace. Secondly, he had foolishly ventured to a tropical land, plunging himself deeper into despair. Lu Qing's revelation was not born of lingering affection. Rather, it was a calculated move to intensify his remorse. With her objective achieved, she could not suppress a cold smirk. Wei Ming, adding insult to injury, proclaimed to Su Jian, "Fear not, old Su. I shall take good care of your wife." Unsurprisingly, Su Jian, far removed in Malaysia, spat blood in sheer rage. You treacherous wretches! You shall meet a grim fate." He cursed vehemently, his cries interspersed with sobs. Chapter 33. The high price of supplies as night fell. The temperature finally ceased its ascent. 59 degrees. However, with the sun's retreat, the heat gradually dissipated, especially as rain began to fall, further cooling the air to around 45 degrees. While still sweltering, the air conditioning could function again, provided the electricity held out, allowing for a semblance of restful sleep. Some sought to venture outside to gather supplies while the sun was obscured, only to be met by a light drizzle. The moment it touched their skin, cries of despair erupted. This was acid rain, possessing a corrosive effect on living organisms, primarily targeting organic materials. Umbrellas, raincoats, and buildings, however, offered adequate protection. Consequently, those intending to venture outside were swiftly deterred. News reports promptly warned that the rain following sunset was corrosive. Should one need to go out, they must ensure thorough protective measures. Authorities also advised residents to stockpile water, as the acid rain would likely contaminate the water supply. The water henceforth might be unfit for consumption, even for simple tasks like washing hands. Wei Ming shook his head, reassured that there was no need for alarm. Soon, lakes and rivers would dry up, and water purification plants would run dry. Turning on the tap would yield nothing as for the feasibility of sinking deep wells for groundwater. Wei Ming was uncertain, for he had not lived to witness such times in his previous life. Nevertheless, even amidst the acid rain, some brave souls were determined to take risks. How would they do so? By driving. However, upon reaching the garage, they were met with dismay. The sweltering daytime heat had caused all the car tires to burst. What now? Venture out in raincoats. Who would dare? At least no one seemed willing at that moment. Until desperation loomed, who would risk their life for a mere chance? Suddenly, Wei Ming noticed someone in the owner's group offering exorbitant prices for food and water. Yu Chudong, a wealthy second-generation heiress who owned a company, she had the means to pay handsomely. 100 yuan for a bottle of water, with food starting at 100 yuan, varying by type, vegetables and rice. Naturally, commanded different prices. Surprisingly, people were willing to seize such opportunities, betting on the swift passage of the disaster and the government's timely provision of aid to navigate the crisis. Thus, those who endured would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Following Yu Chutong, another figure emerged. Zhang Shi from Villa 8, a prominent businessman, unafraid to spend lavishly during this tumultuous time. Even with imminent government assistance, he knew the value of peace of mind, willing to spend tens of thousands, even millions, for reassurance. With two wealthy individuals competing for supplies, prices naturally escalated. Soon, a bottle of water soared to 1,000 yuan, prompting other residents to withdraw from selling. What if prices surged to 10,000 yuan? Wouldn't tea selling now be a loss? Wei Ming observed this with a smirk. Engaging in the supply market was akin to courting disaster, in a matter of days, as food and clean water dwindled and government assistance remained absent. The reality of the apocalypse would dawn upon them. This catastrophe would not resolve itself in a short time. The harsh truth would soon reveal that rescue was a mirage, and law enforcement would not arrive to uphold order. As society's fabric unraveled, those hoarding supplies would become prime targets. They were not impervious to the desperate, starving residents of the community. Yet, should he choose to intervene, might he not earn the affections of a distressed damsel? The prospect of winning over Yu Chutong, a gem not lesser than Song Qingyun, tantalized him. In truth, he could forcibly claim Yu Chudong now, but he preferred to wield his resources to ensure her compliance. Savoring the experience instead. Even in the face of impending doom, Wei Ming maintained his principles. Without a moral compass, one becomes a beast. Regardless of his darker inclinations, Wei Ming aspired to remain human, albeit a selfish one. No rush, this was merely day one. Most still clung to illusions, and reality would soon deliver a sobering blow. Curious about Song Jinghua, he hoped she would refrain from recklessly venturing outside, lest she mar her skin. Wei Ming initiated a video call with Song Qingyun. After an unusually long wait, she finally answered. "What do you want?" she queried tersely. "Did I want?" Wei Ming nodded. Song Qingyun was taken aback, only to realize he was teasing her. With a huff, she retorted, "Do not be so smug. This disaster is temporary. Once it passes, I will lead a team to apprehend you and ensure you face justice." Today, still so righteous, Wei Ming chuckled, relishing her spirited resolve. "But what if the disaster lingers?" Wei Ming inquired. "What then shall you do?" Song Qingyun was momentarily speechless before asserting, "The calamity will surely pass. Even if it doesn't, we will find a way to endure." Wei Ming chuckled softly. Her unwavering spirit remained intact even after a day. "Excellent, that I await our game of cat and mouse, where you play the law enforcer, and I the miscreant," he jested, with determination. Song Qingyun launched into a tirade against him before abruptly ending the call, primarily due to fatigue and hunger. Wei Ming ascended to the third-floor balcony, where the glass shielded him from the acid rain outside. The raindrops were small, barely making a sound as they struck the glass, merely trickling down its surface. The city remained aglow, vibrant as ever. Yet how long could this evaporated endure? Within days, power, gas, and water supplies would cease. And then, Wei Ming shook his head to his surprise. He spotted Yu Chutong on the adjacent balcony, clad in a floral dress, sipping red wine. Her balcony also enclosed in glass, as no one would dare stand outside unprotected in such times. Upon noticing Wei Ming, she instinctively displayed a look of disdain before quickly averting her gaze. How amusing, he mused. You must have amassed quite an inventory, drawing attention to yourself. Once societal order collapses, you, a beautiful woman with ample supplies, will undoubtedly become a prime target. He paid little heed to her arrogance and contempt. It mattered not. Soon enough, she would be compelled to lower her proud head and act accordingly. As Wei Ming scrolled through his phone, he found numerous long quiet groups buzzing with activity. Chapter 34. Yu Chudong's temptation. As Wei Ming made his way through the various groups, elementary, middle, high school, university, and work groups, he also found the owner's group lively. Along with a fishing group he frequented, populated by numerous fishing enthusiasts willing to traverse great distances for their passion. Yet the fishing group was the most animated of all. What now? We had planned to go fishing tonight. Someone lamented. Indeed, I've already paid my dues for 5 consecutive days. It would be a waste. Another echoed. Unlike the other groups, which lamented the oppressive heat, the fishers' focus was entirely different. Wei Ming was also quite emotional. With the onset of acid rain, even if the lakes and rivers had not dried up, would there still be fish to catch? Yet, in the face of the apocalypse, he found himself preoccupied with the triviality of fishing. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, then glanced at Yu Chutong, pondering silently. Weren't you rather proud? Very well. He returned to his room, feigning the need to fetch something, but in reality, he retrieved platters of fruit from the other dimension, which he then placed on the small tea table. Settling into a recliner, he indulged himself, plucking grapes, snacking on cherries, and savoring spoonfuls of watermelon, relishing each bite. Had he been eating something less enticing, Yu Chutong might have looked on with disdain. But fruit that stirred her appetite. There were indeed provisions in the refrigerator, but the sweltering heat of the day had led her to consume everything. Watching Wei Ming eat, especially the cherries, made her involuntarily swallow hard. Subsequently, she picked up her phone and began tapping away. Moments later, Wei Ming received a friend request, noted as Yu Chutong from Building 18. He chuckled to himself. Upon accepting the request, she promptly messaged, I want to buy your fruit. Not for sale, Wei Ming replied curtly. Yu Chutong, clearly incensed, retorted. Name your price. He smirked, responding. For one night? Yu Chutong was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes widened in realization, and she shot up, glaring at Wei Ming through the window. Wei Ming waved his phone at her, reminding her it was her suggestion to name a price. Frustrated, Yu Chutong turned and stormed back inside. Wei Ming smiled faintly, continuing to enjoy his fruit. Only after finishing did he return indoors. He shared a bed with Lu Qing. One must remain vigilant, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks, was there? That night, everyone found it hard to sleep, although no one wished for such calamity to persist. Thoughts inevitably drifted to the possibility of tomorrow, the day after, or even weeks later, where such hellish weather still prevailed. What then would become of them? However, Wei Ming slept soundly, residing in a secure shelter, surrounded by an abundance of supplies. What was there to worry about? The long night finally passed, ushering in the second day of the apocalypse. Many were awakened by the oppressive heat, as the sun rose and temperatures soared above 50 degrees. In numerous homes, air conditioners dispensed only hot air. How could anyone possibly sleep under such conditions? Climbing out of bed, drenched in sweat, many realized that yesterday's events were not a mere dream. The good news was that there was no work to attend to today. The bad news was the sweltering heat made that prospect more appealing. Wei Ming rose and checked the surveillance. Lu Qing was still asleep, but he unlocked the door with his phone, then pondered what to have for breakfast. The choices were overwhelming. What a dilemma. He settled on a simple donkey meat pie. Wei Ming retrieved a pie from the cupboard and paired it with a bowl of salty soy milk. The difference between salty and sweet soy milk is not merely a matter of sugar versus salt. The former must also include shrimp skins and shredded pickled vegetables, and it is significantly thicker than regular soy milk. Wei Ming broke into a sweat as he ate, glancing at the room temperature. He noted it had reached 31 degrees. Well, the ice was nearly melted, but he decided to add more. Wei Ming replenished the ice, the melted water flowing into the basement pool, which he later collected back into the other dimension. Such clean water was invaluable. These ice cubes had originated from glaciers. Could they harbor ancient viruses? Regardless, entering the other dimension essentially sterilized them. In this realm, Wei Ming was akin to a deity, effortlessly eliminating bacteria and viruses at mere thought. However, upon turning on the tap, no water flowed forth. If drones were deployed for reconnaissance, they would reveal that every river and lake had dried up. Even the vastest bodies of water were reduced to desolate beds. Struggling to survive. After today, there would be no rivers or lakes to be found on land, that I in truth. Witnessing this, any astute observer should realize that the apocalypse had truly arrived, unstoppable that as Wei Ming continued to eat. He turned on the television to watch the news. Clearly, the authorities had also recognized the disappearance of water resources, a fact that could not be concealed. The news repeatedly urged the public to conserve water, advising against washing hands, faces, or bathing. The sole purpose of water now was to drink. Officials were drilling deep wells, genuinely seeking clean water from the depths of the earth. Additionally, they encouraged citizens to collect acid rain at night, utilizing filtration systems or distillation methods, doing everything possible for self-preservation. As these words were broadcast, many felt a jolt of dread that IT was over. The authorities were urging self-rescue, which implied there would be no rescue coming. At least, not in the foreseeable future. That it was only reasonable to think that with the sun blazing fiercely, accompanied by lethal rays, how could anyone approach? Tanks, while they might not fear lethal rays, what of the unbearable heat within the tank? It would be akin to an oven. Who could withstand that? It was finished. Despair flickered across the faces of many, spiraling into madness. With no rescue on the horizon, they resolved to find ways to fend for themselves. What was essential for survival? Water, food. Very well, they would first seek to buy or borrow. If that proved impossible, they would resort to theft. Who would dare to intervene? They would kill anyone who stood in their way. Wei Ming shook his head. The news encouraging self-rescue would soon lead many down the path of robbery and murder, and thus the collapse of social order would commence. In his previous life, he had been oblivious, failing to grasp the significance of such news. But having lived two lives, he now saw straight to the core of the issue. That moment, Lu Qing awoke and descended to eat. Wei Ming, naturally, would not exhibit kindness by preparing food for her. Instead, he instructed her to gather ingredients to cook for herself. Of course, he remained generous, allowing Lu Qing to choose freely from the ingredients in the refrigerator. At present, Lu Qing was not yet privy to his secrets. Ding! Suddenly, Wei Ming received a message. Glancing at his phone, he found it was from Zhuo Qingqing. Haha, you bastard. What good is having 2 billion if you can't spend it? Chapter 35. Zhuo Qingqing SNB. Oh, coming to gloat. Are we? Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Alas, such a pity to disappoint you, that he snapped a photo of the leftover food on the table, then moved to the storage room, capturing images of the mountain-like pile of ingredients, as well as the frozen foods and fruits in the refrigerator, finally snapping a picture of the indoor temperature display. 24 degrees. It was quite cold. Perhaps he should remove some ice. He then sent all these photos to Zhuo Qingqing. Wei Ming certainly wouldn't go so far as to block Zhuo Qingqing. With so much time ahead, wouldn't it be a waste not to torment her a little? Just seconds later, Zhuo Qingqing initiated a video call. Wei Ming wore a mocking smile as he accepted the call. Brother Wei. Zhuo Qingqing's voice was sweet. I was just joking earlier. You didn't take it seriously. Did you, brother? How can it be only 24 degrees where you are? She couldn't believe it. Yet on the screen, Wei Ming, clad in casual attire, wore a calm expression, decidedly unbothered by the sweltering heat. She watched as he poured a glass of cola, tossing in a few ice cubes, then gulping it down, making her mouth water. But her mouth felt parched, as if saliva had vanished entirely, when she saw him pour a bowl of milk for the little black dog. She could no longer contain herself. You actually feed milk to a dog? Wei Ming smiled faintly. It's my milk. I can give it to whomever I choose. At this point, Zhuo Qingqing not only believed that Wei Ming's villa maintained a comfortable 24-degree environment, but she was also convinced he had ample supplies. Otherwise, he wouldn't be using milk to feed a dog. She quickly donned a sweet smile, saying, Good brother, I was wrong. Is it not enough to admit my mistake? These past 2 days, I've reflected deeply. I still like you, which is why I wanted to win you back, but instead, it made you think I'm a gold digger that I promise. I genuinely like you. Good brother, I am absolutely not a gold digger. You must believe me. Can I come to your place? Her cheeks flushed red as she spoke. Previously, you always wanted it, but I wanted to test you, which is why I held back. But now, with the end of the world approaching, I don't want to die as a virgin. Tiske, she truly knew how to act. If you were still a virgin, I would reverse your name. Wei Ming, of course, did not believe her. However, he did not delete Ching, wishing to enjoy her poor performance that he feigned hesitation before finally stating, "It's too late. I already have a woman." Ah, Ching was taken aback, nearly leaping up to scold Wei Ming. How could you find a new love so quickly? But considering all that Wei Ming possessed, she quickly suppressed her anger, saying, "But this dreadful weather came so suddenly. She must not be by your side, right, brother? Now we're all trapped in the community, unable to go anywhere. You must be feeling lonely. Let me keep you company, shall I?" Wei Ming feigned surprise. She is indeed by my side. With that, he switched to the rear camera, focusing on Lu Qing, who appeared in attire reminiscent of a made from a low-budget film. That moment, Ching was truly infuriated, although she had never liked Wei Ming. He was a fish she had nurtured for nearly a year. Now this fish had not only jumped into another's pond, but had also grown unexpectedly plump. Lu Qing's breakfast was astonishingly lavish. In addition to the staple food, there was a delightful salad of vegetables and fruits, alongside a box of chilled milk. She was utterly envious. Moreover, Lu Qing appeared impeccably clean, unlike herself, who had not only neglected to bathe yesterday, but had also failed to brush her teeth or wash her face today, leaving her looking quite unkempt. Yet this woman, immaculate. The thought of Wei Ming's recent display of abundant supplies made her seethe with jealousy in her mind. She had yet to sever ties with Wei Ming. Thus he rightfully remained her boyfriend, and everything he possessed was inherently hers. Now, what was meant for her enjoyment had inexplicably gone to another woman. How could she not be furious? "Wei Ming, you are being unreasonable," she exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration, "that we have only just broken up. How could you so swiftly find someone new?" she questioned, her tone laden with incredulity. It was evident she showed no signs of introspection. Wei Ming adjusted the camera and replied coolly, "We have parted ways. What gives you the right to question me?" Caught off guard, Ching quickly lowered her stance, saying, "I'm just concerned you might be deceived. With your wealth, it's only natural for vain women to take an interest in you. But they only love your money. I am different. I love only you, dear brother." Goodness, that sent shivers down his spine. Wei Ming barely managed to suppress his disgust and replied, "Do not come looking for me again. People might misunderstand and grow jealous. Besides, I am busy." With that, he ended the call. Ching, with such a response, would undoubtedly cling to her fantasies, racking her brain on how to win back Wei Ming's heart, only to be played for a fool. Yet, before the overwhelming allure of material goods, even the faintest glimmer of hope would repeatedly ensnare her. She might as well become a devoted admirer, enduring the pain until Wei Ming lost interest, ultimately leading to the downfall of his family. He was currently too idle. Naturally, he needed to find something to occupy himself. Wei Ming found it peculiar. After his rebirth, his needs in certain aspects had surged to an astonishing degree. In ancient times, he would have been akin to a debauched ruler, destined to meet an early demise before reaching 30. Yet, Wei Ming remained oblivious to any personal issues. He had even ventured into an alternate space, utilizing its boundless capabilities to inspect himself. The sole conclusion was that he was as robust as an ox. No, he was even stronger than that. Where were the signs of indulgence harming his health? It was strange. After his rebirth and the acquisition of spatial abilities, even his body had transformed, but he suspected that the changes in his physique were linked to this alternate space. However, this could not be substantiated. Besides serving as a repository and a source of weaponry, what new functions had this space gained? Teleportation. He could transport himself from one location into the alternate space and re-emerge through a spatial door. Even passing through walls. Was that not teleportation? The distance was merely short, at most 5 meters. And then there was healing. Before embarking on his journey to the polar icebergs, he had conducted experiments. Injuries could be healed instantly via the alternate space. But could this be applied to others? What if it were not injuries but other ailments? For instance, cancer or AIDS. Ah, that was splendid. He would never need an umbrella again. Wei Ming's gaze was intense, filled with inexplicable excitement. Chapter 36. Song Qingyun's feigned surrender. Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi resumed their procurement of supplies within the owner's group. However, this time, neither of them yielded any success. The sweltering heat continued unabated, and the taps had run dry. The authorities had even issued notifications urging everyone to find ways to save themselves, that if there were any who remained oblivious to the implications yesterday, today they could no longer feign ignorance. Thus, even though Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi raised their purchasing price to 10,000 yuan for a bottle of water, no one was willing to part with it. What was water or food in hand? It was life, whose life was worth merely 10,000 yuan. More importantly, what could one do with money now? Cash was just a stack of worthless paper, too rough even for wiping, while bank transfers amounted to nothing more than virtual numbers. Indeed, those who had sold food and water to Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi yesterday now regretted their decisions, wishing to reclaim their goods, yet Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi would never acquiesce, leading to a cacophony of insults in the group, harsh and unrelenting. Wei Ming, of course, felt no sympathy for these individuals. Who could blame them for their greed? Today, could Song Qingyun endure? Wei Ming sent a video to the beautiful policewoman. After a prolonged wait, the video finally connected to Mai. How rapidly had the beautiful policewoman diminished in just over a day. It was evident she had not slept well. Dark circles adorned her eyes, and her lips were chapped from severe dehydration. After a day without food, she appeared exceedingly frail, exuding an air of weakness. Wei Ming, I surrender. Please come rescue me. The statue of policewoman declared ditto, surrendering so soon. Wei Ming pondered with a hint of surprise. He chuckled inwardly. Ah, so you wish to play? Very well. Let us indulge in this game. Wei Ming exited the basement and made his way to the garage, arriving beneath the restaurant where Song Qingyun was located. He first opened the spatial door, ensuring it was through the wall, then tossed out a camera, checking through his phone. All was secure. Thus, he pressed against his body and instantly vanished. He had hidden behind a stone pillar. Unnoticed by anyone, currently, no one was keeping an eye on him. Their focus lay on Song Qingyun or Zhang Shi, who were both busy procuring supplies in the owner's group, a sight visible to all. It was scorching. Wei Ming had donned summer attire, a tank top above and beach shorts below, but even the slightest clothing offered no respite from the oppressive heat. The temperature soared to 60 degrees. And he was so dry that not even a bead of sweat remained, evaporating instantly. Emerging from the kitchen, he found a figure sprawled on the ground in police uniform. It was Song Qingyun, while the bodies of Long Gu and his family had vanished. She must have disposed of them, considering that being in the same room as 3 corpses, especially in such heat, would lead to rapid decomposition and an unbearable stench. Wei Ming approached as he neared Song Qingyun. She suddenly stirred. Grasping his legs, she pulled forcefully, attempting to topple him. The outcome. Wei Ming obligingly fell, but contrary to her intentions, he landed heavily atop her, instead of her mounting him to immobilize his arms. Oh, so eager to get close? Wei Ming teased that he knew that Song Qingyun would not capitulate so easily. Thus, she was undoubtedly digging her own grave. But without a firearm and empty-handed, did she truly believe she could subdue him? Not to boast, but with his current physical prowess, even a single hand could handle her effortlessly. Her figure was indeed splendid, voluptuous and firm, a delightful sensation. Even through clothing, the embrace was intoxicating. One could only imagine the ecstasy of intimacy. Wei Ming eagerly anticipated the moment. Get off. Song Qingyun pushed him with all her might. Yet firstly, a woman's strength could not rival a man's. Secondly, she had gone over a day without food or drink. How much strength could she possibly possess? Rather than a push, it felt more like a feeble press. This your idea of a wolfish advance. How delightful. Suddenly, Song Qingyun's expression shifted, her face paling as she sensed Wei Ming's overwhelming intent. Wei Ming chuckled heartily, refraining from claiming this enchanting policewoman just yet. Instead, he rose to his feet. Song Qingyun, struggling, managed to sit on a chair, gasping for breath, her countenance filled with resignation. Realizing that her lack of sustenance would only render her weaker, she contemplated taking a gamble, attempting to seduce Wei Ming and seize this opportunity. Yet she had clearly underestimated his capabilities and overestimated her own. The gap between them was akin to that between a lion and a sheep, though perhaps not quite so extreme. "How did you get here?" she inquired, having witnessed Wei Ming's mysterious disappearance earlier, now equally perplexed by his sudden reappearance. She had scrutinized the establishment meticulously, aside from the main entrance. "There should be no other exits." Wei Ming smiled. "I came through a hidden passage." Where Song Qingyun pressed, her curiosity tormenting her. "Kiss me, and I'll tell you." Wei Ming grinned. Song Qingyun shot him an indignant glare. This flower was clearly thorny. "Sigh, here I am, trying to help you, and you show no gratitude." Wei Ming shook his head and retrieved a plastic bag from the kitchen, filled with boxes of fruit slices. He took one out, revealing watermelon, and popped a piece into his mouth, exclaiming, "It's truly sweltering. It was still cold when I took it from the fridge, and now it's warm. What a disappointment." He feigned disgust, yet Song Qingyun could not help but salivate. After all, she had not eaten for over a day, and while Wei Ming had left her 2 bottles of water, the relentless heat had caused her to drink them dry yesterday. The sight of the luscious red watermelon was an immense temptation to her. "Do you wish to eat?" Wei Ming displayed the remaining fruit slices, pears, apples, and cantaloupe, gesturing invitingly, "As long as you follow me. You can enjoy these daily." Song Qingyun stared longingly at the fruit, her mouth watering, but ultimately turned her head resolutely, embodying the principle of poverty's immovability. Wei Ming gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive, impressive. In light of your strong principles, I shall gift you this box of watermelon." With that, he packed the other fruit slices back into the plastic bag. "Are you leaving?" Song Qingyun felt a tightening in her chest. The Tio speak frankly. A person trapped in this hotel for over a day inevitably experiences a sense of loneliness and feared so. "Are you planning to return with me?" Wei Ming jested. Song Qingyun merely snorted and turned her head away. Yet, when she glanced back, she found that Wei Ming had already entered the kitchen. She hurried after him, but hunger rendered her weak, preventing her from running swiftly to be by the time she reached the kitchen. Wei Ming's presence had vanished. Undeterred, she began to search frantically, yet no matter how diligently she scoured the area, the entrance to the secret passage eluded her grasp. Eventually, she had no choice but to retreat. Glancing at the box of watermelon, her lips involuntarily curled in anticipation. Reason told her that this was left by Wei Ming and should not be consumed, but ultimately, her body's instincts prevailed. She approached, seized a piece of watermelon, and devoured it in mere moments. However, rather than satiating her hunger, it merely served to intensify it, providing only a slight relief to her thirst that it was over. If there was nothing else to eat, it would have been acceptable, but after consuming a few slices of watermelon, she mournfully realized that her resolve was waning, even feeling an impulsive urge to summon Wei Ming back. Could she truly endure any longer? Chapter 37. Forcing a wife into prostitution, Wei Ming returned to the garage, hastening home. Although Song Qingyun maintained her stubborn facade, her will had evidently begun to waver. In just 2 or 3 days, he would reap significant rewards. Was this reward legitimate? He needed to hurry back. The heat outside was unbearable. Wei Ming walked briskly, aware that even the underground garage was only marginally cooler, unless one could excavate a cave several dozen meters deep to prevent the sun's heat from penetrating so far. It was unlikely to find a suitable temperature in the city. Perhaps a cave might offer such solace. As he passed through, he overheard numerous discussions filled with anxiety. What if this dreadful weather persisted for an extended period? What would happen to their food and water supplies? Moreover, the oppressive heat was terrifying. Fortunately, temperatures would drop at night, and with air conditioning, it could descend to around 35 degrees Celsius, provided the power remained uninterrupted. If the electricity failed, they would have to endure the sweltering heat even at night. Could one survive such conditions? Suddenly, a group of individuals rushed past, each clutching bags, disappearing from sight in an instant. "They're robbing!" After a while, a man nearing 50 stumbled towards him, a significant wound on his forehead still oozing blood, though the earliest trickles had already congealed. "Isn't that old he from the delivery station?" "Who injured him?" A few moments earlier, several people had dashed past. The crowd initially appeared confused before realization dawned upon them. This man, He Qingguang, operated the community's delivery station, and due to the high volume of individuals collecting packages daily, he had begun to stock snacks and beverages, albeit with modest sales. Thus, someone had just robbed his delivery station. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Robbery had occurred. What had become of this world? With law enforcement unlikely to intervene, and with hunger and thirst gnawing at them, what choice remained but to resort to robbery themselves? So, are you advocating for robbery? Huh. If I find myself desperate, I would undoubtedly do the same. The crowd buzzed with chatter, none willing to offer support to He Wang. Instead, the nefarious inclinations within them were laid bare. Indeed, would wrongdoing still incur punishment in these times? Even if the apocalypse passed, how many would perish in the aftermath? Would the state hold accountability? If accountability were to be enforced, it seemed unlikely that many would remain alive. The essence of law lies in its ability to restrain the demons within. Yet now, these demons were quietly being unleashed. The robbery of the delivery station was merely the beginning. Such occurrences would become increasingly common. Robberies and murders would cease to be mere plots in novels and would instead infiltrate reality. Wei Ming sighed. Just as the news proclaimed self-rescue, some individuals indeed took action. Yet through the means of seizing from others, chaos had ensued. He recognized that the announcement urging self-rescue had sounded the alarm for societal collapse. Yet this unraveling had occurred with alarming swiftness. Should he check on Mi Xiaolu? After some contemplation, he resolved to make the trip. This was a toy he had set his sights on, and he could not allow others to seize it away. Thus, he veered towards the building where his former apartment was located. Upon entering the elevator, swiping his card, he felt a twinge of danger. Riding an elevator was precarious, for one could never know when the power might fail. Becoming trapped in the sweltering confines could quickly lead to heat stroke. Yet Wei Ming felt no fear. He had acquired the ability to teleport, and as long as the walls did not exceed 5 meters in thickness, he could not be confined. Ding! The elevator halted, and the doors slid open as he approached, intending to knock, when suddenly, a fierce argument erupted from within. Huh. A man's voice. Wei Ming found himself taken aback. Was Mi Xiaolu being so brazen? No. The voice belonged to Guahai, her legitimate husband. When had he returned, he paused to listen, and soon, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Guahai was actually persuading his wife to sell herself, claiming that old Wang from upstairs was willing to barter 1 bottle of purified water and a pack of instant noodles, while Grandpa Zhang from downstairs offered 3 kilograms of rice, and another man from the adjacent building. That so many men were willing to trade food and drink for a night with Mi Xiaolu did not surprise Wei Ming in the slightest. The woman was undeniably beautiful, tall, and with not an ounce of excess weight. Her hourglass figure was incredibly alluring, and countless men in the community fantasized about her, much like every man in the office would dream about Lu Qing. Yet it shocked Wei Ming that Guahai had taken on the role of a pimp. Could a man truly sink to such depths? Mi Xiaolu, of course, resisted vehemently, shouting at Guahai that she was not a prostitute. Hurling insults at him, questioning what sort of husband he was, Guahai, however, remained unfazed, retorting, "You have no idea how many men you've slept with. Now you want to play the innocent. Slut, I'm telling you. I've already made a deal with old Wang that he'll be here soon, so you'd better be accommodating, or I won't hesitate to force your hand." Mi Xiaolu was utterly devastated. Guahai returned the day before the disaster, and she had hoped he had come to reconcile and live a good life together, even feeling a moment of gratitude that led her to sever ties with Wei Ming. But Guahai turned out to be this kind of person? Bang! At that moment, a sudden knock echoed on the door. The Mi Xiaolu couldn't help but scream in terror. She truly was not a prostitute and did not wish to face a queue of men from the community. Guahai, however, sneered up to him. There was no distinction between his wife being with one man or many. The green had already been donned, so why not profit from his beautiful wife? He approached to open the door. Yet when the door swung open, it was not old Wang standing there, but Wei Ming. Why are you here? Guahai was taken aback. Then, assuming he understood the situation, turned to Mi Xiaolu with a grin. Looks like your market value is high. Another one has come to play with you. That he then directed his gaze at Wei Ming. At least 1 bottle of water and no less than half a gene of grain for the night. But you've arrived late. Go wait your turn, and I'll call for you when it's your time. Originally filled with hatred for Wei Ming, Guahai now saw an opportunity, as long as Wei Ming could meet the price. It mattered not that he had once been cuckolded. Wei Ming was astonished. Was Guahai so adept at being a pimp on his first try? Once a person crosses a line, do they become so shameless? He shook his head and, through Guahai, addressed Mi Xiaolu. Do you wish to come with me and be my woman? Chapter 38. Bringing another one home, damn it. Guahai raised his fist, intent on striking, but as he lifted his arm and met Wei Ming's icy gaze, he froze in place. This was a formidable foe he could not provoke. Mi Xiaolu gazed despairingly at her husband. She had come from a well-off background and had never faced hardship in her life. Coupled with her beauty, she had attracted countless admirers, while Guahai was not the most exceptional among them. He had been the most devoted. Thus, she had chosen him, believing their love would last a lifetime. Yet after just a year of marriage, how had he transformed into a stranger? Gritting her teeth, she took a step toward Wei Ming. Being with him was far preferable to becoming a prostitute. "You dare!" Guahai, unable to confront Wei Ming directly, still could not bring himself to be harsh with his wife. He raised his hand to strike Mi Xiaolu, but his wrist was seized by Wei Ming. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Even when striking a dog, one must consider the owner. "What gives you the audacity?" Guahai was furious. "She is my wife." "And what of it?" Wei Ming scoffed, delivering a kick that sent Guahai sprawling, rolling helplessly on the ground. Witnessing her husband's pitiful state, Mi Xiaolu felt no sorrow, only a sense of satisfaction. She spat at Guahai. From this moment on, "My husband is dead." Guahai felt as if his insides had been shattered by Wei Ming's kick. Unable to rise, only able to groan in pain, his gaze filled with malice as it flicked between Wei Ming and Mi Xiaolu. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the stairwell, their urgency betraying the impatience of the approaching individual. The fire door creaked open, revealing a man stepping out. Wang Xingjian, the old Wang referred to by Guahai, is in his 40s, possessing an unattractive appearance and remains unmarried. Due to his lack of charm, he has endured years of unsuccessful blind dates since the age of 30, with no woman willing to engage in substantial conversation with him. Yet, astonishingly, he has managed to attract one of the most beautiful women in the entire community. How could he not feel exhilarated? He even finds himself grateful for this calamity, as it provided him with an opportunity he never thought possible. However, upon exiting the stairwell, he is taken aback to find another man present. Oh, has the deed already been done? He doesn't mind taking over, after all. Mi Xiaolu is not a virgin. That he approaches her with a smile, intending to take her hand, only for Mi Xiaolu to swiftly retreat behind Wei Ming, her face betraying a clear sense of disgust. Wang Xingjian's expression darkens as he turns to Guahai, inquiring, "Xiao Guo, what is the meaning of this? I have already paid the fee. Do you intend to renege on our agreement? What do a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles represent? Life. At the very least, they can grant a person another day to live. You took such precious items from me and dare to default." Guahai feels a tumultuous wave of nausea. Unable to respond, the Mi Xiaolu interjects. "Guahai accepted your items. You should ask him for them back. If he refuses, you can always pursue me instead. It has nothing to do with me." Wei Ming, we should leave. She has completely lost hope in Guahai. Despite having been single for so long, Wang Xingjian has no interest in swordplay and hastily tries to stop Mi Xiaolu, declaring, "I don't care. I've already paid, then I must have my time with you today." Wei Ming finally takes action, delivering a kick to Wang Xingjian, sending him sprawling. "Get lost." Wei Ming presses the elevator button, ushering Mi Xiaolu inside. "Return my food and water," Wang Xingjian shouts, but the elevator doors close, leaving him to futilely howl in despair. Ding. The elevator arrives at the basement level. Qidong City is a community of thousands, and the underground parking lot is vast, taking several minutes to reach Villa No. 28. As Wei Ming and Mi Xiaolu walk, she overhears the murmurs of the crowd, her face paling with each passing moment. Has the world descended into such chaos? Is there still hope? If Wei Ming runs out of food and water, will he too resort to selling himself? Anxiously, the pair finally reach Villa No. 28. That Wei Ming unlocks the door with his fingerprint, and a wave of refreshing coolness greets them. "How delightful!" Mi Xiaolu exclaims, her eyes widening in disbelief. This reaction mirrors that of Lu Qing from the day before. Normal, normal, Wei Ming chuckles, pushing Mi Xiaolu inside and shutting the door to prevent the cool air from escaping. Though he possesses an abundance of ice, why waste it? How can it be so cool? Mi Xiaolu inquires, feeling a slight chill in her dress. Wei Ming smiles. "I use ice to cool down, not air conditioning." Mi Xiaolu suddenly understands but is soon puzzled again. Given the size of this villa, how much ice would be required to maintain such a refreshing temperature in this sweltering heat? Ice. Her face brightens with excitement. Melted ice is simply water. The quantity needed to lower the temperature of a villa must be astounding. "May I have a drink?" she asked with hopeful eyes. Following Wei Ming, she had no desire to become a commodity. Unaware of such delightful surprises, Wei Ming laughs heartily. "I thought you might have grander demands. There are drinks and fruits in the fridge. Help yourself that I can eat freely." At that moment, Mi Xiaolu is enveloped by an overwhelming sense of joy. Wei Ming guides her to the kitchen. He must, as every door requires fingerprint access. When Mi Xiaolu opens the fridge to find it brimming with fruits and beverages, tears of exhilaration swell in her eyes. She immediately begins to indulge. Once she finishes eating, Wei Ming instructs her to take a shower, and on such a hot day, "It's been over a day since you last washed. Even the most beautiful woman will have an odor." However, midway through her shower, Wei Ming enters the room. "You think I would just provide food and drink without any other expectations? Do you really believe I am a good man?" He muses, anticipating the fulfillment of his double delight. Wei Ming retrieves more food, and Mi Xiaolu, pleasantly surprised, realizes she has only nibbled on some fruit and endured an exhaustive hour with him, making her quite hungry. She begins to devour the food voraciously. Just then her phone rings. She glances at it and asks Wei Ming, "Should I answer Guahai's video call?" "Yes," Wei Ming replies with a smile. Mi Xiaolu answers, and as Guahai's face appears on the screen, his fury erupts. He certainly notices Mi Xiaolu, and though she wears a bathrobe, the red marks on her neck speak volumes about her recent experiences. "You wretched woman! You truly are a disgrace," he snarls through gritted teeth. Now hiding at home, he is unafraid of Wei Ming's potential retaliation and is eager to vent his rage. "Wei Ming, I'm tired of this woman. You've merely picked up my discarded shoe." He truly manages to console himself, as if still possessing an advantage to Mi Xiaolu, however, remains unfazed, merely chuckling coldly as she switches to the rear camera, showcasing the sumptuous spread on the dining table and the pleasant indoor temperature. Saying nothing before abruptly ending the video. Let him envy. Chapter 39. The meeting of two women, joy multiplied. After Mi Xiaolu finishes eating, Wei Ming takes her upstairs, that I in the living room. Lu Qing is watching television. She turns around and is startled to see Mi Xiaolu. The moment their eyes meet, both women instantly recognize that they share a similar predicament. Yet, she is so beautiful. Her figure is stunning. Both women silently acknowledge the strong sense of rivalry and tension brewing within them. While the villa is spacious, the available resources are limited. Every additional mouth to feed means greater consumption of food and water that in the short term. It may not matter, but in the long run, what could have lasted 3 months could dwindle to 2 with one more person. Wei Ming perceives the apprehension in both women and calmly reassures them. "Rest assured about the resources. As long as I'm here, you will never go hungry or thirsty. However, to reside here, you must adhere to one rule: obedience." Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu nod in unison, each feigning compliance. What do they fear most at this moment? Being cast out by Wei Ming. They are acutely aware of the dire circumstances outside, and thus, the mere thought of the cool temperature within this abode is enough to strip them of all dignity and compel them to cling desperately to their newfound refuge. Wei Ming adjusts the indoor temperature slightly higher. It's simple. Just remove some ice that he raises it to 29 degrees, ensuring it remains comfortable even in minimal clothing. That if I were transported to ancient times, I would undoubtedly be a tyrant. That if Wei Ming wished, he could easily win over the entire community, becoming their ruler. Yet he has no interest in building a faction. Managing people is far too troublesome. It suffices to close the door and enjoy his own happiness. During dinner, Wei Ming sends a video to Song Qingyun, allowing her to admire the bountiful feast laid out before him, with 3 bottles of beverages alone. "Get lost. Just go," Song Qingyun retorts, refusing to engage with him. She closes her eyes, unwilling to look, knowing that her resolve is waning, that if she continues to gaze, she might find herself surrendering to Wei Ming. No, she would rather die than submit to a criminal. Wei Ming chuckles, knowing that deep down, she has already capitulated. Otherwise, she could easily have ignored the video call. Why accept it if not out of a desire to yield? Tomorrow, for certain, she will raise the white flag. Starving and parched, she must endure the oppressive heat. Who can withstand such torment? Wei Ming chuckles. "If you can't hold out any longer, feel free to contact me anytime." Song Qingyun ends the video call, then bursts into tears, though no tears flow due to her severe dehydration. Her sobs carry both a sense of injustice and despair, along with fear. Fear that her will is weakening, that she might unwittingly capitulate to Wei Ming. She curls up, the sun having set, and with the decrease in external temperature, the air conditioning resumes, yet the coolness does nothing to alleviate her hunger and thirst. She licks her parched lips, finding almost no saliva left. Did I ask this how she will perish here? Or should she seek Wei Ming? To survive, to survive, to survive. She incessantly questions herself, drifting between sleep and nightmares. Her consciousness in disarray. Guohai gradually cools down from his fury that he reflects on the earlier scenes. The lavish food, the comfortable temperature. Wei Ming possesses a wealth of resources, and inexplicably, he also has means to cool down. Guohai's heart races that if I could seize control. Currently, controlling food and water equates to holding the very lifeblood of everyone. Just as he might sell his wife, would others not also offer up their wives and daughters? However, I alone cannot contend with Wei Ming. Having been easily defeated by him twice, he has come to understand a harsh reality. Yet, will he give up? He cannot continue living this way. He is compelled to take risks. Old Wang could be persuaded. He has been wronged by Wei Ming and has not had his way with my wife. Surely resenting him deeply. Two individuals are insufficient. At least one more is needed. Guohai ruminates. Old Zhang. No, he is too old, nearly 70. A mere push would send him tumbling that he could once extort, but that is no longer viable. Aha! His eyes suddenly light up. Lu Kundong. A ruthless character. Many in the community fear him, and he has a grudge against Wei Ming. That makes 3 of us. However, Lu Kundong is quite the scoundrel, and I must first form an alliance with Old Wang to prevent Lu Kundong from claiming everything after eliminating Wei Ming. It's settled then he immediately sought out Wang Xingjian, who, despite initially giving him a severe reprimand, gasped upon hearing his plan. You really are ruthless. If he stole my wife, isn't it justified for me to take his life? Guohai retorted coldly. Wang Xingjian thought to himself that allowing his wife to play the harlot was hardly a better choice. Nevertheless, he too wished to eliminate Wei Ming and coveted the resources in his possession, thus aligning himself with Guohai. The two proceeded to Lu's residence. Lu Kundong, displaying a notable sense of caution, took quite some time to finally open the door after they knocked. Does Wei Ming truly possess a vast amount of resources? Lu Kundong inquired. Guohai pounded his chest affirmatively. I am absolutely certain. From the videos my wife recorded, I saw items like Australian lobster and steak. Just think, if Wei Ming is generous enough to feed such food to a harlot, he must possess a considerable stockpile. Lu Kundong nodded slowly. The residents of the community were well aware that Wei Ming had won over 200 million in gambling. Thus, it was hardly surprising that this nouveau riche would stockpile luxuries like steak. Although Lu Kundong still had some provisions at home, who would complain about having too much food these days? Lu Kundong glanced at Guohai and chuckled. Once this is accomplished, your wife will be mine. Is that agreeable? Mi Xiaolu, a beauty in the community, had many suitors, and Lu Kundong, not being a virtuous man, openly expressed his desires that a vein throbbed on Guohai's forehead. Yet he managed to force a smile. No problem. Chapter 40. The cuckolded husband seeks revenge. The trio of Lu Kundong, Guohai, and Wang Xingjian armed themselves with kitchen knives and set out under the cover of night. Individually, they had all fallen prey to Wei Ming before. But could they prevail against him together? Besides, they had knives, didn't they? One of the distinctions between humans and animals is that humans can wield weapons. Without weapons, a human is merely meat before a tiger. But with weapons, even in the age of cold steel, a tiger stands little chance against a hunter. Now, all 3 were wielding knives. Surely they could handle Wei Ming. The only question remained. How could they entice Wei Ming to open the door? They certainly couldn't just smash their way in, as that would alert him, and given the high quality of modern doors, breaking through would not be easy. The solution was simple. They would knock and claim they had matters to discuss with him. The moment he opened the door, they would strike. Lu Kundong said menacingly. Guohai and Wang Xingjian nodded in agreement. They resolved not to overcomplicate things. They intended to kill Wei Ming, and he was blissfully unaware. The current state of affairs had only just begun to unravel. Who would suspect they dared to commit murder? The underground garage was stifling at around 35 degrees Celsius, still hot but bearable. Yet, after a brief walk, the 3 were drenched in sweat. Finally, they arrived. You knock on the door and mention your wife, saying you need to talk to Wei Ming, Lu Kundong instructed Guahai. Despite his brutish appearance, he was quite shrewd when it came to treachery. Guahai nodded and approached the door. Wei Ming was on the second floor, believing it to be the safest spot. Ordinarily, the villa's soundproofing was superb, so he should not have heard Guahai's knocks. However, due to the surveillance system connected to his phone, he noticed a notification on his screen. He opened the app and saw 3 figures at the basement door, with only one standing directly in front while the others concealed themselves at the side, each brandishing a kitchen knife. The 2 thought they could evade detection, unaware that Wei Ming had installed not just 1, but 3 cameras at various angles. Were they here to kill him? Wei Ming felt no fear. Instead, he smiled. Guahai, Wang Xingjian, and Lu Kundong. How curious that Lu Kundong was mingling with them. Wei Ming was slightly puzzled, but it mattered little. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and already someone was coming to his door with a knife. How swift indeed. Wei Ming chuckled, since they were eager to meet their demise. He would oblige them that he descended into the basement, made some preparations, and then called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, Guahai." Guahai's voice emitted through the speaker. The door's soundproofing was impeccable. Even a shout would not carry inside. Wei Ming continued to toy with them, asking, "What do you want?" "You stole my wife. How can I not come looking for you?" Guahai exclaimed, then added, "But since you've already had your way with that wretched woman, I no longer want her. Just give me 10 boxes of instant noodles and water, and I'll hand her over to you. Otherwise, I'll spread word throughout the community tomorrow, and we shall see how you 2 shameless dogs dare to show your faces." Wei Ming secretly chuckled and replied, 10 boxes is too many. I can give you a maximum of 5 boxes, 0.5 boxes of water and instant noodles." Upon hearing this, Guahai and the others were filled with excitement. Wei Ming was willing to part with 5 boxes of food and water to settle matters, indicating that his stockpile far exceeded that amount. Greed swelled within Guahai as he pretended to ponder. "Fine, 5 boxes it is. That if we can trick Wei Ming into opening the door, we can kill him and take everything he owns." Just then a click sounded, and the door unlocked. Guahai quickly pulled it open. And as soon as the door was wide open, the 3 brandished their knives, charging in while wildly swinging their weapons. "But where was Wei Ming? Hey, what are you doing?" Wei Ming's voice resonated from a distance of at least 4 meters. A mocking smile on his face that he had remotely unlocked the door. What a cunning fellow. Lu Kundong was about to speak, but was taken aback. "It's quite cool in here." Indeed. Although Guahai had seen the temperature displayed in Mi Xiaolu's video, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. "How did you manage this?" Wang Xingjian inquired. Wei Ming kindly indulged their curiosity. "I used ice blocks to do you see the metal lining the walls? Behind are brass pipes filled with ice. As the ice melts, it naturally lowers the temperature in the room." "You actually have ice?" No, you use precious water to cool your space." "Good heavens." Lu Kundong was initially stunned, then burst into laughter. "Very well, Wei Ming, thank you for the gift. I shall take this villa, and your woman shall also be mine." Wei Ming had already used the remote to close the basement door. Showing no fear, he smiled and said, "Oh, you 3 with your rusty knives? You think that's enough to kill me?" Lu Kundong growled menacingly. "Let us go all in." Guahai and Wang Xingjian immediately followed his lead. All 3 wearing fierce expressions, fueled by insatiable greed. They intended to kill Wei Ming and seize everything he owned. Yet, as they advanced, Wang Xingjian suddenly gasped in surprise and then vanished into thin air. What in the world? The basement was brightly lit, yet Lu Kundong and Guahai felt a chilling fear creep over them that a living person had just disappeared. Was it supernatural? What was happening? Guahai, less resilient, shouted at Wei Ming. You did this, didn't you?" Wei Ming chuckled. "In my home, of course it was me." "Guahai, I truly did not wish to kill you. Your existence adds a certain thrill when I am with Mi Xiaolu, knowing she belongs to another. But since you insist on seeking your own demise, I have no choice but to end you." That a cell phone materialized in his hand, out of nowhere. "What the heck?" Guahai, terrified, stumbled backward, but the moment he retreated, he too vanished. Just like Wang Xingjian at that moment, Lu Kundong trembled in fear. 2 living men had vanished before his eyes. Could he survive this? He dared not move, reasoning that Wang Xingjian had disappeared while moving forward, and Guahai while retreating. Perhaps if he stayed still, he could unravel Wei Ming's magic. 5 seconds passed, and Lu Kundong remained rooted in place. He exhaled slightly. Yet the more tense the situation, the more restless he became, as though ants were crawling all over him. Remaining still felt unbearable. What could he do? He could only shout at Wei Ming to distract himself from his growing terror. What happened to those two? Did you take them away? Wei Ming smiled faintly. You guessed correctly. Chapter 41. The experimentation subject. Wei Ming's response only deepened Lu Kundong's dread. He felt even more terrorized, despite Wei Ming being far from the two men. How could he possibly make them vanish? Wei Ming remained unfazed, extending his hand to reveal a bottle of cola. He took a sip and frowned. Eating sweets at night makes one gain weight. Oh well. It's fine. After all, he could simply enter another dimension and completely metabolize any fat within him. Lu Kundong stared dumbfounded. Where did that cola come from? Are you performing a magic trick? He suddenly realized that Guahai and Wang Xingjiang were still nearby. It was merely some illusion that made them invisible. They were likely in the same predicament, attempting to sow chaos among their ranks without a fight. You speak so convincingly that I almost believe you. Wei Ming chuckled at so. How about you take a few steps? Would Lu Kundong dare to move? He did not. Speculation was one thing, but what if he guessed wrong? That would not be a mere joke. Wei Ming shook his head, as if thinking that would suffice. Let me assist you. With a thought, a large stone appeared out of thin air, hurtling towards Lu Kundong. What? Lu Kundong had barely processed his thoughts when he was struck by a stone. Staggering back, yet he vanished after retreating just a single step. That it was a simple maneuver. Wei Ming first opened a portal before him, launching a kinetic stone, then activated another behind Lu Kundong. Thus, Lu Kundong was thrust into an alternate dimension. He focused his consciousness and noted that Guahai and Wang Xingjiang had perished, while Lu Kundong remained alive. However, his heart had ceased to beat, and his blood no longer flowed, as though his very essence had been suspended in time. In but a minute, he would succumb to death. Wei Ming felt a stir within and decided to enter the alternate space himself. Eager to conduct some experiments, he zeroed in on Lu Kundong. And with a flick of his will, he manifested an additional item beside Lu Kundong, a heart. Strangely, despite being filled with blood, no crimson liquid burst forth from the blood vessels that in this alternate realm. Time ceased to exist and all physical laws faltered. Thus, although the blood vessels had been severed, there was no blood to spout forth, for without pressure, rendered non-existent by the absence of time, how could blood flow? Wei Ming, adhering to his intentions, extracted Lu Kundong's organs. But before the minute elapsed, he reinserted them, and then both he and Lu Kundong reappeared outside. Lu Kundong, still imbued with the kinetic energy from the stone's impact. Tumbled across the ground, he quickly scrambled. Li Jing did not go to work. Instead, she specialized in arranging meetings with men online. However, if one were to assume that she was engaging in prostitution, they would be mistaken. After luring men to a hotel room, she would first require them to pay, then slip them a drug. While they lay unconscious, she would make her escape. Yet, she was not greedy, only taking the pre-agreed payment for her services. Would the men who fell victim to her scheme report her to the authorities? Such an action would inevitably entangle them in their own misdeeds. Moreover, since Li Jing was not avaricious and merely claimed her agreed-upon fee, those deceived would essentially be lamenting their own misfortune, leaving her to navigate her illicit activities with ease. I Xiao shared in the amusement. Fully aware of her mother's dealings, and having lost interest in her studies, had long decided to follow in Li Jing's footsteps. With Wei Ming possessing ample provisions, entering the Wei household would ensure her a life of plenty. Following a hearty laugh, Li Jing signaled to her daughter that it was time to perform. That Li Xiao understood and promptly seated herself obediently to the side. Had it not been for the sweltering heat, she would have certainly donned her school uniform. Subsequently, Li Jing adjusted her collar, satisfied with her appearance, and initiated a video call with Wei Ming. 2 seconds later, the connection was established. That Li Jing immediately adopted a flirtatious tone, saying, Wei Ming, would you be willing to take in the two of us? She added, as long as you accept us, I am prepared to do anything for you. Besides, Xiao has reached the age where she should be looking for a boyfriend. She did not continue. Yet Li Xiao subtly displayed a bashful expression, perfectly aligning with her character's age. In truth, she had been employing this tactic since she was 14, and over the span of 4 years. Countless men had fallen victim to her charms, without exception. Wei Ming observed the mother-daughter duo on the screen, a faint smile gracing his lips. Honestly, You two look only around a 70 with the beauty filter. Do you really think you can entice me? He had accepted Li Jing's friend request due to her stunning profile picture, but upon seeing her in reality, it was clear they were not the same person. It was akin to browsing a profile of a stunning beauty, only to find the actual person was far less appealing upon arrival. What a drastic letdown. No way, he decisively ended the video call. What the hell, a catfish? Ugh. Li Jing's face, which had been adorned with a seductive smile, now resembled someone who had just been slapped in confusion. She turned to her daughter. He actually hung up. Li Xiaoxiao, equally astonished, nodded vacantly. He hung up. And then they both erupted in frustration. If Wei Ming was not taking the bait, how could they possibly drug him? Two women against a formidable man. Was it even feasible? Mom, I'm so hungry. Li Xiaoxiao clutched her stomach. Li Jing, meanwhile, began to brainstorm, and after a moment, she declared, You wait here. I'll go find something for you to eat. That if Wei Ming was not an option. What about other men? Surely, they could not all be like Wei Ming. Chapter 43. Still unaware of reality, Wei Ming had accepted 3 friend requests in total. The second was from a businessman named Zhang Shi. As soon as he accepted the request, Zhang Shi promptly messaged him. Wei Ming, I need a large quantity of food and water. Name your price. Wei Ming replied, Zhang, is money still useful? Why wouldn't it be? This disaster will eventually pass. It's just a matter of time, Zhang Shi asserted confidently. Wei Ming understood that those with wealth and power were most eager for the calamity to end, as their money and influence depended on it. While ordinary people might have accepted the collapse of societal order, someone like Zhang Shi could not afford to do so. In that case, I'm afraid I cannot comply. Wei Ming replied. Naturally, Zhang Shi was incensed, yet he realized that the resources were in Wei Ming's hands, and since he needed something from him, he had to lower his tone and continue negotiating. How about this? You provide me with half the supplies, and I'll give you half of my stocks. Of course, you'll only receive dividends, not voting rights. Heavens, did he really expect to return to normal working conditions post-disaster? Wei Ming found it absurd. This man, in his desperation to avoid falling from grace, was indeed living in a fantasy. Shaking his head, he felt there was nothing further to discuss with Zhang Shi. If Zhang could not offer something enticing, then it was best to leave it at that. Zhang Shi's anger boiled. Having built a vast company from the ground up with over 500 employees relying on him for their livelihoods, he was used to everyone catering to his whims. Yet here was Wei Ming, a mere young man who had won a bit of money through gambling, daring to speak to him in such a manner. Under normal circumstances, he would have made an example of Wei Ming, teaching him a lesson about how to engage with someone of his stature. One should always bow and scrape before him. However, taking a deep breath, he realized that the oppressive weather had disrupted transportation. Otherwise, with a simple phone call, he could have summoned a security team, and Wei Ming would have been left groveling at his feet. I still have quite a few gold bars at home. Zhang Shi opted to back down. In prosperous times, jewelry shines. In chaotic times, gold prevails. As the ancient said, that no matter how tumultuous the situation, gold remains a hard currency. So, what do you say to this exchange? Wei Ming chuckled softly. Gold may hold value in times of turmoil, but that presupposes a degree of societal order and mobility among people. What about now? This was the apocalypse. Was it the same as chaos? In times of upheaval, one could still forage for wild fruits and roots, but now, even those were unattainable. Gold, merely a shiny metal. Zhang, it seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of our current situation, Wei Ming replied. Zhang Shi fell silent, taking a long time to respond. Wei Ming assumed he had given up, preparing to accept a friend request from the third person, only to see Zhang Shi finally reply. What do you want then? Had he realized this sooner, he would have saved himself a lot of time. It was evident that Zhang Shi was accustomed to giving orders, with everyone else obeying. Wei Ming smiled slightly and typed, I am only interested in beautiful women. What else could he possibly need in his villa? Beautiful women, especially exquisite ones. Zhang Shi was no fool. He quickly understood Wei Ming's implication and exploded with rage. You dare to set your sights on my territory? Wei Ming, you have some audacity. If it were a few days ago, do you believe I wouldn't have spent millions to end you? Wei Ming remained unfazed, not letting Zhang Shi's fury affect him. Zhang, you're mistaken if you think I have any interest in you. If your lovely wife finds herself unable to resist temptation and seeks me out, what concern is it of yours? Moreover, should you threaten me again, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you. Zhang Shi was furious, tossing his phone aside, refusing to engage with Wei Ming any longer. He turned to his young wife, a beauty in her early 20s, who had always been his pride and joy. Her name was Chengya, a campus beauty from a certain university, undeniably attractive, especially with her alluring figure. Without her captivating charm, Zhang Shi would never have been so taken with her. She quickly asked, "Darling, why are you so upset?" Zhang Shi snapped. "That ungrateful brat Wei Ming rejected all my proposals." Chengya gasped, "Our food and water will only last another 10 days. After that," she trailed off. "I certainly know," Zhang Shi said darkly, "but that brat is impossible to deal with. Should I resort to robbery?" At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps that could work. However, how could he breach Wei Ming's stronghold alone? Even if he managed to get in, could he really contend with a 20-something-year-old in peak physical condition? It would be a fool's errand, risking everything for nothing. Then his gaze fell upon his young wife, sparking an idea. "Isn't Wei Ming a lecher? Huh. You do realize that where there's lust, there's also a sword, right?" The third person Wei Ming accepted was someone with the online name Yi Guzhou. He chose to connect with this individual primarily due to the name and the profile picture, which featured a cover from a web novel he was currently reading. There was a slight chance that this person was the author of the novel. And if so, Wei Ming wouldn't mind trading some supplies to ensure the story continued, at least to reach a conclusion. "Hello." The other party initiated the conversation, but the greeting was utterly devoid of substance. Failing to guide the dialogue in any meaningful direction, Wei Ming directly inquired, "Did you write Dusher Sun Fangji?" "Oh, you read novels too?" The other seemed momentarily taken aback, taking a few seconds to respond. "Yes, I am the author." It was indeed true. Wei Ming marveled at how small the world could be. He immediately sent a video call request, hoping to entice the author with provisions in exchange for daily chapters, aiming for a delightful reading experience. After about 5 seconds, the video connected. Oh, huh. Wei Ming was momentarily stunned as a stunning woman, approximately 30 years old, appeared on the screen. "Please don't tell me you are Yi Guzhou." This woman radiated a score of around 90, exuding a mature allure, more akin to a charming aunt than a mere seductress. Her captivating eyes sparkled with vitality, and her impressive figure suggested she would undoubtedly score above 90. "Are you Yi Guzhou?" he inquired. Chapter 44. Song Qingyun's will crumbles. "Yes, I am Yi Guzhou," the alluring aunt replied, her voice sultry and intoxicating. Wei Ming still found it hard to believe. Why had he been so eager to follow that novel? Due to the expansive scope of this novel, the author's skill in steering the narrative is remarkable, consistently pushing the boundaries to the brink of confinement, leaving one breathless with anticipation that I had initially presumed it to be penned by some lewd author. Yet now I am informed that it is written by a captivating aunt. This revelation has utterly shattered my worldview. "Is the urban pursuit of fragrance truly your creation?" Wei Ming inquired. "Indeed, I have 3 additional chapters in reserve. Would you like me to send them for your perusal?" The enchanting aunt replied, "That be by the way. My real name is Lin Wanqiu." Wei Ming nodded. "Very well. Please send over the manuscript for me to review." The plot is reaching its climax, with the protagonist about to seduce the wife of his enemy. Oh. And since there are no longer any reviews, you are free to be even more audacious in your writing. "All right, I shall enrich the content and send it to you shortly," Lin Wanqiu acquiesced. The woman is quite astute. Wei Ming chuckled. "If you update 3 chapters daily, I shall provide you with a meal and water. 6 chapters will earn you double, and 9 chapters will be thrice as much. Beyond that, it won't be worth my while to engage in such futile endeavors." "Thank you, boss. I will get to writing right away." Lin Wanqiu exclaimed. "By the way, which unit do you reside in? I will send the provisions via drone." Wei Ming stated. "Wow, how impressive, boss." Lin Wanqiu immediately showered him with praise. After concluding his conversation with Lin Wanqiu, Wei Ming couldn't help but marvel at the rarity of encountering an author of a novel he was following in the same neighborhood. And the fact that this author turned out to be a bewitching aunt left him astounded. I should check in on Song Qingyun. Wei Ming retrieved a drone from the alternate space and, after confirming its battery level, prepared a boxed meal along with 2 bottles of water, securing them in a plastic bag attached to the drone that he then maneuvered it out of the villa using a remote control. Meanwhile, he initiated a video call with Song Qingyun. After some time, the call connected, revealing Song Qingyan disheveled and looking utterly exhausted, her lips cracked from severe dehydration. "Please open the door. I have sent some supplies via drone." "Rest assured, it's complimentary," Wei Ming said with a smile. Having suffered enough from hunger and thirst, Song Qingyan knew he would bring her to the villa, believing she would have no choice but to surrender. Stunned by Wei Ming's unexpected kindness, she hesitated. However, as she was on the brink of dehydration and starvation, she could not afford to be picky. Weakly, she shuffled to the door and opened it. The entrance was sheltered from the blazing sun. And after waiting a few seconds, she heard the distinctive buzzing sound of the drone. Soon, it descended from above, carrying a plastic bag. As the drone landed, Song Qingyan hurriedly unfastened the bag, tore it open, and immediately drank half a bottle of water in one go. After pausing, she turned to the boxed meal. Once finished, she sipped the water slowly, yet after consuming one bottle, she could not bring herself to open the second. As she ate and drank, tears flowed from her eyes, evaporating before they could even reach her cheeks. In that moment, her will crumbled entirely. Wei Ming observed through the drone, chuckling, "Stop crying. I will come to pick you up tonight, ensuring you will endure no more suffering." From the moment he seized the gun, he had finally arrived at the point of reaping abundant rewards. Song Qingyun remained silent. Her acquiescence spoke volumes, after all. She was a member of the security force and possessed a certain pride. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Why wait until nightfall to retrieve her? He did not wish to expose the secrets of the alternate space. Therefore, he planned to drive over to collect Song Qingyun, as the sun's rays during the day posed a lethal threat, and the heat within the car could lead to heatstroke. Nighttime seemed preferable. He also sent a meal to the enchanting ant, fulfilling his promise. With nothing to occupy his time during the day, he pondered his options. With two sisters at home, would he truly be bored? He could exercise, watch television, or check the news. The television stations had ceased operations, leaving only social media to upload videos or stream live discussions regarding the calamity, garnering countless donations. Unfortunately, money had lost its value entirely. As night descended quietly, with the last rays of sunlight fading away, a gentle rain began to fall. "All right, it's time to fetch the police flower." Just as Wei Ming was about to step out, he heard an alert from his phone. Checking the screen, he saw two figures standing at the entrance of the basement. Zhang Shi and his petite wife, Dada, delivering a wife to the doorstep? Impossible! Wei Ming shook his head vigorously. Someone like Zhang Shi would never easily concede. Thus, he took a closer look at Zhang Shi, who was carrying a bag on his back. Judging by its shape, he understood. "Very well. Since you've delivered your wife to my doorstep, I shall extend my hospitality." Song Qingyun had already eaten and drunk earlier, so delaying her pickup for a few hours would not matter. He approached the basement and opened the door remotely, allowing Zhang Shi to push his petite wife inside. With a resounding thud, the door closed automatically behind them. Zhang Shi immediately unfastened his backpack and pulled out a compound bow, aiming it at Wei Ming. Surprised? Unexpected? Wei Ming chuckled softly. "It is indeed a minor surprise. Stop with the tongue-in-cheek banter. Now, step outside quietly and don't force my hand." Zhang Shi growled menacingly. His intentions were not rooted in mercy, but rather in preventing Wei Ming's blood from staining the premises. As this would soon be his residence, navigating the logistics of moving supplies is a hassle. Why not simply claim this villa as your own? Wei Ming remained unperturbed. "Every door here requires fingerprint verification to unlock. If I leave like this, you won't even be able to exit the basement." "What?" Zhang Shi glanced around and, indeed, noticed the absence of door handles on the garage door, but he begrudgingly said, "Immediately register my fingerprint." "No tricks," Wei Ming replied with a smile as he approached the door, fiddling with the mechanism before saying, "Please, go ahead and register your fingerprint. Step aside," Zhang Shi ordered. Wei Ming complied, feigning cooperation. Zhang Shi faced him, slowly backing towards the main door, then instructed his petite wife, "Keep an eye on him. If he makes any sudden moves, scream." "Understood," his petite wife nodded. The basement was pleasantly cool, and with Wei Ming sharing images of supplies in the group, coupled with the impressive security features, she felt a surge of ambition toward this place. Zhang Shi turned around and placed his index finger on the scanner. "Careful!" His petite wife screamed that a jolt of electricity surged through Zhang Shi, causing him to convulse, and the compound bow slipped from his grasp. As the shock subsided, he attempted to retrieve the bow. only to find Wei Ming's foot firmly planted on it.in truth. Wei Ming had a plethora of methods to deal with Zhang Shi. But this time, he chose to utilize the villa's built-in defense capabilities. With a swift knee strike, Zhang Shi was sent sprawling, blood streaming from his nose. His petite wife gasped in terror. The scene was utterly unexpected for her. How could Zhang Shi, who appeared to have the upper hand, suddenly find himself at a disadvantage? Wei Ming remained relaxed, securing Zhang Shi with a rope before addressing him. Mr. Zhang, you are quite misguided. I treated you as a guest. Yet you attempted to rob me. Zhang Shi panted heavily, wishing he could devour Wei Ming, but was left powerless to do anything but lament his fate. Ignoring Zhang Shi, Wei Ming turned his gaze toward Chengya. Recognizing that the woman had caught Zhang Shi's attention, her beauty and figure were extraordinary, that he whistled. However, Mr. Zhang, since you've brought your lovely wife, I shall not hold back. You dare. Zhang Shi hissed, if you so much as touch a hair on her head. I will kill you. Kill you, Wei Ming smiled, having maneuvered through this intricate dance with Zhang Shi for the sake of claiming this petite wife for himself. Whether he touched her hair or not was beyond Zhang Shi's control. Of course, I prefer not to use force. After all, a forcibly picked fruit is seldom sweet. I would rather let the fruit come to me. Wei Ming approached Chengya, who stood frozen in fear. Unable to move, he reached out and measured her figure before turning to Zhang Shi, saying, Mr. Zhang, you truly have an eye for beauty. Your wife possesses remarkable attributes. An E-cup, entirely natural, not a product of technology. Zhang Shi felt as though he might vomit blood from rage. That moment, he regretted everything. Not the decision to target Wei Ming's villa, but rather his lack of decisiveness in sending Wei Ming to his demise. Without a fingerprint, he could reset the code. Having gained entry, could he not find a way to regain control? Wei Ming chose not to pursue the matter further, and instead said to Chengya, Come, let me show you around. Unlike Song Qingyun, who possessed a resolute spirit, Chengya's confidence began to wane as soon as her man was subdued. She followed Wei Ming obediently. Zhang Shi was frantic. But with his hands and feet bound, all he could do was shout and curse. Initially terrified, Chengya gradually calmed down as Wei Ming maintained his smile. Once she regained her composure, she began to think. Having been a standard of beauty since middle school, she had received countless love letters from boys, and in college, she was the undisputed campus belle, with suitors aplenty. However, she had set her sights high. Ordinary rich airs were beneath her notice, that it was only when Zhang Shi pursued her fervently that she acquiesced. Thus, she held a strong confidence in her beauty and allure. Now, with Wei Ming treating her with such courtesy, she pondered his true intentions. Upon witnessing the storeroom brimming with food and purified water, her heart swelled with excitement, causing her chest to rise and fall in fervor. Indeed, she had seen it through photographs. But viewing it in person was an entirely different experience. How long could such an abundance of food sustain them? 6 months? Perhaps even a year? In the throes of such tumultuous emotions, she had made her decision. The two returned to the basement. Upon seeing them, both neatly attired, Zhang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it had only been 5 minutes. They could hardly accomplish much in that time. Wei Ming approached and untied Zhang Shi. Smiling as he said, All right, Zhang, you may take your leave. Zhang Shi was taken aback. Was Wei Ming truly releasing him? Was this some sort of trick? Wei Ming replied coolly, I am not like you, Zhang. I believe in repaying kindness with kindness. He then ushered Zhang Shi out the door. Zhang Shi remained bewildered, confusion etched across his face. Was Wei Ming genuinely such a good person? No, he was a fool. Even now, he clung to the notion of kindness in the face of adversity. What a simpleton. Very well, I shall deal with you again next time. Bang! The alloyed door slammed shut behind him. Wait, hold on. Zhang Shi suddenly came to his senses and began to pound desperately on the iron door. Wei Ming. Let my wife go, you bastard. I will kill you. I will kill you. Wei Ming activated the intercom, chuckling. All right, then I shall. Fugue had initially felt a twinge of fear about the possibility of injury. Yet upon laying eyes on Song Qingyun, his carnal desires ignited, and a singular thought consumed him. To eliminate Wei Ming and claim this enchanting beauty for himself, that he promptly turned to Luo Guifan and declared, I want to indulge in this woman as well. Otherwise, I shall merely observe from the sidelines. How dare you, old man, set conditions at this juncture? Although Luo Guifan was infuriated, Zuyang also expressed his discontent. Dad, we agreed that she is mine. Let your father have a taste. It won't cost you a piece of flesh. Zhufugui's eyes sparkled with eagerness, for in his many years of life, he had yet to experience such a stunning woman. Reluctantly, Luo Guifan conceded, Yang, be obedient. You may have her from Monday to Friday, but Saturday and Sunday belong to your father. Could Zuyang alone truly handle Wei Ming? Thus, Zhufugui's demands were clearly calculated, confident that Luo Guifan would acquiesce. Although Zuyang was reluctant, conceding 2 days was preferable to losing her entirely. Consequently, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 47. Wei Ming's revenge tactic. Song Qingyun overheard their conversation, but could scarcely believe it. These 4 individuals were the epitome of ordinary, evidently a family, parents and a pair of siblings. Yet here they were, conspiring about murder, theft, and even the division of a woman, with her as the focal point. It was utterly revolting. Bewildered, she gazed at Wei Ming. How could the world have transformed into such an alien landscape in less than 3 days, during which she had merely been trapped in a restaurant? A typical family of 4 was plotting heinous acts in front of her, discussing the taking of lives and possessions. Wei Ming smiled broadly. These 4 are from my ex-girlfriend's family. This is Zhuo Qingqing, a brother-supporting demon who expects me to relinquish my house for her brother's wedding. This is her brother, utterly inept, lazy, and refusing to work, claiming he is above taking a job, yet aspires to become an entrepreneur and make a fortune. Essentially a leech off his family. The 2 elderly figures are Zhuo Qingqing's parents. Their character is evident from their previous remarks, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. You bastard! The Zhuo family erupted in anger upon hearing Wei Ming's description. Wei Ming, are you courting death? Zhuo Qingqing shrieked. You professed your love for me and claimed you would do anything for me, that I merely asked you to vacate your house for my brother's wedding. And you broke up with me, and now you swiftly pursue this harlot. You are nothing but a deceitful scoundrel and have the audacity to accuse me. Luo Guifan then tugged at her daughter's hand. No need to waste words on this scoundrel. Let your father and brother kill him. Better yet, leave him alive to witness your father and brother with his woman, driving him to madness. How truly venomous. However, Zhuofugui and Zuyang were filled with exhilaration at the prospect of having their way with Wei Ming's woman. Let us do it, Zuyang exclaimed, charging forward, while Zhuofugui unwrapped the cloth from his concealed knife. Both father and son wearing expressions of ferocity as they approached greedily. Song Qingyun immediately interjected, I'll deal with the older one. You handle the younger ASA security officer. She had undergone combat training. Taking down an adult male would be Chow. Song Qingyun's monthly visitor has arrived at in this moment. Wei Ming genuinely wished he could cast Song Qingyun into another dimension, directly altering her predicament. Though he refrained from doing so, the alternate space was his greatest secret, one he would never disclose unless absolutely necessary. After all, it was merely a matter of waiting a few days. Song Qingyun, feeling rather embarrassed, said, Please wait for me a few days. She was a woman of her word, and having returned with Wei Ming, she was determined to honor her promise to him. Wei Ming chuckled, wondering if he couldn't collect a bit of interest with the arrival of relatives. He was busy exploring every detail of the enchanting Song policewoman, while she, feeling somewhat guilty, blushed profusely yet endeavored to cooperate. Truly exceptional. At present, the 4 women residing in the villa were all stunning beauties. Even the least attractive among them, Lu Qing, was considered a goddess in the company, the object of many fantasies. Unbeknownst to many, countless individuals wished to be intimate with her, while Song Qingyun, in both looks and figure, utterly eclipsed Lu Qing. Furthermore, her personality was delightfully charming. Wei Ming marveled at the thought that, had it not been for this catastrophe, such a captivating beauty would likely have never crossed paths with him. From seizing the gun and laying the groundwork, he finally possessed this exquisite gem. And besides, who said relatives couldn't be enjoyed? Over an hour later, Wei Ming carried Song Qingyun to the balcony on the 3rd floor, where her cheeks flushed crimson, filled with a sense of existential bewilderment. She had just discovered the myriad of complexities that existed between men and women. Lu Qing and the other 3 women were in their respective rooms, and that evening, Wei Ming would lock the doors on each floor, allowing them to move only within that level, but they had all fallen asleep by now. Wei Ming retrieved fruits and beverages from the refrigerator and placed them on the table, as he and Song Qingyun nestled together on a lounge chair, munching and sipping while admiring the night view outside. Song Qingyun lamented, "In just 3 short days, this world has become so unfamiliar." The night was anything but tranquil. Distant explosions echoed intermittently, and flickering flames could be seen, a testament to the current turmoil and chaos. Wei Ming merely smiled. Suddenly, Song Qingyun turned to him and inquired, "Did you invite me over to negotiate on purpose?" "You're not too dim." Wei Ming chuckled, "Indeed." Song Qingyun's expression confirmed her suspicions, but she quickly restrained Wei Ming's wandering hands. "But how did you know the apocalypse would come? What if it didn't arrive the next day? How would you resolve that?" "Because I knew the end of the world would arrive on that day," Wei Ming replied with a grin. "If it didn't come, I would simply roam the earth. So you were gambling." Realizing that Wei Ming had made his fortune through betting, Song Qingyun began to believe him. But she retorted, "Your gambling nature is so great. What if you placed the wrong bet one time? That would spell disaster." Just then, as they were engrossed in each other, they noticed the lights on the adjacent balcony flicker on, revealing a woman clad in a nightgown, Yu Chutong. However, Yu Chutong was clearly taken aback by the sight of the couple next door, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. The nightgown was somewhat sheer, and she certainly didn't wish to be at a disadvantage. She hesitated to retreat, suddenly struck by the idea of borrowing Wei Ming's pickup truck. Then she noticed that Wei Ming was not alone. He was embracing a woman clad only in a bathrobe, as if they were about to meld into one. How shameless! Song Qingyun gasped in surprise, not expecting someone to emerge from next door, and instinctively tried to rise, only to be held tightly by Wei Ming. "No need to fear. There is only one woman next door." Wei Ming chuckled, "That is this a matter of men and women?" Song Qingyun's face turned beet red, yet she could not escape, resorting to covering her face with her hands. Even with just a fleeting glance, Yu Chutong beheld Song Qingyun's beauty. What a stunning woman! Yu Chutong, self-proclaimed as extraordinarily beautiful, could not help but concede that Song Qingyun's looks were certainly on par with her own, though her figure remained concealed beneath the loose bathrobe. Where had this fellow found such a remarkable beauty? Surely, he must have enticed her with resources in the community. It had to be so. With that thought, she developed a sense of disdain towards Song Qingyun. Wei Ming, meanwhile, picked up a grape and waved it at Yu Chutong, the intent unmistakable. "Would you like to eat?" Of course, Yu Chutong desired the fruit. She adored it, but was Wei Ming's offering so easily obtained? She was well aware that some price would need to be paid. With a haughty snort, she maintained her pride. Chapter 49. The neighbors are in a panic. Yu Chutong initially intended to return to her room. But upon reflection, she realized that it was Wei Ming and Song Qingyun who were shameless, so why should she retreat? As the female CEO, she felt indignant and chose to remain seated. But did she still wish to borrow Wei Ming's vehicle? She could not voice the request, as he was evidently a lecher who would likely propose terms that would infuriate her. To Wei Ming's surprise, she poured herself a glass of red wine and began to sip from the elegant goblet. Did wealthy families often have wine cellars? Wei Ming could drink, but he did not particularly enjoy it. He preferred tea, cola, or plain water. Therefore, when he renovated the safe house, he had never considered preparing a wine cellar. However, his alternate space contained a considerable stockpile of red wine, beer, and brandy, acquired during his forays into zero-cost shopping. Though he had not managed to obtain any white liquor due to the lack of opportunities for zero-cost shopping domestically. Yu Chutong's composure did not last long, because the two shameless individuals next door were engrossed in their flirtations, which she found utterly intolerable, prompting her retreat. With a click, the lights on the adjacent balcony went dark. Song Qingyun turned back, giving Wei Ming a playful bite on his shoulder. "This is all your fault. I'll have no face to meet anyone afterward." Wei Ming laughed heartily. "Rest assured. No one is interested in such gossip right now." After indulging in fruits for a while longer, Wei Ming arranged a room for Song Qingyun on the second floor, though of course, it was not to be shared with him. Playfulness aside, one must never toy with their own life. Wei Ming soon fell asleep, but just as he drifted off, the alarm on his phone jolted him awake. Was there no peace for sleep? Wei Ming opened the monitoring software on his phone to find a woman approaching, her demeanor furtive, as if fearing detection. He remembered her from Building 15, although he could not recall her exact unit number. She was undoubtedly married. What was she doing here alone in the dead of night? Wei Ming smiled faintly, guessing she wished to discuss a multi-million-dollar deal with him. Unfortunately, he had lost interest today. He simply switched off his phone and returned to sleep. Finally, tranquility resumed and a night passed without incident. Time moved to the fourth day of the apocalypse. The three members of the Zwa family were stripped bare and imprisoned in a steel cage, quickly becoming a sensational story. They cursed vehemently, soon revealing to the crowd who had incarcerated them. Wei Ming. Naturally, in their accounts, Wei Ming transformed into a nefarious villain, deliberately luring them in, then seizing their daughter and treating them in such a manner, surpassing even the cruelty of the little devils. Spectators, oblivious to the truth, were inclined to believe, while others began to think rationally. Wei Ming possessed a vast array of resources, and people were gradually realizing that resources equated to survival. So, how many women would willingly throw themselves at him if he merely beckoned? As for their daughter, she was merely average, hardly a celestial beauty worthy of such an ordeal. Moreover, the current order was unraveling. One could see rampant robbery and murder incidents all over Douyin, despite official warnings that all would be accounted for once the disaster passed. Yet the primal instincts of many could not be suppressed, growing more brazen by the day. Thus, it was likely that they intended to eliminate Wei Ming and seize his possessions, only to find themselves captured instead. Yet, Wei Ming was indeed ruthless. He did not kill them, but instead left them exposed and vulnerable in a cage, allowing the Zwa family to be humiliated while simultaneously inflicting profound torment. Deprived of food and water, coupled with the sweltering heat, how long could the three endure? Whether they starved, dehydrated, or succumbed to heat, none of those fates would be pleasant. How cruel was Wei Ming? The onlookers felt a chill, instilling fear of him. "Let us out," the Zwa family members shouted. Did anyone pay them heed? No one did. Even if there were those with an excess of compassion, upon observing the thick bars and locks, they would prudently abandon any inclination to assist, who possessed the strength to undertake such a task. Moreover, the heat was unbearable. Even though the subterranean garage offered some shade, it was still limited, and no one wished to lift a finger. Who would want to labor with a saw in such conditions? The Zwa family members wore their throats raw, yet found no one willing to extend a helping hand. They were now genuinely terrified, upon waking to find themselves imprisoned in a cage. The three were merely indignant, not fearful. They believed that as soon as dawn broke, the residents would discover them and rescue them. But now, so many people had gathered, merely observing them as if they were a spectacle. The Zwa family members were filled with both rage and panic. Were they truly to remain confined in this cage, starving, dehydrating, or succumbing to heat? "Please someone, go fetch Wei Ming," they pleaded. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. They were imprisoned by Wei Ming, who undoubtedly held the key, so releasing them was a simple matter. There would always be those who had too much time on their hands, and thus one individual tagged Wei Ming in the owner's group, relaying the Zwa family member's plight. Would Wei Ming respond? It was a joke. He had deliberately locked them away and would not be inclined to free them. He was hardly idle. He would allow them to suffer publicly until they perished. This was their just deserts. Wei Ming, seemingly unfazed, observed as another owner established a separate group, gradually pulling members from the larger group, with Wei Ming being the sole exception. Truly, Wei Ming is quite ruthless. The three members of the Zwa family are in a dire predicament, facing starvation or dehydration, or perhaps even succumbing to the oppressive heat. However, the Zwa family boasts two men. Why then are they unable to contend with Wei Ming? This fellow is formidable indeed. You all remember Lu Kundong, right? He specializes in debt collection and had previously clashed with Wei Ming, only to be easily subdued by him. Now it makes sense. Wei Ming is practically committing murder in broad daylight, and you all stand by and watch. Zhang Shi interjected suddenly. Right now, it is the three members of the Zwa family. You can sit idly by, but what if one day it is you who finds yourselves trapped in a cage? At this, the chatter among the crowd abruptly ceased. Zhang Shi smirked coldly and said, "I have no fear of airing my dirty laundry. Wei Ming has set his sights on my wife. Yesterday, under the guise of selling food, he tricked me into opening the door and then stole my wife away. Despite my desperate resistance, I was still overpowered by him. How many of you have wives, daughters? Ask yourselves if Wei Ming offered you food. Would you open the door when the time comes?" Zhang Shi is quite well known in the community, especially since he previously collaborated with Yu Chutong to procure supplies. Even those who did not know him would recognize his name by now. Yet, Zhang Shi claims that Wei Ming has taken his wife. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Indeed, in this crumbling social order, those with power can oppress others at will. That if Wei Ming can imprison the 3 members of the Zhou family today, might he not do the same to them tomorrow? If he has taken Zhang Shi's wife, would he show mercy to the wives and daughters of others? Panic ensued. Seizing the moment, Zhang Shi asked, "Is there anyone willing to join me for the sake of their families? Let us eliminate Wei Ming and eradicate this threat. We will divide the spoils." The most compelling aspect of Zhang Shi's rallying cry was his final statement. "We will divide the spoils." Thanks to the disappearance of the 2 polar icebergs, many have developed a sense of crisis, stockpiling supplies at home sufficient to last half a month. Yet, no matter how much one has, it will eventually run out. What then? If Wei Ming demands their wives and daughters as the price for survival, will they have any choice but to comply? Therefore, it is better to strike first and eliminate Wei Ming. Seizing his resources, "I'm in. Count me in. Me too." Regardless of the situation, as long as there is a profit to be made and someone to lead the charge, a force will quickly coalesce. The crucial point is, will there be any repercussions for their misdeeds? Absolutely none. All right, everyone come to me. Let us sit down and discuss this thoroughly, but we must be cautious, as there may be spies among us. Zhang Shi stated agreed. Many responded in unison. Before long, 21 individuals arrived at Zhang Shi's villa. Only 21. Zhang Shi felt a pang of disappointment, but reconsidering, he thought that even 21 could be sufficient to take down Wei Ming. After all, with too many people, there would be less to divide among them, that if we do not act, Wei Ming will kill us and take our women and daughters. We are merely defending ourselves. No, we are ridding society of a menace. They concocted a grandiloquent rationale for their actions. Regardless of how flimsy it might be, as long as they believed it themselves, after much deliberation, the group decided to strike that very night. For the cooler weather would allow them to act without succumbing to heat exhaustion. After just a few blows with their hammers, that a full 21 individuals now possessed the strength to overpower Wei Ming. So even if he became aware of their intentions to break down his door, what countermeasures could he possibly employ? Tonight, eliminate Wei Ming, divide the spoils. Wei Ming soon received several messages alerting him that there were individuals in the community plotting against him. Some were familiar faces, while others were not. Among those he recognized were Lin Wanxiu and Zhou Qingqing. How amusing it was that this brother-supporting demon now seemed solely concerned with her own well-being. Despite her family being locked away in the garage, she showed no inclination to plead for Wei Ming. Once someone becomes heartless, they can truly surprise one. Brother Wei, Zhang Shi is organizing people against you. You must be cautious, Zhou Qingqing warned. Unfortunately, they have all gone to Zhang Shi's house for a meeting, so I am unaware of their specific plans. That in her view, as long as Wei Ming accepted her back, everything he possessed would naturally belong to her. Now that Zhang Shi sought to seize Wei Ming's possessions, wouldn't that ultimately mean he was robbing her? Understood. Wei Ming replied with a few terse words. It was essential to maintain a delicate balance, keeping Zhou Qingqing hopeful, yet just out of reach. Lin Wanxiu also messaged him. Zhang Shi is after you. Be careful. By the way, I wrote 3 chapters last night, and have 3 more modified chapters saved. I'll send them all to you. Shortly thereafter, Wei Ming received a Word document. Upon opening it, he found that the content had indeed become considerably more risque. The pace of the narrative had picked up dramatically. Just as he became engrossed in reading, Song Qingyun and the other women began to awaken, prompting him to open all the doors, allowing them to move freely within the villa. When Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu noticed the presence of 2 additional women in the house, they were understandably taken aback, thinking to themselves that Wei Ming was rather lecherous. This was only the 4th day since the catastrophe, and he already had 4 women in his home. At this rate, in just over 10 days, wouldn't the villa be overflowing? Chengya and Song Qingyun were equally bewildered, never expecting Wei Ming to have already taken in more women, especially Song Qingyun, who was nearly unable to restrain herself from confronting Lu Qing. Surely this woman was hiding in Wei Ming's home. Haha, let us all get acquainted. We'll be family from now on. Wei Ming chuckled while feeding Xiaohe. However, in his heart, he knew that perhaps only Xiaohe was truly trustworthy, while the 4 women might betray him. For instance, if someone offered better material conditions, Lu Qing and Cheng Yu would undoubtedly switch allegiances to Mi Xiaolu, while not as mercenary, had been coerced into joining him. Her loyalty was certainly not guaranteed to AS for Song Qingyun. There was no need to elaborate. Though she had temporarily succumbed to darkness, her sense of justice remained intact. Once social order was restored, she might very well be the first to drag Wei Ming to the police station to confess. Fortunately, no one could rival my wealth. Moreover, the extent of my abilities is beyond anyone's comprehension. Wei Ming was unconcerned with the thoughts of Song Qingyun and the others, as long as they obeyed him. They would have a place in the villa. Should they choose disobedience, well, they would simply be asked to leave. The four women felt quite awkward. Given their circumstances, they could surmise that the other three were also women being supported by Wei Ming. They were all essentially the same. Lu Qing, as a small leader in a company, was the first to adapt, smiling as she said, "I'm Lu Qing. How shall I address the two lovely ladies?" With someone breaking the ice, the atmosphere became much more conducive for introductions, and soon others began to share their names as well. By afternoon, Wei Ming was working out on the treadmill, dripping with sweat. Observing him, the four women couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. While others were eager to hibernate to conserve energy, Wei Ming was actively exercising. Truly, comparison could be exasperating if he didn't possess such vigor. How could he maintain such energy levels? Suddenly, Lu Qing shifted the topic. With this, Mi Xiaolu and Cheng Ye eagerly joined the conversation, and now that they were familiar, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Their discussions were quite candid. Song Qingyun, on the other hand, was listening with flushed cheeks, grateful for the arrival of her relatives that spared her from being consumed, yet the lewd banter of the three women made her cover her ears in embarrassment. The three women exchanged glances, igniting a strong desire to tease her. Chapter 51. Zhang Shi breaks down the door. Wei Ming. Keep it up, stay strong. Lu Qing and the others deliberately began discussing provocative topics. At first, Song Qingyun was utterly perplexed, wondering what they were referencing with numbers like 11, 12, and 13. Were they talking about height? Then, suddenly, the realization hit her, her face turning crimson as she wished desperately for a hole in the ground to swallow her whole. Was this really a topic she could engage in? Seeing Song Qingyun's discomfort, Lu Qing and the others burst into laughter. They were well aware that she had relatives visiting and had not been fully consumed by Wei Ming. Indeed, she was still an innocent girl. They couldn't help but chuckle as they shared the intricacies of relationships with her. Oh my goodness. Song Qingyun hastily covered her ears, shaking her head vigorously. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Lu Qing, admiring her beauty and purity, yet also noting her enviable figure, remarked, "You're so stunning and in such great shape. That guy must be completely smitten with you, indeed. If I had your attributes, I wouldn't bother with being a security officer. I'd certainly pursue a career as a star." Cheng Ye chimed in. Mi Xiaolu echoed their sentiments, noting that Song Qingyun was flawless in her beauty. When the topic of her profession arose, Song Qingyun's spirits lifted. What's wrong with being a security officer? We apprehend criminals and protect the safety of the community. But as she spoke, her voice trailed off, and her mood soured. She recalled the current state of the world, where people brazenly persecuted one another, resorting to robbery and murder. Such malevolence had become commonplace. For someone with her strong sense of justice, the impact was profoundly disheartening. Wei Ming returned to his room, locking the door behind him, and began to recuperate. That night, Zhang Shi and his cohorts would undoubtedly take action in this sweltering heat. Who has the energy to do anything during the day? Someone has come to keep me company and pass the time. In fact, the villa is quite lively now. There are plenty of people playing mahjong and do di zhu. However, the joy of competing against others is indeed enticing, and Wei Ming shares this sentiment. After all, he is not a caretaker for Song Qingyun and the others. The ingredients and water are readily available, so they can cook whatever they desire. Going outside, that's out of the question. The controller is in his hands. They could use fingerprints, but none of the four women have registered theirs, leaving them confined to the villa. In truth, even if they were allowed outside, would they dare? With the outside temperature nearing 60 degrees. Who would seek out such torment? Wei Ming fell into a deep slumber, and when he awoke, it was already past 7 in the evening that he got up and left his room, finding Song Qingyun and the others engrossed in their card game. He headed straight to the kitchen. They had already finished their meal and left some food for him. However, Wei Ming chose not to eat that, instead retrieving a large skewer of roasted meat from the other dimension and placing it in the air fryer for reheating. An enticing aroma soon wafted through the air. How delightful! The four women abandoned their game, drawn over by the mouth-watering scent, their faces full of longing. Very well. Wei Ming distributed 2 skewers to each of them. Any more would be too much, considering they had just dined and were keen on avoiding weight gain. After their meal, the four women proceeded to practice yoga. That in truth, it was Song Qingyun who wished to exercise. But she couldn't resist the insistence of Lu Qing and the others, who argued that working out alone was meaningless. It was far more enjoyable to practice yoga together, and thus she was pulled along. Watching the four women don their yoga pants and showcase their exquisite figures on the mats, Wei Ming couldn't help but be captivated. Yoga attire is essentially form-fitting clothing that accentuates a woman's physique, making beauty and imperfection readily apparent. So alluring, and no wonder it was crafted by those lecherous monks from India. It is pleasing to the eye, and the various poses are filled with seduction. Just as Wei Ming was about to take action, he heard the sound of an alarm from his phone, followed by a thud. Zhang Shi and his group had arrived. They were surprisingly early. Wei Ming had expected them around 10 or even in the early hours, as it would be slightly cooler then. The sun had only just set, and the temperature still hovered above 45 degrees. How could they endure such heat? He chuckled to himself, thinking about whether he should send them some heat compensation. What is that noise? The four women paused at, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a few fools attempting to break in," Wei Ming replied with a smile. Such is the state of the world. The four women couldn't help but reflect. This was only the 4th day of the apocalypse, yet the people in the community had become audacious enough to forcefully break in and commit crimes. The establishment of civilization requires eons. Yet its collapse can occur in a mere few days. Wei Ming chuckled, urging them to continue, assuring them he would join them shortly. Though the women were somewhat concerned, it wasn't rooted in deep feelings for Wei Ming. Rather, their interests were intertwined, bound by a shared fate. If one suffered, they all suffered. If the villa were breached, what fate would await them? They would become mere tools for the whims of countless men. However, having witnessed Wei Ming's capabilities, they were reassured by the knowledge that he was not an impulsive person. On the contrary, he was exceedingly cautious and would never jeopardize his own life recklessly. Thus, they nodded in agreement and resumed their yoga practice, albeit with a slight distraction. Wei Ming descended to the basement and closed the door behind him, preferring not to be disturbed by Song Qingyun and the others. The basement was equipped with a complete set of surveillance equipment. There were 9 screens displaying not only the 3 cameras in the basement, but also the main entrance and various areas within the villa. In fact, the total number of cameras exceeded 20, and he could only select 9 for display. That he naturally switched to the basement's surveillance feed, which showcased 21 individuals. Zhang Shi was among them. And several burly men were hammering at the door with bare chests. Bang! Bang bang! Wei Ming shook his head. If they could indeed break down the door with a few hammers, then his millions would truly be wasted. He noticed Zhang Shi staring at the monitor, seemingly saying something. So he turned on the speaker, and Zhang Shi's voice echoed. Wei Ming, I know you're inside, that you've heard and seen what is happening. Do you know why I haven't damaged the surveillance? Because I want you to hear and see, to welcome your death in fear and despair. Such resentment, and he seems to be getting ahead of himself. Wei Ming chuckled and spoke into the microphone. I must say, old Zhang, you're rather dull. It was you who brought your wife to me, armed and intent on killing me, yet I haven't laid a finger on you. Isn't that enough? Furthermore, your wife came willingly. Did I force her in any way? Upon hearing this, the 20 men outside wore expressions of curiosity, as it contradicted what Zhang Shi had previously claimed. Zhang Shi, humiliated and enraged, retorted, Wei Ming, don't speak nonsense. You've stolen my wife, and now you dare to throw mud at me. Humph. I won't waste more words. Today is your day of reckoning. Wei Ming chuckled. Well, you'll need to get in first. Good luck. Keep trying. Chapter 52. Wei Ming, surrender. I've captured your girlfriend, then you'll need to get in. Isn't that a blatant provocation? Zhang Shi and his group were infuriated, swinging their hammers with renewed vigor. 80. 80. 80. Wei Ming counted for them, announcing each strike. This undoubtedly spurred them on, eager to drag Wei Ming out and exact vengeance. Yet after hammering away for a long while and changing shifts several times, Was there any sign of damage to the door? They were all taken aback. This door must have been reinforced. Isn't an ordinary door. It's crafted from pure metal, not just a wooden door clad in a layer of iron. It is practically indestructible. They might as well try breaking through the wall instead. Thus, they altered their strategy, abandoning the door to target the walls instead. Bang, bang, bang. Their efficiency skyrocketed as bricks and stones fell away. And soon they had created a hole. However, as they continued to break through, they began to curse, for behind this wall was yet another wall. One made of metal. It had the same texture as the door. And this was no ordinary metal. It was likely a super strong alloy. Zhang Shi and his group were left dumbfounded. What the hell? How do we deal with this? Are all the villas in our community at this level? Someone murmured, suggesting the developer would be at a loss. Nonsense. How could this be the developer's doing? It was that bastard Wei Ming who modified it himself. Good grief. How terrified must he be to have reinforced his villa so thoroughly? What do we do now? They were all at a loss, and if it weren't so fantastical, they might have suspected Wei Ming was from the future, else how could he have made such preparations? They all turned to Zhang Shi. You started this. Do you have any ideas now? What could Zhang Shi suggest? He could only provoke Wei Ming. Wei Ming, are you determined to be a coward? You can turn the walls into metal, but what about the windows? Tomorrow, we'll prepare to break your windows on the first floor. However, if you come out and surrender now, I might consider sparing your life. Even letting you keep half of your supplies. Seeing the others eager to speak, Zhang Shi inwardly cursed them for being fools, then discreetly signaled. The others suddenly understood. Zhang Shi was trying to deceive Wei Ming. Thus, they fell silent. Wei Ming chuckled. Very well, you can give it a try tomorrow. Are you planning to come during the day or at night? If it's during the day, don't forget the sunscreen. At night, be prepared for rain. But, old Zhang, your wife is here with me. Can you really wait until tomorrow? If you're out of options, I might just have to entertain your wife. Zhang Shi was instantly furious. Cursing the bastard, he roared. You scoundrel. If you dare touch my wife, I'll kill your girlfriend. At last, you've mentioned it. Wei Ming chuckled internally but pretended to be anxious, saying into the microphone, How dare you? I warn you, if you so much as lay a finger on Zhuqingqing, I won't let you off. He feared Zhang Shi might confuse people, so he made sure to name Zhuqingqing. In truth, Zhang Shi was merely furious. He considered that Zhuqingqing posed any threat to Wei Ming, but Wei Ming's apparent anxiety invigorated him. The wisdom and calm of the big boss regained the upper hand, and he confidently replied, You can do what you want. I can't. Wei Ming, will you come out yourself, or shall I bring your girlfriend over and force you out? I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. Wei Ming chuckled internally, resting both feet on the table, feeling quite relaxed, but still had to act. He spoke into the microphone. I warn you, don't do anything reckless. Zhang Shi burst into laughter. Addressing the crowd, it seems we need to find another place to break in good. The crowd was filled with renewed energy. 10, 9, 8. Zhang Shi began counting down, deliberately slowing his pace to apply pressure on Wei Ming. Wei Ming struggled to suppress his laughter but maintained a tense tone. Zhang Shi, this is between you and me. Why drag innocent people into this? 2. Zhang Shi ignored him, continuing his count. 1, 0. Alas, you've forced our hand. Brothers, let us go. With a wave of Zhang Shi's hand, the 21 individuals marched away. Wei Ming offered a faint smile, remarking, Your parents and younger brother are suffering. You cannot possibly remain idle at home while they endure hardship. You should experience some trials yourself. Zhang Shi, accompanied by 20 others, stormed to the entrance of the Zhou family's residence. With such a multitude, it was certain someone would know where they lived, without hesitation. The group seized iron hammers and began to smash the door. Bang, bang, bang. How could an ordinary door lock withstand such relentless assault? In less than 5 strikes, the lock was shattered, and the group surged in like ravenous wolves. Zhuqingqing, who had been sleeping soundly, was jolted awake by the cacophony. Still dazed, she was dragged out, clad in nothing but her underwear. Terrified, she pressed her hands against her chest, trembling uncontrollably. Who are you? What do you want? Zhang Shi merely smiled blandly. Fear not, we simply require your assistance. Come. He waved his hand, and the crowd began to push Zhuqingqing forward. Desperately, she pleaded, At least let me put on some clothes. Clothes? We've all seen enough. Zhang Shi scoffed, unwilling to grant her request. The group stormed back towards the villa. Upon arrival, Qingqing quickly grasped their intentions and screamed in a fit of hysteria. She did not wish for Wei Ming to witness her in such a state. It was not merely a matter of pride. She feared that if Wei Ming saw her exposed to so many men, he might deem her tainted and shun her entirely. Zhang Shi, however, was indifferent. Pushing Qingqing under the surveillance cameras and laughing heartily. Wei Ming, do you recognize this person? Wei Ming's furious roar echoed back. Zhang Shi, you have gone too far. She is unrelated to our grievances. Release her immediately. Unrelated, you say? Zhang Shi sneered. Open the door quickly, and I promise to let you two lovebirds leave safely. To his surprise, Qingqing shouted first. Wei Ming, you cannot open the door should the door swing open. Both the villa and its resources would undoubtedly fall prey to Zhang Shi and his cohorts. What use was it to have Wei Ming if he was merely a means to an end? What she truly desired was the resources he possessed, particularly the chilly villa itself. Thus, Wei Ming could not surrender. It was a matter of principle, and she would have to devise a way to escape from these men. Slap! Zhang Shi delivered a sharp blow to Qingqing's face, astonished that she would dare to utter such words. However, Qingqing's deep affection for Wei Ming made one wonder if he could remain unmoved. Wei Ming, I shall give you 10 seconds to consider, he declared, issuing his ultimatum. Chapter 53, Brothers Charge. Qingqing's misfortune. Wei Ming lounged comfortably, yet he transformed into a dramatic figure, exclaiming with feigned excitement, Zhang Shi. I warn you. I warn you. Zhang Shi, feeling triumphant, could not help but laugh. Having clashed with Wei Ming several times, he finally held the upper hand. Wei Ming, hurry and open the door. Time is running out, he said coolly. Qingqing, displaying unexpected resolve, urged Wei Ming, you must not listen to him. If you open the door, we will all be doomed, and if you stay inside, they won't dare harm me, fearing what might happen to you. Oh, you've crafted a fine excuse for me. Excellent. Wei Ming gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his laughter. I understand now. I shall never emerge. Damn it. Zhang Shi bellowed in anger, striking Qingqing again. The blow sent her sprawling. Blood trickling from her mouth, yet a smile graced her lips. Her willingness to sacrifice for Wei Ming surely endeared her to him. While she could not compare to the striking woman he had seen the day before, who possessed a fiery figure, she was determined to outshine the mere vase that woman represented. Did I end such chaotic times? Did Wei Ming need a mere ornament, or a devoted partner who truly cared for him? Qingqing reveled in her cleverness, yet she overlooked a crucial detail: how to escape from Zhang Shi's clutches. For the moment, such thoughts eluded her as she focused solely on impressing Wei Ming. Zhang Shi, infuriated, addressed the surveillance. Wei Ming, if you do not come out soon, I shall be quite unrestrained. Your girlfriend may not be the most beautiful, but her status as your partner ensures many of my brothers are interested in her. Tread carefully, or we may become quite hands-on. Qingqing's face paled. It was one thing to be deemed unclean, but would Wei Ming despise her? With 20 large men present, how could she endure such violation? Old Zhang, why do you always manage to voice my thoughts? Wei Ming mused inwardly, secretly amused, then declared, very well, I shall offer you 5 boxes of water and 50 pounds of rice if you release her. How generous! The crowd was stirred, but Zhang Shi, already possessing ample supplies, scoffed that as a businessman, his appetite was far greater. Why settle for such a meager return when he had Wei Ming at his mercy? Casting a glance at the intrigued faces of his companions, Zhang Shi sneered, are you all fools? We are merely scaring him. He is willing to part with such valuable resources for a reason. First, this lad cares for this woman. Second, his supplies far exceed what he offers. The Dio not be so short-sighted. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had been hasty. Qingqing was worth far more than this. The more Wei Ming valued her, the greater the price he would pay for her release. Thus, they resolved not to acquiesce, and on the other hand, Qingqing felt immensely touched. Wei Ming truly cared for her. Look at how much he was willing to sacrifice for her freedom. This only strengthened her resolve to endure. Wei Ming observed the expressions of the crowd through the surveillance, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity of it all. Would he truly expend such resources for Qingqing? Absolutely not. First, he knew Zhang Shi's greed would prevent any concession, and second, even if Zhang Shi agreed, he would likely renege on the deal. Zhang Shi chuckled. Wei Ming, you are indeed a coward, unwilling to watch your girlfriend be humiliated. Brothers, Since Wei Ming is so generous, let us enjoy his girlfriend. Why hold back? Though most of the men retained a flicker of moral restraint. At least not in public, some with darker inclinations stepped forward, leering, "Since everyone is being so polite, I shall go first." Zhuo panicked, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Then you must make Wei Ming open the door," Zhang Shi bellowed. Zhuo, speak no more. She fell silent. What did it matter for Wei Ming to come out and save her if it would yield nothing for her? Thus, she sealed her lips that, "Look at how considerate you are of Wei Ming." Zhang Shi sneered, "That go ahead, do not hold back." "All right." Zhuo let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Wei Ming, are you watching?" Zhang Shi cackled. "This brother has already gone in. It is too late to stop now. Besides, we have 20 more in line. If you do not want us all to become your in-laws, hurry and open the door." Wei Ming merely responded with a few agonized cries, stifling his laughter, then muted the microphone, adopting an ostrich-like demeanor. He pretended to be oblivious to the unfolding events. Zhang Shi, relentless in his taunts, noted Wei Ming's silence. He must be too afraid to watch. He has likely turned off the cameras. No matter. We will return and send him a little film. The group agreed, pushing Zhuo along. Moments later, a freshly made video was sent to Wei Ming's phone. What was Wei Ming doing at that moment? He had already ascended the stairs, reveling in a fashion show featuring Song Qingyun. He had insisted she don a qipao. Heavens, it's utterly mesmerizing. The qipao hugged her figure flawlessly, exuding an air of sophisticated allure without revealing too much. Wei Ming's heart raced with excitement. Suddenly, he received a notification. Glancing down, he saw it was a video file from Zhang Shi. Song Qingyun, noticing, rushed over, her cheeks flushed. "What did Zhang Shi send you?" she inquired, attempting to divert Wei Ming's attention from her. Wei Ming chuckled. "Take a look for yourself. I find it rather painful to behold." Chapter 54. Song Qingyun's awakening. Song Qingyun, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, casually opened the video, only to be struck numb with shock. "How revolting!" she gasped, quickly shutting off the screen. Wei Ming sighed in exasperation that if I open it later, won't I be forced to witness the same repulsive imagery? "You opened the video. How could you not close it?" She retorted, frowning. Zhang Shi, despite being the husband of a major company, is utterly shameless for sending you such material. As Wei Ming savored Song Qingyun's exquisite beauty, he smiled. "Did you fail to recognize the leading lady in the video?" Song Qingyun revealed a trace of nostalgia, suddenly exclaiming, "Zhuo." Wei Ming chuckled, saying, "Zhang Shi intends to leverage Zhuo to force me to yield. That is foolish." Song Qingyun immediately retorted, for she had personally witnessed the shamelessness and wickedness of the Zhuo family that night. Although Wei Ming had spared Zhuo, she could see clearly that his intention was not to show mercy to this woman, but rather to torment her slowly. Therefore, how could Zhang Shi believe that Wei Ming cared for Zhuo? "I understand now. It's you," Song Qingyun exclaimed with enlightenment, then gasped, "You truly are ruthless. You feigned that Zhuo was of great importance to you in front of Zhang Shi, and he would undoubtedly take the bait." Scurrying off to deal with Zhuo, believing he could force Wei Ming to surrender, Wei Ming, with a punitive gesture, delivered a few slaps, sneering, "I shall not allow Zhuo to die so easily." In his past life, Zhuo had struck the hardest, stabbing him repeatedly. The excruciating pain was still fresh in his memory. How could he bear to let her perish so easily? If it were merely for revenge, he could have annihilated the Zhuo family yesterday. Why let Zhuo escape, thereby granting her a false sense of security? Now, she believed that as long as she persevered, she could reside in a villa and enjoy life. He chuckled at the thought of her eventual realization that her endurance would on the other side. Zhuo stared blankly at her phone. Did Wei Ming just hang up? He didn't even offer her any words of comfort. No. Wei Ming must be devising a plan to save himself, which is why he has no time for reassurance that it has to be that way. Wei Ming stepped out wearing a pair of oversized shorts, just as Song Qingyun and the 3 other women were preparing breakfast. Upon seeing him, Lu Qing teased, "Finished your morning exercise? Care for a bit more workout?" "Sure," Wei Ming replied with a smile, striding over and lifting Lu Qing into his arms. "Ah!" Lu Qing exclaimed in surprise before turning to smile at Song Qingyun and Mi Xiaolu, saying, "The emperor has summoned me. I suppose breakfast is now your responsibility." After their breakfast, the 4 women resumed their yoga practice. Except for Song Qingyun, the other 3 lamented their recent lack of exercise, feeling they had gained weight and needed to shed some pounds. Wei Ming mused to himself whether he could possibly conduct a fat loss operation by sending them into another realm. It seemed plausible. However, he certainly would not expose his supernatural abilities for such a trivial matter. That thought flickered briefly through his mind, and besides, he had nothing pressing to attend to, so finding something to occupy his time was essential. He simply enjoyed the sight of the 4 women exercising in their yoga pants. And indeed, they were a feast for the eyes. At noon, the 4 women prepared lunch together. However, during the meal, Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Cheng Yi synchronously began filming their food to post online. Reveling in the likes and comments that poured in, their satisfaction palpable. Chapter 56. Yu Qiudong was astounded. Are you all really in the mood to post on Douyin? Song Qingyun was taken aback. Lu Qing chuckled. We are living well now. Why not let others know? We're all human. Yet while I feast daily, you're left nibbling on grass. Showcasing that stark contrast is simply delightful. Sister Qing, could you take a picture for me? Cheng Yi handed her phone to Lu Qing, while she lifted a wine glass filled with red wine, striking a pose for the photo. Once Lu Qing captured the moment, Cheng Yi edited it before sharing it with her friends, adding a caption that read, "A glass of red wine daily, free from all troubles that Mi Xiaolu." Not to be outdone, even used the balcony of their villa as a backdrop, revealing a glimpse of the community, emphasizing that this was post-apocalypse, not some old photo to show off. Lu Qing, of course, joined in on the pretense, as one post on Douyin was simply not sufficient. Her circle of friends required the same attention. Wei Ming leaned over to take a look and was astonished by the sheer number of likes and comments, most expressing envy or inquiring how 3 of them could still enjoy such lavish living conditions. Naturally, the trio would not divulge their secret of being kept by someone. They only desired admiration from others, refraining from any negative disclosures. For now, all they needed was for others to flood their screens with envy. Wei Ming chuckled to himself, wondering if he should flaunt his own situation. Countless supplies, a charming villa, for stunning beauties, and one truly exceptional lady. Yes, he should show off, but only to Zhuo Qingqing did he arrange for the 4 women to stand beside him for a photo. Capturing images of his abundant supplies, editing them slightly before posting them exclusively for Zhuo Qingqing to see, captioning it. Though life is challenging, humans are resilient and must persist through hardships. The words were inspirational, while the images were a display of pure vanity. That was precisely the effect he sought. After posting, he turned his attention to exercising. Wei Ming had fashioned a small gym for himself, equipped with a few pieces of equipment. However, given the limited space of the villa, most of it was allocated for bedrooms, resulting in a compact gym area. With a total of 11 bedrooms in the villa, he figured he could house 20 lovely ladies. With each having their own room, that he contemplated whether he could find 20 women he found appealing in the entire Qidong community. It seemed unlikely, perhaps even impossible that, oh dear, he almost forgot about his alluring aunt. Wei Ming retrieved a drone, packing up leftover food to send to Lin Wanxiu for her consumption. Lin Wanxiu was diligent, having written 7 chapters yesterday, claiming she was so exhausted her milk had sagged. No wonder each chapter of her novel was filled with steamy scenes. She was quite the temptress in her everyday life. Wei Ming hesitated, considering whether to invite such a provocative woman over. While he didn't mind a woman being a bit flirtatious, having them all be the same would be exceedingly dull. He hoped each girl would retain her unique charm. He decided to put the thought of his seductive aunt aside for now. Wei Ming eagerly anticipated the changes in the community tonight or by tomorrow morning. Yesterday, Zhao Jihu successfully returned with supplies, so it was certain many would venture out tonight in search of more. And surely some would succeed. However, those willing to brave the hunt for supplies would inevitably be a minority, while the majority would remain in the community, hoping for a windfall without effort. What kind of turmoil would unfold this evening? He could only wait and see. The ugliness of human nature was bound to manifest tonight. Wei Ming set up a high-powered telescope on the balcony, as the 3 villas were quite close to the main gate, allowing him to observe clearly that if one were to intercept those returning with supplies, the gate would be the optimal location for such an ambush that, of course, Qidong City was vast, with a total of 3 main gates. And he could only monitor one. However, this gate was the primary entrance, leading directly to the busiest street, surrounded by the most commercial establishments. Exiting through this gate offered the shortest route to convenience stores, supermarkets, and more. After sweating profusely until evening, An idea struck him that he instructed the 4 women to bring their food to the balcony, which was spacious enough to accommodate a round table for 10. The 5 of them prepared 8 dishes along with a soup, complemented by an array of fruit platters featuring watermelon, papaya, strawberries, and other assorted fruits. As Wei Ming dined, he glanced toward the gate area. The lights at the entrance were automatic, illuminating at scheduled intervals, allowing him to see if anyone passed by without needing the telescope. Here they come. Within half an hour of sunset, the first person emerged, heading toward the gate. Naturally, he was clad in a raincoat, completely covered from head to toe. Wei Ming shook his head slightly. The most insidious aspect of acid rain was its corrosive effect on blood rain. Yet this didn't mean materials like plastic were immune. They simply decayed at a slower rate. However, raincoats were designed with holes. Otherwise, how could one wear them? Wouldn't it suffocate? What people could do was to seal those holes as much as possible after donning the raincoat to prevent acid rain from seeping in. Yet, regardless of the method, these seams were easily compromised by acid rain, and when the rainwater flowed in, it was akin to being splashed with sulfuric acid, hence the term acid rain. Moreover, even at night, temperatures hovered around 40 degrees. One could only imagine the stifling discomfort of wearing a completely sealed raincoat. Setting aside the threat of acid rain, how many could endure such oppressive heat? Wei Ming sighed, feeling merely like a spectator. Before long, another fully equipped individual exited the community gate. This was only one of the 3 exits. There were still 2 more gates, and it was likely others were daring enough to seek supplies through those paths. Song Qingyun and the others observed as well, equally astonished that if it weren't for Wei Ming, would they have been compelled to venture out for supplies? Certainly, as beautiful women, they could choose not to go. But at what cost? Naturally, it would be their bodies. That was the only currency they had. In the apocalypse, beauty itself became a valuable resource to that moment. The lights next door suddenly flickered on. Yu Chodong stepped out. Just as before, with a bottle of red wine in her left hand and a wine glass in her right. In such a world, few could afford to indulge as she did. Moreover, wine contains moisture, especially red wine, which also has sugar content, providing a certain degree of sustenance. Her lifestyle was enviable to 99 of people. However, Wei Ming was not among them. Upon seeing Yu Chodong, Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu displayed expressions of admiration. Having never encountered this beauty before, Chengya had been her neighbor for quite some time, so they were certainly familiar with one another, though Yu Chodong would look down on Chengya for her vanity. Having married a man who could practically be her father for Song Qingyun, she had already been seen by Yu Chodong while being intimate with Wei Ming on the balcony. Yu Chodong, of course, had noticed the scene unfolding on the neighboring balcony and stood there, momentarily stunned. Chapter 57. Steel plates for windows? Zhang Shi was on the verge of tears. 4 women. Wei Ming's villa actually housed 4 women, each a beauty. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Chengya might be slightly lesser, but Song Qingyun was certainly her equal. Yu Chodong immediately realized that these 4 women were undoubtedly enticed by the resources in Wei Ming's possession, willingly becoming his canaries. This notion filled her with disdain. However, their material conditions were indeed extraordinary. 4 of them were enjoying a lavish spread of 8 dishes and a soup, along with an abundance of fruits. The sight of the fruits was almost irresistible to her. Unfortunately, Wei Ming refused to sell her any. Given the current state of human nature, even if he agreed, would she dare let him through her door? It was akin to inviting a wolf into the house or offering a sheep to a tiger. Over the past 2 days, Yu Chodong had been particularly anxious, knowing that resources would inevitably run out. What was she to do? She is so extraordinarily beautiful. Yet the people in the community have now become as mad as hatters, devoid of any humanity. Should she be discovered and captured while venturing outside, she can only imagine the wretched fate that awaits her. Wei Ming flashed her a subtle smile, gesturing towards the table laden with dishes, inviting her to join him for a meal. Did Yu Chodong want to? Of course, she did. However, she was acutely aware of the cost of such an indulgence. Having been a princess, pampered and provided for since childhood, she could attain anything her heart desired. Now, to partake in a mere meal, she would have to surrender her body. Naturally, she would not acquiesce. Humph. She emitted a haughty snort, seated herself and poured herself a glass of wine, savoring it slowly. Lu Qing, unable to tolerate her demeanor, exclaimed with a scoff, "Oh, look at her, still pretending to be aloof. I wonder how long she can keep it up." Chengya snidely remarked, I wager it won't be more than 3 days before she joins us in vying for Wei Ming, Demi Xiaolu, hailing from an educated family, found the remarks too harsh and interjected. There is no need to speak of her in such a manner. Lu Qing huffed, who told her to act high and mighty first. Exactly, Chengya nodded in agreement. Lu Qing exchanged a knowing glance with Chengya, who understood, and the two of them nestled into Wei Ming's embrace, taking turns feeding him morsels. The Yu Chutong inadvertently caught sight of this scene, her cheeks flushing with indignation. How shameless! After giving Wei Ming a fierce glare, she turned on her heel and retreated into the house. Ha! Lu Qing and Chengya burst into triumphant laughter. As the clock approached 10, the villa activated its curfew, and the four women obediently returned to their respective rooms. While Wei Ming lingered on the balcony, keenly watching for the unfolding drama at the entrance. After more than half an hour, he observed a group of around 20 individuals emerging from the underground garage, not heading towards the community gate, but rather towards his villa. Clad in raincoats and wielding umbrellas, they appeared heavily bundled against the elements. Could it be Zhang Shi and his crew? Wei Ming was uncertain, dressed as they were. Even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. They carried hammers and kitchen knives, exuding an intimidating aura. Wei Ming chuckled softly, operating his phone to lower steel plates over every window on both the first and second floors of the villa. Oh, you wish to break in? By all means. The group noticed Wei Ming, their fingers raised in an obscene gesture, as if to say his triumph would be short-lived. They stormed into the garden and began smashing the windows. The sound reverberated, nearly rattling the teeth of some with the force of the impact. And when one shone a flashlight, they were left dumbfounded. Was that glass? No, it was steel. You actually use steel to protect the glass? Given their current conditions, how long could they endure outside? The threat of acid rain and the sweltering heat would soon lead to heat stroke. Thus, the notion of breaking through steel plates was nothing short of a joke. What now? Retreat, retreat. Zhang Shi ordered, nearly in tears. This was a fortified stronghold. The group hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. One of them began to scream, evidently injured as the acid rain seeped through his raincoat. By the time they reached the garage, they discovered that one of their comrades had been left with one eye severely burned. Ouch! The corrosive nature of the acid rain was too intense. Even reinforced raincoats were insufficient, despite the addition of umbrellas. Zhang Shi gritted his teeth, declaring, "That guy has fortified his villa like a turtle shell. We can't touch him for now. Let us execute Plan B. We want to sleep tonight. We'll see who can bring back supplies, and then we'll raid him." All right. The group agreed. 2 hours later, Wei Ming saw someone returning to the community, the individual carrying a bag and traversing through the underground garage. Since the entrance of the community is closest to the garage, this route theoretically allowed for a safe passage to the entrances of the various buildings. However, this person evidently forgot that many in the community were eager to prey on the unwary. Thus, he was immediately robbed. Wei Ming could only watch the shadows cast from the garage. What began as one shadow quickly multiplied into dozens. His name is Zhou Xing, yet he is not a resident of the community, but rather a tenant in his 30s. Devoid of a girlfriend, occasionally he would visit a salon to alleviate his needs. But with the onset of the apocalypse, such avenues have naturally been severed. After several days of restraint, he found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament. At this moment, a woman strolled past him. She was neither from his building, and although her features were obscured and her attire somewhat baggy, as she lifted her leg, the fabric clung tightly to her, revealing the enticing shape of her curvaceous rear, plump and voluptuous, igniting an immediate spark of interest within him. Given his current state, he would have eagerly pursued even a sow, let alone a woman possessing such an alluring posterior. Thus, he promptly intercepted her. Lin Wanqiu felt a surge of panic within her as she realized she was merely a few dozen meters away from Wei Ming's villa. Gritting her teeth, she began to sprint, driven by sheer fear of being caught by this man and losing all she had fought for. Zhou Xing initially sought merely to take advantage, but upon seeing Lin Wanqiu flee, he instinctively chased after her. "If you have nothing to hide, why run? Don't run," he shouted as he pursued her. Others, witnessing the commotion, instinctively joined in the chase. The more people that pursued, the more frantic Lin Wanqiu became, propelling herself forward with all her might. As she ran, her disheveled hair danced in the air, revealing her captivatingly beautiful face. Zhou Xing, of course, noticed her and was instantly entranced at a stunning beauty. Exceptionally gorgeous. Catch her. Let us have some fun together, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. The others, initially clueless as to the reason for the chase, became invigorated by Zhou Xing's shouts. What could possibly excite them? Food, water, and beautiful women. Lin Wanxiu was swift, and with the distance closing, she reached the basement door. Pounding on it desperately. Wei Ming, open the door! Hurry! Just then, Zhou Xing had caught up, lunging to seize Lin Wanxiu. She instinctively kicked and struggled, attempting to fend him off to buy time to get the door open. Ah, such a beautiful woman. I'll have my fun with you tonight. Zhou Xing growled menacingly. Daylight was too hot for such endeavors. Only at night, when the air conditioning could cool the space to a comfortable temperature. Would it feel like a typical summer evening? That moment, others closed in, encircling Lin Wanxiu. Upon seeing her enchanting face, they were all entranced. You still hope to seek refuge with Wei Ming? Forget it. Why should he have all the fun? We want our share too. Take her away. Faced with a pack of ravenous men, Lin Wanxiu felt a sinking despair. Even if Wei Ming were to emerge now, could he truly rescue her from their clutches? She was acutely aware of her own beauty and figure, and the extent of her potential degradation at their hands was a terrifying thought. In this post-apocalyptic world, the worst of human nature was laid bare. With a resounding clang, the basement door swung open. Chapter 59. Wei Ming actually has a gun. Wei Ming stepped outside. The group momentarily froze, then erupted in joy. Wei Ming's villa was stocked with abundant supplies. If they seized this opportunity, they could claim the villa for themselves, an immense gain. Lin Wanxiu felt a swell of gratitude, despite the dire circumstances. Wei Ming had chosen to open the door. Yet, she feared this would only lead to his own demise. Kill him, Zhou Xing bellowed, his face contorted with insatiable greed that a gunshot rang out, silencing the chaos. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Xing fell backward, a bullet hole appearing in his forehead, his face frozen in a grotesque, sinister grin. Wei Ming blew lightly on the gun's muzzle and cheerfully asked, "Who's next?" Instantly, the crowd recoiled. Although Wei Ming possessed only a single firearm, and its ammunition was limited, they numbered over a dozen. Surely, they could overwhelm him if they dared. Yet, who would be the first to act? The fear of being the one to draw attention kept them at bay. Thus, with just one gun, Wei Ming managed to intimidate them all that, of course, should they truly dare to advance, Wei Ming would not hesitate to utilize his spatial portal. In such a confined space, he was like a god among men. Wei Ming, Lin Wanxiu exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. She had thought her fate sealed, yet here was Wei Ming, gun in hand. Wei Ming nodded, then addressed the others. Remove the body. Under the threat of the gun, the man Zhou Xing had targeted reluctantly approached, grasping Zhou Xing's wrist and dragging him away. Wei Ming smiled, "Thank you." The man, mortified, mumbled a reply and inwardly cursed. Wei Ming ushered Lin Wanxiu inside, and the door slammed shut. "Ah, how refreshing," Lin Wanxiu exclaimed, quickly shedding the layers of fabric that had previously concealed her beauty and alluring figure. Now, she had no need for such modesty. She headed to the bathroom for a shower, planning to bundle up the discarded clothes and dispose of them afterward. Wei Ming, covering his nose, gestured to the side, indicating that the basement also contained a bathroom. Lin Wanxiu, far from feeling embarrassed, was exhilarated at the prospect of a shower. Noticing Wei Ming's calm demeanor, she felt a sense of vindication in her decision. To Wei Ming's surprise, Lin Wanxiu was still untouched. According to her, she had previously dated a boyfriend who had nearly assaulted her, leading to her becoming socially anxious and isolating herself at home. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had an inner wildness that had only intensified as she navigated this treacherous path. Wei Ming mused to himself. Nonetheless, the alluring ant had delivered a tremendous surprise. Given the option, who wouldn't he prefer a new vehicle? Unable to sleep, he began to browse on his phone. As expected, the owner's group chat erupted with activity. Guns, such a terrifying weapon. Who among modern society isn't afraid of firearms? Yet with strict domestic gun control laws, it was almost impossible for ordinary citizens to obtain weapons. How had Wei Ming acquired a gun? The discussion intensified, with voices rising in concern about the danger of Wei Ming possessing such power. They demanded he surrender the gun. However, despite the fervor of their words, none were willing to take the initiative to seize it. The blame shifting and hesitation left them in a stalemate, with no real progress made. Fear gripped everyone. Even Zhang, Shure's group saw many falter. Why don't we just return Zhuqingqing to him? Someone suggested. After all, we can still coerce others into searching for food, and we've already had our fun with her several times. Several agreed. Moreover, we could trade Zhuqingqing for some food and water. Zhang Shi shot a cold glare at these individuals, scoffing, "You brainless fools. We need guns, not food." Guns, Chapter 60. Do you want to watch the show? Wei Ming soon received a friend request, the note reading community committee director. Aunt Yang, intrigued, he accepted the request. Moments later, Aunt Yang sent a voice message. "Little Wei, I heard from others that you have a gun, that is it true? Indeed, I possess a firearm and have even used it to kill someone. This is common knowledge in the entire community. Why ask me?" Wei Ming replied nonchalantly. "Little Wei, possessing a gun is illegal in our country. Don't be fooled by the current seeming paralysis of state power. It is merely temporary. Once the disaster passes, the government will strike back hard to restore order," Aunt Yang hurriedly said. "How about this? You give me the gun for safekeeping, and when the state comes to investigate, I will speak on your behalf, saying you recognize your mistake and are still a good comrade." Wei Ming chuckled. "You want my gun but speak so grandly about it. Truly, it's no surprise you're a part of the committee." "I'll think it over," he replied, though he did not outright refuse. Having exposed the secret of gun ownership, he considered whether Zhang Shi might leverage Zhuqingqing against him to force him to surrender the weapon. It was a distinct possibility. This could be entertaining. Aunt Yang, though disappointed, recognized it was futile to think she could persuade Wei Ming to surrender the gun with mere words, after exchanging some pleasantries. She ended the voice call. Wei Ming smiled as he approached the side of the bed. Lin Wanqiu was still asleep, albeit in a rather ungraceful manner, sprawled across most of the 2-meter-wide bed. Anyone attempting to share the bed with her would likely find themselves tumbling to the floor upon waking. Yet despite her awkward sleeping position, it did little to detract from her being a stunning beauty. Well above a score of 90, her features bloomed like a radiant rose, exuding charm and vibrancy, while her physique was the most imposing among women, boasting an F-cup bosom, though her waist was not the slimmest. It was perfectly accentuated by her voluptuous hips, creating an exquisite S-shaped silhouette. This beguiling aunt had no apparent flaws, aside from perhaps being a touch too provocative. However, such allure could hardly be deemed a fault. Rather, Wei Ming worried she might lead other women astray. After all, if all were to adopt the same provocative demeanor, it would lose its appeal. For instance, Song Qinyan's style leaned towards innocent charm with a hint of naivety. Should she lose that distinctive quality, she would merely become a decorative vase. Women ought to possess their unique traits, often referred to as their essence. Why do celebrities so fervently strive to cultivate personas? Is it not to create the impression of possessing an intriguing soul? Lin Wanqiu awoke around 6 in the evening, finally roused from her slumber. "But oh dear, I've overslept. I must hasten to write." This woman sprang up, not even bothering to don any clothing, and scurried to her computer, sitting upright, her back as white as jade, genuinely prepared to commence her writing. "You are indeed dedicated. However, with those 2 ample assets of yours on display, are you certain you're not attempting to tempt me? Let's eat." Wei Ming chuckled. This. Lin Wanqiu nodded, threw on a robe, and followed Wei Ming. Upon arriving on the first floor, the 4 ladies, Song Qinyan and her companions, had just finished preparing dinner and were about to summon Wei Ming, only to be taken aback by his entrance alongside a stunning, alluring beauty. However, they were all aware of Lin Wanqiu's existence, as Wei Ming had been using a drone to deliver leftover meals to her daily. They had witnessed this routine, yet they were still surprised by Lin Wanqiu's striking beauty and commanding figure. Today marked the 6th day of the apocalypse. Wei Ming had gathered 5 women in total. Having previously spent 4 days with 4 ladies, by this calculation, his efficiency in acquiring beautiful women seemed to have diminished. The 4 ladies couldn't help but scoff inwardly that I am Lin Wanqiu, and from this day forth, I shall be a part of this household, Lin Wanqiu declared with a smile. Although I am the eldest, I entered later, so I shall address you as sisters from now on. Wei Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think this is the old society? You are my newly acquired 5th concubine, That does have a certain thrill to it. Yet didn't you claim to be afraid of social interactions? Does this demeanor truly suggest a fear of socializing? I haven't unlocked your hidden potential. How did you suddenly transform so dramatically? With her words, Lin Wanqiu quickly bridged the gap between the five women. After all, even the earliest acquaintances, Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu, had only known each other for a few days. Before long, they began calling her sister Wanqiu, radiating a joyful camaraderie. Wei Ming recognized this as a mere facade. It is often said that in a dormitory of 4 girls, numerous cliques can form. Furthermore, they were all vying for the affection of a single man. And in these desperate times, where resources were extraordinarily scarce, could rivalry and jealousy truly be avoided? Therefore, any semblance of friendship was surely superficial, merely a performance for his benefit, as he resembled an old-world master. Should he choose to cast anyone out, it would spell disaster for them all. Wei Ming merely smiled, satisfied that they could maintain the veneer of cordiality. How they maneuvered behind the scenes mattered little, as their ultimate goal was to please him. The more fiercely they contended with one another, the more attentively they would cater to his whims. As night descended and darkness enveloped the sky, the community grew more animated. The evening brought a refreshing coolness, marking the peak of activity for all. The 6 of them enjoyed fruits, watched internet television, and discussed potential power outages and internet disruptions, prompting Lu Qing and her companions to hastily post several updates on Douyin and their social media. Maintaining appearances was no easy task, thus they cherished every moment. Ding! A message popped up on Wei Ming's phone. It was from Zhang Shi. You want your woman back? Not particularly, Wei Ming thought, but in his response, he typed, "What are your terms?" "Ha! Straightforward." Zhang Shi replied, "That I'm already at the garage beneath your villa with my men. Come down to discuss." Wei Ming smiled, clearly anticipating this meeting regarding firearms, which came as no surprise to him. "Would you like to watch a show?" he asked the 5 ladies. Yes, they all nodded, regardless of whether they truly wished to witness it. Since he had asked, they could hardly refuse. Accompanying Wei Ming, the 5 women descended to the basement, but he first checked the surveillance cameras. There was no one near the entrance, and the entire corridor lay empty. Clearly, Zhang Shi intended to demonstrate his sincerity in negotiating, also wary of Wei Ming potentially drawing a gun as the door opened. Firearms. Who wouldn't he fear them? What does Zhang Shi intend to do? Chengya asked, her anxiety palpable. What was she most afraid of? Zhang Shi had traded her for Zhuo Qingqing. Wei Ming feigned pulling a gun from his pocket, stating, "He wants this." Song Qingyan's heart raced. "We cannot give it to him." She even considered safeguarding the weapon herself. After all, apart from her, who else in the community was a second security officer? No one. Thus, she was indeed the most suitable custodian of the firearm and would never misuse it. Wei Ming smiled slightly. Why not? Apart from Lin Wanqiu, the other 4 women were taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Lin Wanqiu was unaware of the complexities between Wei Ming and Zhuo Qingqing, but Song Qingyun and her companions were well informed. They even understood that Wei Ming had deliberately orchestrated events to torment Zhuo Qingqing. Zhuo Qingqing and her family certainly deserved it for attempting to seize this villa, that if they succeeded, the women would become playthings of the Zhuo father and son. What woman could endure being toyed with by a pair of men? Look at the Zhuo family's 3 members, imprisoned in a cage, deprived of sustenance, and now on the brink of death due to the heat. They likely wouldn't survive until dawn. Yet here was Wei Ming, appearing willing to relinquish his gun to save Zhuo Qingqing, which was utterly preposterous. Wei Ming laughed heartily. That is precisely why I had you all come down to witness this. Just watch closely. With that, he opened the basement door that could be unlocked with his remote control, fingerprint, or voice, making it remarkably convenient that he stepped outside. Wei Ming, be careful. Don't let things go awry, Song Qingyun and the others urged. Their fates now intertwined with his. Wei Ming merely smiled as he appeared. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered to life, drawing attention from a group of individuals in the distance. Wei Ming, Zhang Shi called out loudly, waving his hand as someone pushed Zhuo Qingqing forward, a fruit knife pressed against her neck, clearly a precaution against Wei Ming drawing his weapon. You have a gun. I have a hostage that I in just 2 days. Zhuo Qingqing had been thoroughly tormented, her hair disheveled and body marked with bruises. Upon seeing Wei Ming, her chest heaved with emotion. Compared to her parents and brother, she at least had food and water. After all, Zhang Shi needed her alive to compel Wei Ming to comply. Zhang Shi, release her. Wei Ming pretended to be furious as he drew his gun. Zhang Shi, however, showed no fear. If you dare pull the trigger, your girlfriend will lose her life. However, I can return her to you, provided you agree to one condition. Hand over your gun. His faction was the strongest in the community, yet it could not overpower all others. But with a gun in hand, that would change everything. Even a few bullets would instill fear. Who would dare defy him? He could reign as the king of the entire community at that point. He could coerce residents to scavenge for supplies or destroy the villa as they pleased. With enough effort, no wall could withstand their determination. Furthermore, once he secured the firearm, he could swiftly deal with Wei Ming. No, merely injure him to prevent his escape into the villa, thus allowing him to savor the torment. Hence, obtaining Wei Ming's gun had become paramount. Whether he succeeded hinged on Zhuo Qingqing's value. Wei Ming feigned hesitation. However, this time Zhuo Qingqing refrained from urging him. She could no longer endure the daily intrusion of men, many of whom were exceedingly rough. Moreover, Zhang Shi sought the gun, not the villa. Wei Ge, save me, please, she pleaded pitifully. Wei Ming acted with great difficulty, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he appeared to grapple with a monumental decision. Let me think it over, he finally replied. Hurry, I'll give you only 10 minutes, or I'll execute her. Zhang Shi was convinced of his impending victory. Wei Ming retreated to the basement and closed the door, immediately suppressing the excitement on his face. He pulled out his phone and messaged Aunt Yang. Zhang Shi is using my girlfriend as leverage. I'm preparing to hand over the gun, but he is only giving me 10 minutes to decide. He did not conceal this from Song Qingyun and the others, who were puzzled. This was entirely out of character for Wei Ming. What on earth was he planning? Wei Ming smiled slightly, first stashing the gun in a spatial pocket before modifying it. In this realm, he was a deity. Even a mountain could be reduced to countless fragments at his will, and altering a gun was but a fleeting thought. In truth, his task was quite simple. He lodged a piece of metal in the chamber, ensuring that should anyone attempt to fire it, the bullet would explode within, rendering their hands shattered. Time passed swiftly, yet Aunt Yang's actions were swifter. Could he truly allow Wei Ming to hand over the gun to Zhang Shi? If so, Zhang Shi would undoubtedly reign supreme in the community. In reality, although Wei Ming possessed a firearm, he had never engaged in any outrageous behavior. Zhou Xing's demise was self-inflicted. After all, he pursued Wei Ming's woman. Did you see Wei Ming threatening anyone in the community for supplies or women? No, but if the gun fell into Zhang Shi's hands, he would become the true tyrant of the community, and everyone would live under his oppressive rule. Thus, Aunt Yang rallied her building's residents and called upon others, summoning over 20 factions to converge. What a predicament! Zhang Shi could not help but curse under his breath. The sky had darkened, and the temperature was plummeting towards 45 degrees. The air conditioning should have been turned on by now. Why were they not at home relishing the rare coolness, but instead out here? Was it Wei Ming? Or had he infiltrated the ranks with spies from other factions who had secretly reported on them? It was not surprising, for rival forces typically operated based on the building as a unit. But what of him? Building number 8 was a villa, and he was the sole occupant. Thus, it was entirely plausible that his subordinates hailed from various buildings, including those placed there by other factions as undercover agents. Just then, Wei Ming emerged from the door, declaring, Zhang Shi, I accept your conditions. Chapter 62. One moment basking in triumph, the next engulfed in despair. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi was naturally elated. Zhuo Qingqing also shared in the joy, as she could finally escape her plight, moved to the point of tears, though the severe dehydration rendered her incapable of shedding any. This simply would not do. As Wei Ming's words resonated, a multitude of voices arose in opposition. You, Zhang Shi, want a gun? Absolutely not. Without firearms, the most they could do was wield kitchen knives against one another, each unafraid of the other. However, possessing a gun changed everything. That allowed for distant killing, and a gunshot wound was invariably fatal. Infection alone could claim a life, especially in the absence of medical facilities. Yet, Wei Ming ignored the dissent and forcefully tossed the gun toward Zhang Shi. Here is the gun. Now release her. Such a heroic act undoubtedly moves Zhuo Qingqing to the core. If she had held any doubts previously, they were now utterly dispelled. The power of a firearm at this moment was apparent to all but the foolish. Wei Ming was willing to relinquish his weapon for her sake. Was that not ample proof of his feelings? A smile graced her lips. The suffering of the past few days had not been in vain. With Wei Ming's regard for her, she was confident she could oust any of his other women. Even if Wei Ming's resources were plentiful, the villa was limited in space, ensuring that he would eventually exhaust his supplies. Therefore, it was only natural to expel the other women residing in the villa to economize. Moreover, should resources truly become scarce, she would not hesitate to eliminate Wei Ming quietly. That way, she could prolong her own life, as long as she survived. There remained hope for witnessing the end of this calamity. The handgun clattered to the ground, the metallic sound ringing sharply against the concrete. The crowd paused momentarily before rushing forth in unison. "Seize the gun!" Zhang Shi dashed out as well, shouting, "Keep an eye on that woman. She must not escape." Wei Ming's willingness to surrender his firearm for her made her invaluable. Zhang Shi sought vengeance against Wei Ming and needed leverage to compel him to emerge from his shell. Otherwise, Wei Ming could easily retreat into obscurity. Zhou Qingqing, initially taken aback, erupted into a frenzied scream. "Zhang Shi, you dog of a bastard! You do not honor your promises. I will kill you, kill you!" Zhang Shi had no time to heed her. He was already embroiled in combat. Wei Ming retreated to the entrance of the basement, relishing the cool air wafting from within, and chuckled, "Isn't this thrilling? You truly possess the ability to manipulate an entire community." The explanation was accepted by Lin Wanqiu's 4 daughters. Yet Song Qingyun remained somewhat skeptical. The presence of stones within the gun barrel might suggest a potential for an explosion, but what if that did not occur? After all, she was staring down the barrel of a gun. What would happen if she were struck? In truth, her concerns were unfounded. Wei Ming was perpetually standing before the space portal, ensuring that even if the gun did not explode and the bullet were indeed fired, it would simply be consumed by the portal. Wei Ming skillfully orchestrated this grand performance. He would never jeopardize his own life. Watching a show, of course, must be predicated on one's absolute safety. Ironically, the gun was ultimately seized by Zhang Shi, resulting in the mutilation of his right hand. Left Qingqing must be enduring quite the ordeal now. But what was the crux of the matter? He was willing to exchange the gun for Left Qingqing, which must have left her in quite the quandary. Wei Ming loved her deeply, indeed profoundly. She would undoubtedly remain filled with hope, immense hope, that Wei Ming would rescue her. Thus, when I unveil the truth to you, what sort of blow will it deliver? Wei Ming pondered internally. He deemed it sufficient. Should Zhang Shi attempt to leverage Left Qingqing against him once more, he would abandon the charade. It was time to draw the net. Suddenly, the lights on the adjacent balcony flickered to life, revealing Yu Chutong stepping out, a bottle of red wine and a tall glass in hand. For the first time, when she gazed at Wei Ming, her eyes bore no trace of disdain. Although she had not emerged until now. Being next door, how could she possibly be unaware of the unfolding events? Under Wei Ming's watchful gaze, she astonishingly initiated a video call with him. Wei Ming accepted. "Quite the spectacle," Yu Chutong remarked. "You do not truly love that woman. Rather, you are merely exploiting her to toy with the entire community." While Left Qingqing and Zhang Shi were indeed entangled in this web, the others in the community were also compelled to partake in this drama. Forced into involvement due to the gun, Wei Ming was momentarily taken aback. This woman had merely observed from the sidelines yet discerned the truth. Was she merely a keen observer or exceptionally astute? He did not refute her claim. "We are celebrating, and I do not mind having an additional guest." Wei Ming's unabashed possessiveness shone through. Yu Chutong scoffed. "I shall not share a man with another woman. If you genuinely wish to pursue me, you must first sever ties with any other women. Only then will I consider it." This was, of course, a taunt directed at Wei Ming, showcasing her arrogance. The 4 daughters of Lin Wanqiu were incensed. How could she be so brazen? Even Song Qingyun felt a surge of anger, rolling up her sleeves, consumed by an urge to strike. Wei Ming chuckled. "I would never forsake an entire forest for a single tree. You Marin. How long can your supply sustain you? No need for your concern." Yu Chutong retorted defiantly. Wei Ming nodded. "It appears you are running low. You are welcome to surrender at any time. I shall reserve a room for you." Lu Qing approached, laughing. "However, you must come in large first and small second. You can only be little sixth, little sister. It would be wise to surrender soon, lest you find yourself demoted to 7th sister or 8th sister." Chengya chimed in. After all, Yu Chutong had offended them all. Why Yu Chutong, exuding pride, disdainfully remarked, "Do you think I am like you?" Denying the women an opportunity for retaliation, she shamelessly ended the call. Lu Qing and Chengya could only express their frustration by raising their middle fingers at Yu Chutong through the 2 layers of glass. Who said a beauty must be demure? Yu Chutong displayed a hint of contempt before turning back to her room. Once inside, however, her haughty demeanor crumbled. Just as Wei Ming had predicted, her food supplies were indeed dwindling. Just days prior, she had contemplated borrowing a vehicle from Wei Ming. But after all that had transpired, that idea had certainly been abandoned. Borrow a vehicle. One might as well lend oneself out. But to sit idly and watch her resources deplete. What was to be done? Must she truly surrender to Wei Ming? That was out of the question. Having spoken so definitively, if she were to yield now, what scathing remarks would Song Qingyun and the others unleash? Never mind. She decided, I shall go to bed and forget everything. Chapter 64. The curtain falls on Zhangshi that night was filled with the promise of spring, while others would seize this rare moment of coolness to rest. As it was the only time one could truly sleep, given the sweltering heat that soared above 50 degrees, almost reaching 60. Who could endure that? Wei Ming and his companions, however, enjoyed a constant temperature of around 28 degrees within the villa. Neither too cold nor too hot, allowing them to don summer attire comfortably or even move about naked without feeling a chill. Perfect, and on the 7th day of the apocalypse, Zhangshi endured a night of pain, naturally unable to sleep a wink. The torment of his injured right hand compounded his weariness, leaving him looking considerably worse for wear, and his fury reached a fever pitch, bordering on madness. Bring that wretch to Wei Ming, he commanded coldly. This time, if Wei Ming refused to relinquish the villa, he would have her. The agony had stripped him of reason. His underling hesitated before ultimately refraining from speaking that in truth, even if Wei Ming refused to surrender the villa. There was no need to kill the woman. At the very least, they could exchange her for supplies. Could they not? But Zhangshi was clearly in a fit of rage, and his subordinate dared not provoke him further. No. Left Qingqing struggled desperately, her body marked with bruises and welts inflicted by Zhangshi the previous night. Yet her struggles were of no avail, as she was shoved toward the base of Villa No. 28. Wei Ming, surrender immediately, or I will kill her. Zhangshi sent a video to Wei Ming, positioning the camera to capture Left Qingqing. As long as she remains in my grasp, she will suffer another day of torment. Wei Ming, you surely do not wish for her to be subjected to such agony, do you? Zhangshi sneered. Yesterday, Wei Ming had been willing to part with a gun for Left Qingqing. Thus he was convinced that with sufficient pressure, Wei Ming would surely capitulate. Wei Ming pondered for a moment, feeling a flicker of indecision. After having toyed with Left Qingqing and Zhangshi for several days, perhaps it was time to wrap things up? One last play. Wei Ming sent a message in the homeowners group. Everyone, Zhangshi has taken my girlfriend hostage, demanding I hand over the villa. Rather than allowing him to benefit, why not assist each other? Whoever helps me rescue Left Qingqing, I am willing to offer 10 boxes of water, 100 pounds of rice, and 20 pounds of cured meat, a tempting offer, indeed. Immediately, numerous leaders of various factions began tagging Wei Ming in the group, seeking confirmation. Wei Ming, we will help you retrieve her, but should you go back on your word, it would mean declaring war against everyone in the community. Should I truly wish to annihilate you all? You would only find yourselves at my mercy. Wei Ming typed back that a promise is a promise. Soon, over 20 factions mobilized. Currently, Zhangshi's faction was the most formidable, instilling fear in others. They had united the previous day due to the gun incident. But with the gun having exploded, they had lost the rationale to continue battling Zhangshi. What if someone else seized the opportunity? But this situation was different. 10 boxes of water, 100 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of cured meat. This was enough incentive, and eliminating Zhangshi would benefit everyone, providing ample reason for them to take action. They began rallying their forces, congregating in the underground parking garage. Meanwhile, Wei Ming emerged from the basement, yet he did not venture far from the door, feigning anger as he declared, I cannot possibly surrender the villa. Where would I reside, and what would I eat? I could not care less, Zhangshi thought to himself, though he could not voice it. Instead, he stated, Fine, I will allow you to retain 1/10 of your supplies, that I will consider it. Wei Ming replied. That phrase sounded familiar. Zhangshi paused, recalling that Wei Ming had uttered those very words yesterday, and soon after, the entire community had arrived. In a way, he quickly interjected, Do not attempt any tricks. I will give you 10 seconds. If you do not decide within 10 seconds, I will execute her. 10, 9, 8. He began to count down, while left Qingqing anxiously looked at Wei Ming, though she did not wish for him to surrender supplies. She was even more unwilling to die. Previously, she had been quite certain that Zhang Shi would not kill her without obtaining anything from Wei Ming. However, after last night, she realized that Zhang Shi had lost all patience. Wei Ge, save me! Save me! She cried weakly. Wei Ming gritted his teeth, appearing ready to acquiesce, but just then, a throng of people burst forth from the basement of various buildings, charging toward Zhang Shi's group. Kill them! Slaughter! Zhang Shi was taken aback. Why were they suddenly willing to risk their lives against him? Yesterday had been a chaotic melee, with everyone vying for the gun, striking one another in a frenzy. But today, all their targets were exclusively his faction. What was happening? Yet, these individuals were charging forward with murderous intent. Were they truly prepared to be slaughtered? Kill, kill, kill! Zhang Shi roared. Thus began the battle. Wei Ming, observing the chaos he had incited, clicked his tongue in admiration. Unlike the previous day's random brawling, today saw thousands converging upon hundreds. Even in the sweltering heat, and with their energy depleted, a barrage of fists was sufficient to wear anyone down, particularly since they were armed with various weapons, kitchen knives, clotheslines, each possessing considerable lethality. How could Zhang Shi's group withstand such an onslaught? In no time, they were all sprawled on the ground. Zhang Shi, of course, suffered the worst fate. Both his legs had been severed, and he bore a gash on his back, blood gushing from his wounds. He crawled on the ground, a picture of desperation as he fought for survival. Wei Ming, Zhang Shi has been dealt with. It is time for you to fulfill your promise, several leaders called out. Wei Ming nodded. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the supplies. That he then feigned an effort to gather items. But in reality, he would shortly summon a box of water from the alternate space that in South America and North America. During the $0 purchase, the supplies he amassed numbered in the hundreds of billions. What he presented was truly negligible, hardly worth mentioning, akin to a drop in the ocean. Yet, Wei Ming feigned an expression of utter dejection, claiming, "This is nearly all my fortune," although the crowd harbored some doubts. Suspecting Wei Ming might possess additional reserves, they surmised that any surplus would be minimal. After all, who wouldn't stockpile food and water at home during such times? Without supplies, who would still concern themselves with Wei Ming? Step back. I shall place the supplies in the center. You release the captives, and I will take them away. Then you may divide the provisions. Fair enough? Wei Ming proposed fairness. Let this be our transaction, declared several leaders, leaving the distribution of supplies to their discretion. Thus, Wei Ming pushed the supplies forward. The crowd felt no fear that Wei Ming would abscond with the goods after releasing the captives, as the sheer volume of items necessitated multiple trips for him to transport. Release them, the leaders commanded. Zhou Qingqing was then pushed forward, striding bare before thousands of scrutinizing eyes toward Wei Ming. Chapter 65. Zhou Qingqing went mad. Brother Wei, I am so elated that you are willing to sacrifice so much for me. Zhou Qingqing exclaimed with excitement. However, Wei Ming revealed a cruel smile, whispering in a tone only she could hear, "You are mistaken. Do you know why Zhang Shi sought you out? It was because I deliberately mentioned you in front of him, claiming you were of great importance to me. Otherwise, why would he come at that particular moment, neither earlier nor later? Furthermore, if I truly wished to save you, I could have done so long ago. Haha, individuals like Zhang Shi are mere ants in my presence. I intentionally handed you over to them, allowing them to believe your significance to me would compel them to torment you, thinking it would make me relent. You know, I nearly laughed myself insane. Alas, every time I had to perform in front of you and Zhang Shi, I found it incredibly difficult to contain myself. Zhou Qingqing, all of this is my retribution against you. Currently in my villa, I have 5 beautiful women, each more stunning and possessing superior figures than you. If you had any sense left, you'd recall the woman you saw that night your family visited. Her name is Song Qingyun, and she surpasses Yo. Wei Ming felt a twinge of curiosity. After he surrendered all his supplies, no one had contacted him again. His only possession was this villa. But who would be interested in a house now? Could it be that this villa was particularly cool? Wei Ming glanced at his phone, surprised to find a message from Li Jing. Who was Li Jing? She was the woman infamous for her schemes, previously scouring the internet for clients, only to drug them at hotels and make off with their money. Just days ago, she had set her sights on him. Of course, Wei Ming was oblivious to the intentions of that mother-daughter duo. He merely thought they were unattractive and just a facade. Wei Ming, I heard you handed over all your supplies. Tut-tut for a woman. You truly are a romantic. As he finished reading, another message from Li Jing arrived. Fortunately, you turned me down before, or we would still be suffering alongside you. Hee, we have food and drink. She sent several photos, all featuring the most ordinary frozen foods like dumplings. Wei Ming had kept a low profile, but did being low-key mean he had to endure humiliation? He possessed the power to eliminate the entire neighborhood. Was he to swallow his pride and play the fool? Look, I never intended to flaunt my wealth, but who asked you to slap my face? A person of stature should not stoop to the level of such a woman. Bah, would I not strike a face that presents itself? Left Qingqing has gone mad, Zhang Shi is dead, and he was left without toys. He needed to find something new. Since you've come knocking, it might as well be you. Wei Ming initiated a video call that Li Jing hesitated for a moment before accepting. She expected Wei Ming to plead for mercy, which was one of the reasons she had messaged him. Being ruthlessly hung up on by him was an immense humiliation. As she prepared to mock him, scolding him for being ungrateful, she saw him switch the camera to the rear, shaking it a few times before pointing it at a table laden with dishes. Oh my God! Li Jing was taken aback. Was this what it looked like to have surrendered all supplies? No, even before the apocalypse, how many households could eat like this? She spotted numerous exquisite ingredients, including but not limited to king crabs and other top-tier seafood. Wait, was that caviar? Most people just spread a bit on their dishes. He was mixing it with rice directly. What kind of ocean fish was that? It was clearly of a type she could never afford. Indeed, if there were no supplies left, one could only eat these. Wei Ming switched the camera back, feigning a look of helplessness. I truly envy you. What the hell? Li Jing's expression changed instantly, forcing a seductive smile. Wei Ming, I was being unreasonable just now. Please don't take it to heart. How about you let me and Xiao stay at your place? No, you're far too ugly. Wei Ming flatly refused, then showed her the 5 unique beauties in the villa, like Lu Qing and Chengya, who waved at Li Jing in unison. Auntie, you're of a certain age. Stop trying to harm me. Goodbye. Wei Ming abruptly cut the call down on the other end. Li Jing stared blankly at her phone screen. Hung up on again. What did that little brat just say? Ugly. Old. I'm only 37. Not old at all. After a while of simmering anger, she gradually calmed down. Wei Ming still had supplies, and contrary to anyone's expectations, he had not been depleted, but rather was swimming in wealth. Although Li Jing had no idea how Wei Ming managed to preserve so much food, the evidence was right before her eyes that if you won't give it to me, I'll just take it. She immediately stood up, swaying her ample hips as she walked out, only to find a muscular man in his 30s sitting in the living room. Seeing her emerge, he patted the empty space beside him. Come here. She hurriedly ran over, saying, Changgu, that little brat Wei Ming is hiding a huge stash of supplies. Chapter 67. Picking the lock to Wei Ming's house, I'll electrocute you Chong, whose full name was Wang Chong, was a lazy, unemployed man recently released from prison for violent crimes. After his release, his parents exhausted their savings to buy him a house in this neighborhood, but he drove them to their graves within 2 months of his return, showing no remorse as he mortgaged the house to fund his lavish lifestyle. Before the lenders could reclaim the property, disaster struck. Initially, Wang Chong struggled. He had no habit of stockpiling food, but once he realized the law was powerless, he thrived. With nothing to eat or drink himself, why not rob others? Moreover, after Zhang Shi and his gang began their raids, he leveraged his own ferocity to rise to power, becoming the leader of Building 14, commanding hundreds of subordinates and no longer worrying about food or drink. Women even began to flock to him, including Li Jing. How do you know? Wang Chong asked. I just video called Wei Ming and saw it with my own eyes. Li Jing replied hastily. Smack. Wang Chong backhanded her, causing her to stumble onto the sofa. You wretched woman, are you trying to seduce other men? He coldly demanded, his mood capricious, crude, and twisted. Although Li Jing felt a burning pain on her face from the slap, she dared not show any anger and instead forced a smile. How could I dare to? Changgu, I just wanted to show off a bit, but that guy sent a video, and I saw his dining table laden with seafood, king crabs, lobsters, and many types of fish I don't recognize. Wang Chong paused, then looked at Li Jing with suspicion. You're lying to me. At a time like this, you tell me there's seafood. How did he preserve it? Do you take me for a fool? I have screenshots. I have screenshots, Li Jing hurriedly exclaimed, pulling out her phone to show him. Wang Chong glanced over, but his gaze didn't immediately land on the dining table. Instead, it fixated on a woman behind the table. Holy crap, she's stunning and sexy. He saw Lin Wanxiu, clad in a red qipao, her perfect and proud figure on full display, boasting a beauty that could easily score a 90. The sultry allure of the enchanting ant was unmistakably suggestive, evoking thoughts of the bedroom. Only then did Wang Chong notice the array of dishes on the table, that a veritable feast. Everything imaginable. But looking back at his own home, what did he eat daily? Instant noodles or frozen food that was a stark contrast. One was in the heavens, the other on the ground. What excited Wang Chong most was the fact that Wei Ming had a stunning beauty in his home. Li Jing, reading the room, knew Wang Chong's lustful thoughts were rampant and further fueled the fire. There are 4 more beauties just like her in that villa. Wang Chong was instantly electrified with excitement. How can I endure this? Why should that brat have 5 beautiful women? They should all be mine. Wang Chong turned to Li Jing. Warningly, you better not be lying to me. I wouldn't dare, she insisted. Neither would I, Wang Chong said coldly, his mind racing at the thought of Lin Wanxiu, itching to rush over immediately. However, he composed himself. Previously, Zhang Shi had attempted to break into Wei Ming's villa, but even after hammering away all night, he failed. The villa was like a turtle shell, and it was clear that a direct assault was futile. Is there anyone who can pick locks? He inquired in a small group chat. Only residents from Building 14. His subordinates were in the group. Brother Chong, I'm a locksmith. Shortly after, someone replied. Wang Chong grinned. Zhang Shi was a fool. Why bother with an iron door? A locksmith could handle it in minutes. Lindsay, Maho, Cheng Xiangming, you each take 2 people and meet in the garage shortly. Wang Chong assigned tasks, then spoke to the locksmith. Bring your tools and come down immediately. Yes, Brother Chong. 10 minutes later, Wang Chong and his group gathered in the underground garage. A total of 12 individuals. Wang Chong was brimming with confidence. As long as they could unlock the villa's door, it would be a piece of cake for the 12 of them to handle one Wei Ming. Let's go! A few minutes later, they arrived beneath Villa 28. Lu Jinsong. It's up to you now. Wang Chong patted the locksmith's shoulder. Lu Jinsong nodded, setting down his toolbox beside the iron door and getting to work. Wei Ming had just finished eating and was on the balcony, enjoying the night view, indulging in fruit. He didn't even have to lift a finger as Lu Qing and Chengya sat on either side, peeling grapes and feeding them to him, or slicing cherries to remove the pits before offering them. In essence, all Wei Ming had to do was open his mouth. He neither needed to peel nor spit out pits, embodying the epitome of a king. Next door, Yu Chutong reappeared, sipping red wine and casting scornful glances. Naturally, Wei Ming paid no mind. He surmised that Yu Chutong's supplies were dwindling, and it wouldn't be long before she surrendered. The more arrogant you are now, the more embarrassing it will be later. Suddenly, an alarm blared on his phone, distinctly different from the previous one. Wei Ming immediately understood. Someone was attempting to pick the lock. The sound of the alarm for a lock being tampered with was different from that of a door being smashed. However, Wei Ming remained utterly calm that if the custom lock he spent over 100,000 on could be opened so easily. That would indeed be a joke. He took out his phone leisurely and tapped on a certain app. Below, Lu Jinsong trembled uncontrollably, falling to the ground. What's wrong? Wang Chong frowned, asking. You better not mess this up. Lu Jinsong quivered for a moment before replying. Electricity. There's electricity. I got electrocuted. Electricity? Wang Chong and the others exchanged glances, rendered speechless. How terrified must Wei Ming be to have replaced the door with such a thick one? And to have even electrified the iron gate? This turtle shell is charged. What should we do? No one had an answer. However, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang, and with a larger group, surely someone would have a brilliant idea. Cheng Xiaoming immediately suggested, if there is electricity, we could just cut it off, right? Indeed, Wang Chong exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Let us go pull the circuit breaker. After searching high and low, they discovered that the villa's circuit breaker was not located where they lived, but rather within the villa itself. This created a paradox. Wanting to cut off the electricity necessitated entering the villa. Yet to enter the villa required first cutting off the electricity. It was a closed loop. There is another way. Chung Xiaoming's eyes sparkled that we can't reach the circuit breaker, but we can go to the transformer room and cut off the power from there. Ah, that makes sense. The community had 6 transformer rooms, but they need not search far. They could simply find the nearest one that, however, 3 of the transformer rooms were adjacent to each other. Which one is it? Cut them all off, Wang Chang commanded, and they began to force their way in. It was a troublesome task, as the entrance to the transformer room was at ground level, and with the acid rain falling. Albeit lightly, they had to take precautions. Otherwise, a single drop could burn through their skin. Finally, they broke in and entered the first transformer room. Pull the switch. The result was instantaneous. 5 buildings plunged into darkness. The air conditioning ceased to function, and the occupants within screamed in terror. In such sweltering heat, a power outage meant a night without air conditioning. It would truly be hell on earth. Fortunately, they soon noticed that the other buildings still had lights on, indicating that only a limited number of units had lost power. Quick, fix it. However, Wang Chang was disheartened to see that Wei Ming's villa remained lit. Let us try another one. Continue, after spending another 10 minutes. They finally broke into the second transformer room. Pull the switch. This time, they struck gold as Villa 28 instantly succumbed to darkness. Quick, let us go unlock it. Wang Chang urged that we don't have much time. Angry people will soon come looking for us. And if they discover we flipped the switch, on the other side, within the villa, the sudden blackout startled Song Qingyun and her companions. Wei Ming, however, remained unruffled, lighting a candle and smiling. Continue to enjoy your candlelit dinner. I'll deal with the trash. Descending to the basement, he activated the generator, but it only powered a portion of the circuit. Defensive measures. For example, the anti-intrusion electric current at the main door, the mechanical devices controlling the steel plates over the windows, and the surveillance systems. Wei Ming sat, observing 9 screens, and soon, Wang Chang and his companions stealthily approached. Among the 3 surveillance feeds, one was infrared, capable of capturing clear images even in the absence of light. Thus, Wei Ming saw Lu Jinsong extracting tools and attempting to tamper with the iron gate. Lu Jinsong screamed in agony, collapsing onto the floor. What is wrong now? Wang Chang snapped. Are you ever going to stop? There is electricity. There is still electricity. Lu Jinsong trembled. But we pulled the circuit breaker. How can there still be power? Wang Chang fumed, pressing his hand against the iron gate. Where is the electricity coming from? Electricity, electricity, electricity. His whole body trembled, his hair standing on end, instantly resembling a punk rocker. Wei Ming laughed heartily. He had merely increased the current level. Regrettably, he had initially intended to set the current high enough to be lethal, but Xia Bing vehemently opposed this, citing regulations. Nevertheless, under Wei Ming's insistence, the current on the iron gate was divided into 3 levels, with the highest still being quite uncomfortable. Wang Chang quivered for a moment before sinking to the ground, still trembling sporadically. Brother Chang. The others called out. What do we do now? This guy has a backup power source. Wang Chang, not lacking in intelligence, immediately deduced the reason, causing his anger to boil, yet he felt utterly helpless that a direct assault was impossible. Zhang Shi had already proven that. But what about clever tactics? That wouldn't work either. The main door was electrified. How can I pry open the lock? Wang Chang lamented. Why is it so difficult to enter a door? Wei Ming's voice echoed. The sensation of being electrocuted enjoyable. Damn it. Wang Chang and the others were infuriated at thieves. They should feel guilty, yet they were being humiliated by their host, transforming their guilt into rage. Wei Ming, do you dare come out? Wang Chang taunted. If you have the guts, don't hide in your turtle shell. Wei Ming laughed. Why should I come out? If I wanted to kill you, I have plenty of ways to do so. Oh, give it a try. Wang Chang scoffed. If you do, you'll meet your demise. While Wei Ming was in the basement, the spatial door could open through walls, as long as it was within 5 meters of him. Thus, Wei Ming opened the spatial door in the corridor, and arrows began to shoot out. These were arrows he had previously shot into the spatial door with his compound bow out of boredom. In the alternate space, even time did not exist, and since Wei Ming was akin to a deity within, redirecting the arrows was a trivial task. Consequently, releasing them now resulted in a rain of arrows. Screams erupted. What is piercing me? It hurts. It seems to be arrows. How can there be arrows? Don't worry about it, run. The crowd bolted toward the corridor's exit, stumbling in the darkness and colliding with walls. Yet they paid no heed to the obstacles, relying solely on instinct to run, not daring to stop even when they hit a wall. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Ming had ceased his assault and had merely opened the spatial door at the corridor's entrance. Thus, one by one, they charged headlong into it. Had they not pulled the circuit breaker, they would have likely noticed their companions disappearing ahead of them and would have stopped, but as fate would have it, the garage's power also got cut off, rendering them unable to see anything. Without seeing their companions vanish, how could they possibly halt? Within a minute, the cries in the corridor abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. 3 minutes later, the garage lights flickered on, illuminating the empty corridor, save for several fresh pools of blood that testified to the presence of people moments before. The circuit breaker was flipped back on. Many cursed which bastard did this. Breaking into the transformer room to flip switches in the dead of night. What a son of a gun! A few moments prior, Wei Ming smiled faintly, and with a thought. A living person materialized out of thin air, Wang Chong. His consciousness still lingered from seconds before. In the alternate space, time was non-existent, and he was oblivious to what he had just experienced. He was shocked to find himself not in the underground garage, but rather in a room. What is going on? As his vision darkened and then brightened again, he wondered how he had ended up here. Wei Ming, he shouted in the next moment, recognizing the calm man before him as none other than his target. Where are my subordinates? Wang Chong scanned the room, but saw no sign of his men. Panic began to rise within him, though not to the point of utter desperation. After all, Wei Ming was merely a single individual. It was worth noting that he had entered prison for intentional injury, and brawling was a common occurrence for him. If I kill you, everything here, including the women, will belong to me, he declared menacingly. Chapter 69, Surgery. Developing new functions for the alternate space, Wei Ming chuckled. Have you not noticed any changes in yourself? Changes? Wang Chong furrowed his brow, feeling the strangeness of his sudden appearance here. Instinctively, he began to examine his own body. But there seemed to be no alterations. Wait, that's not right. There is. He gaped in disbelief at his left hand. After 30 years, he could easily visualize its shape, even with his eyes closed. But now, it looked utterly foreign, resembling a pig-esque trotter. Why has my left hand become so unfamiliar? Are you truly my hand? Wang Chong was left in a daze. His face filled with disbelief that I just blinked, and now my hand has changed. Why? How could this happen? What have you done to me? Wang Chong glared at Wei Ming, feeling an instinctive certainty that this was all connected to him. Wei Ming smiled faintly. I've just given you a little makeover. Aren't you grateful? Is it really you? Wang Chong found it hard to believe. How did you manage this? It was merely a blink of an eye. Wei Ming replied, waving his hand. Suddenly, an iron cage appeared beside him, identical to the one that had confined the 3 members of the left family. Please, step inside. This scene left Wang Chong utterly astounded. How can an iron cage appear out of thin air? Are you a magician? His worldview was being profoundly shaken, yet he was resolute in refusing to surrender. I'll fight you. He charged at Wei Ming. Why go through all this trouble? Wei Ming shook his head, that in a matter of moments, with a few well-placed punches, Wang Chong lay sprawled on the floor. Under the overwhelming force, his fighting spirit was rendered useless. Wei Ming shoved Wang Chong into the iron cage, intending to observe any changes over the next few days following the surgery, to see if there would be any side effects that be by the way. Why did you come looking for me? Wei Ming inquired, contemplating that in the outside world, Wang Chong should have become a man with nothing left to lose, and since they had no prior interactions. What could have prompted Wang Chong to target him? Having lost all will to resist, Wang Chong answered readily. It was Li Jing, he responded, recounting all that had transpired earlier. Indeed, it was her. Which building and room do you reside in? Wei Ming inquired. Building 14, room 902, Wang Chong replied candidly. Wei Ming chuckled. Since Li Jing had incited Wang Chong to take action against him, how could she escape unscathed, if others did not provoke him? He had no desire to exert his authority, but should someone insist on challenging him, they would soon experience the righteous force of his iron fist. Deploy. Without even opening the door, Wei Ming conjured a portal to another dimension. First withdrawing himself into that space, then emerging through the portal, executing what appeared to be an instantaneous movement to the onlookers. Wang Chong's eyes widened in shock. Wei Ming vanished like a specter. truly frightening him. Now he deeply regretted provoking such a monster. Wei Ming traversed the garage. The temperature hovered around 40 degrees Celsius, an oppressive heat indeed. Fortunately, his physical constitution had significantly improved, while he could not entirely disregard temperature extremes. His heat resistance had been substantially enhanced. This level of warmth merely rendered him uncomfortable, but not to the point of heat stroke or fainting. Building 14 arrived. Ascending the stairs, he swiftly reached the 9th floor. Room 902. Wei Ming refrained from knocking. What if the door opened and a cleaver came swinging? It was prudent to exercise caution, and he vanished from his position and materialized inside room 902. A cursory glance revealed a young girl seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, while the sound of a television resonated from the bedroom. Wei Ming cleared his throat softly. The young girl was Li Xiaoxiao. She looked up in alarm, gasping, "Mom, Mom." Li Jing rushed out, exclaiming, What is happening? What is happening?" Upon seeing Wei Ming, she was taken aback. "What on earth? How could Wei Ming be here? How did you get in?" A chill coursed through Li Jing. Wei Ming spoke darkly. "You incited Wang Chong to have me killed. I have come to seek vengeance." Ghost? Li Jing's face drained of color, and a trickle of fear-induced warmth coursed down her thigh. How could a modern person be so frightened of a ghost? Shouldn't one adhere to materialism? Yet, how could Wei Ming's eerie appearance not instill terror? The door had not opened, yet he had entered. What else could he be but a ghost? Moreover, Wang Chong had indeed been sent to deal with Wei Ming, making it all the more reasonable for Wei Ming to return as a vengeful spirit. She glanced at the temperature display on the air conditioner, which read a chilling 18 degrees. Could an ordinary air conditioner lower the temperature to such extremes during the scorching summer? Absolutely not. Thus, Wei Ming must be a ghost, capable of inducing such frigid conditions. And the fog, wasn't that a phenomenon exclusive to apparitions? In reality, this was merely Wei Ming releasing a substantial quantity of dry ice in the kitchen, which caused the temperature to plummet and the mist to appear. "Return my life." Wei Ming extended his arms, continuing in a sinister tone. Li Jing was utterly panicked, fleeing to the balcony. Li Xiaoxiao, equally terrified, followed her onto the balcony. However, it was acid rain outside. Although the balcony provided some shelter, it lacked glass, and with the wind blowing, raindrops began pelting Li Jing, who instinctively recoiled in pain, inadvertently exerting too much force and tumbling over the edge. "Help!" Her cry barely escaped her lips before Li Xiaoxiao reached out. Yet, given Li Jing's slight build, Li Xiaoxiao lacked the strength to hold her back, resulting in both of them being propelled off the balcony. Instantly, their terrified screams pierced the night sky. The fall from the 9th to the 1st floor was only about 20 meters. Moments later, 2 loud thuds echoed as they struck the ground. Even if they survived the fall, with acid rain pouring down, any delay in seeking shelter would result in their skin burning. Would they stand a chance of survival? They were doomed. Chapter 70. Leaving future troubles? They're all my toys. Wei Ming felt somewhat speechless. Though he had no intention of sparing the mother and daughter, their demise had unfolded in an unexpected manner. Very well. Once life is extinguished, all grievances are resolved. Wei Ming vanished in an instant. Even Conan would be unable to unravel this locked-room murder mystery. Some individuals were roused by the screams, but in a world rife with robbery and murder, such occurrences were hardly shocking. They remained unmoved. As long as the chaos did not touch their own lives, thus, they returned to their slumber, even muttering, after finally enjoying a cool night for sleep, "How can you shout so loudly? Do you have no sense of public decency?" Wei Ming arrived at the garage, deliberately taking a detour, where he encountered the 4 members of the Zhou family. 3 were inside a cage, 1 outside. Zhou Qingqing was animatedly recounting something to her parents. But upon closer inspection, it became evident that Zhou Fuguei and the others were already lifeless corpses. Strangely, Zhou Qingqing appeared to be conversing merrily with the 3 deceased, creating a rather unsettling scene. Wei Ming felt no stirrings of emotion. In his previous life, he had been cruelly murdered by this family, and in this life, he sought revenge. What was wrong with that? Should he respond to malice with kindness? Like a saint? Goodness, he might as well hang himself with a rope. Wei Ming turned and left. As for Zhou Qingqing, let her fend for herself. Upon returning to the villa, no one was aware that several lives had been extinguished in the community that night. No, someone was aware. Wang Chong. When he saw Wei Ming materialize before him, even this ruffian was sent into a panic. "Are you even human? Are you a ghost?" he bellowed. Wei Ming shrugged. "Of course. I am human. However, you, with your dark heart and ruthless hands, truly lack the qualifications to be called human. Have you not killed enough people? My subordinates must have been slain by you. And what were you doing earlier? Did you murder Li Jing and her daughter?" Wang Chong accused. Wei Ming chuckled. "I never initiate conflict. It is only when foolish individuals like you provoke me that I am compelled to retaliate. But why bother discussing this with you? Your guilt or innocence matters not to me." Wang Chong's expression shifted. The absurdity persisted until midnight, at which point the ladies retreated to their respective chambers for rest. And Wei Ming returned to his own room. Having indulged in a lengthy afternoon slumber, he felt invigorated and found himself unable to drift into sleep again. Consequently, he extracted his phone and began to scroll through it. To his surprise, he discovered a fair number of night owls actively engaging in various group chats. The most boisterous was the fishing group, comprised of anglers who had been unable to fish for 7 consecutive days, each growing increasingly impatient. They were fervently discussing how to concoct superior materials that could withstand acid rain. Surprisingly, a few members of the group were exceptionally talented, discussing topics such as nanomaterials, leaving Wei Ming somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, he decided against participating in the discussion. After perusing a novel for a while, he finally felt drowsy, tossed his phone aside, and succumbed to sleep. Chapter 71. Heat warning in this apocalyptic scenario on the 8th day. Early in the morning, the leaders of various factions convened a small group to deliberate on the matter concerning Wei Ming, who still possessed a considerable stockpile of resources. The atmosphere was charged with indignation, as everyone insisted that Wei Ming surrender his supplies to weather the crisis collectively. This situation required careful management. Zhao Jihu remarked with a furrowed brow, as the first individual to venture out and return with supplies. He naturally held a position of high esteem and had been elected as the leader of Building 13. However, Zhao Jihu was a decent man, genuinely dedicated to leading the residents of Building 13 in their quest for self-sufficiency, and had never contemplated robbing others. Establishing a faction was merely a means of self-preservation, to avoid being consumed by others. Presently, the residents of Building 13 were causing a ruckus, insisting that he compel Wei Ming to share his resources, a predicament that weighed heavily on him. While there were still a few individuals with a sense of integrity, they were few and far between, merely echoing his sentiments. Sun Dai, the spokesperson for Building 1, was a former executive of a major corporation, possessing exceptional linguistic and organizational skills. Previously the building manager of Building 1, he naturally assumed the role of leader when the community began to divide into factions. Unlike Zhao Jihu, he was ruthless, often exploiting male subordinates, which was commonplace for him. Indeed, his inclinations diverged from those of the average individual. Therefore, as they discussed strategies to deal with Wei Ming, he remained unfazed. Even eager that if they could force Wei Ming, he chuckled darkly that he sent a voice message. "There's no need for idle chatter. Let us focus on how to compel Wei Ming to surrender." As the ancient said, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Though we occupy this position now, if we mishandle this situation, we will all be ousted." "All right, allow me to propose a strategy," interjected Tu Lei from Building 3. "Convincing Wei Ming to surrender is challenging, given that his villa is as fortified as a turtle-esque shell. However, we could approach this from a different angle, instead of attempting to breach his defenses. Why not coax him out?" He paused before continuing, "With temperatures nearing 60 degrees Celsius, enduring the heat during the day is arduous, but at night, the temperature drops, allowing for some respite with air conditioning." "But what if the air conditioning is rendered inoperative at night? One could endure for a day or two, but what about 3 or 5? Wouldn't Wei Ming eventually have to emerge and surrender? To achieve this, we merely need to cut off the electricity to the substation." "Goodness, that truly is simple," the leaders exclaimed, their eyes lighting up. Indeed, why persist in a singularly focused assault? A shift in perspective opened up vast possibilities. However, several buildings like Villa 28 were also reliant on the same substation, meaning that cutting power would affect those buildings as well. Someone pointed out this flaw in the plan. "That's easily remedied. We can have the residents of the affected buildings squeeze into others. Within 3 days, Wei Ming will surely capitulate," Tu Lei grinned. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Even Zhao Jihu, whose disposition was less ruthless, did not vote. The leaders of these factions nodded in agreement that it has now been the 8th day since the apocalypse began. Beneath the extreme heat, the community has already witnessed a significant number of fatalities, primarily among those with poor physical constitutions, especially many young individuals who, despite their age, are in worse shape than the elderly and children. Every building has suffered considerable losses. Thus, while the power cut may affect several blocks, the actual number of people impacted is not substantial. They retrieved the community structural diagram to ascertain which buildings the substation corresponding to Villa 28 serviced, and preemptively evacuated the residents of those buildings, urging them to quickly remove the remaining food from their refrigerators and leave their homes, as the power would be cut off by nightfall. Once the electricity was severed, the perishables in the refrigerators would spoil rapidly, and the elevators would cease to function. For those residing on the upper floors, descending in such sweltering temperatures would leave them drenched in sweat. Risking heat stroke, after a day of frantic preparations, everything was in place. That night, a group set out, donning raincoats as they approached the substation, which was conveniently close and had been broken in long ago, allowing them to easily cut the power. Instantly, buildings 28, 18, 8, and 3 nearby towers plunged into darkness. Wei Ming, this is what you've forced us into, they mocked. Even at night, the temperature exceeds 50 degrees. Let us see how you manage to sleep. Surrender quickly, or you'll find yourself unable to send out messages when your phone runs out of battery. Haha, by the way, I'm still waiting for you to come kill me. The various leaders chimed in the group chat, the last remark, of course, from Lei. Wei Ming couldn't be bothered to engage in their verbal sparring. Did I know electricity? He didn't rush to activate the generator, but instead set up a candlelit dinner on the balcony. Under his request, Song Qingyun and the 5 women all donned kipeos, showcasing their perfect S-shaped figures. However, Song Qingyun, Mi Xiaolu, and Chunyo exhibited slimmer silhouettes, while Lin Wanxiu and Lu Qing appeared more voluptuous, each embodying a distinct charm. What shall we have for dinner? Hot pot, Wei Ming declared. You cut my power, and I'll feast on hot pot right in front of you. The hot pot, of course, didn't require electricity, as it was fueled by charcoal. One side was a beef broth, and the other was seafood, both of which Wei Ming found utterly delicious. Surrounded by the hot pot, the table was laden with an array of ingredients: Wagyu beef, saltwater lamb, a variety of seafood, and much more. The aroma was irresistible, prompting the women to eagerly take their seats and dig in. Despite the room temperature being a mere 29 degrees, indulging in hot pot still caused them to feel slightly flushed. Wei Ming fetched several bowls, filled them with ice, and placed one at each woman's feet, causing them to ponder whether they should don an extra layer. Just as they were reveling in their meal, Yu Chutong appeared. Upon seeing light emanating from next door, she initially froze, but once recognizing it was candlelight, she felt a sense of normalcy. However, that was far from accurate, with the air conditioning non-functional and the temperature still hovering around 50 degrees. They were actually eating hot pot. Were they trying to hasten their demise? Wait, what was at their feet? Goodness, ice! No wonder. The melting ice would absorb a significant amount of heat, causing the temperature to drop considerably. Surely, this was stock from their refrigerator, which would inevitably melt now that the power was cut. Was this merely a celebration before their demise? Yu Chutong frowned and sent a voice message to Wei Ming. Video was too battery draining, and her phone only had a few bars left, even with a power bank. Why is the power out? Does this involve you? She directly questioned. Wei Ming admitted without hesitation, indeed, someone is forcing me to surrender. Thus they cut the power to the substation. The Yu Chutong's chest heaved in anger. Did that mean she had become collateral damage? Wei Ming glanced next door and chuckled. You need not feel entangled in my affairs. With your striking beauty, countless men would seek to possess you, even without my influence. Right now, it's merely a coincidence that Yu Chutong initially wanted to rebuke him, but found herself at a loss for words and ultimately fell silent. Wei Ming made a valid point. She was astute enough to recognize the current predicament. A beauty like her without formidable strength was destined to become a mere plaything. Did she truly believe that if she pleaded with Sun Dai and the others, claiming no association with Wei Ming, they would spare her? She would undoubtedly be the coveted prize of these men. What are your plans? You won't just wait for death, will you? She taunted. Wei Ming smiled broadly. If you wish to join me, I wouldn't mind taking you in. You see, it's quite cool here, and I can enjoy hot pot without feeling overheated. Lu Qing chimed in. Come on, sixth sister, Chunya echoed. Sixth sister. They relished the opportunity to tease the woman who had previously exuded such arrogance that Wei Chutong would never concede, retorting coldly, aren't your ice supplies finite? Regardless of how much you have, they'll all melt within hours after the power is cut. Wei Ming, I hope you remain this optimistic by then. Chapter 73. The annoying relatives have finally departed. Yu Chutong stormed back into her room, feeling both hot and parched, but having exhausted her supply of bottled water. She reluctantly turned to red wine that it didn't take long before she was intoxicated, which suited her fine. She sprawled on the floor and soon fell asleep, only to be awakened shortly thereafter by the oppressive heat. The alcohol intensified her discomfort, making it even more unbearable than usual. Curled up, she found herself unable to suppress her tears in that moment. Thoughts of suicide crossed her mind, yet her strong-willed nature resisted the notion of surrendering so easily. Just hold on a little longer. At the very least, I should witness the outcome for Wei Ming and the others. That night, she battled exhaustion, drifting in and out of sleep, waking repeatedly from the heat. By morning, she bore 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes. Although she was aware that the garage would be cooler, she lacked the courage to venture outside. Surely, someone would be watching Wei Ming, preventing him from seeking refuge in the garage. And although she wasn't the primary target, with her stunning beauty, would any man truly let her go if they spotted her? If this continued for 2 or 3 days, she feared she would lose her sanity to as for Wei Ming. He slept soundly, showing no inclination to confront Tu Lei. Even if he suspected Tu Lei was merely attempting to intimidate him, Tu Lei would undoubtedly take precautions. After all, it was difficult to fend off multiple attackers. Wei Ming was unafraid of a frontal assault, but wary of being ambushed. Hence he resolved to exercise caution. What did it matter if he postponed taking Tu Lei's life by another day? On the 9th day of the apocalypse, early in the morning, Tu Lei tagged Wei Ming in the group chat, taunting, "Hey, I waited for you all night yesterday. Why didn't you show up?" Wei Ming replied, "I have no interest in men." Tu Lei laughed. "Right now, all you can do is talk big. But how long can you keep this up? The sun has risen, and the temperature is rising. Wei Ming, how long can you endure?" Until I die of natural causes," Wei Ming mused internally, knowing full well that Tu Lei's obnoxiousness would ultimately lead to his downfall. Furthermore, every participant in this scheme must meet their end. It was merely a matter of timing, and no one could strike him and escape unscathed. Wei Ming ventured to the basement, where Wang Chong had been confined for over a day and night. Upon entering, he discovered Wang Chong had already died, not from starvation, thirst, or heat, but from excessive blood loss. How could he have bled out? His left hand had exploded, leaving a gruesome hole. This was quite alarming. Wang Chong could not have smashed his own hand. He lacked the fortitude, and even if he were to act with cruelty, it shouldn't have resulted in such a state. This was akin to an explosion. Wei Ming checked the surveillance footage, revealing that last night, Wang Chong had screamed in agony as blood gushed from his left hand, and shortly thereafter, he succumbed. Timing suggested this occurred precisely 24 hours after he had undergone surgery. Thus, while I may have temporarily extended the duration of someone's life in the alternate space, it could only last 24 hours and came with significant side effects. Phew, thankfully I didn't extend my own life. This was Wei Ming's only reasonable deduction, that so, if I were to bring someone into the alternate space 24 hours prior and stabilize them, would I be able to continue the extension? New test subjects would be required. Wei Ming stored the iron cage away, along with Wang Chong's corpse, but cleaning the bloodstains on the floor proved to be a bit troublesome, since he had nothing else to do. He took his time with the cleanup. Once finished, he returned to the first floor to have breakfast with Song Qingyun and the others. After their meal, Song Qingyun approached him, her cheeks flushed, and whispered, My relatives have left." Wei Ming was naturally elated, lifting Song Qingyun in a joyous embrace and hastily ascending to the second floor. He could hardly contain his eagerness to savor this exquisite delicacy. From morning until dusk, neither Wei Ming nor Song Qingyun emerged from the bedroom. This led Lin Wanxiu and the others to cluck their tongues, realizing that Wei Ming's affections were undoubtedly directed at Song Qingyun. Just look at how enraptured he had become, neglecting even lunch. It wasn't until evening that Wei Ming finally emerged with Song Qingyun, who was so exhausted she could barely lift a finger. Thankfully, Her years of training had endowed her with superior stamina compared to Lin Wanxiu and the others. What a beast, they teased. And he shows no mercy. After all this time, flushed with embarrassment, Song Qingyan buried her head in Wei Ming's chest. While he reveled in satisfaction, Officer Song was indeed perfect in every way. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Barbecue. Wei Ming was ablaze on the balcony, utilizing, of course, smokeless coal. Otherwise, wouldn't they suffocate from the smoke? The grilling was in full swing when Yu Chutong appeared once more. She stood there flabbergasted, gazing at the flickering flames on the neighboring balcony, utterly questioning her existence, that in such sweltering heat. How could one dare to kindle a fire indoors? Was this a form of suicidal charcoal burning? No, that couldn't be right. Then she noticed the ice. How could this be possible? Yu Chutong hastily initiated a voice call to Wei Ming, and as soon as it connected, she inquired, "How do you still have ice?" "It's in the freezer. I just took it out." Wei Ming replied with a chuckle that he had effectively emptied 2 polar icebergs, and if used sparingly, it could last for conservatively over 100 million years. Yu Chutong was exasperated. You can't just state it so nonchalantly. The power is out. Highlight this. The power is out. With the current high temperatures after a day and night, how much ice can you possibly have left? Wait, she realized she had overlooked the simplest thing of all. You have so much water. Ice melting equals water, and right now, water signifies life. How precious it is. How could you let it just melt in a basin? Her clear water supply had run dry. For the past 2 days, she had been quenching her thirst with red wine, the sight of the half-melted ice water. She couldn't help but swallow hard. But her mouth was so parched that it could hardly produce any saliva. In that moment, her willpower faced a tremendous trial. Her body's instinct urged her to surrender and seek the refreshing, icy water. Yet, she was a woman of immense pride. Surrender to Wei Ming? That was beyond her. At least not now. She could endure a bit longer. Even though she herself didn't know what the significance of such endurance was, did she truly believe that by holding out for a couple more days, the apocalypse would simply pass? Wei Ming picked up a freshly grilled beef skewer, devouring it in one bite that as he chewed, the marbled meat exploded in his mouth, juices overflowing, and the aromatic spices danced upon his palate, prompting him to savor the moment. Delicious! What is a barbecue without cola? He exclaimed, taking a sip. With the alternate dimension at his disposal, he had no fear of gaining weight or suffering from suboptimal health. Meanwhile, Song Qingyun, the 5th girl, desired a drink but hesitated. The sugar content is too high. Indeed, it would take ages of exercise to burn off the calories from just one can, just a small sip. Observing the 5th girl's concerns about potential weight gain, Yu Chutong felt a pang of jealousy, that if you don't want it, give it to me. At this point, I could hardly care about gaining weight. Wei Ming, are you ready to surrender? A message arrived on Wei Ming's phone. Chapter 74. The Slayer lay. The message was from Sun Dai. After a day and night, Wei Ming must have faced enough hardship by now. As someone who understood the male psyche, Sun Dai was particularly proactive in this matter, as he was eager to best Wei Ming. It wasn't that Wei Ming was exceptionally handsome. Rather, it was the challenge of conquering such a tough nut that would provide him with a sense of accomplishment. Wei Ming casually snapped a photo and sent it to him. Upon seeing it, Sun Dai could hardly believe his eyes. You all still have the leisure to barbecue? Without air conditioning, the room temperature there must be at least 50 degrees. And you're starting a fire, are you out of your mind? However, his eyes narrowed. The fact that Wei Ming could still enjoy barbecue indicated that he indeed had a substantial supply of resources. Let us see how much longer you can keep up this bravado, he remarked casually, offering no further commentary. Wei Ming tossed his phone aside that he resolved to take action tonight and eliminate Tu Lei. It couldn't always be them on the offensive. Although he had been using them to pass the time and didn't wish to wipe them all out, that didn't mean he had to endure it silently like a subordinate. I am the one playing you, not the other way around. Next door, Yu Chutong observed for a while before reluctantly retreating indoors. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. She felt she might instantly concede to Wei Ming. Meanwhile, Wei Ming continued to enjoy his barbecue. Though he had consumed a bit too much nourishment today, he could always exercise later to burn it off. They dined until 8 o'clock, concluding their dinner. Throughout the evening, the 5 girls showcased their talents. Some sang, while others danced. Wei Ming held a particular fondness for Song Qingyun. She was nearly perfect, and the only one who still yearned for light. possessing a sense of justice without being overly sanctimonious, demanding that Wei Ming save this or that person while shunning any violence. How could he not favor a woman who embodied kindness without being pedantic? Wei Ming took in the dead of night. He quietly arose. Descending to the first floor, he utilized teleportation to enter the neighboring villa number 18. If Yu Chutong happened to be in the living room, she would surely be terrified. Are you a ghost? He then teleported to villa number 8 before entering the garage. Glancing around, he noticed a full dozen individuals guarding the entrance to the basement of villa number 28. Carry on. Wei Ming stealthily approached the entrance of building 3, swaggering inside and heading straight for the 14th floor. 2's choice of living space is quite unfortunate. Isn't the 14th floor a death sentence? Satisfied, he noted 1402. Wei Ming smiled slightly, having checked the name Tu Lei used in the owner-s group. It was 3 to 1402 Tuesday. Teleporting once more, he entered the room. He found what he was looking for. In the master bedroom, the sound of snoring was thunderous, while the second bedroom and other areas were empty. Confirming his safety, Wei Ming pushed open the master bedroom door and turned on the light. There lay two figures on the bed, a man and a woman. The man was undoubtedly Tu Lei, yet the woman was not his wife, but rather a divorced woman from building number 3, who had been half coaxed, half threatened by Tu Lei to move in after the calamity. Thus, it was only natural for her to reside there. However, with Tu Lei now the boss of building number 3, her status had risen, and she had become quite willing to remain. The sudden illumination startled the woman awake. There's someone else in the room. How did he get in? Frantically, she shook Tu Lei awake. But he was the sort who, once asleep, could not be roused even by thunder. No matter how much she shook or pushed, he continued to sleep soundly, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Wei Ming chuckled. I'm here. He produced a fruit knife, causing the woman to scurry away in terror beneath the bed, trembling as she stammered, Brother, please don't harm me. If you want something, I can give it to you. Please don't. Wei Ming looked at her with disdain. My energies are better spent on Song Qingyun and the others, don't you think? With your appearance, only Tu Lei would find you appealing. Wei Ming approached and plunged the knife into Tu Lei's arm. Holy cow! Tu Lei howled in pain, finally awakening. Wei Ming. Upon seeing Wei Ming, his first instinct was disbelief, thinking he must be dreaming. How else could Wei Ming be here? Yet the excruciating pain in his arm and the blood streaming down confirmed the reality. How did you get here? Tu Lei stammered, panic rising within him. Wei Ming had a knife, and he was unarmed. More critically, he was currently in a careless state, rendering him even more vulnerable. Wei Ming expressed surprise. Didn't we agree that I would take your life? Did you think I was someone who wouldn't follow through? While Tu Lei signaled to the woman with his eyes, he attempted to stall for time, feigning calmness. You're quite impressive, with 12 people guarding the garage. You still managed to get here. What happened to those people? Did you kill them? At that moment, the woman had quietly opened a drawer and retrieved a sharp knife. That I advise you to be kind. Wei Ming turned to the woman and said. The woman hesitated, gripping the knife. Throw it over here, Tu Lei demanded. The woman gritted her teeth. Resolved, she tossed the knife toward Tu Lei. He caught it, disregarding his precarious situation, and brandished it with confidence. Perfect. Now that you've come out, I'll kill you, and all the resources inside will belong to me. With that, he charged at Wei Ming. However, before he could reach Wei Ming, poof, he vanished into thin air. The woman's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Wei Ming smiled slightly as he approached her. Naturally, she was terrified, screamed, and fled, but as soon as she took a step, she too vanished into thin air. All right, job well done. Wei Ming left, retracing his steps without alarming anyone. He returned home, took a shower, and then peacefully fell asleep. That night, he slept exceptionally soundly, awakening around 7 o'clock. Song Qingyun and the other 5 had already risen, as Wei Ming had opened the doors on each floor in advance. They were all busy in the kitchen, and when Wei Ming finished washing up and made his way to the dining room, he was just in time for breakfast. Their side was harmonious and cheerful, yet for Sun Dai and the others, it stirred up a tempest. Chapter 75. Setting fire to force Wei Ming out. Yu Chutong was in a state of despair. Along with Tu Lei, his mistress had also vanished. This was utterly perplexing that Tu Lei had no reason to abandon his home, especially in such dreadful weather. Where could he possibly go? Was it conceivable that Wei Ming was behind this? After all, he had been threatening to kill Tu Lei just a couple of days ago. The issue was Wei Ming hadn't left the villa. Those 12 individuals were adamant that Wei Ming had never appeared. Could it be possible he left through the front door? Despite the terrifying acid rain, with a short distance, a raincoat could provide effective protection. But then again, Tu Lei was no fool. If Wei Ming had gone to his home, would he have been merry enough to open the door for him? Looking at Tu Lei's door, there were no signs of forced entry whatsoever. Hence, unless Wei Ming possessed the key to Tu Lei's home, it could only be that Tu Lei himself opened the door. Both scenarios seemed improbable. Therefore, the situation grew curious that if Wei Ming hadn't done it. Why would Tu Lei have disappeared? Could it be that Tu Lei's subordinates were involved? Sun Dai shifted his perspective that it is indeed possible. As the crowd contemplated, they nodded in agreement. Who would willingly submit to the dominion of another? Especially in today's society, where a ruthless spirit can elevate one to the position of a leader, indulging in one's desires. Thus, is it truly inconceivable to eliminate one's superior to ascend? In this light, the event loses its air of mystery. When Tulu's subordinate knocked on the door, would Tulu be so unsuspecting as to open it? Yet a new question arose. There was no sign of struggle at Tulu's residence. Given Tulu's ferocity, how could he have been overpowered without resistance? Could it be that someone possessed a firearm? Zhao Jihu inquired that if Tulu were threatened by a gun, would he dare to resist? Surely, there would then be no signs of a fight. The group deliberated endlessly, yet arrived at no conclusion. Let us set aside Tulu for now, Sun Dai remarked, furrowing his brow. It has been 2 days, and still, Wei Ming remains unyielding. My subordinates are growing impatient. Furthermore, the leader of the 5th floor, Feng Lily, added, our building has taken in numerous individuals, resulting in constant conflict, that if we do not restore the power soon and allow people to return home, internal strife may erupt. The leader of the 6th floor, Chen Yulong, concurred, the situation is becoming increasingly dire. Here lies a stark reality. The water has ceased, yet we still require sustenance, and without water to flush toilets. How foul must our age to her astonishment. Yu Chudong had anticipated that Wei Ming, the lecherous man, would certainly seize the opportunity to enter and possess her, leaving her utterly helpless and at his mercy. However, to her surprise, Wei Ming did not come in at all. After soaking for over half an hour, she reluctantly stepped out and drained the water. Wei Ming's voice drifted in lazily, that Yu Chudong could hardly believe her ears. The water was merely dirty, devoid of any toxins, and could be rendered potable with a simple filtration. Moreover, it could even be utilized for washing clothes or flushing toilets, that if I ask you to drain it, just do so. Wei Ming remarked with a laugh. Our household lacks for nothing in the way of water, and Yu Chudong was momentarily taken aback before pulling the plug from the bathtub, listening to the sound of the water flowing away. Feeling a pang of regret. Suddenly, she halted and exclaimed, Can you see me? Of course. Wei Ming chuckled. This is my home. I must keep an eye on you. What if you decide to steal something? No, you're spying on me while I bathe. Yu Chudong wanted to erupt in anger, but resigned herself to the futility of it. Having entered this place, what pride could she possibly retain? She was entirely at Wei Ming's mercy. If he were to ask her to leave now, would she even agree? In a world ravaged by apocalypse, to find such a livable space was a miracle, and having witnessed Wei Ming's abundant supplies, she would not dream of leaving after having indulged in this comfort. For the sake of remaining here, she would pay any price. Her pride had been thoroughly eroded over these past 9 days of the apocalypse, especially after the villa was scorched. She truly believed her fate would be to become a desiccated corpse. In contrast, her former nobility, her reserve, her principles had been shattered to smithereens. That don't wear that. It's filthy now, Wei Ming said, halting Yu Chudong's attempt to don her former skirt, though it was a limited edition Chanel piece. Once worth a fortune pre-apocalypse, what was it now? Merely a soiled garment. Then what should I wear? Yu Chudong retorted, somewhat embarrassed that I might have remained naked. Yes, admittedly looked down on you before, but must you humiliate me like this? Wei Ming chuckled, just provide me with your height, weight, and measurements, and I'll prepare something for you. Did you not see everything already? Yu Chudong gritted her teeth. This man was certainly doing this on purpose. However, seeing that Wei Ming ignored her, she reluctantly stated, I am 172 centimeters tall, weigh 49 kilograms, and my measurements are 34D. 22 and 33 say, hey, just as I estimated. Wei Ming whistled. This woman has a devilish figure. A waist of just 22. Comparable to Song Qingyun's, but she stands at 172, a full 2 centimeters taller. He retrieved clothes of the appropriate size from another dimension and proceeded to the basement, placing the garments on a hanger. Yu Chutong covered her vital areas with her hands and, seeing that Wei Ming showed no intention of leaving, asked, "Are you going to watch me?" "Indeed." Wei Ming nodded, unabashedly honest. Chapter 77. The curiosity of the women regarding Wei Ming's resources could Yu Chutong refuse. If she could, why would she even be here? As a female CEO, she was undoubtedly resolute. Since resistance was futile, she might as well comply that it was akin to a banquet where subordinates offered her toasts. She could choose to sip or not, but when it came to significant clients in the business world, unless she wished to forego the deal, she had to drink. The same principle applied now. But this deal was tied to her very existence. She had no right to decline. Moreover, Wei Ming had already seen everything, and he could easily possess her. Reluctantly, she hastened to grab the clothes and quickly put them on. Yet, upon donning them, she realized something was amiss. They were exceedingly difficult to wear. Why? Because they were definitely a size too small. However, what choice did she have? After much effort, she managed to get them on, only to look down and blush. The fit was excessively tight. Her 2 mountains were practically pressed against one another. "Did you not inquire about my size?" Yu Chutong said with a hint of irritation. "Indeed," Wei Ming replied with a grin. "How else could I have accurately prepared a size smaller for you?" It was evident that he was doing this on purpose. Yu Chutong fumed silently, but at least she managed to put on her undergarments. She quickly slipped on the skirt, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, once it was on, she couldn't help but grimace. This is a stepmother's skirt. How excessive! She exuded the icy demeanor of a female overlord. And yet here she was clad in a stepmother's garment. It looked splendid. Wei Ming clapped, genuinely impressed that in truth, Yu Chutong's beauty and figure were above 90 points, so she would look good in anything. It was merely the stepmother's skirt that. Well, satisfied a certain curiosity of Wei Ming's that let's go eat. The two made their way to the first floor so soon. Lin Wanshu's eyes widened. "Darling, have you been burning the midnight oil? It's taking a toll on your health." Wei Ming was momentarily taken aback, then laughed as he playfully tapped her behind. "You vixen, I merely delivered some clothes to her. Nothing else happened, all right?" Oh, including Song Qingyun, the 5 women exchanged knowing glances, their disbelief evident. "You all are something else." Although Wei Ming indeed had a penchant for beautiful women and harbored intentions toward Yu Chutong, he was still a man of principle that if he were truly desperate, he could have teleported over and taken her by force. Could she have resisted? While Yu Chutong had now willingly presented herself, having gone days without sustenance and with cracked lips and dark circles under her eyes. Could he truly bring himself to act? One must savor the finest delicacies slowly, that of course. This was contingent upon him having already tasted the finest. When he had brought Song Qingyun back, he had not held back at all. Enough of that. In any case, I am now someone who has savored the finer things, and thus I can approach the good stuff with poise. The 5 women, aware of their own worth, dared not mock Wei Ming. Instead, teasing him lightly before returning to the kitchen, Yu Chutong was new to the place. She naturally wished to make a good impression and joined in to help, only to be promptly shooed away. "They think I'm being a hindrance," Yu Chutong said, looking hurt. Having come from a wealthy background, she had never set foot in a kitchen. Even if asked to chop a vegetable, she would likely end up slicing her fingers. Her presence would only result in chaos. Wei Ming smiled slightly. "Then you'll just have to eat ready-made meals. Everyone has their role. Since you can't assist in the kitchen, why not come and serve me?" "Serve you how?" Yu Chutong maintained a poised demeanor. Under normal circumstances, anyone who spoke to her in such a manner would have received a slap. "Would you be able to massage my legs and shoulders?" Wei Ming inquired. I can, Yu Chutong hurriedly replied, moving to assist him with leg and shoulder massages. After an hour, Song Qingyun and the others emerged, each carrying a dish. Outside, the heat was oppressive, even blazing. Yet inside, it was refreshingly cool. It was truly a stark contrast. "Wei Ming, how long do you think we can hold out?" After a few bites of food, Song Qingyun asked earnestly. "Indeed," Lin Wanshu added, "the villa is rather small. Even if you can hide supplies, there must come a time when they run out, especially as more people are joining us. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Chunya all gazed at Wei Ming with anxious eyes. They were acutely aware of their own shortcomings. Firstly, they could not match the beauty of Song Qingyun and her two companions. And secondly, they were all divorced, making them second-hand goods, impossible to compare with the original. Furthermore, they were not foolish. They understood that Wei Ming's choice of them might carry some element of retribution. Hence, they felt particularly insecure. If a true shortage of food or clean water occurred, would they not be the first to be cast out? They would rather die. Yu Chudong, having just arrived, was purely curious. How could Wei Ming possibly possess such an abundance of resources? Not to mention, just the presence of ice cubes was baffling. Hadn't there been a power outage for 2 days? Wouldn't all the ice have melted? In truth, Song Qingyun and the others had long harbored similar doubts, but it kept them to themselves. However, with the power outage underway, the fact that Wei Ming could still produce large quantities of ice had piqued their curiosity to its zenith. It was unbearable not to ask. Wei Ming merely smiled. As long as I'm here, you need not worry about food or water. He would not answer the question for now. When will you reveal the secret? After the internet goes down. Wei Ming had to ensure that a secret could not spread through the network. Thus, when society regressed to primitive times, relying solely on legs for transportation and shouting for communication. Even if he divulged his secret, it would only remain within an exceedingly small circle. Otherwise, if these women boasted about his possession of a parallel space filled with countless supplies, would it not attract the covetous gaze of others? Not to mention, should a missile strike occur, could Wei Ming withstand it? Unless he could enter the alternate space at the moment of the explosion and emerge just a minute later, allowing the blast wave to pass. But would anyone give a warning before launching a missile? Even if they did, how fast could the missile travel, and would he have time to escape into the alternate space? He could not even evade a bullet, let alone a missile. Thus, he would not allow anyone to discover his secret unless their death was assured. That in this apocalyptic world, where laws, morals, and order had vanished, why would Wei Ming act so ostentatiously? Inviting scrutiny, faced with Wei Ming's reticence, the women had no recourse, but at least they received his assurance. While still lacking certainty, it provided them with a modicum of peace. That let's eat, Wei Ming said with a smile. Chapter 78. Complete power outage, neighbors despair after lunch. Wei Ming still did not rush to take advantage of Yu Chudong. There was truly no hurry. Even so, he did not take advantage of Yu Chudong. Instead, he was engrossed in sweet nothings with Song Qingyun. Among the women, it was clear that his affections were most favorably inclined towards Song Qingyun, that it was merely fondness, though love. He had long since forgotten the essence of love, only knowing the act itself. After all, having just transformed Song Qingyun into a woman, he felt an overwhelming sense of tenderness towards her. Lin Wanxiu, along with the others, was consumed by jealousy, yet they dared not show any displeasure towards Song Qingyun. Instead, they privately resolved to be more earnest in vying for Wei Ming's favor whenever they received his attention. Yu Chudong observed this dynamic with a silent sigh. Wei Ming had them all firmly in his grasp. With a simple maneuver, the women found it impossible to unite, each striving to win his approval. Should she also strive to become one among them? She could only manage a bitter smile. In Wei Ming's villa, the atmosphere was vibrant with the arrival of spring, while those outside suffered greatly. Even in the underground garage, the temperature soared above 45 degrees during the day, and now, due to the fire, it had escalated to over 50 degrees. It was hardly different from being at home, and the acrid smell that lingered post-combustion was overwhelming, leaving one feeling faint if exposed for too long. The situation had persisted for over a day and night. Yet, Wei Ming remained unyielding. Could he have perished? Feng Lily queried in the group chat. I don't know. I'll ask him. Wei Ming, are you dead? Before long, Wei Ming sent a photograph of himself dining with the 6 women, all smiling at the camera like a corporate team-building event, flashing peace signs. What the hell? Upon seeing the image, the group leaders felt a surge of frustration followed by despair. After 2 days of blackout and a day of fire, what was Wei Ming doing? The 7 of them appeared so relaxed, surrounded by abundant food, each with either cola or water at their sides, both clearly filled with ice. You were cut off for 2 days and endured a day of fire. Yet you still have ice. The leaders were incredulous. Does he have a generator? Sundai furrowed his brow. It must be so. Otherwise, how could he produce ice? Chun Yulong concurred. What should we do? Are we to outlast him until he exhausts his generator's resources? All were troubled. What do we do? What do we do? Forget it. We can't keep this up with him any longer. Zhao Jihu was the first to speak that we should focus our efforts on gathering supplies. Entangling ourselves with Wei Ming will only lead to internal strife. Sun Dai displayed displeasure. We've already spent 2 days on this. Are we to give up now? Sun Dai, after 2 days without securing anything from Wei Ming. I don't know your situation, but my subordinates are on the verge of rebellion. Qin Sheng, the leader from Building 7, said, his face etched with anxiety, that he was not alone. Others shared his sentiment. How had they become leaders? They were either respected figures or formidable fighters, like Tu Lei, primarily due to Zhang Shi's overwhelming threat, forcing all the building owners to unite under a single leader. However, such leadership is inherently unstable. As long as things go smoothly, all is well. But once faced with adversity, discontent brews, and thoughts of replacing the leader arise. Having occupied their positions, they naturally wish to retain them, for power is an intoxicating allure. Even in these apocalyptic times, Sun Dai snorted. Do you all wish to surrender? Most remain silent, yet silence often speaks louder than words. All right, you all can give up, but I will not, Sun Dai declared coldly. However, let me make this clear. If I manage to secure Wei Ming's supplies, none of you shall partake. The other leaders merely laughed. Sun Dai huffed, casting his phone aside, that he was determined to conquer Wei Ming. His plan was simple. Continue the fire while assigning a few to watch the underground garage. Zhao Jihu and the others sent messages to Wei Ming. Though their words differed, the sentiment remained the same. Henceforth, they would not target him and would maintain a peaceful coexistence. Why the show of weakness? Previously, several had attempted to confront Wei Ming, but none had survived. The most notable example was Zhang Shi, who had been decisively defeated by Wei Ming. Reflecting on this, they recognized that to cease hostilities with Wei Ming, they must first alleviate his animosity. Wei Ming glanced at their messages and couldn't help but chuckle. When you sought to oppose me, you did so brazenly, yet when you cannot defeat me, you propose a truce with a smile. Your audacity is remarkable. Wei Ming did not utter threats, since the moment these individuals had united against him. He had already condemned them to their fates. He simply wished to play with them slowly. And with the network still operational, he feared that a massacre would be recorded and broadcast online. Especially when employing his abilities like teleportation, it would be conspicuous. Why take such risks? In comparison to his life, everything else paled in significance. Having faced death once, Wei Ming cherished life even more. Thus, he could afford to deal with these individuals at his leisure. However, it was evident that some had not yet relinquished their ambitions. Let this one be the first. Wei Ming scoffed as night fell. Wei Ming activated the generator, illuminating the entire villa. He cared little for the energy consumption, after 4 months abroad engaging in zero-cost procurement. The supplies he amassed were beyond imagination. Zhao Jihu and the others in the high-rise observed this with a mix of awe and disbelief. Indeed, Wei Ming possessed a generator, and no wonder he could produce ice. Yet what puzzled them was that they too had electricity. So why could they not replicate Wei Ming's ability to create ice in bulk and enjoy a cooler environment? However, at that very moment, the lights throughout the entire community extinguished. Damn it, who pulled the lever in the transformer room? Was everyone's immediate reaction. Yet those residing in the higher floors, upon glancing at their balconies, could see that the entire city had plunged into darkness. With only the moon casting its glow, that a wave of despair surged within each heart. The power was out. Not just for one household or building, but for the entire city. This was catastrophic, in such sweltering heat. How could one survive? Yet amidst this darkness, Wei Ming's villa remained a beacon of light. Suddenly, everyone was stirred with intention. They sought to enter Wei Ming's villa. What did having electricity signify? The air conditioning could operate, enabling them to escape the sweltering heat and sleep peacefully. Without needing orders, they naturally gravitated towards the garage, while Sun Dai's crew attempted to continue dousing the flames with gasoline to maintain the fire, only to be forcibly stopped. These individuals, with red-rimmed eyes, wielded hammers and mallets, determined to break into the villa. Faced with such a tide, did Sun Dai's faction dare to intervene? Bang, bang, bang. They began to strike the door. And regardless of its alloy steel composition, the tenacity of the masses could not be underestimated. If the foolish could move mountains, could they not break down a mere iron door? The cacophony reverberated, and Wei Ming and his companions, enjoying their dinner, were naturally disturbed. They had not paid attention to the outside world, thus unaware of the blackout, but upon checking their phones, they discovered the signal had vanished. With the power out, the base station ceased functioning. Thus, even if their phones had battery life, calls or messages were impossible unless one possessed a satellite phone. The internet? Undoubtedly severed. Well then, their phones now served merely as ornaments, suitable only for taking photos or viewing previously stored videos. The power is out. Yu Chudong remarked with a dry expression that if electricity still flowed, it would signify that the flickering embers of civilization had not yet been extinguished. But with the outage, humanity's progress dimmed alongside the lights. Tomorrow the sun would rise anew, yet the regression of civilization was inevitable. Do not underestimate the significance of a single light that as long as a light shone. The darkness within most hearts remained subdued. However, once even that dim glow was snuffed out, chaos would reign supreme. Tonight, one could only wonder what unspeakable acts of depravity might transpire within the confines of Chidong City. The allure of Wei Ming's illuminated villa drew in all shadows. Each resident yearned to breach the villa, to seize this sanctuary that still basked in light, electricity, and coolness. The expressions of Song Qingyun and her 5 companions were equally grim. Previously, if they had held even a glimmer of hope in the power of the state, believing that the calamity would eventually pass, this moment was a crushing blow, shattering all their illusions. The apocalypse. It truly was an apocalypse, one that inspired despair, a world devoid of light. Witnessing the 6 women trembling in fear, Wei Ming couldn't help but laugh. "What are you afraid of? Am I not here?" The 6 women looked up at him. In their dire straits, his optimism was infectious, momentarily uplifting their spirits. Yet it was only fleeting that they had worried during the day. Survival necessitated resources, but the villa was not vast. And how much could one store? This was an exceedingly practical concern. Wei Ming smiled, having considered waiting for the network to fail before revealing some of his secrets to the 6 women. Unexpectedly, the night had not yet passed, and the power had gone out, leading to the inevitable loss of connection. "All right, calm your hearts. Are you not curious about the extent of my supplies?" he inquired. The 6 women perked up slightly, though not considerably. Wei Ming chuckled lightly, unperturbed, and continued, "After the sudden disappearance of the polar icebergs, I am uncertain whether the impact stems from changes in the Earth's magnetic field or other factors. But I have acquired a unique ability." "Ability?" The 6 women, including Song Qingyun, gazed at him in disbelief. "Are you shooting a sci-fi film?" No. Sci-fi films do not depict abilities. What you have is more akin to fantasy." Wei Ming nodded, stating, "I refer to it as spatial ability." With that, he pressed his hand, and a basket of bayberries materialized before him. Instantly, the 6 women sprang to their feet, their eyes wide with shock and incredulity as they stared at him and the basket of fruit. Their mouths agape, rendered speechless. Wei Ming continued, unconcerned, "I have gained a spatial repository, quite vast. After the disappearance of the polar icebergs, I sensed an impending catastrophe, so I began to renovate my villa into a safe haven while also stockpiling supplies." Lu Qing suddenly realized, "You previously mentioned that you went to Pyongyang for a zero-cost shopping spree. Were you not jesting?" Wei Ming smiled slightly. "Indeed, I traveled north from a country, continuously engaging in zero-cost shopping along the way. I cannot claim to have amassed an overwhelming amount, but certainly several billion worth of supplies." The 6 women were initially taken aback, but gradually, expressions of joy spread across their faces, culminating in a chorus of cheers. Lin Wanqiu leaped into his arms, kissing him passionately with fervor. That moment, her emotions surged, overwhelmed with excitement. "Wei Ming, possess me," she purred, her eyes glimmering with allure. "All I desire now is for you to claim me fiercely." "I can understand your excitement, but must it always lead to such fervor?" he mused. Though perhaps that is acceptable. It was not until after 10 o'clock that the 7 of them resumed their seats at the dining table to continue their dinner. "What shall we do with the cold dishes?" Wei Ming waved his hand, and the leftover food vanished into the spatial realm, only to be replaced by a fresh spread. The 6 women, though previously informed by Wei Ming, were still astonished to witness it firsthand. "How miraculous!" they exclaimed in unison. "It is fortunate that you possess such foresight." Otherwise, even with a repository, one would be rendered helpless without preparation, Yu Chutong remarked, her heart swelling with gratitude for her decision to join him. Perhaps, in the future, the continuation of human civilization may rely upon us, Lin Wanxiu mused dreamily. The others laughed, pondering their peculiar group of 7, 1 man and 6 women. Even if they could continually procreate. What of the next generation? Would it resort to incest? Such a notion was ludicrous. Wei Ming, however, shook his head. Fear not, humanity is resilient. How could it succumb to mere disasters? I firmly believe that the nation possesses large-scale shelters. Long before the melting of the polar icebergs, leading scientists had already taken refuge. With our nation's food reserves, sustaining a small population for centuries poses no problem, he reassured them. What troubled him more was whether these shelters would become the private kingdoms of power-hungry individuals once societal order collapsed. Enough of such thoughts. I need only to safeguard my own territory, he concluded, reflecting on why he had maintained such a low profile, that IT was not merely to avoid attention from those in the community, but rather from potentially existing large-scale shelters. He believed that if such shelters did exist, they would undoubtedly be equipped with comprehensive facilities, including security personnel and even military forces. Should there be an army, the presence of fighter jets and missiles was conceivable. Moreover, after a period of exploration, scientists could devise specialized tires capable of withstanding the extreme daytime heat. At that point, the power of the shelters could extend far beyond their confines. Thinking too far ahead, he chuckled to himself, unwilling to provoke such forces. However, it did not imply that he was genuinely afraid. Should they incite his wrath, he possessed the capability to dismantle a shelter. Yet such an act would undoubtedly plunge him into peril. Thus, Wei Ming resolved to keep his secrets guarded, ensuring that their paths remained separate. Nevertheless, the commotion outside persisted, growing increasingly irksome. While he knew that the crowd could not break through the door, the noise remained unbearable. With determination, he activated the electric barrier. The individuals attempting to breach the wall recoiled in shock, trembling, some even losing control of their bladders. There's electricity. There's electricity. Others were bewildered, questioning why electricity was surprising. Was it not normal? They would not have ventured here if there was no power. However, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It was not merely that the villa had electricity, but that the front gate was electrified. A mere touch would send one's soul soaring. What now? They wondered, contemplating the futility of their efforts to break down the door. To do so, they would need metal, which was sufficiently sturdy, yet metal conducts electricity. What could they do? Nothing at all. Seeing that their attempts to force entry had failed, many began to plead. Wei Ming, it's too hot outside. Please let me in for just a moment, that I haven't had a drop of water in over a day. Can you spare me some? Some were bolder, directly begging, Wei Ming, allow me to stay inside, and I will be your loyal dog, that I'll do whatever you ask. The majority of these desperate pleas came from men, particularly those with a ruthless demeanor. However, a few women, confident in their appearance, resorted to seduction. Wei Ming, let me in, and I will gladly be your woman. Choose me. I am the most beautiful. Even Zhao Cixi, the daughter of Aunt Cheng, who had previously exuded confidence, now appeared devoid of arrogance as she flattered the broken surveillance cameras, unaware that they had all been rendered inoperative by the flames. Thus, the farce continued into the night. With everyone growing weary, hungry, and exhausted, what could they do? They could only retreat home to sleep. Of course, individuals like Zhao Jihu and others ventured out with their building's residents in search of supplies. In these times, depending on others was futile. Self-reliance was the only path to survival. Even if one were a beauty, relying solely on looks would not stave off hunger, as not every man could be Wei Ming. With such abundant resources, that night fell. The 11th day of the apocalypse dawned. Thanks to the disappearance of the polar icebergs, most households had stockpiled food, yet few had gathered water. Thus, for the residents of Chidong City, the most pressing issue was not the lack of food, but the scarcity of drinkable water. Desperation breeds creativity, and some had resorted to collecting acid rain for distillation, knowing it would cause stomach pain. Yet it provided a temporary solution to their immediate thirst. Meanwhile, Zhao Jihu and his group returned after a night of scavenging, bearing even more disheartening news. Nearby convenience stores and small supermarkets had been completely emptied. If they wished to acquire supplies, they would have to venture farther to larger supermarkets. The crucial question was, how to get there? During the day, under such sweltering heat, wearing protective gear was impractical. One would succumb to heat stroke or dehydration long before facing radiation. What about at night? The temperature might drop slightly, yet the journey was perilously long, and acid rain could easily penetrate rain gear, posing lethal threats. Thus, they unanimously decided that even if their cars suffered a flat tire, they must attempt to drive tonight. Otherwise, they would merely be awaiting death. To Wei Ming's astonishment, yet another group had come to set fire to his home. 4 individuals, masked and wielding bottles filled with gasoline, approached. While Wei Ming was unafraid of flames, it was unreasonable to remain passive in the face of such aggression. He stepped out through the basement door, and the 4 paused in surprise. Wei Ming. Kill him and seize his villa. Go. With a momentary pause, they charged forward with glee. Boom. 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 Yet before Wei Ming, they faltered quickly, collapsing to the ground, groaning. The first reason being Wei Ming's formidable physique, a pinnacle of human strength. The second, their bodies, weakened from hunger and sleepless nights, rendered them incapable of mounting any serious resistance, even as a quartet. Wei Ming's lips curled into a cruel smile as he doused the 4 with gasoline. Who sent you here? He inquired, brandishing a lighter. Sun Dai. They trembled, kneeling in unison. Please spare us. We were only following orders. I vow to sever ties with Sun Dai from this moment onward. Yes, I promise to. Wei Ming chuckled mockingly. Just moments ago, you were so fierce, intent on killing me and stealing my villa. Now you cower in fear? Pathetic. With that, he tossed the lighter away. Run. The 4, terrified, scrambled to escape, but the lighter had already been discarded. The gasoline ignited, and one by one, they burst into flames. They screamed, flailing wildly, but it was short-lived as they soon collapsed to the ground. Wei Ming felt no sympathy. Others had come to set fire to his home. Why should he extend compassion? Had he lost his mind? Sun Dai? Wei Ming sneered. Tonight he would eliminate Sun Dai. Given that the basement had been ablaze for over a day, the stench was overwhelming. No one dared to descend, even if the temperature was cooler. Having resolved the issue, Wei Ming returned to the villa, shutting the door behind him. That he activated the air purification system, ensuring a substantial supply of oxygen even in extreme situations. Outside was sweltering, filled with acrid odors, but inside the villa, it felt like early summer, a comfortable temperature where a short-sleeved shirt was just right. Wei Ming's goal for the day was Yu Chutong. After a night of recuperation, Yu Chutong had nearly restored her youthful radiance and was brimming with vitality, ready to embark on the harvest. Chapter 81. The community enters a dark age. Wei Ming suggested savoring the moment slowly. But the reality was far from leisurely. What a remarkable situation it was. Wei Ming gazed at the slumbering Yu Chutong, gently caressing her delicate back, yet she remained utterly unresponsive, completely exhausted. That it was no wonder. His insatiable desires were beyond what a novice like Yu Chutong could withstand. Had it not been for this calamity, would he ever have the chance to possess such a gem? Certainly not. A beauty of such exquisite caliber was something to be admired from afar. Come to think of it, I must express my gratitude for this disaster. Otherwise, even someone like Zhuo Qingqing could have me dangling at her feet, relegating me to the role of her devoted servant. Such a treasure. Of course, it wasn't solely due to the disaster, but also because he possessed vast resources. Otherwise, how could beauties like Song Qingyun have willingly followed him? Even now, would they dare to leave if he pressed them? At noon, Wei Ming's family sat down for a meal. Having already revealed the secret of his spatial warehouse, he allowed them to order whatever they desired. Whether it be exotic dishes from abroad or local delicacies, he had a veritable cornucopia at his disposal. As for fruits, the variety was so abundant it could sustain a person for several lifetimes. The 6 women felt thoroughly reassured and developed an intense reliance on Wei Ming that he simply could not afford to encounter any misfortune. Otherwise, their fates would be dire. With this understanding in mind, their loyalty to Wei Ming grew exponentially, and they yearned to please him even more. Wei Ming was indifferent to whether their affections were genuine. He only sought to indulge in tangible pleasures. If one were to ask whom he could trust, Wei Ming would place Song Qingyun at the top of the list. After all, she hailed from a background in law enforcement, and even amidst this apocalyptic chaos, she retained a heart full of goodness, yearning for the light. AS for Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu. Their selfishness had been starkly revealed. Thus, Wei Ming's preference for Song Qingyun was an undeniable fact. Yet it was merely a preference. Should Song Qingyun request his assistance for others, he would scoff at the notion. No matter how exceptional she might be, he would cast her aside without hesitation. What is most feared in the apocalypse? A self-righteous saint. Did I end the afternoon? The 7 of them gathered on the balcony, sipping tea. Although the sun's rays were perilous, they could easily be mitigated by drawing the curtains. The sunlight streamed in from a single direction, making it a simple task to shield that one side. Suddenly, Wei Ming's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something, prompting him to turn his head, and his gaze swiftly descended. Bang! A loud noise echoed from nearby. Song Qingyun and the others quickly stood to investigate, only to discover a lifeless body lying beneath Building 14, that the internal organs appeared to be utterly shattered. Blood gushing forth. That it was a woman, entirely naked, her body riddled with wounds, clearly having endured severe torment. She was not yet entirely lifeless, coughing up blood, yet despite being exposed to such lethal sunlight, she did not scream in agony. Instead, her pupils dilated, and her vitality swiftly faded. Had she succumbed to despair and jumped? But Song Qingyun immediately dismissed that notion, stating, no one would take their own life in such a manner. They would surely don clothing first. Furthermore, even from this distance, one can see the marks on her body. This must be. She sighed before continuing. She likely suffered indignities, taking advantage of her vulnerability, and then jumped. She left unspoken the thought that the woman had probably endured the torment of multiple assailants. It would be difficult for one person to inflict such extensive injuries. The group of women expressed their shock. Although the community had descended into chaos, it had not reached such grotesque extremes until yesterday's blackout, which had birthed such malevolence in the darkness. Humanity had been thoroughly extinguished, and primal instincts were unleashed in the shadows. This is merely the beginning, Wei Ming remarked, that as long as the apocalypse continues, such scenes will persist. That it is important to remember that in times of turmoil, the populace suffers greatly, and this is the end of days. Without the constraints of law, evil and savagery will run rampant, growing ever more ferocious, consuming all in their path. This does not bode well. Although the 6 women were well provided for, witnessing the erosion of humanity during the apocalypse filled them with a sense of oppression. Suddenly, Wei Ming's phone emitted an alarm. Upon checking, he saw that there were intruders at the entrance of the basement. Having installed new surveillance the previous night, he noted that there were 4 men present. Wei Ming pondered for a moment before heading to the basement, activating the intercom, and inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Wei Ming, why not step out for a chat?" One of the men replied, introducing himself as Sun Dai. "So, you are the scoundrel." Wei Ming felt a chill in his heart, but responded coolly, "No need for pleasantries. If you have something to say, spit it out." Sun Dai, having encountered resistance, felt his expression darken. Yet he quickly regained his composure and laughed. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. You possess resources, and I have manpower. Together, we can seize the entire community. You must have noticed that since the power outage yesterday, at least 100 people have perished in the community. Haha, the world has completely descended into chaos. You enjoy the company of women, while I prefer men. We have no conflict. Collaborate with me, and you may choose any beauty from the community. Indulge as you wish. As for myself, I only have an interest in robust men. Consider it. You're gay? That is quite unexpected. Wei Ming chuckled. Sun Dai, you are indeed ruthless. While others have given up, you still send people to stir up trouble. Are you frightened after losing for subordinates and now come to negotiate a partnership? I said, there are no eternal enemies. Sun Dai reiterated, not for me. I have a small mind. Once an enemy, always an enemy. Wei Ming replied indifferently. Sun Dai's expression darkened further. Why bother? Because it is necessary. Wei Ming laughed. Sun Dai shook his head. I had prepared a gift for you, but alas, he snapped his fingers, and a woman was pushed forward from outside the passageway, clad only in lingerie, exposing her alabaster skin, though her face was marred by weariness and fear. Her beauty was undeniable, almost reaching Lu Qing's level, though lacking in ample bosom, and most A-B cup. Wei Ming would rate her an 80. This is the gift I prepared for you. Her husband is already in my possession. Initially, we could have collaborated, You indulge in her, while I enjoy her husband. How entertaining! What a pity! He ran his hand across the woman's neck, and blood erupted forth. The woman quickly pressed her hands against her neck, attempting to stem the flow, but it was futile. Soon she collapsed, convulsing before falling still. Even Sun Dai's subordinates felt a chill at this scene, yet Sun Dai treated it as a trivial matter. Wiping the blood from his knife on his subordinate's clothing before stowing it away, then declared, "Unappreciative. Let's go." He led the way out. Chapter 82. Sun Dai becomes an experiment. Sun Dai was a merciless individual. If he were not eliminated, he would pose a future threat that a cold smile crept onto Wei Ming's lips. This man would not see the dawn of tomorrow. That was his verdict. Wei Ming pronounced Sun Dai's death sentence without a second thought, not allowing the matter to weigh on his mind. That it was simply a matter of time, that he engaged in a game to distract himself. Playing alone was dull, so he invited the 6 women, except for Song Qingyun, to join him in a fighting game. That he easily defeated the 5, but found himself at a loss against Song Qingyun, unable to secure a single victory. How could this woman be so skilled at gaming? As night fell and the last rays of twilight faded, the temperature began to drop. Yet even at night, the heat remained a sweltering 40 degrees, a potential cause for heat stroke. With the power out, every household struggled to cope, enduring a tormenting existence. Wei Ming did not immediately seek out Sun Dai. Instead, he indulged in meals, sleep, and leisure until nearly midnight. Time for action. Even without electricity, he could confidently stroll from his home without fear of being seen. Yet he still opted to take a circuitous route through neighboring buildings before entering the underground garage. Donning night vision goggles, he found darkness no obstacle. With the elevator out of service, he ascended the stairs. Sun Dai resided on the 8th floor. As he climbed, he mused about having the ability to see in the dark. How convenient it would be to possess spatial abilities that allowed for spatial detection. Wei Ming contemplated. But how would he utilize it? In the alternate space, he was a god, omniscient and omnipotent, but outside of that realm, it was a different story. How could he achieve such a feat? While he pondered, he reached the 8th floor. Never mind. First, he would subdue Sun Dai. With a swift motion, Wei Ming entered Sun Dai's residence and located him in the bedroom. Fortunately, he was alone. Wei Ming exhaled in relief, given the man's preference for other men. Encountering 2 men in an intimate embrace would surely disgust him, rendering him disinterested for 3 days. That would be a tremendous loss. Wei Ming approached and delivered a punch to Sun Dai, knocking him unconscious. That he had no intention of killing him just yet. He needed Sun Dai for some experiments. Time to head back. That he replicated the process, knowing he could also teleport with a person. Since living beings can survive in the alternate space for up to 1 minute without perishing, Wei Ming tossed Sun Dai into the alternate dimension, releasing him every 50 seconds. Thus, he effortlessly brought Sun Dai back to the villa. It was confirmed that exceeding 1 minute in the alternate space would result in death, yet this time did not accumulate. Throughout the journey back, Sun Dai spent a total of over 8 minutes in the alternate space. But he remained alive upon returning to the villa. Wei Ming descended to the 1st floor, opened the villa's grand entrance, tied a rope around Sun Dai's waist, and then hurled him out. Bang! The impact jolted Sun Dai awake. But before he could comprehend the situation, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Acid rain had begun to fall upon him. Ah! Sun Dai immediately screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, after waiting 3 seconds. Wei Ming pulled the rope, dragging Sun Dai back. Unfortunately, in just those few seconds, Sun Dai's eyes had been corroded, rendering him blind. It was impossible to discern whether he was cursing wildly or begging for mercy. Wei Ming chuckled softly and returned Sun Dai to the alternate space. It was time for the divine to work. That in almost an instant, Wei Ming completed the task. Bang! Sun Dai reappeared out of thin air, crashing to the ground. Wei Ming! Sun Dai stared at Wei Ming in disbelief, but quickly began to feel his entire body. How could he be unscathed? This must be a dream. Otherwise, he had just been corroded by acid rain. And even his eyes had been blinded. Yet now, he felt no pain, and his vision had returned. Wei Ming ignored him, instead kicking Sun Dai out the door. Sun Dai screamed in utter pain. 0.5 seconds passed. Time to bring him back. Wei Ming dragged Sun Dai back and once again tossed him into the alternate space, only to throw him out again in less than a second. Sun Dai was once more restored to his former self. But would he still think it was a dream this time? Was the excruciating pain he felt before merely an illusion? No, dreams do not inflict such agony. What have you done to me? Sun Dai stammered in disbelief, his voice trembling. Wei Ming paid him no mind, murmuring to himself, Indeed, I can heal all injuries within the alternate space at least the wounds from the acid rain can be treated. But what about the rays from sunlight? Furthermore, is this healing permanent, or does it only last for 24 hours? I suppose I will find out tomorrow. Wei Ming yawned, closing the door and allowing the warmth to fill the first floor. Raising the temperature by several degrees, that he hoisted Sun Dai down to the basement. Sun Dai, of course, would not go quietly, but was his resistance even effective? Wei Ming's physical prowess was at the pinnacle of humanity. It would take at least 3 or 4 burly men to match him, while Sun Dai, who merely played tricks in an office, was no match at all. Trickery, this fellow is merely playing in the light. Wei Ming locked Sun Dai in an iron cage in the basement, treating him the same as Wang Chong had been treated previously. Wei Ming! Wei Ming! Sun Dai shouted desperately, but as the basement door closed, his voice faded into silence. The villa had excellent soundproofing. Wei Ming returned to his room, locking the door and settling in for a restful sleep. However, before drifting off, he pondered many questions that if the alternate space could indeed heal injuries from acid rain or even sunlight, then could he not roam freely? If he were injured, he could simply hide in the alternate space, heal instantly, and emerge, repeating the cycle endlessly. Yet such a life would be one of torment. But if he were continually subjected to acid rain and sunlight, would he not develop immunity? If this were feasible, would he not have to endure such suffering himself? After all, one may have the ability to forego hardship, but one cannot lack it altogether. Let us first see if Sun Dai lives or dies. Wei Ming made his decision. Time for sleep. That a night passed, and on the 12th day of the apocalypse, as the sun rose, Wei Ming went to the basement to retrieve Sun Dai, then opened the villa's grand door, pushing Sun Dai outside. During this process, Sun Dai even threatened him. Wei Ming, I know your secret now. If you do not want me to disclose it, half of this villa belongs to me from now on. Chapter 83. Bounty on the major players. Everyone eager to participate has this fellow lost his mind. It was only one night. How could he change so drastically? Wei Ming paid him no heed, kicking him out the door instead. Sun Dai once again screamed in torment. Because the villa was in the first row, only those nearby could hear his cries, yet none could see him. After a few seconds of exposure to the sun, Wei Ming pulled Sun Dai back inside, then sent him into the alternate space for treatment before placing him back in the cage in the basement. Let us see if he dies tonight. As of now, all his injuries had healed, and even some underlying ailments had been removed by Wei Ming, making him a completely normal person. Coupled with the pleasant temperature inside the villa, theoretically, Sun Dai should not perish in a short time. Therefore, if he were to die suddenly, it would indicate a side effect of the treatment. Let us hope it doesn't come to that. Wei Ming exited the basement and opened the doors to the various floors. And before long, Song Qingyun and the others began to descend. Time for breakfast. Looking at the circle of beautiful women surrounding him, Wei Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. At noon, the 7 of them feasted, then indulged in fruits. It was a pity that there was no swimming pool. Lin Wanqiu lamented while eating, I was on the swimming team in college. Wei Ming echoed her sentiments. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to have a swimming pool. 6 mermaids swimming in the water. What a beautiful sight that would be. Going out is certainly possible, especially since he had a car. But lowering the temperature of an entire swimming pool, that insulation work would be incredibly challenging. And if insulation were not done, could they just toss ice cubes directly into the pool? It was feasible. But one would have to constantly release ice cubes. Otherwise, the temperature would quickly rise to 60 degrees. Just try showering in 60-degree water, and you'll know it can scald the skin red. The ice cubes he held were certainly sufficient. He could afford such extravagant consumption every day. Well then, let us put a pin in that for now, Wei Ming thought, given that he had already subdued Sun Dai. Perhaps it was time to teach the other faction leaders a good lesson. Since they had attempted to take his life and seize his possessions, could he simply let them off the hook? Wei Ming took out a loudspeaker, opened the window, and turned the volume up to the maximum, proclaiming, Dear neighbors, I am now placing a bounty on several individuals. Anyone who captures these individuals, whether alive or dead, and brings them to me will receive 5 boxes of water, 5 pounds of meat, and 50 pounds of rice for each person. Now I will read out the names of these individuals. Make sure to remember them well. Feng Lily, Chen Yulong, Qin Sheng, Zhao Jiu. Wei Ming recited each name from the list of major players, having already dealt with Tu Lei and Sun Dai, who did not require a bounty. He repeated the names 3 times before closing the window. Tonight will be quite lively, that am I being excessive. He asked you Chu Tong and the 6 women. Lu Qing was the first to chuckle coldly. These people cut off our electricity and even set our place on fire. If we were truly forced out, first, they would undoubtedly seize all our supplies, and second, what would happen to us women? What would be the outcome? Qingye added, we would undoubtedly become someone else's playthings. And Wei Ming would surely be beaten to death. Dami Xiaolu nodded emphatically. Exactly. Even Lin Wanxiu remarked. When I came over, I was almost captured. People have become truly wicked. Wei Yu Chutong merely nodded. She was a standard rich second generation and had never truly cared about the lives of ordinary people. Only Song Qingyun showed signs of struggle. This was contrary to her principles, yet she had also witnessed the darkness of human nature in the apocalypse. If the villa were truly breached, she too would be unable to escape a fate of humiliation. She had her principles and beliefs, but that did not mean she would aid a pack of beasts. Therefore, although she did not voice her agreement, she also refrained from offering any words of admonition. Wei Ming was quite satisfied with the reactions of the women. Even Song Qingyun was not so rigid as to believe that one must prevent violent retaliations. So let us wait and see the commotion unfold. After Wei Ming issued the bounty, it indeed caused a stir in the entire Qidong city that in truth, food was not the most urgently needed resource. It was clean water, the by offering 5 boxes of purified water as a reward. Wei Ming immediately piqued the interest of many. They quickly banded together, secretly gathering to discuss that if Wei Ming is truly willing to part with such resources. Hell, I would be willing to kill. Indeed, I have a wife and children to care for. They are close to dying of thirst. But what if Wei Ming is just deceiving us? This fellow has an abundance of supplies. That much is unquestionable. The real question is whether he will keep his promise. This is simple. We just need to bring the people over, that if Wei Ming keeps his word, we will hand over the individuals. If not, we will just let them go, and he would have merely waited in vain. All right, let us do it that way. Throughout the entire community, such conversations echoed. There was no choice. People had reached a point of desperation. And the generous offer from Wei Ming made them willing to sell even their wives. Loyalty. What a joke. They had initially formed factions out of fear of Zhang Shi's terror. Certainly, there had to be a leader, which was why Zhao Jihu and others had been selected, not because they had made any substantial contributions. Killing them, they bore no psychological burden. Chapter 84. The overnight collapse of factions. Wei Ming, however, did not care about the thoughts of those in the community that in truth, even if the bounty proves ineffective, it matters little. At worst, he could take matters into his own hands, merely a matter of making a few more trips. His focus shifted to Sun Dai. In the dead of night, he stationed himself by the iron cage, scrutinizing Sun Dai's condition. Would he succumb to sudden death? Wei Ming, you possess such formidable capabilities. Let us collaborate. Sun Dai, surprisingly oblivious to his peril, continued to persuade, asserting, you have strength, and I possess intellect. Our union would embody a powerful synergy, complementing one another's strengths and weaknesses. Moreover, I am attracted to men. There shall be no conflict between us. Wei Ming sighed, pondering whether he ought to silence Sun Dai permanently. This individual should simply refrain from speaking. Well, let us wait for 24 hours. If he survives, I shall administer another procedure. Wei Ming counted the time. Half an hour. 10 minutes, 1 minute, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. 24 hours complete did he observe Sun Dai, who remained robust and full of vitality, showing no signs of impending death. Thus, I merely restored his injuries without altering his physical structure. And he does not perish? Wei Ming mused, and in the next moment, he transported Sun Dai into another dimension. This time, it was for transformation that in less than a second, Sun Dai reappeared in the iron cage. Unaware that he had vanished for a fleeting moment in this world, that he attempted to speak, but when he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Where is my tongue? Sun Dai trembled, cold sweat dotting his brow. Wei Ming tossed some food and water into the cage. Beneath the iron bars lay a plastic sheet, allowing Sundai to thrash about without concern, as the cleanup would be effortless, a lesson Wei Ming had learned from his previous confinement of Wangchang. This arrangement was far more convenient. Wei Ming chuckled, turning to leave. Sundai watched him, his gaze filled with dread. This is no human. It is a devil. How did I find myself entangled with a demon? Wei Ming intended to retire to his room for sleep, but having stayed awake until this hour, he found himself devoid of drowsiness. Where might he seek some enjoyment? Wei Ming retrieved a die, according to the order of entry into the villa. 1 corresponded to Lu Qing, 2 to Mixiao Lu. Whomever it lands on is the one that Wei Ming cast the die da, a 6 to Wei Chu Tong. Consider yourself fortunate. Wei Ming smirked and entered Yu Chu Tong's room. After more than an hour, he returned to his own quarters, locked the door, and finally settled in for a peaceful slumber. However, by the following morning, Yu Chu Tong was in distress, sporting a pair of panda eyes. Once she woke, it became exceedingly difficult for her to return to slumber, and throughout the latter part of the night, she had counted countless sheep yet remained wide awake, exasperatedly casting glances at Wei Ming. Wei Ming, with his thick skin, merely smiled in response. Before long, there was a knock at the basement door. Someone was arriving. Wei Ming activated the surveillance and observed 5 burly men escorting another individual. He descended to the basement, switched on the corridor lights, and commanded, "Speak." One of the large men replied, "This is the Chun Yu Long you requested." "Proof?" Wei Ming inquired. The man produced an identification card, raising it high for the camera to capture clearly. In truth, he need not hold it aloft. The camera was high definition, capable of magnifying significantly without distortion. Wei Ming scrutinized the ID, confirming that the name Chen Yu Long matched the face of the man they had bound. He replied, "Very well. You may exit for now. I shall prepare your reward. When ready, you may bring him over for the exchange." The men acquiesced. Wei Ming deliberately delayed before retrieving the corresponding supplies, stepping back a few paces. And instructed, "Bring him forward." The men understood that Wei Ming was a ruthless individual. Both Wang Chong and Zhang Shi had met their demise at his hands, and the mysteriously vanished Tu Lei and Sundai were likely also connected to him. Since Wei Ming had promptly provided the promised reward, they dared not attempt any tricks. Thus, after the exchange, the force swiftly departed. Wei Ming then escorted Chen Yu Long back to the basement. New experimental materials have arrived. Those who sought to seize my possessions and wish for my demise shall not find death so readily. Chen Yu Long, bound and gagged, struggled futilely, emitting only muffled sounds. Wei Ming wore a cold smirk. Pressed a button, and Chen Yu Long vanished into the alternate dimension. "You too shall contribute before your demise that I end the next instant." Chen Yu Long appeared in a second iron cage, yet his tongue remained intact, still stuffed with the cloth. Wei Ming returned to the first floor, opened a window, and announced through a loudspeaker, "Dear neighbors, Chen Yu Long has been delivered, and the reward has been secured for those who have yet to act. Hurry, delay, and the reward may be claimed by someone else." He repeated the message twice before closing the window. Shortly thereafter, the second leader was brought in, Qin Chung. Another 20 minutes passed before the third leader arrived. But he was merely a corpse, presumably having fought valiantly and met with fatality. Wei Ming was entirely unconcerned. If he was dead, there would be no experiment. This night was exceptionally lively, as living individuals or corpses were periodically delivered. Exchange for supplies. Wei Ming kept his promise, delivering rewards, and strangely, his reputation had even risen. Honorable and generous, this had become his new label, quite surreal. The cages in the basement had multiplied to 7 out of over 20 liters. Only 7 remained alive. The rest were corpses that, of course, Wei Ming had not brought any of them into the villa. Yet 5 individuals still remained at large. By the following morning, 3 more leaders' corpses were delivered. Only 2 remained. Zhao Jihu and Feng Liel. To Wei Ming's mild astonishment. Even at noon, he had seen neither of them nor their remains. Under normal circumstances, it would be expected that they would be elusive at night. But why were they still missing during the day? Wei Ming exchanged 5 bottles of water for answers. Zhao Ji, who had not been delivered because he led the residents of his building on nightly excursions to gather supplies, thereby gaining significant prestige. Furthermore, the people in his building were not foolish. They understood that relying on Wei Ming's limited provisions would only provide temporary relief, while following Zhao Ji, who offered a glimmer of hope for survival, even if it meant enduring hunger daily. And what of Feng Li? Her survival was not due to her prestige, but rather her cunning. She had 8 men willing to fight for her, making it impossible for others to lay a hand on her. One relied on ability, the other on allure, ensuring their continued safety. Wei Ming chuckled to himself. It mattered not that the bounty could not reach them. He would take matters into his own hands. That as he had declared, no one could strike against him in live. Nighttime would serve as the optimal opportunity. Chapter 85, Invasion of Outsiders, Humans Inferior to Dogs. In Building 5, Feng Li wore a grim expression. Under Wei Ming's bounty, the power she wielded dissipated instantaneously. Once, she commanded the loyalty of nearly 200 households, around 500 individuals. Yet now she was left with merely 8. A stunning beauty, she had been a star attraction at Jinhaiyang KTV before the apocalypse, her sweet tongue enticing men to willingly part with their money. Moreover, her mastery of manipulation rendered her exceptionally skilled at controlling men. Many patrons sought her out repeatedly, and some extreme individuals even divorced their wives to marry her or be with her daily. As a KTV hostess, she had no habit of stockpiling food, but she had quickly ensnared a cadre of loyal men with her beauty and charms. Remarkably, these devoted followers were aware of one another's existence, yet harbored no jealousy, coexisting harmoniously. One must admit, this woman was formidable. Yet under Wei Ming's bounty, most men abandoned her, leaving only 8 die-hard supporters. It was these 8 who defended her fiercely. Had it not been for them, she would have been captured by Wei Ming long ago. However, she now resembled a rat in the street. At the slightest exposure, she would be besieged by all, used as a bargaining chip for the bounty. Truth be told, remaining hidden indoors was preferable. After all, she could not venture anywhere. Yet survival necessitated food and water. How would she resolve the matter of sustenance? Previously, she had relied on the support of the residents in her building, but now, she was consumed by worry. Wei Ming, you despicable bastard! Regret washed over her. Why had she ceased her pursuit against Wei Ming? Had she not, this man would never have had the opportunity to issue a bounty. If he dared to declare it, it would only invite more covetousness. Now, with the morale shattered and her faction weakened due to Zhang Shi's demise, the residents of the entire community lost their cohesion. Even if one withdrew from a faction, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be targeted for elimination. Everyone was impoverished and desperate. Who would dare to rob? Now, with Wei Ming controlling the resources and his villa resembling a fortress, it was virtually impregnable. He himself was remarkably powerful, having bested many, and no one dared to confront him. Instead, they acted like dogs, eagerly scrambling for a bone whenever he tossed one. How could they possibly turn against Wei Ming? What then? Await death. She had considered leveraging her allure to entice Wei Ming, hoping to make him her subordinate, but she was painfully aware that his abode housed 6 beautiful women, 3 of whom surpassed her in beauty, while the other 3 were her equals. Thus, what advantage did she possess? She lacked the confidence. Wei Ming was exceedingly ruthless. Should she willingly walk into his trap, the outcome would not be her captivating him, but rather her demise. She dared not take that risk. She paced restlessly within the confines of her room, oblivious to the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a loyal follower exclaimed, Li. Feng Li, already irritable, snapped back. What is it? A vehicle. A vehicle has arrived. What? Feng Li rushed to the window, and indeed, a rather peculiar vehicle was slowly making its way in. Due to a blown tire, the car could only move at an excruciatingly slow pace, and without any shock absorption in its iron wheels. It jolted violently. The vehicle headed straight toward an apartment building, crashing with a resounding thud into the structure, coming to an abrupt halt. Curiosity piqued. Feng Li wondered about the origins of this vehicle and the individuals aboard it. Han Jinyuan leapt through the glass and landed outside, followed by a cadre of burly men, most of whom were bald and bare-chested, revealing tattoos adorning their backs, chests, and arms. They were a band of criminals. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the management of prisons had inevitably grown increasingly lax, culminating in this evening when, under Han Jingyuan's leadership, this gang had successfully orchestrated a prison break. What was even more perilous was that they had managed to procure firearms. Howling with exhilaration, they had finally escaped that hellish place. Haha, this community shall become our kingdom, Han Jinyuan declared. Brothers, summon everyone. Let them recognize their new leader. With a wave of his hand, the 24 inmates formed groups of 5 and began to knock on doors, breaking them down if there was no response, and firing shots at any who resisted. The gunfire echoed relentlessly, compelling more and more people to emerge from their homes, gathering in the underground garage. The only place in the community capable of accommodating several thousand individuals at once. Tragically, only a few thousand remained alive. Half an hour later, all the residents had assembled in the garage, including Feng Lily and Zhao Jihu, but notably excluding Wei Ming. Is everyone here? Han Jinyuan casually inquired. Brother, there's still a villa we haven't accessed. It will take some time, one of his subordinates quickly replied. Han Jinyuan shrugged it off, stating, Then we shall not wait, everyone. We are holding a brief meeting. The theme is quite simple. From this moment forth, we are your leaders, and you will obey us without question. Otherwise, he toyed with his gun before firing a shot at one individual, exploding their head like a watermelon. Prior to his incarceration, he had enjoyed hunting and had even crafted a shotgun, boasting remarkable aim. In an instant, screams erupted from the women while the men fell silent in terror. The victim had done, and they crashed their vehicles all the way from the prison, effectively carving a path through, so retreating was certainly an option. Along the way, there were numerous residential complexes and shopping centers. Feng Lily, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not offer further counsel. Han Jinyuan waited in silence. Dismantling a fuel tank was no trivial task, and thus he required a measure of patience. Wei Ming was certainly aware of the appearance of Han Jinyuan and his group last night, which was precisely why he had refrained from seeking out Feng Lily and Zhao Jihu. However, he had not anticipated the sheer brutality of these individuals, who first segregated the men from the women and ruthlessly slaughtered over 1,000 innocents, including the elderly and children. Although he harbored little affection for the residents of the community, the sight of individuals being herded into acid rain like cattle, reduced to mere skeletons, filled him with revulsion. The crux of the matter was that Han Jinyuan posed a threat to him as well. Armed. Nevertheless, he had a safe house. Xiao Bing had assured him that unless one possessed several hundred pounds of explosives, there was no need for concern. Even if C4 was used, perhaps, he mused, it would be prudent to act tonight and eliminate a few of them. They were numerous and heavily armed, necessitating a strategy of taking them down one by one. Thus, a decision was made. Wei Ming descended to the basement, where 7 experimental subjects exhibited varying conditions. Chapter 87. The explosion occurred, but it was self-destructive. 4 of the 7 under Sun Dai's command had perished. Wei Ming conducted a brief inspection and confirmed that the cause of death for all 4 was identical. Their bodily structures had been altered from their original forms. For instance, one's arm had twisted into a helix, while another had a metal shard embedded in their skull, protruding like an umbrella. Once the 24-hour mark was reached, their bodies would revert to their original state, causing the deformed areas to explode. Apart from the individual whose crown had been blown off, the other 3 actually succumbed to excessive blood loss. Conversely, even if one were to exchange 2 arms or legs, the person would still survive, albeit with some discomfort. Wei Ming arrived at a conclusion. Utilizing an alternate space for surgical procedures posed no issue for healing. Liposuction and even the removal of certain ailments were feasible. However, any attempt to alter size or even form would yield effects that dissipated after 24 hours. For example, the individual with a metal shard in their head would experience rejection of the foreign object after the time elapsed. What would happen to a normal person with a metal shard embedded in their skull? The same principle applied here. Therefore, attempting to elongate, enlarge, or beautify oneself through an alternate space was futile. After 24 hours, one would revert and risk excessive bleeding, potentially leading to death without timely treatment. However, as a means of healing and restoration, the alternate space was indeed miraculous. In essence, as long as he had breath, he could seek refuge in the alternate space, which meant he could immediately recuperate. This included himself. Well, he decided against testing this aspect on himself. He had no desire to inflict serious injury upon his own person, as it represented his last line of defense. Wei Ming's confidence surged. Thus, unless he was instantly annihilated, as long as he retained a single breath, he could retreat into the alternate space, signifying immediate recovery. Consequently, the greatest threat he faced now was likely missiles. A single strike could obliterate him entirely, leaving no chance for rescue. Otherwise, even amidst a hail of gunfire, he might survive for a second or two, which would suffice for him to save himself. Wei Ming disposed of the 4 deceased individuals and continued his experiments with the remaining 3 subjects, as accumulating more data would undoubtedly enhance accuracy. This was a matter of life and death. Negligence was not an option. The more detailed the experimental data, the better. Only then did he turn his attention to Han Jinyuan and his group. This band was armed. Where did they acquire their weapons? Given their destitute appearance, they were clearly not soldiers or law enforcement. Could they be? Wei Ming nodded in realization. They were likely escaped convicts that in the aftermath of the natural disaster. The oversight of prisons was evidently not as stringent as before, possibly even non-existent. Thus, it was not difficult to comprehend how these inmates managed to seize firearms and flee. This posed a considerable challenge. Wei Ming was not afraid of direct confrontation. He merely needed to open a spatial portal and absorb any incoming attacks, while he could retaliate through the portal. Therefore, who could possibly match him in open combat? But to expect a group of convicts to engage him in a frontal assault? That was absurd. He could launch his operation at night. The entire city was experiencing a blackout, and the night was his domain. He possessed night vision goggles, but would Han Jinyuan and his companions have the same? Wei Ming had also installed several infrared cameras in the underground garage, powered by lithium batteries, requiring recharging every 2 days. This was implemented after the blackout. He accessed the surveillance feed and immediately spotted Han Jinyuan and his entourage. So, this is what they looked like. That he smiled faintly. What were these people up to? Wei Ming was puzzled as he observed. In the stifling underground garage, groups of men flipping over cars, seemingly preoccupied with some task beneath the chassis. Moments later, he was struck by a realization. They were dismantling the fuel tanks. What purpose could fuel tanks serve? To create explosions. This would effectively turn them into bombs. Goodness, these individuals were ruthless, even resorting to such measures. Wei Ming pondered whether to act now or wait, that if he intervened now, he might become the target of concentrated fire from Han Jingyuan's group, who were armed with numerous firearms. What if someone shot at him from the shadows? Did they intend to blow him up? No, their objective was likely to blast open the villa's entrance and plunder its resources, particularly the 6 women including Yu Chudong. His own survival was of little concern to them. Thus, where would they aim their explosives? Certainly at the basement door. According to Xia Bing, the villa's defense level was such that even several hundred pounds of C4 would be insufficient to breach it. However, Wei Ming was reluctant to subject the villa to such a test unless absolutely necessary. That a smile crept across Wei Ming's lips. Very well. He would indulge them in their game, but he refrained from making a move, as Han Jinyuan remained on guard against his emergence. After all, they had heard that Wei Ming was armed. Even though he had surrendered one weapon, who could say whether he possessed another? These people were cold-blooded, merciless, yet exceedingly cautious. After waiting for the better part of the day, the residents of the community finally managed to extract numerous fuel tanks. Han Jinyuan proved to be quite meticulous, instructing the laborers to transfer the tanks into the underground passage, totaling 11, before pouring gasoline along the way to facilitate a remote detonation. Han Jinyuan chuckled, tossing his nearly finished cigarette to the ground, which ignited the gasoline, creating a fiery serpent that surged toward the 11 tanks. In an instant, he took flight. The others, witnessing the scene, hurriedly followed suit. If Han Jinyuan was afraid of the explosion's aftermath, were they not made of steel? Thus, they all scattered, retreating like a receding tide at that moment. A figure burst forth from the basement door. Naturally, it was Wei Ming. Armed with a fire extinguisher, he unleashed a stream of white foam, instantly quenching the burning gasoline. Goodness! Han Jinyuan had not anticipated Wei Ming's audacity to appear at such a critical moment. Nor did he foresee that he would possess a foam extinguisher, effectively thwarting his plan. Before he could even issue a command, Wei Ming waved his hands, sending fuel tanks crashing down. Bang, bang, bang. The tanks hit the ground, spilling gasoline everywhere. Wei Ming smiled slightly, drew his gun, and fired. His aim may have been off, but that was inconsequential. He was not intending to hit anyone. Clink! The bullet struck the cement floor, sparking a flame. Boom! This ignited the spilled fuel, leading to a tremendous explosion as the tanks detonated, triggering a chain reaction. Bang, bang, bang. One tank after another erupted, resulting in a massive explosion within the garage. Unlike an open space, the garage was confined. The violent energy could not dissipate immediately and instead surged within the underground confines that in an instant, a scorching wave engulfed the area, causing a stinging heat. However, Wei Ming remained wholly unaffected. He opened the spatial portal along the passage, absorbing the shockwave, rendering it harmless to him. Nonetheless, the garage was equipped with civil defense measures, and its blast resistance was robust. Such a minor explosion would not suffice to cause damage. If they had detonated explosives affixed to a support column, it might have compromised the structural integrity of the entire community, but a mere handful of tanks exploding would lack the necessary force. Wei Ming nodded in approval. These tanks had only singed the surface of the support columns, exposing the steel reinforcement within to think they could blast open his villa, which was encased in a layer of special alloy. That was nothing short of a pipe dream, and no wonder Xia Bing was so confident. Amidst the swirling smoke, Han Jinyuan's voice echoed through the chaos. Chapter 88. Publicly sowing discord. Wei Ming's ingenious strategy. Who goes there? Wei Ming could not be bothered to shout. Instead, he utilized a loudspeaker. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets whizzed towards him, one of which fortuitously struck a lifeless body, passing through the thick smoke toward the passage, only to be absorbed by the spatial portal. What is this? Does only he have firearms? I possess a Maxim gun. Instantly, machine gun fire erupted. Peculiarly, there was not a sound to be heard, as if a suppressor had been affixed to the barrel. This was because Wei Ming was not firing a machine gun. Rather, he had long since absorbed the bullets into the alternate space. Within that realm, manipulating the trajectory of the projectiles posed no challenge for him. Thus, what seemed like a cacophony of gunfire was eerily silent. Akin to wielding cold weapons that in fact, should Wei Ming desire it, he could even make a sniper rifle fire in rapid succession, as silently as a whisper. However, after unleashing a barrage of bullets, tranquility was no longer an option. Suddenly, cries of agony filled the air, and the walls reverberated with the dull thud of bullets striking. The entire underground space was already shrouded in dust from the earlier explosions, and this new assault rendered visibility nearly non-existent. How could one even aim? It was nothing but wild shooting now. Yet, Wei Ming was but one man. What of Han Jingyuan's side? There were simply too many of them. Who benefits from the chaos of indiscriminate gunfire? Undoubtedly, it is Wei Ming, who can strike at random and still manage to hit a few targets. As for Han Jinyuan and his companions, how could they possibly aim for Wei Ming? Setting aside the issue of accuracy. Even if they could aim, they would merely be met with the swift intervention of the spatial gateway. At long last, the dust raised by the explosion settled, and the debris kicked up by the bullets hitting the walls was finite. The visibility within the garage gradually became clearer, yet the phones that served as makeshift lights had been damaged in the blast. What difference did it make if it were day or night? The basement remained shrouded in darkness. I never expected you to possess such formidable firepower, Han Jinyuan exclaimed, hiding behind a pillar. I am Han Jinyuan. Wei Ming, shall we have a conversation? Very well, let us converse. Wei Ming replied nonchalantly. Follow my lead, and I shall appoint you as my second-in-command. What do you say? Han Jinyuan proposed, attempting to entice Wei Ming, that if Wei Ming were to genuinely believe him, stepping out would surely result in a bullet to the head. However, Wei Ming appeared unfazed by such treachery and retorted, I absolutely detest being second in command. A miscalculation, a miscalculation, Han Jinyuan continued. How about this? We shall forego the notion of a second in command, that I will be the leader, and you shall be the third. Why must I be third? Wei Ming replied coolly. Very well, let us settle this through competition, that if you defeat me, you shall be the leader. Han Jinyuan said readily that he was indeed a character. As long as he could eliminate his opponent, he cared little for losing face verbally. Did Wei Ming fear him? He declared, fine, you come to me, and we shall engage in a one-on-one. Would Han Jinyuan dare to agree? He desired Wei Ming to reveal himself, so he could take him down. Was he not afraid of being shot himself? I have already agreed to a one-on-one. The location for our duel, of course, must be determined by me, that I cannot allow you to gain all the advantages. Han Jinyuan laughed heartily. Come to my residence. Very well. Where do you live? Wei Ming inquired. Han Jinyuan hesitated. He had not anticipated Wei Ming would actually agree. He casually replied, Building 10, Room 202. He had no fixed residence, as he merely occupied whichever room belonged to the woman he fancied. All right, you choose the location. and I shall choose the time that I will come to see you tonight," Wei Ming stated. Han Jingyuan cursed inwardly, realizing he was dealing with a cunning adversary, but he maintained the facade of sincerity. "Wei Ming, I assure you of my genuine intentions that I end these chaotic times. Those with strength can seize everything. You alone can suppress so many of us, and I hold you in high regard. I also admire you, but I have greater respect for your intellect," Wei Ming announced through a loudspeaker. "I am offering a reward of 10 boxes of water, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of rice for your head, Han Jingyuan. Whoever can deliver it will be immediately rewarded. That I have fulfilled so many rewards. You can inquire about my credibility." "Ha!" Han Jingyuan's expression darkened suddenly. To whom was Wei Ming addressing these words? Clearly, it was directed at his subordinates, the other escapees. What was there to discuss with the weaklings in the community? This was a blatant attempt to exploit greed and sow discord within his ranks. Remarkably, it could indeed prove effective. They had united solely due to the prison break. Were they truly an unbreakable entity comparable to a regular army? Incorrect. Were it not for this calamity forcing them together, they would have scattered the moment they escaped from prison. Of course, they would not have escaped without the disaster. Take, for instance, Wu Hui, the second in command, who was eyeing his position with covetousness that if there were no conflict of interest, he would not turn against Han Jingyuan. After all, with no benefits, turning against him could lead to injury or even death. But what if it involved 10 boxes of water and a plethora of other supplies? Would Wu Hui be tempted? Even if he could suppress his desire, recognizing it as Wei Ming's scheme, could he still trust Wu Hui? Moreover, how would Wu Hui perceive this? Would he fear that Han Jingyuan might harbor murderous intent, leading him to strike first? Damn it. Han Jingyuan felt like cursing. Wei Ming had uttered a single sentence, yet it created an irreparable rift within their ranks. This was an overt and brazen maneuver. Naturally, such a scheme would only be effective if Wei Ming could genuinely produce such an abundance of supplies. However, his confidence suggested that verification with the community's residents would confirm the truth. Damn. In that moment, Han Jingyuan was utterly displeased that he had initially thought Wei Ming to be a minor character he could easily handle, yet now the situation had spiraled into something he found difficult to manage. Was this a case of attempting to steal a chicken and instead losing rice? "Wei Ming, do you wish to play games?" Han Jingyuan finally reached his breaking point. "Fine, I will destroy you." Wei Ming remained remarkably composed. Who is truly playing whom? Enough of this wasted banter. I must return to Dine.O, and I have 6 lovely ladies eagerly awaiting my attention. That I bid you all farewell." He instantly teleported into the villa. Han Jingyuan, of course, did not dare to believe that Wei Ming had genuinely departed, but he waited several more minutes before instructing someone to illuminate the phone screen and toss it into the passage. Indeed, it was empty, devoid of any presence. Only then did Han Jingyuan emerge, his expression grim, counting the casualties. Amid the chaotic gunfire, over 20 men from the community had perished, while 3 from their group had died and 2 were severely injured. In these times, what medical resources remained? Thus, the gravely injured were as good as dead. 24 had escaped from prison, and by the next day, 5 lay dead. Han Jingyuan's countenance was naturally grim. In the dark basement, their faces glowed eerily under the phone's illumination, making them appear even more menacing. "That we must retreat," Han Jingyuan said solemnly. This declaration effectively signified the failure of their operation, eliciting a smirk from Wu Hui. Chapter 89, Delivering Smoke to Suffocate Wei Ming. The prison break had been orchestrated by Han Jingyuan, and the firearms had been procured by him as well as for Wu Hui. Though he was more valiant, he was merely a brute lacking cunning. Yet Wu Hui did not consider himself brainless, but he had long believed that Han Jingyuan relied solely on deceit. If it came to a direct confrontation, he could easily overpower Han Jingyuan with one hand. However, now that everyone was armed and Han Jingyuan's marksmanship was exceptional, he felt somewhat intimidated. Now, with Han Jingyuan's strategic blunders, his image and authority would surely suffer a significant blow, making Wu Hui's ambitions for power much more attainable. What he needed to do now was verify Wei Ming's claims. Once he confirmed the value of the bounty, he could secretly ally with others to topple Han Jingyuan from his lofty position. He was deserving of such a role. Thus, everyone retreated. The men from the community returned to buildings 1 to 5, while Han Jingyuan and his group returned to building 10. As they exited the basement, Bright light assaulted their eyes, causing discomfort, and each tightened their grip on their weapons. They were all desperate men. Who could they truly trust? Put down your weapons, Han Jinyuan commanded. He was filled with regret. In dealing with Wei Ming, he had transformed a once cohesive team into one riddled with leaks, perpetually at risk of internal strife. What kind of predicament was this? Just one person could create such a monumental mess. Boss, what shall we do now? One subordinate inquired. He has killed 3 of our brothers, and the rat and San Pao are on the brink as well. Shall we simply let this go? Another subordinate asked. Wu Hui feigned ignorance, secretly smirking. That aren't you the clever one? Hey, why not come up with a solution yourself? Han Jinyuan felt displeased but maintained his composure, responding lightly. Of course we will not let this slide. After all, Wei Ming is merely one man. If their previous tactic proved ineffective, they would simply devise another. His schemes were indeed numerous, and he immediately suggested, that fellow has fortified his villa against fire and violence. So, let us locate the exhaust vent of his residence and fill it with smoke. That I refuse to believe he can endure such an environment. Instantly, his subordinate's eyes lit up with excitement. Excellent, excellent. Even Wu Hui nodded in agreement, internally acknowledging that when it came to scheming, he was indeed no match for Han Jinyuan. However, if Han Jinyuan could truly force Wei Ming out, then the bounty would be meaningless. Everything would revert to them without needing Wei Ming's assistance. How would he ascend to power? Patience, Wu Hui told himself. Han Jinyuan had regained the trust of the others with a mere phrase that if he were to turn against Han Jinyuan now, how many would stand by him? And how many would side with Han Jinyuan? Just wait. Yet Han Jinyuan turned to him and said, Wu Hui, take a few brothers to find the villa's ventilation outlet. Attach a pipe and let him breathe some smoke. The target was swiftly set upon him. Wu Hui was naturally displeased. The ventilation outlet would certainly be outdoors, exposing him to the sweltering heat during the day or the murderous rays of the sun. While at night, he would face the risk of acid rain. What made him the one to carry out this task? Was Han Jinyuan specifically targeting him? Han Jinyuan laughed. No worries. Enlist the residents of this community to assist. Ah, indeed that Wu Hui was taken aback, as long as he brandished a gun. Who would dare refuse? Thus, Han Jinyuan was not actually singling him out. He felt somewhat inadequate, realizing that he relied on brute strength rather than intellect. Very well. I shall take care of it. He departed with 2 subordinates, while Han Jinyuan wore a smile, his heart harboring cold mirth. It seemed he would need to find a new second-in-command. Upon returning to the house, Sun Lily rushed over, inquiring eagerly, Did you capture Wei Ming? Having heard the thunderous explosions, she naturally assumed that Han Jinyuan and his men had stormed Wei Ming's villa and brought him back. Smack! Han Jinyuan delivered a stinging rebuke, his voice laced with irritation. What are you asking for? Do not forget your place. You are merely a plaything. At first, Sun Lily was oblivious to the fact that she had struck a nerve with Han Jinyuan. But it didn't take long for her to comprehend the reason. Han Jinyuan had failed to subdue Wei Ming. Her surprise was palpable, quickly giving way to contempt. Just the night before, he had boasted with such bravado. And yet here he was, facing the same obstacles. However, she dared not offend him, especially since she still relied on this man for her indulgences, and thus she plastered on a smile, eager to appease him. As the leading attraction at the KTV, her verbal prowess was undeniable, and she swiftly quelled Han Jinyuan's ire. Yet, the oppressive heat of the day left him disinterested, preferring to sit and smoke. Sun Lily, wary of provoking his temper further, resorted to sharing risque anecdotes from her past work experiences. Gradually, Han Jinyuan's interest was piqued. Just as they were on the brink of intimacy, a voice called from outside. Boss, the pipe is ready. Taken aback, Han Jinyuan erupted with laughter. Let's go. He leapt from the bed, pulling Sun Lily along, exclaiming, Let me show you how I'll make that scoundrel Wei Ming surrender. Sun Lily harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wei Ming and eagerly followed him. Soon, Han Jinyuan's crew regrouped and arrived at Villa 18. That they observed a pipe extending from the wall of Villa 28's first floor. That Wu Hui scrutinized Sun Lily with a lecherous gaze. While she felt a twinge of fear, he towered close to 190 cm, his physique reminiscent of a bear. With her experience, she knew that such men could either exhaust a person over time or resort to violence in a shorter span. And either scenario terrified her. Noticing her evident discomfort, Wu Hui sneered, determined to claim this woman for himself. This complex was built by us all. Why should only Han Jinyuan enjoy such exquisite company? Set the fire, release the smoke. Do not give that bastard a moment to prepare, Han Jinyuan commanded coldly. Consequently, they began igniting the flames. The materials were rudimentary, just dismantled furniture. Once ablaze, they fanned the flames, directing the smoke into the pipe. Although modern exhaust systems are equipped with backflow valves, no system could guarantee that all smoke would be expelled, especially with the added force of fanning. Han Jinyuan smirked. His previous defeat had tarnished his reputation. And this time he was determined to compel Wei Ming into a humiliating surrender, thereby re-establishing his authority among his subordinates. Would Wu Hui dare harbor any dissent then? As the heat from the first floor became unbearable, they relocated to the third floor. However, after several minutes, the basement door of Villa 28 remained shut, as did the front door. Could Wei Ming endure such conditions? Suddenly, he noticed something. On the balcony of Villa 28, there stood Wei Ming and 6 women, all casually arranging dishes. They were dressed in leisure attire, showing no signs of discomfort despite the sweltering heat, and the spread before them was lavish, with no less than a dozen dishes. Good grief. Chapter 90. You actually have the presence of mind to dine. Wei Ming and his entourage were feasting. Your place is being filled with smoke, and you still have the gall to eat? Han Jinyuan was flabbergasted. How could this be? What in the world? Many observed, their mouths watering at the sight of Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, and Lin Wanxiu, each a paragon of beauty with their distinct charms, one aloof, another spirited, and yet another alluring, their figures strikingly voluptuous, visible even through 2 layers of glass. Hey, that woman lives in this house, one of the subordinates remarked, noticing several photographs of Yu Chutong adorning the interior. Damn it, how did all these beauties end up with that guy? Several gritted their teeth, wishing they could rush over and strangle Wei Ming. Yet, separated by 2 layers of glass, no matter how many they were or how strong they felt, they were powerless to act. Wei Ming, too, noticed the figures on the adjacent balcony. That it reminded him of when Yu Chutong had observed him from next door. He poured himself a glass of cola, tossing in a few ice cubes before raising his glass in a mock toast towards Han Jinyuan and his crew. Damn it. Damn it. This was a blatant provocation. Han Jingyuan's entourage was furious. Some drew their guns and opened the window, firing at Wei Ming. However, an iron plate swiftly rose on the neighboring balcony, effortlessly deflecting the bullets. The sound of ricocheting bullets echoed, proving futile. Cease fire, Han Jinyuan barked. Do not waste bullets. That a minute later, the steel plate on the balcony retracted, revealing the 7 once again, who had resumed their meal, some sipping red wine, others cola, and some simply water. This sight filled Han Jingyuan's crew with envy. What did they lack the most? Pure water. And across the way, not only was it available, but it was also served chilled. That on such a hot day, a glass of iced water would be heavenly. But hadn't the power been cut off? The villa has a generator, Han Jinyuan pondered, feeling a wave of frustration. Why was this villa equipped while others were not? Yet, who in their right mind would install steel plates on their balcony or reinforce their walls and doors with alloy steel? How fearful of death must one be? Burn more wood and pump in more gas, Han Jinyuan commanded angrily. Smoke was inconsequential. The real threat was carbon monoxide. Once a certain level was inhaled, it would lead to poisoning, depriving the blood of oxygen, resulting in suffocation for everyone inside. To that moment, Han Jinyuan had no qualms about potentially eliminating the 6 beauties as well. If I cannot have Wei Ming, then I'll destroy him. With a single command, his men hastily chopped up more furniture and tossed it into the flames, fanning vigorously, their brows slick with sweat. But for Wei Ming, did this make any sense? He only needed to keep the door to the space aligned with the exhaust, ensuring it remained within 5 meters. From his position to the exhaust vent on the first floor, it was approximately 4 meters. If it exceeded 5 meters, he could simply move to the second-floor balcony and continue dining. They kept the fire raging for a full hour, the ones fanning the flames and tending to the fire having changed several times, many succumbing to heat exhaustion. That it was impossible to cool down or hydrate them. And thus, these individuals would likely never awaken again. Han Jinyuan was indifferent to their fates. They were merely residents of the complex he had intended to eliminate anyway. Yet as time passed, Wei Ming and his companions had nearly finished their meal and were now enjoying dessert. Yet none of them displayed any signs of oxygen deprivation or poisoning. To that moment, Wei Ming approached the window. Still holding a glass of cola, he took a sip and cracked the window open just a sliver. I never imagined you all would be so united. You haven't yet toppled Han Jinyuan. Alas, with so much food and drink here, it seems I must enjoy it all alone. That Wu Hui's interest was now evident. Clearly, Han Jinyuan's plan had failed. Wei Ming was thriving. Thus, he had to contemplate the option of eliminating Han Jinyuan. Should he succeed, he could ascend to the position of leader and even leverage Han Jinyuan's corpse for his own gain. Two birds with one stone. Should he proceed, his hand instinctively moved toward his weapon. Bang. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, causing Sun Lily to lose control of her faculties. Han Jinyuan gazed coldly at Wu Hui, whose pupils dilated in shock as a bloodied hole appeared on his forehead. His hand, which had been raised to aim at Han Jinyuan, faltered, his shot too slow. Seeking death, are we? Han Jinyuan retorted icily. The surrounding subordinates fell silent, astonished that their boss and second-in-command would turn on one another, especially at such close range. The sound of the gunshot reverberated painfully in their ears. They regarded Han Jinyuan with a mixture of awe and trepidation, realizing they could not dare to harbor even a flicker of resistance. Though Han Jinyuan had dealt with Wu Hui, his expression remained composed, as if he had anticipated such an outcome. Internally, however, he was deeply frustrated. Since the conflict with Wei Ming had begun, there had been 3 fatalities and 3 serious injuries. One could argue it was equivalent to 6 deaths. And this had transpired in less than 6 hours. The losses were staggering. Who could have imagined that Wei Ming's villa would be so fortified and that he possessed firearms? Was this even rational? An ordinary resident within a complex transforming their villa into such a stronghold, complete with weaponry. This was absurd. Even the gods themselves would not have foreseen such a twist. Han Jinyuan stood there, lost in thought. What now? Should he continue the assault? What a foolish notion. Meanwhile, Wei Ming continued to taunt. Oh dear, such anger. You've even turned on your own. Han Jinyuan, there is no need for such theatrics. With a stoic expression, Han Jinyuan remained silent, simply gesturing for his men to retreat, that as the saying goes. 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. He would gather the collective wisdom of the others in the complex to devise a new plan that if they failed to produce results, he would execute one person every hour to ensure they remained focused. Consequently, they retreated, leaving the smoldering fire and the corpses behind, uncaring for the aftermath. Shortly after their departure, a figure appeared in the room. It was Wei Ming. How uncivilized, he mused, to leave bodies lying about. That aren't you concerned about the stench? Wei Ming has collected the deceased into another realm and subsequently extinguished the fire on the first floor. He chuckled. Let us play again tonight, he murmured. Chapter 91. Wei Ming takes action. Han Jinyuan, it's time for you to depart. In the afternoon, Wei Ming embraced Yu Chutong as they watched movies for several hours. That as for his beloved, Wei Ming endeavored to ensure equality and affection, knowing they were destined to coexist for an eternity. Harmony in the harem was of utmost importance. Merely relying on material threats could sow seeds of resentment. Thus, a dual approach was essential to secure his everlasting bliss. Naturally, Yu Chutong was extraordinary, and spending hours with her elicited no impatience. If he were to feel vexed, he would never have welcomed her into his home. Engaging in tender moments with Yu Chutong, this prominent businesswoman's ingrained arrogance was a habit difficult to alter. Wei Ming delighted in teasing her, relishing the sight of her flustered demeanor, which brought him amusement. He silently thanked his fortune that the beauties in his household were not mere empty vessels, standard products from an assembly line, but rather individuals with distinctive souls. Otherwise, 1,000 identical internet celebrity faces, accompanied only by simpering expressions, would feel indistinguishable. As evening descended, Song Qingyun and the 5 women took to the kitchen while Yu Chutong finally decided to lend a hand. Washing vegetables, while no one dared to trouble her with cutting or cooking. If dared, she would likely sever a finger or spill half a bucket of oil in protest. To be why 7 o'clock, the 7 of them gathered on the balcony to indulge in dinner. The city lay shrouded in darkness, punctuated only by a few faint lights, suggesting that other households possessed generators as well. Lu Qing remarked, "It seems our family isn't the only one with a generator." The other 5 women nodded in agreement. Wei Ming felt a sense of satisfaction at the notion of our family, and the 6 women wore expressions of inherent acceptance, indicating their internal acknowledgement of belonging. He couldn't help but reflect on the profound impact of harsh reality on individuals. The transformation was remarkable. The calamity had transpired merely 2 weeks prior, yet the 6 women had already embraced the reality of living with Wei Ming. Displaying no signs of resentment or bitterness, that it could only be said that even the most rebellious souls would ultimately bow to the weight of reality. Thus, a bottle of water and a packet of instant noodles had compelled once revered celebrities and the wives of magnates to relinquish their dignity. This was no exaggeration. Humanity's resilience, in the face of survival, yields sacrifices that far surpass principles. After a moment of contemplation, he contentedly began to eat. After all, he had no need to compromise. Why should he fret? Could he venture outside? Although he had previously driven out once, it had merely been to the outskirts of the community to retrieve Song Qing-yun, who was situated within the commercial premises adjacent to the residential area. He could have easily walked there from within the community, but to safeguard the secret of the alternate space, he had chosen to drive. Thus, could that truly be considered an outing? Certainly not. Now that Wei Ming had confirmed the formidable, even terrifying, healing capabilities of the alternate space, with his ample preparations, what harm could a brief excursion entail? For others, the dilapidated vehicles littering the streets presented significant obstacles. However, for him, they were of little concern. The sole issue was the daytime heat was unbearable, and the nighttime darkness was profound. Yet, all challenges could be surmounted. Indeed, tonight's focus remained on Han Jinyuan. Resolving this group was imperative. Their presence was somewhat distasteful. After all, they wielded firearms, necessitating cautious engagement. Following dinner, Wei Ming took a moment to unwind. After showering, he noticed it was already past 1 in the morning, that it was time to act. With several swift teleports, he arrived at Villa No. 8, then entered the garage. Thanks to his night vision goggles, he felt no trepidation regarding the pitch-black surroundings. Upon exiting the garage, he spotted 2 men stationed at the staircase, keeping watch. The first floor of Building No. 10 was an open space, devoid of residents, and now that the power was out, the elevator was inoperative. Thus, it sufficed for them to guard the staircase. Wei Ming pressed the portal of the alternate space against the faces of the 2 sentinels. And with a mere thought, 2 silent bullets swiftly struck the targets, embedding themselves in the men's foreheads. In a splash of crimson, they fell lifelessly without uttering a sound. Wei Ming approached and collected the bodies of the 2 guards. He ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor and was taken aback to discover the door ajar. Had societal conditions improved to such an extent that doors were left unlatched at night? Wei Ming quickly deduced that this was a convenience arranged by Han Jinyuan and his associates, that if the door were closed, he would have had to knock. As it stood, he could simply walk in, inspect the premises, and proceed if satisfied. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the need for teleportation. Wei Ming entered the bedroom, where a woman lay on the bed, sleeping with the window open. Given the sweltering heat, there was little concern for catching a chill. After all, it was a scorching 40 degrees. It was fortunate that the temperature had dropped to 40 degrees at night. Otherwise, how could anyone endure the oppressive heat amidst a blackout? Wei Ming continued his search through rooms 202,203,204. 208 on the 2nd floor, finding no men, indicating that none belonged to Han Jinyuan's group, but he proceeded to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching rooms 301 and 302, he grinned, for he had found his quarry, that a man and a woman lay on the bed. But perhaps due to the heat, they were lying a distance apart, as if proximity would only exacerbate their discomfort. Wei Ming approached, placing a hand on the man, who remained in a deep slumber, utterly unaware that in the next moment, he vanished. Theoretically, anyone touched by Wei Ming's right hand would be unable to turn over, instantly transported to the alternate space. With Wei Ming's current proficiency, the entire process from contact to transfer could be executed within 0.001 seconds. So swift was he that even a cat would struggle to react. Continuing his search, Wei Ming meticulously scoured each floor. By the time he reached the top floor, he had apprehended 12 individuals. Yet, he had yet to locate Han Jinyuan. Upon ascending to the 32nd floor, he spotted a closed door. Han Jinyuan was likely inside. This man was much more cautious, choosing to shut the door while sleeping, unlike others who left theirs wide open, with guards posted below and the threat of firearms. Who among the residents would dare to resist? It could only be said that Han Jinyuan was exceedingly wary that in his mind, should a rebellion erupt, even the sound of a splintering door could rouse him. And armed with a gun, he was confident that no one could challenge him. Alas, with a flicker of thought, Wei Ming teleported into the room, that he arrived in the master bedroom, where he discovered a couple on the bed, Han Jinyuan and Sun Lily. Counting the numbers, it became apparent that Han Jinyuan was the only one left unaccounted for. Wei Ming approached, pressed a hand down, and then retreated. There was still time to play, but he activated a powerful flashlight, illuminating Han Jinyuan's face. Chapter 92. Not a single one left. One could not deny that Han Jinyuan possessed a high level of vigilance. The moment the light struck, he jolted awake, instinctively reaching for his firearm. "Who is there?" he barked, aiming his weapon towards the source of the light. His shout startled Sun Lily, who sat up straight in alarm. Wei Ming adjusted the flashlight to diffuse the beam, effectively brightening the entire room. "Wei Ming!" Both Han Jinyuan and Sun Lily exclaimed in unison. Wei Ming, without so much as a glance at Sun Lily, smiled at Han Jinyuan. "Wasn't it agreed that we would have a duel tonight? Yet, you seem incapable of handling it, as you're not in the designated room." Han Jinyuan nearly gasped in shock. Wei Ming had indeed ventured here at night. However, given that there were 2 guards below, and Wei Ming could not possibly know he was on this floor, he must have conducted a sequential search. How could he have gone unnoticed? Furthermore, he had locked the door. Did that mean? His peripheral vision caught Sun Lily, leading him to suspect that perhaps she had covertly contacted Wei Ming, informing him of her presence on this floor, and might have even opened the door for him. His inherently suspicious nature, especially regarding his own life and property, prevented him from placing any trust in Sun Lily. This intense uncertainty bred caution, causing him to hesitate before firing. Nevertheless, with the gun in his hand, Han Jinyuan remained confident. Regardless of Wei Ming's schemes, as long as he was aiming at him, he was assured he would not be the one to lose. "Wei Ming, you truly are audacious, daring to come here." Han Jinyuan scoffed. "And I'm curious, are you not afraid of death?" Wei Ming shrugged. "Can you kill me?" Han Jinyuan slowly rose, distancing himself from Sun Lily, uncertain of whether she was Wei Ming's mole. He opted for caution, as one could trust no one. "That the gun is in my hand. What can you do besides beg for mercy?" He sneered. "Kneel," he commanded loudly. Wei Ming's calm demeanor exceeded Han Jinyuan's expectations, causing him to worry that acting impulsively could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he aimed the gun at Wei Ming, attempting to extract the reason behind his audacity. Wei Ming, unfazed, retorted, "Are you certain that gun is functional? Has it been tampered with?" Han Jinyuan was taken aback that he had inquired with Sun Lily and was aware of Wei Ming's previous actions, such as how Zhang Shi had seized a firearm only for it to explode upon firing. It was known that Wei Ming had supplied that gun. Hence, Wei Ming was the prime suspect in tampering with it, causing Zhang Shi's unfortunate demise. Now, had Wei Ming similarly sabotaged his own gun, would it explode upon firing? Yet, given Han Jinyuan's light sleep, could he have been oblivious to Wei Ming's actions while he remained in a deep slumber? Moreover, since Wei Ming had already acquired the firearm, why would he take the unnecessary step of tampering with it? He could have simply shot him or aimed the gun at him, which would have been far more straightforward. Was it merely for amusement? Such a notion was absurd. In these dire times, who would gamble their life for sport? Thus, the conclusion became evident. Wei Ming was deceiving him. Han Jinyuan let out a cold chuckle. "If you won't speak, then let me send you on your way." He decisively pulled the trigger. He had considered all possible outcomes, and whatever tricks Wei Ming had up his sleeve should be ineffective. Bang! The gun fired, but the sound was utterly wrong. Han Jinyuan stared dumbfounded at the streamers shooting from the barrel, his face contorted in disbelief. "How could my gun have turned into this? I am utterly baffled, surprised, unexpected." Wei Ming laughed. "Should I sing happy birthday now?" He had just modified the handgun. Han Jinyuan trembled all over, realizing why Wei Ming was utterly unafraid. It all made sense now. "When did you switch my gun?" he asked begrudgingly. That at that moment, he truly wished Wu Hui had not died and was present, for in a fistfight, Wu Hui could easily take on 3 of him. Wei Ming smiled slightly, pointing a finger at Han Jinyuan, causing a portal to open directly before his face. Whoosh, 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 for arrows materialized out of thin air, striking his limbs, blood splattering everywhere as Han Jinyuan screamed in agony. "Ah," he cried, the pain tearing at his very soul. Sun Lily trembled uncontrollably, and suddenly, she dashed in front of Wei Ming and bowed deeply. "Daddy, please don't kill me. Daddy, please." Then she looked at Wei Ming with a pitiful yet alluring gaze, as if to say she would do anything for him. Wei Ming shuddered in disgust. Disgusting. he retorted, dispatching a bullet, which pierced her forehead, causing her to fall back lifelessly. Han Jingyuan felt a chilling dread surge within him. From his perspective, Wei Ming should be a lascivious man. Yet how could Sun Lily not be considered a beauty? Indeed, a great beauty? Here was a stunning woman begging for mercy, offering herself to him. Any man should at least contemplate such an opportunity. Yet Wei Ming, he killed her outright. You are truly heartless. How did you manage this? Han Jingyuan's voice trembled with fear as he considered another possibility. He had been struck by 4 arrows, but did Wei Ming possess a crossbow or compound bow? And how did he fire without a gunshot? The series of questions momentarily eclipsed Han Jingyuan's pain with an overwhelming sense of terror. Why bother knowing so much when death is imminent? Wei Ming smiled at that moment. Han Jingyuan displayed a hint of a ruthless character, even managing a laugh. Well, I'm about to die anyway. What does it matter if you tell me? Afraid it will be known? He chuckled. It's just unnecessary. Wei Ming approached, pressing down on Han Jingyuan, who then vanished into another realm. That as he had stated, it was not that he could not, but rather it was superfluous. How utterly dull. Wei Ming shook his head, having easily dispatched this group that had seemed so formidable under the cover of darkness that, of course, if both sides had been prepared, Wei Ming could have encountered danger. The portal could only provide protection from one side. A chaotic barrage of gunfire would still pose a threat, not to mention the dangers of grenades with their area damage. One must not be careless. Wei Ming arrived at the first floor of Building 10, laying out the bodies of Han Jingyuan and his accomplices, then dipped a cloth in blood to write, "Those who commit unjust acts will surely perish." Signed, the white-browed hero. Well, that's a wrap. Time to go home and sleep. That he was quite satisfied with his prank and departed with a flourish. Chapter 93. Wu Mofeng claims credit in the apocalypse on the 16th day. The women of the 10th floor found it strange that by 9 o'clock, there was no sign of the thugs or any noise from them. Some bold individuals stealthily ventured out to investigate, ultimately discovering a multitude of corpses on the first floor. Consequently, the entire 10th floor was thrown into an uproar. Soon after, men from buildings 1 to 5 received the news, and, upon seeing the dead bodies of Han Jingyuan and his gang, first sighed in relief, then vented their anger on the corpses, eventually dragging them outside. They let the bodies be exposed, to be washed by the acid rain at night until nothing remained but bones. This served as both a form of revenge and an ecological measure. Once the flesh was dissolved, there would be no foul odor. Curiosity piqued. They wondered, who was the white-browed hero? This individual was terrifying indeed. Having eliminated Han Jingyuan's gang in a single night. Could it be Wei Ming? Someone speculated. How could that be? This suggestion was immediately met with widespread dissent. That person is incredibly selfish, only looking out for himself. Indeed, he lives in a villa, indulging in fine food and drink, and can entertain that beauty. Would he have such benevolence? Furthermore, he must be sleeping with a woman at night. It is utterly impossible for him to be involved. Too many held contrary opinions at that moment. A man stepped forward, laughing. All right, to stop your wild speculations, I confess, I am the white-browed hero. Last night, while those ruffians were distracted, I took them out one by one. Many women nodded in agreement. These scoundrels would not even let us shut our doors, laying the groundwork for their own doom. That seems plausible. That a significant number of women began to look at this man with admiration. This man was Wu Mofeng, and while his claim was entirely fabricated, he recognized that the women's gaze assured him of his success. Whether he was the perpetrator was irrelevant. What mattered was that they believed he was. Wasn't Wei Ming offering a bounty on Han Jingyuan's life? Seizing the moment, he quickly introduced a new topic to divert attention. In time, he would solidify his identity as the white-browed hero, and any subsequent doubts would be met with collective opposition. Let us take his body to claim the reward. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. They had clearly heard that Wei Ming had offered 10 boxes of water, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of rice as a reward for Han Jingyuan's life. A staggering sum indeed. Thus, they eagerly lifted Han Jingyuan's body and headed to the underground garage. Wei Ming woke up around 9 o'clock, having gone out in the middle of the night, naturally causing him to rise later. Why get up so early? For morning exercise. That was not out of the question. Wei Ming had lifted the curfew, yet he still slept alone, with the door securely locked, accessible only by him. As he stepped outside, he found Song Qingyun and the 6 women gathered around the dining table for breakfast. He chuckled, tossing a dice that landed on 3. With a grin, he walked over and swept Qingyun into his arms. Song Qingyun and the others were unfazed, continuing their meal as if nothing had happened. Wei Ming was interrupted by the sound of alerts from his phone. He glanced at the screen, noticing that the residents of the community were bustling with excitement, parading Han Jiyuan's corpse at the underground garage entrance while chattering animatedly. Wei Ming connected to the surveillance and asked, "What are you doing?" Wu Mofeng immediately replied, "Aren't you offering a reward for this man's life?" "I killed him. You owe me the promised reward." Wei Ming was taken aback. "If I recall correctly, I was the one who eliminated Han Jingyuan and his gang." He chuckled softly. This man had quite the audacity to claim credit for another's accomplishments in truth, as long as someone else had done the killing. He would not mind who received the reward. However, to take the credit for his efforts, that was indeed audacious. "You killed him?" Wei Ming inquired, signaling for Chengya to freeze the ice cream. "Of course," Wu Mofeng declared proudly. "Well, if you've told so many lies that you've convinced yourself, then that's amusing." Wei Ming chuckled. "Han Jinyuan was shot with 4 arrows. Do you know how to shoot?" I certainly do." Wu Mofeng's bravado faltered slightly. "All right, then bring me a bow and arrow. Shoot a few more arrows into the corpse, and I will give you your reward." Wu Mofeng knew he could not do that, and, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Wei Ming, are you trying to renege on your promise?" Wei Ming laughed heartily. "I am the organizer here. All rights to interpretation belong to me. Besides, I merely require you to prove that you are the rightful recipient of the reward. Isn't that my duty as the organizer? I can't allow someone to claim a reward that isn't theirs, can I? I've run out of arrows, and I threw the bow away. I can't replicate it." Wu Mofeng resorted to playing the fool. Wei Ming calmly stated, "Without evidence proving you killed him, I'm afraid you cannot claim your reward." Wu Mofeng erupted in anger, and under his incitement, others began to hurl insults at Wei Ming. Wei Ming laughed heartily. As a person, one must possess the most basic conscience. You cannot be devoured by dogs. Coming here to claim rewards is an affront to the true heroes. Don't forget. Just yesterday, you were all locked up. A group of men did not resist while a group of women were reduced to mere pawns. Now that you've been saved, you have no gratitude for those who helped you and rush to claim rewards that do not belong to you. Truly despicable." Having vented his frustrations, he turned off his phone and tossed it aside at this moment. The ice cream had completely melted and could no longer be frozen. Outside, Wu Mofeng and his cohort were seething with rage. This scoundrel was indeed playing tricks to evade responsibility. Wu Mofeng took the initiative, knowing he needed to divert suspicion quickly, and hurriedly shifted the focus of the crowd. Others followed suit, cursing along with him. "Let us head back." The group returned. Wu Mofeng gathered a few strong men for a discussion. After a considerable time, they returned together, their faces alight with undeniable excitement. "It is time for us to go home." Many exclaimed. "Wait!" Wu Mofeng raised his hand, urging everyone to listen to him for a moment. "Due to the presence of those rogues, we have lost far too many lives, especially among our female compatriots. There are scarcely over 100 of them remaining." Wu Mofeng paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the women before him. "So many have lost their wives, but we are all human, and as humans, we have needs. Therefore, I declare that all women shall continue to reside in Building 10, and the doors must remain open at all times." A chorus of disbelief erupted from the women, and even some men could hardly fathom the implications. "What does this mean? You've just killed Han Jinyuan and his gang, and now you wish to replace them. Is this not merely driving away wolves only to welcome tigers? The boy who slayed dragons now becomes a dragon himself." Wu Mofeng, "What is the meaning of this?" One woman cried out loudly. "Nothing much. It simply means that there are too few women now, so let us share resources." Wu Mofeng replied nonchalantly, his eyes greedily fixed upon her. This woman had been his neighbor, and he had long desired her. He approached and hoisted her up without hesitation. "Let her go. She is my wife." A man rushed forward, but was quickly restrained by several others, who laughed mockingly. "From this moment on, she is no longer yours. Don't be so stingy. Let us all partake." Chapter 94. The darkness only grows deeper. Wu Mofeng initiated yet another massacre. A total of 107 women survived, while their husbands and most family members still lived. What was the outcome? They were all slaughtered. Consequently, when Wu Mofeng and his cohorts indulged in these women, would anyone dare to oppose them? They were now all comrades in the same plight. With over 800 individuals in their ranks, suppressing a mere 100 men was hardly a challenge, resulting in yet another grim scene beneath the sun that, of course, Wu Mofeng's faction also suffered some losses. But given their numerical advantage, their casualties were minimal. Only about 30 men fell, leaving them with nearly 800 that once the men had satiated their primal urges, they gathered to discuss their situation. Brother Feng, our food and clean water supplies are dwindling. We must urgently devise a solution, one man stated. The others nodded in agreement, and another, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, remarked, if only we could breach Wei Ming's villa. Though I cannot fathom how such a small place can hold so much stock. Perhaps he has converted the entire basement into a storage area, others speculated. That bastard is utterly untrustworthy. It was our brother Feng who eliminated Han Jinyuan, yet he dares to play tricks, someone cried out in defense of Wu Mofeng. Wu Mofeng himself wore an expression of indignation as he waved his hand dismissively. It is pointless to discuss this. Wei Ming will not provide us with supplies, and we cannot breach his stronghold. We must find another way. What way? The crowd inquired. Wu Mofeng scoffed. Since those ruffians can invade our community, why can't we venture elsewhere? But previously Zhao Jiu mentioned that the nearby convenience stores had been thoroughly looted. We would need to travel far to find supplies, one pointed out. However, after yesterday's garage explosion, there are hardly any vehicles left, and if we cannot ride, we shall walk. Wu Mofeng replied coldly that if we do not venture out to seek supplies, we will merely await our demise. Do you wish to die? No one wanted that, but who would volunteer to seek supplies? We shall draw lots, Wu Mofeng declared. Naturally, he presided over the drawing, ensuring he would not draw the short straw. Discontent brewed among the group. After all, Zhao Jihu had personally led expeditions for supplies, but Wu Mofeng merely issued commands while sending others into danger, creating a rift among them, previously united by common interests. The desire to enjoy the remaining women, the imminent task of gathering supplies exposed their fractures. Wei Ming, on the other hand, refrained from meddling, that he had intervened to eliminate Han Jinyuan because that gang posed a tangible threat with their firearms. In contrast, Wu Mofeng's group was merely a rabble. To Wei Ming, they were nothing more than a joke. He had no intention of personally hunting them down, but preferred to let them stew in their own folly. He surmised that it would not be long before they turned on one another. Descending into the basement, he provided Sun Dai and the others with some food. Wei Ming, are you even human? Sun Dai trembled, his gaze no longer filled with hatred, but pure terror. Could he not be afraid? Including himself, what difference was there between being transformed by Wei Ming and becoming a monster? Wei Ming nodded, murmuring, even if I can alter human appearance, as long as I perform another operation within 24 hours, they can revert to their original form without lasting repercussions. However, if the modifications continue, before he could finish, one person screamed in agony, their chest exploding. Wei Ming did not attempt to save them. He had already witnessed the results of his experiments that I can temporarily alter human structure. Theoretically, could I not create a super soldier? Either discard them after 24 hours or restore them before then, thus allowing continued utility. Not just for others, but for myself as well, that I in the face of great danger, could I not modify my own skin to be as tough as iron? Or bestow upon myself immense strength or speed? Perhaps even grant myself a pair of wings? Wei Ming's thoughts soared, and based on his current experimental results, he merely needed to revert to his original form within 24 hours. Forget it. Even contemplating this terrifies me, that I shall refrain from employing this unless absolutely necessary. Wei Ming smiled at Sun Dai and the others, saying, thank you for your contributions. Now, it is time for you to take your leave. No, no, Sun Dai screamed hysterically, while another closed his eyes, having endured enough in recent days. Death felt like a release. Wei Ming paid no heed to Sun Dai's protests, transporting the two into an alternate space. Upon returning to the third floor, he was surprised to find light amidst the darkness that a group of people was emerging from the community, and he mused, are they finally off to gather supplies? Checking the time, he noted it was barely past 7. They were quite early, that he could only wonder how many of the dozens who had ventured out would eventually return. Curious, he watched as Lin Wonqiu approached with a meal. Smiling, darling, it's time to eat. 7 people gathered around the table for dinner, and once they finished, they dispersed to engage in their respective activities. Some watched shows, others played games, exercised, or typed away. Lin Wanqiu had come to view writing as both a habit and a passion. If humanity were to face extinction, perhaps my works would serve as materials for new species studying us, she enthused. I must write more scenes of intimacy, so that new beings understand just how pleasurable it can be. Indeed, you never fail to impress, Wei Ming thought to himself, almost wishing to applaud her. Chapter 95. The splintering once more done on the 17th day of the apocalypse. Before dawn broke, individuals began to trickle back into the community. However, by the time the sun rose, the returning individuals comprised barely 1/10 of those who had left, leaving the fate of the rest uncertain. Had they perished outside, become trapped, or simply chosen not to return? Why would they come back? To share the hard-earned supplies with others. Previously, they had homes to return to, but now, with Wu Mofeng's violent rampage, who still had family, what motivation remained to return to Qidong City? I can feed and care for myself. Is that not enough? Why must I become someone else's servant? A woman. Not unless she is a gem like Yu Chutong, or at the very least, a beauty like Mi Xiaolu, they scoffed. Yet the women in Building 10, after so many days without a bath, they carried a pungent odor, only compelling men to endure until it was unbearable that I in such sweltering heat. Many men found it a significant deterrent to their desires that Wu Mofeng surveyed the 7 who had returned, his expression darkening. How much could these 7 bring back in terms of supplies? A pitiful amount. Yet their number swelled to over 800. What were they to do? This meager supply would hardly suffice. Wu Mofeng felt overwhelmed at that moment, truly wishing to relinquish his role as leader. Indulging in women could offer fleeting pleasure, but worrying about the needs of his subordinates was a constant burden that troubled him day and night, that it felt like a losing proposition. Yet to relinquish his title? He could not bear to give up the authority to command others, and the critical question remained. If someone else took charge, would they not order him to seek supplies, rather than heed another's commands? It was better to remain the leader himself. Wu Mofeng was engulfed in despair. Forget it. I shall seek pleasure and cast all worries aside. However, just moments after he entered his room, 4 men rushed in. Before he could react, a rope was swiftly tightened around his neck, that he struggled desperately, flailing about, but one man could not hope to match the strength of 4 that before long. His face turned crimson, and after one final, violent struggle, he fell silent. The 4 men exchanged glances, all visibly relieved. They had expected Wu Mofeng, the one who had dispatched Han Jingyuan and his gang, to be formidable and hard to subdue. Yet the reality proved to be far too easy. He is not the white-brow hero after all. We have been fooled. What does it matter? He is dead now, and we are the new leaders. To quench his curiosity, Wei Ming had placed listening devices in various rooms during his foray into Building 10 yesterday. And as he listened during this moment of boredom, he couldn't help but be taken aback that Wu Mofeng has unexpectedly met his demise, strangled by 4 individuals who, ironically, failed to ascend to the position of leader. The men have fragmented into 8 factions, while women have been reduced to mere commodities, divided among these factions, each acquiring a dozen or so. Wei Ming cannot help but lament that, in such chaotic times, women indeed suffer the most. That it is not merely a matter of aspiring to be celestial beings. Even the desire to be recognized as human is fraught with challenges. Just look at what has become of the women in the community, mere objects. Under the weight of death, stripped of moral and legal constraints, everything has regressed to a primitive, jungle-like state where power reigns supreme. Naturally, women, who are inherently at a disadvantage in terms of strength, have become the subjugated ones. From the initial factions led by Zhang Shi and Sun Dai, to being enslaved by Han Jinyuan and his ilk, then reuniting under Wu Mofeng, only to splinter again into 8 factions. How many days have passed? Just 11 days that I end this brief span. It feels as though a half year or even longer has transpired. Wei Ming is deeply moved. Upon learning this, Yu Chutong and the other 5 women glanced toward Wei Ming. What would their fate be without him? Although they are undeniably more beautiful, would their outcome be any better? Whichever man rises to power, they will become his playthings, and with each shift in power, they will be passed around like property, akin to the women in the community today, perpetually changing owners. Can they resist? Without firearms, they can only resort to cold weapons, and the realm of such combat has always been a male domain. Even if Song Qingyun is a security officer, who would truly care? Their hearts swell with emotion. In comparison, Wei Ming's stature becomes all the more towering. Seated on the balcony, Wei Ming sips an icy cola while gazing outside. The urge to indulge in some escapades growing stronger. After being confined for too long, the desire to move becomes overwhelming. Of course, should he decide to venture out, he must be impeccably prepared. After dinner, as Wei Ming contemplates whether to step outside tonight, his phone suddenly emits an alarm that he checks his phone and notices a man lurking at the entrance of the basement, appearing rather furtive. "Who are you, and what do you want?" He inquires casually. "My name is Huang Xian, and I have crucial information." The man replies, "Elaborate, I have no time to waste on you," Wei Ming retorts. Huang Xian hesitates momentarily before stating, "I was a contractor for a government project, responsible for constructing an underground shelter." Wei Ming ponders for a moment, then remotely unlocks the door. Once Huang Xian enters, he commands, "Strip off your clothes and change into the set over there. I need to ensure you possess no weapons that could threaten me." Upon entering, Huang Xian is taken aback. "Cool. How can this place be so refreshing?" He exclaims that no wonder Wei Ming enjoys such a carefree life. It is truly remarkable. After a brief pause, he quickly changes into the beach shorts prepared by Wei Ming. "Well, no weapons," Wei Ming states, then remotely unlocks the door to the first floor. As Huang Xian descends to the first floor, he finds Wei Ming lounging on the sofa, sipping from a bottle of cola. Unable to resist, Huang Xian licks his lips and asks, "Could I have a sip?" He has only managed to drink a few sips of water each day. Wei Ming retrieves a can of cola from the fridge but does not throw it to Huang Xian. Instead, he places it on the coffee table. "First, tell me about the shelter." Chapter 96. News of the shelter. Huang Xian swallows repeatedly, yet dares not snatch it away. To oppose Wei Ming. Does he seek a swift demise? Just look at the people inside and outside the community. Who has ever fared well opposing Wei Ming? All have perished. Thus, no matter how fierce his thirst, he refrains from making a move, choosing instead to greedily relish the coolness of the room while revealing, "The government initiated this project 5 years ago, quietly starting the construction of the underground shelter. Based on some insider information I received, it was designed in anticipation of a potential outbreak of the S3 season. Therefore, the shelter is situated 60 meters underground, effectively shielding against nuclear explosions. The shelter comprises 4 levels: a living area, a recreational zone, a breeding area, and a greenhouse, all managed by an automated system. Artificial intelligence handles all tasks, from raising chickens and feeding pigs to irrigating crops. And the stored energy and clean water are sufficient to sustain 1,000 people for 6 months. Finally, Huang Xian divulges some secrets about the shelter. Wei Ming is astonished and prompts, "Describe it in detail." Huang Xian smacks his lips, his gaze fixed on the chilled cola. Just a fortnight ago, if someone had told him he would beg for a can of cola like a beggar, he would have laughed heartily. Yet now, he is willing to pay nearly any price for this cola. Wei Ming chuckles and pushes the cola toward him. Only then does Huang Xian dare to take it, quickly opening it and gulping it down. Delicious, sweet, cold, refreshing, that he drinks half the can in one go before savoring it in small sips, reluctant to finish it all at once. Without needing any prompting from Wei Ming, he begins to discuss the shelter's details. The shelter's maximum capacity is 1,000 people, complete with a recreational area that includes tennis courts and swimming pools. The breeding area houses chickens, cows, sheep, and pigs, whose waste is utilized to fertilize the plants in the greenhouse, while the plants also provide a part of the feed for the livestock. Naturally, there are generators and enough energy to sustain the shelter for 6 months, along with other supplies that if merely a dozen or 20 individuals reside there, the food and clean water could last for decades. However, the energy supply is limited. Aside from the living area, the recreational zone can reduce electricity consumption, while the breeding area and greenhouse require 24-hour power to allow the AI to perform feeding, watering, and simulated lighting. Thus, even if it operates in an energy-saving mode, it would only extend the duration by a factor of 2, lasting a year at most. The design of this shelter never intended for people to live there indefinitely. Typically, even in the event of a nuclear explosion, half a year would suffice for most radiation to dissipate, allowing the modern equipment to function normally and enabling those within to emerge and rebuild their homes. Located 60 meters underground, the shelter is in a place devoid of light, maintaining a constant temperature. Huang Xian excitedly declares, "The most terrifying threats now are sunlight and acid rain. Once we are there, we need not worry about either." Wei Ming finds himself somewhat tempted, and he is now filled with both fear and contemplation. What is he afraid of? Missiles aimed at his villa. He would likely have no time to react before being obliterated. And if it were a nuclear bomb, there would be no need to target his villa. Simply detonating it in the vicinity would be sufficient to take him down. However, if he were to reside 60 meters underground, unless it were a bunker buster, even a nuclear explosion would have no effect on him. After all, the shelter was originally designed to prepare for the impending S3 season, to preserve the essence of Huaxia amidst nuclear warfare. What is he contemplating? Naturally, it is the prospect of greater enjoyment, such as the swimming pool he has long desired, the shelter. All these desires could be fulfilled. Seeing the flicker of interest in Wei Ming's eyes, Huang Xian hastily presses on. This shelter was originally scheduled for delivery on May 9th, but then disaster struck. The shelter is undoubtedly empty now, and if we go there, it will belong to us. Wei Ming chuckles. This shelter is not known solely to you. It may have already been claimed by someone else. Impossible, Huang Xian asserts confidently. Noticing Wei Ming's gaze, he adds, I am the contractor for this project. Since the construction has not yet been officially handed over, the access rights to the shelter remain in my hands. To be frank, entering the shelter requires taking an elevator, and to access the elevator, one must first unlock the door. The key to open that door is in my possession. He quickly supplements, if you agree to my terms, I will take you there, but only once we arrive will I hand over the key. Wei Ming remains unfazed. What are your terms? Huang Xian quickly responds, first, I want a house in the shelter, and it must be of the highest quality. Second, I require women, beautiful women. You must ensure I receive at least one. He continues, furthermore, if any women seek refuge in the shelter in the future, we must share them. Your demands are quite high. Wei Ming shakes his head. I offer you a choice. Tell me the location of the shelter, and upon verifying its existence, you will give me the key in exchange for a certain amount of supplies. Not an option. Huang Xian rejects outright. Wei Ming shrugs. Then it seems we are done here. Please leave. Huang Xian, of course, remains undeterred, unwilling to accept this outcome. He quickly implores, Wei Ming, think it over. That is a shelter we're talking about. And what of it? Wei Ming replies, his residence can only accommodate his own women. He would not entertain the idea of sharing his space with outsiders, especially not when he engages in intimate activities. For him, moving to the shelter would merely provide a marginally safer environment with a broader range of activities, including a swimming pool and tennis courts. However, living in a residential area, he is unlikely to be targeted by missiles that TO him. The shelter is merely a luxury, not a necessity, and he refuses to be extorted. Come to your senses, then we can discuss further. Otherwise, you may remain here to perish from heat, hunger, or thirst. With that, Wei Ming thrusts Huang Xian out the door. Discuss terms with him? Does he even have the right to negotiate? Huang Xian stands outside, his expression one of disbelief. How could this happen? How can Wei Ming refuse him? His life may seem carefree now, but with a villa of such limited space, no matter how much he hoards supplies, he will only consume them until nothing remains. The refuge is distinct. It serves as a diminutive ecosystem, sufficiently accommodating 1,000 individuals for a duration of 6 months. In Huang Xian's perspective, his demands were hardly excessive, merely a request for a dwelling. Naturally, he was reluctant to concede easily, resolved to engage in a battle of wills with Wei Ming. Wei Ming must be coveting the refuge, yet he is too miserly. Huang Xian must hold his ground. Unfortunately, he had no means of transportation to reach the refuge himself. Wei Ming, on the other hand, was quite capable. Thus, after enduring for more than half a month, Huang Qian ultimately decided to collaborate with Wei Ming rather than with Zhang Shi or Han Jingyuan, fearing they would leave him with nothing but bones at the very least. Wei Ming was somewhat trustworthy. The question remained, however, how many more days could he endure? Chapter 97. Old classmates. Wei Ming, indeed, was in no rush. The refuge was undoubtedly the best option for him, but its absence did not particularly concern him. In this villa, while somewhat cramped and reminiscent of a prison, it was still the finest prison in the world. Besides, he was confident he could venture out at any time. Thus, the refuge merely represented a slight reduction in potential risk and a few additional recreational activities. The risk factor was likely less than 1 in 10,000. While entertainment options were easily replaceable. For instance, if he were to visit a swimming pool, all he needed was to procure a substantial amount of ice, and he could swim to his heart's content. He had cleared the icebergs of both poles, so ice was the least of his concerns. Huang Qian wished to wear him down. How amusing. Wei Ming mused that he was perhaps too kind-hearted. Were it Zhang Shi or Han Jinyuan, upon learning such news, they would undoubtedly have captured Huang Qian, subjected him to severe torture, and forced him to divulge the refuge's location and hand over the keys. Perhaps it was best to maintain some baseline principles. Without principles, one risks becoming akin to an animal that if Wei Ming were devoid of such principles, he could have easily taken Yukatong and Song Qingyun, both remarkable beauties by force. Yet he refrained, opting instead for a transactional approach, allowing both women to willingly offer their affections, that is, for their inner feelings of willingness. He was indifferent that he decided against venturing out today, planning instead to explore tomorrow evening. Since the calamity struck, he had not left the community. The one time he went to fetch Song Qingyun, he merely circled the neighborhood, totaling a mere 800 meters. Hardly an excursion. Time to sleep. Wei Ming continued to occupy a room alone. He possessed nearly everything but life itself. Was it wrong to be cautious? A night passed, marking the 18th day of the apocalypse that as the sun began to rise. A school bus suddenly barreled into the community, accelerating towards the entrance of the underground garage. Bang! Due to the height restrictions of the garage, the bus could not enter and collided, crashing into the structure with such force that the front of the bus became lodged inside. At that moment, the sun had just begun to rise. The occupants of the bus hastily crawled out through the shattered windshield and entered the garage, creating a commotion that soon attracted 8 different factions to the scene. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Wei Ming, groggily awakening, sat up bewildered. Had he just heard a gunshot? How could there still be gunfire? He had confiscated all the weapons from Han Jinyuan and his ilk. What could this noise signify? Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. After all, despite the numerous individuals and weapons Han Jinyuan had, they had proven utterly ineffective against the villa's defenses, and that was under the condition that Wei Ming had hardly ventured outside. Otherwise, if he were to open the spatial door and unleash bullets from within, who could possibly contend with him? The most absurd aspect was that he could open the spatial door through the wall, meaning he could attack anyone outside while remaining safely inside the villa. What an unfair battle. Even special forces would be brought to their knees. Deciding to rise, he went to the balcony to survey the surroundings, but saw no signs of activity. Very well, he was in no rush that as he sat down, intending to enjoy a glass of milk, he was startled to see people on the neighboring balcony. He glanced over, realizing there were not just one, but several individuals present, including a strikingly blonde and blue-eyed foreign couple. A man in his 40s, robust and shirtless, revealing a hairy chest and arms, clearly an individual who had not evolved well. The woman, slightly younger, boasted wavy golden hair and an archetypal Western beauty, an alluring figure deserving of an 80, with an additional 2 points for her sensuality, amounting to an 82. However, her physique was remarkable, at least an E-cup bust, a slender waist, and an exceptionally curvaceous bottom, quite exaggerated in its fullness. She stood impressively tall, around 175 centimeters. Overall, she could be rated an 88. Of course, there were still more locals present, 2 women and 3 men. Wei Ming. One of the men noticed him and called out loudly, but due to the 2 layers of windows and the superior soundproofing on Wei Ming's side, he could neither hear the voice nor discern the words, only the movement of lips and expressions. "You are Wei Ming," the other party confirmed. Wei Ming opened the window. The sunlight could not penetrate from this angle. But having heard the gunfire earlier, he had already opened the spatial door, positioned close to the window, prepared to absorb any stray bullets. "De Fu Lin," he uttered, recognizing the man's name. "Haha, it really is you." Fu Lin nodded. "I am Fu Lin. That I never anticipated we would meet in such circumstances." De Fu Lin. "Who is he?" A woman in her 20s, quite beautiful and comparable to Lu Qing, asked, though her appearance was otherwise unremarkable. Her bust was noticeably smaller. Given the heat, who would bother stuffing their clothing? Fu Lin replied, "This is Wei Ming, my high school classmate." The woman merely acknowledged this with a disinterested "oh" and did not spare Wei Ming a second glance, adopting a rather haughty demeanor. "Why be proud in the apocalypse? Believe it or not, I could pull out a bottle of water and make you call me daddy." Fu Lin chuckled. "Wei Ming, this is my wife, Suyu. We are both teachers at Liverpool Foreign Language School. And this is my sister-in-law, also the principal of our school, Su Qian, that he gestured towards another woman, approximately 30 years old. Indeed, the two women bore a striking resemblance. However, Su Qian's beauty surpassed Su Yu's. While Su Yu might score an 80, Su Qian could easily achieve an 85, with a more enviable physique, a pronounced bust, a flat abdomen, and long legs that in summary, despite Su Yu's youth. Her allure paled in comparison to Su Qian's that Su Yu was already rather proud. Yet Su Qian was even more so, completely disregarding Wei Ming as though she had not heard Fu Lin's introduction. Offering him no recognition whatsoever, Wei Ming found this no surprise, considering Fu Lin had always been a sycophant in school, particularly to a certain wealthy peer, effectively a bootlicker, judging by the trio's appearances. He had clearly managed to charm his current wife, as he was quite handsome and sweet-tongued, which made winning over a wealthy beauty less remarkable. After all, Su Yu was merely a teacher. Her sister's position as principal was more impressive. It was precisely due to his ingratiating behavior that his wife seemed to hold him in low regard, and so did his sister-in-law, failing to extend even a modicum of courtesy to Wei Ming. Fu Lin appeared rather embarrassed, hastily pointing to the only young man present. "This is one of our students, Gao Shihai, the second son of the Gao family, of the Gao group." Wei Ming was left speechless. "Still a young master? You truly remain as sycophantic as ever." Chapter 98. The foolish rich second generation like the Su sisters. Gao Shihai showed no inclination to greet Wei Ming, projecting a similar arrogance, even disdain. Though labeled a youth, he stood around 175 centimeters tall, exuding an air that lacked any youthful innocence. Wei Ming acknowledged him with an "Oh." There was only one Gao group in Haida City, a colossal enterprise valued in the hundreds of billions. So it was no wonder Fu Lin appeared so obsequious. Accustomed to kneeling, he could hardly stand upright. The two foreigners, along with the last man Fu Lin had not introduced, inquired, "Wei Ming, do you have any food? We haven't eaten or drunk anything for a night." Wei Ming was slightly astonished. The apocalypse had dragged on for more than half a month. Had they only just run out of provisions yesterday? Clearly, these individuals had fled from their school. Were these two foreigners perhaps foreign teachers? Wei Ming neither affirmed nor declined, merely asking, "You came from the school?" "Yes," Fu Lin replied, looking regretful. "Since the disaster began, we remained in the school cafeteria. So we were not lacking food or drink. Moreover, young Master Gao managed to contact his family. Gao Zong dispatched a team to retrieve us from the school, but the roads were too treacherous, and we never received rescue. Then, yesterday, a group of thugs arrived at the school, armed and attempting to storm the cafeteria, that we seized the opportunity to escape in the dead of night, managing to snatch a gun. But as the sun began to rise, we had to take refuge here to avoid the light, to our surprise. The people in your community are incredibly barbaric, attempting to abduct my wife, sister-in-law, and this foreign friend. But fortunately, our security chief, Zhao Guofu, managed to drive them off with his firearm." Wei Ming suddenly understood. No wonder he had heard gunfire. He turned to glance at the security chief, a man around 40 years old. Of average height, but notably muscular, sporting a buzz cut that had grown slightly unruly after more than half a month without grooming. Thus, the foreign lady is named Angier, and only the last foreign man remains unnamed. The community has spiraled into utter chaos, with everyone behaving like wild beasts. Among your group are 3 women, each of whom is rated above 80, naturally inciting the primal instincts of the residents here. Fortunately, you are armed. Otherwise, those 3 women would have been violated multiple times by now. Coincidentally, they have entered Villa number 18 at Wei Ming. Search for provisions and drinks for us, Fu Lin reiterated. Rest assured, we will pay a handsome price. As he spoke, an expression of impatience surfaced on his face that I have gone to great lengths to convey this. Why on earth are you still unmoving? Back in school, his gaze was solely upon the powerful, entirely dismissing ordinary children like Wei Ming. After graduating from university, he shamelessly fawned over Su Yu, successfully marrying her, and through Su Qian's connections, he secured a teaching position at a private school, earning over 20,000 a month. Though it was less than his wife's 30,000, a combined income of 50,000 is quite substantial in this country. After all, what is the median salary? In the alumni group, his sole activity was flaunting his wealth. And even with the apocalypse upon them, he continued to grovel to his wife, sister-in-law, and the wealthy Shihai, hoping to leverage their connections to reclaim a better life. Wei Ming chuckled softly. Old classmate. Since you are aware that the apocalypse has arrived, and after 2 attacks, do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? This world has descended into utter turmoil, and the once powerful figures you idolized have fallen into the mire. Money is of no consequence. Of course, Fu Lin was reluctant to believe this. For a long time, his instinct to fawn over wealth and power had become ingrained in him, serving as his life's motivation. Now, with Wei Ming asserting that fawning was futile, he was unwilling to accept it. Wei Ming, let us set aside these discussions for the sake of our past as classmates. Provide us with food and water now. And when Gao Xiao arrives, we can take you with us, he insisted. Gao Xiao smirked coldly. On what grounds do you presume to make decisions for me? Fu Lin hastily interjected. Gao Xiao, we are currently in need. We are indeed asking for assistance. Moreover, given the Gao family's immense wealth, accommodating one more person is hardly an issue. The key is that you must not suffer from hunger or thirst at this time. Correct? Upon hearing this, Gao Xiao reluctantly nodded. Fine. As long as you serve me well these next few days, I shall take him home. Excellent, Fu Lin exclaimed joyfully. With Gao Xiao's promise, he could indeed negotiate with Wei Ming more effectively. Wei Ming, it is precisely because of the chaotic circumstances that we must cling to the powerful, Fu Lin argued. The Gao family is an illustrious household, always prepared for disasters, hoarding substantial supplies and possessing capable individuals. Here, you can only scrape by for a moment. Only by going to the Gao family can you hope to survive until the state dispatches aid. You are quite eloquent, Wei Ming mused. But what does it matter how many resources you possess? If your own strength is lacking, you can be easily overthrown by your subordinates, rendering your resources and women worthless. However, what need was there for him to engage in further discourse with Fu Lin? He smiled faintly. I happen to have food and water, but my interests lie solely with beautiful women. What do you mean? Fu Lin paused, then quickly comprehended, glancing at his sister-in-law and the foreign lady. Before baring his teeth in surprise, you truly are audacious. Gao Xiao swiftly pulled Fu Lin behind him. Despite being a mere senior in high school, his physique was not much smaller than Fu Lin's. And he confronted Wei Ming. Don't overstep your bounds. Hurry and fetch the food and drink. I am both hungry and thirsty. Seeing Gao Xiao's anger, Fu Lin quickly urged Wei Ming. Old classmate, Gao Xiao is furious. You must hurry and bring food and water and apologize to Gao Xiao. Gao Xiao sneered. You should kneel. I am not accustomed to speaking with someone at eye level. How arrogant indeed. Wei Ming ignored this rich second-generation air and addressed Su Yu and the others. I welcome beautiful women to trade with me. A single encounter earns you a piece of bread and a bottle of water. IT was uncertain whether the foreign lady could understand. Well, others would surely translate. However, he quickly noticed that the foreign woman displayed an angry expression, confirming that at least she comprehended Chinese. This is excellent. Otherwise, they would have to resort to gestures for communication. You dare. Gao Xiao erupted. Are you seeking death? As for women, I couldn't care less. Whether it be the Su sisters or the foreign lady, they mean nothing to me. The crux is that Wei Ming has chosen to disregard me. As the second heir of the Gao family, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Chapter 99. What a small world, Gao Xiao screamed hysterically, resembling a madman, that I end truth, as a top-tier rich second-generation heir. He was not typically prone to such impulsive behavior. However, with the apocalypse upon them, he had been cooped up in the cafeteria for over 10 days, unable to do anything which would unnerve anyone, especially someone so accustomed to having their every desire fulfilled. With a belly full of rage, Wei Ming's attitude only served to infuriate him further. I will make you pay, he commanded Zhao Guofu. Eliminate him! Eliminate him! Zhao Guofu replied coldly. There is only one bullet left, that if I waste it on this person and others intrude, I cannot guarantee your safety. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiao, despite his displeasure towards Wei Ming, had no choice but to suppress his anger. Regardless of whether it was the assailants who invaded the school or the thugs they encountered upon entering this community, all were exceptionally brutal. If they failed to subdue them, they could very well lose their lives. Compared to venting his anger, his life was far more precious. Teach, Gao Xiao scoffed, silently vowing that once the rescue team from his family arrived, he would have them eliminate Wei Ming. No, he would also deal with those thugs in the community. How dare they intimidate him? Now that the apocalypse has descended, laws no longer exist. allowing a top-tier rich second-generation heir like him to act with impunity. Who could possibly stop him? Fu Lin was utterly mortified. Upon recognizing Wei Ming, he had thought he could impress Gao Shahai and his wife by obtaining food and drink from him, thus enhancing his own standing. However, with Wei Ming refusing to accommodate him, and Gao Shahai treating him like a dog, he felt the sting of humiliation. What could he do, being a dog? How could he demand any dignity? He dared not resent Gao Shahai. Instead, he silently cursed Wei Ming for being ungrateful, causing him to lose face and feel trapped. Wei Ming, it's time to eat. Wei Chudong approached. Ditto. She was taken aback to see a group of people, including foreigners, suddenly in her home. What is happening here? You are Yu Chutong. Gao Shahai suddenly exclaimed, sister-in-law. Yu Chutong glanced at him, a look of recognition crossing her face, followed by surprise. You are the second heir of the Gao family? Gao Shahai nodded eagerly. Indeed, I am Gao Shahai. Sister-in-law, how is it that you are with him? The Yu family was not weaker than the Gao family, perhaps even slightly stronger, and the two families had formed a marital alliance, with Yu Chutong engaged to his elder brother, Gao Lingtian. Although they were only betrothed and not yet married, Gao Shahai would naturally refer to Yu Chutong as sister-in-law. Yet now, Yu Chutong was unexpectedly in a man's room. Gao Shahai's eyes flashed with malice. Although the marriage between his brother and Yu Chutong was for family interests and did not require emotional ties, privately, they were supposed to maintain boundaries. But what constituted privately? If he discovered it, could it still be called privately? Moreover, how dare she bring shame to the Gao family? With old grudges and new resentments piling up, Gao Shahai was even more eager to eliminate Wei Ming. Yu Chutong frowned. I am not married to your brother. Do not call me sister-in-law. Furthermore, given the current calamity, the former engagement is null and void. We shall each go our separate ways. She had always opposed such unions based on interests. And now, in the face of an apocalypse, she would never acknowledge or accept it. Gao Shahai was furious. Sister-in-law, your marriage to my brother was publicly acknowledged by both our families, not just in Haida City. Even nationwide, many are aware that if you now back out of the engagement, are you not slapping the Gao family's face? Yu Chutong, uninterested in further dialogue, turned to Wei Ming. Aren't you coming down to eat? Bring it up here. If Lu Qing and the others haven't tea eaten, let them come upstairs. Wei Ming remarked with a grin, well, you are all hungry and thirsty. I shall eat and drink right before you. Shortly after, Lu Qing and the others brought breakfast upstairs. Upon noticing the presence of others, they were slightly surprised but quickly shrugged it off. You all can indulge. The seven gathered around the table and began to eat. The breakfast was lavish. Dumplings, wontons, noodles, soy milk, and more. Everyone could take what they desired. That I asked for drinks. There were 3 large boxes of milk, all chilled, not room temperature. Seeing such a sumptuous spread left Fu Lin and the others utterly astonished. They had been hiding in the cafeteria, with their food growing increasingly scarce, especially after the power outage when food spoiled rapidly. They had subsisted on stale bread for days, having not eaten meat in quite some time. Now, witnessing such a bountiful feast, with steam still rising from the noodles and wontons, they could not help but swallow hard, feeling both hungry and thirsty, especially when witnessing Wei Ming and the others gulping down water or milk. An intense heat surged within them, almost compelling them to leap directly from the balcony. Wei Ming chuckled and remarked, welcome to trade. I shall not accompany you any longer. With that, he closed the window. Now, no matter how much Gao Shihai cursed him, he could not be heard. Lin Wanxiu and the others, filled with curiosity, inquired about the situation. Wei Ming succinctly described the identities of these individuals, and upon learning that Fu Lin was a high school classmate of Wei Ming's, the 6 women couldn't help but reflect on the smallness of the world. This classmate of yours is a quintessential sycophant, fawning over his wife, his boss, and even his fellow students, Lu Qing observed keenly, as she herself was a leader and often found subordinates eager to curry favor with her. Prior to her marriage, numerous men had pursued her, so she had seen plenty of such sycophants. Wei Ming smiled, saying I never liked him during our school days because I loathed doing homework, and he would always report me, causing me frequent reprimands from teachers that this. The 6 women could not help but display expressions of disdain. Having all been through school, who did not detest the snitches? Lu Qing glanced at the Su sisters and the foreign woman, chuckling. Is your family about to welcome new members? Wei Ming laughed heartily, responding, those 3 women are not yet qualified to move in. They are merely for amusement, that he spoke without a hint of concern in front of the 6 women, primarily because he held absolute control. And secondly, in this apocalyptic world, who still adhered to the old rules? Otherwise, the 6 of them would not be coexisting harmoniously. At least on the surface, they appeared to be. Lu Qing, Mi Xiao Lu, and Chengya were allowed into the villa primarily due to the early hour, as Wei Ming had lowered his standards regarding quality. Furthermore, well, it was simply the joy of indulging in the pleasures of a rogue. But now, did the Su sisters and the foreign woman still expect to reside in the villa? Of course not. They were simply for amusement. Lu Qing grinned mischievously and proposed to the 5 women, "Let us wager on which of the 3 will be the first to seek out Wei Ming." "Is this even a subject for betting?" Lin Wanxiu was the first to inquire. "The one who guesses correctly gets to spend a day with Wei Ming." Lu Qing suggested, "Deal." Lin Wanxiu agreed, looking towards the other women. "What do you all think?" Wei Ming could only shake his head in bemusement. However, since he had nothing to lose, he thought they could entertain themselves as they pleased. Chapter 100. Your gaze seems off in the end. All 6 women, including Song Qingyun, joined the wager. Lu Qing and Mi Xiao Lu chose the foreign woman as the first to approach, citing her open nature, while Lin Wanxiu, Song Qingyun, and Chengya opted for Su Qian, believing that a woman who became a principal at such a young age must have a man supporting her from behind. Otherwise, how could she possibly attain such a position? Only Yu Chutong selected Su Yu, stating, "Her husband is a spineless man. Initially, he may have charmed her with sweet words, but after living together, she must see him for what he truly is. That I believe no woman would be enamored with such a man. Thus, she possesses the predisposition to stray, coupled with the current apocalyptic circumstances, who would dare to criticize her morals. I trust she will be the first to come seeking sustenance." The 6 women each presented valid arguments, piquing Wei Ming's curiosity about which woman would indeed approach first. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Gao Shihai was seething with rage, directing Zhao Guofu, "Go next door and deal with that bastard." Even Fu Lin did not attempt to dissuade him from confronting Wei Ming. And without his intervention, would the Su sisters and the foreign woman stand up for Wei Ming? In contrast, Zhao Guofu remained remarkably composed, stating, "First, is it worth expending the only bullet we have on this individual? Second, have you considered why the vicious individuals in this neighborhood have not attempted to rob Wei Ming? He possesses a wealth of supplies and resides with 6 beautiful women. Who wouldn't covet that? Yet he remains untouched. Doesn't that seem strange?" Upon hearing his reasoning, Fu Lin and the others were taken aback, revealing expressions of contemplation, while Gao Shihai exhibited impatience, appearing ready to devour someone. To Fu Lin, "What kind of person is your classmate?" Su Qian inquired. After pondering, Fu Lin replied, "He comes from an ordinary background and has average academic performance. Were it not for fate smiling upon him in Haida City, he would struggle to even gain admission to a university. It is well known that residing in Haidu or the capital cities with their respective residency permits practically guarantees a foot in the door of higher education. As so ordinary." The others were perplexed. Could such ordinariness instill fear in others? Zhao Guofu contemplated. "I'll ask the residents of this community that he prepared to leave." A sense of panic enveloped the group. After all, the only firearm was in Zhao Guofu's possession. What if he departed and the mob within the community decided to attack? "Make sure to lock the doors. Don't worry, I'll be back shortly," Zhao Guofu assured them. Before the others could voice their objections, he exited. However, it was not long before he returned, having been gone for less than half an hour. "How was it?" everyone inquired. Zhao Guofu's expression was grave as he replied, "You must not underestimate Wei Ming." He relayed the information he had gathered. The group listened intently, as if captivated by a tale. Especially Fu Lin, whose face was a mask of disbelief, rendered utterly speechless. Was this truly the Wei Ming he knew? His villa was practically impregnable. A group of escaped convicts had allegedly been dealt with by him. It was known that those individuals were armed, and with more than one firearm. It seemed utterly fantastical. Zhao Guofu shook his head. "As long as Wei Ming does not provoke us, we must not provoke him either. I suspect Wei Ming is the legendary white-browed hero." Upon hearing this, the group felt as if the air had been let out of a balloon, becoming deflated. What now? According to the information Zhao Guofu had uncovered, the entire community was suffering from extreme scarcity of supplies, with everyone needing to venture out at night to seek food or risk starvation and dehydration. The only individual with an abundance of resources was Wei Ming. Yet, they could not provoke him, which meant they would have to fend for themselves in search of supplies. During the day, venturing out was impossible. To shield oneself from the lethal rays of the sun required full armor, which would only result in succumbing to heat stroke. But was night truly safer? They had spent the previous days in the cafeteria. Even if the meals were insufficient, they were served without effort. Now they faced the perilous task of scavenging for food and water. Suddenly, a thought crossed the minds of the Sioux sisters and the foreign woman. They could potentially obtain food and water from Wei Ming, but would they be willing? Although they had endured more than half a month in this apocalyptic world, they had previously enjoyed a life free from want, and thus had never contemplated selling themselves. Yet now, that notion lingered in their minds that, of course, they did not consider it selling themselves. Rather, it was a matter of mutual benefit. However, if Wei Ming had explicitly stated his intention to trade food and water, and they immediately approached him, it would be quite the embarrassment. Moreover, only Su Qian was single. Su Yu and the foreign woman were both married. If they were to claim they were seeking Wei Ming for sustenance, would their husbands not be furious? What man could endure such humiliation? This was merely their first day out. Could they truly not withstand even a single day's hardship? After breakfast, Wei Ming immersed himself in gaming. Just as he was engrossed, his phone emitted an alarming sound. Who could it be now? He picked it up and saw someone standing at the basement door, Fu Lin. What was he doing here? Did he have the audacity to come? At the basement entrance, Fu Lin held his phone, the screen illuminating the otherwise pitch-black surroundings. Had he managed to come here without injuring himself? Did his phone still have battery life? Had he used a power bank? Whatever, it was of no concern to Wei Ming. After contemplating briefly, he decided to see what Fu Lin had to say. After all, it was far more entertaining than gaming that he approached the basement and opened the door. That Fu Lin hurriedly stepped inside, exclaiming, "Wei Ming, it's so cool in here." Every first-time visitor to the villa expressed such astonishment. Given the outside temperature hovered around 60 degrees Celsius during the day and exceeded 40 degrees at night, it was enough to induce heat stroke. Suddenly entering such a refreshing space left anyone in awe. Wei Ming paid little heed to his exclamation, asking, "What brings you here?" Fu Lin, momentarily stunned, quickly replied, "Wei Ming, you must not underestimate the Gao family. They possess a company valued in the hundreds of billions. The power wielded by the Gao family is beyond your imagination." And then, Wei Ming inquired with a smile that Fu Lin wore an expression of exasperation, insisting, "What do you mean?" And then, "You need to apologize to Gao Xiao immediately. Give him whatever he desires. Don't say I'm bullying you. On the contrary, I'm saving your life." Wei Ming chuckled, replying, "You seem clever, yet you are quite the fool. In these times, you still think to curry favor with a wealthy heir? Look at him. He has already bedded someone of Yu Chudong's caliber. How can you be so obstinate?" Fu Lin felt a surge of anger, since he had entered the villa and was alone with Wei Ming. If he could overpower Wei Ming, wouldn't the villa then be his? At 178 centimeters tall and regularly exercising, boasting an 8-pack, could he not win? Slap. He received a sharp slap, startling him and igniting his rage. "Old classmate, your gaze seems off," Wei Ming remarked coolly, followed by another slap. Chapter 101. The mischief of the small-minded. With a resounding slap, Wei Ming delivered a series of blows to Fu Lin's face, swiftly extinguishing any flicker of courage within him. Such a sycophant possessed no will of his own. He had long been subservient, and now, confronted by a formidable opponent, his spirit was thoroughly crushed. "Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Wei Ming, please spare me," Fu Lin pleaded repeatedly. Wei Ming finally ceased his assault, responding coolly, "If you wish to be a dog, that is your choice. Do not assume that everyone is willing to debase themselves like you." Yes, Fu Lin nodded vigorously. Whether he truly comprehended the words was of little consequence. "Very well, you may leave." Wei Ming gestured dismissively. As Fu Lin attempted to rise, he found himself sinking back down, shamelessly saying, "Wei Ge, if you let me stay, I swear to be your loyal dog. I won't even drink urine if you make me eat excrement." Wei Ming was taken aback. He had long known Fu Lin to be a flatterer. Yet his audacity still astonished him. This was a complete abandonment of shame. "Even your wife lacks the qualifications to reside here, let alone you." He mocked at Fu Lin, however, merely felt a twinge of disappointment that if he could reside in the villa, The refreshing temperature alone would be worth it. Yet after being thoroughly beaten, he no longer possessed the courage to challenge Wei Ming and resigned himself to his fate. Hearing Wei Ming's comment about his wife not being deemed worthy to stay, he felt a surge of relief. Surely, Wei Ming would not regard his wife highly, but he assumed too much. Being unworthy of residence did not equate to being unable to seize an opportunity. Get out. Wei Ming shoved Fu Lin out. Fu Lin stumbled, nearly colliding with the corridor wall. The clang of the iron door closing behind him made him feel like a dog unceremoniously cast out. In Wei Ming's presence, he had been meek, but once the door shut, resentment flooded his face. What are you, to dare treat me this way? Just a pathetic nobody. Fu Lin had always looked down on Wei Ming. After 3 years of schooling together, Wei Ming had no impressive grades, no affluent background, and certainly no father who was a district leader. Yet now, this fellow had struck it rich in the lottery before the apocalypse, purchasing a villa and stockpiling resources, living a life of ease, while even someone like Yu Chutong, a top-tier rich second generation, had to follow in his wake. What qualifications did Fu Lin lack compared to Wei Ming? Why was Wei Ming living in luxury, enjoying the company of exquisite women while he endured hunger, heat, and the humiliation of fawning over his indifferent wife? Fu Lin seethed in indignation. Such individuals are always like this. They grovel in front of you, but curse you behind your back, that I must eliminate you. Fu Lin vowed silently. Wei Ming seemed to trust him. Otherwise, he would not have opened the door. Therefore, the next time he brought Zhao Guofu along, a gun to Wei Ming's head would surely make him comply. Then, the entire villa would be his. For the first time, ambition flared within Fu Lin, granting him a glimmer of masculinity. Wei Ming had indeed spoken true. The world had fallen into chaos, and once powerful figures had tumbled from their pedestals that as long as he possessed resources, everyone would be compelled to bow before him. Su Qian, did you not look down upon me? Haha, I eagerly anticipate the day, UK after all. No matter how much she looked down on Fu Lin, her long-standing sense of morality would not crumble due to just a few words. Su Qian resolutely stated, do you really wish to perish from hunger, thirst, or heat? Are you relying on Fu Lin? Or the Gao family? Given our current situation, even if we were still in school, it would be doubtful whether the Gao family could reach us. Moreover, we have fled to this place, severing all means of communication. Can the Gao family truly locate us? Furthermore, Zhao Guofu is still willing to share food with us now, but in a couple of days. He will surely develop other intentions. Does Zhao Guofu not aspire to establish his own reign? With his current strength, he is undeniably the most formidable, so why should he distribute the hard-earned resources to others? Su Yu slowly nodded, trembling as she asked, Sister, is the world truly this chaotic? I wish everything could return to the way it was, when I was the principal overseeing thousands of people. Su Qian offered a bitter smile, yet lamented, but we cannot go back. That Su Yu became despondent, that in truth, she was not unaware. She simply did not wish to believe it. Let us go. Su Qian pulled her sister up, though Su Yu remained silent. She did not resist, allowing her sister to lead her away. The two sisters descended to the first floor and headed straight for the basement. Where are you going? Fu Lin instinctively inquired. Su Qian shot him a cold glance. Is it any of your business? Under the weight of her authority, Fu Lin immediately fell silent. Upon reaching the basement, they found Zhao Guofu sharpening a chair leg with a knife, with only one bullet left. He needed to prepare some alternative weapons. However, when the two sisters' figures disappeared, a mocking smile crept across his lips as he glanced at Fu Lin, the smile widening. Yet he said nothing, continuing to sharpen the stick until it was quite pointed. The Su sisters walked in darkness, relieved that their phones still had a bit of battery. They activated the flashlight mode and soon arrived at the door of the adjacent basement. Bang, bang, bang. Su Qian knocked forcefully on the door. After a few seconds, the iron door creaked open, and without hesitation, Su Qian stepped inside, firmly grasping her sister, who was still standing in place. The two entered the basement together. How refreshing, both exclaimed upon entering. Their eyes scanned the room, and they simultaneously cried out, Anja! There stood the foreign girl, looking somewhat embarrassed, offering them a shy smile. This smile only deepened the awkwardness for the Su sisters. What more could be said? All three were there for the same purpose. Yet it was hardly a matter of pride. It would be strange if they didn't feel awkward meeting under such circumstances. Wei Ming couldn't help but laugh heartily. For the foreign girl had only just arrived, less than a minute before. How would they interpret Song Qingyun and the others' bet? Not a single one hit the mark. Chapter 103. The truth revealed several hours later. Su Yu and the others returned to the adjacent building, emerging from the basement and making their way to the first floor that as soon as they arrived. Fu Lin confronted his wife. "Where have you been all this time?" He interrogated. After all, Wei Ming had previously mentioned welcoming several women to his side, a remark that pricked Fu Lin's heart like a thorn, and Su Yu's extended absence only fueled his wild suspicions. Su Yu regarded him coldly, taking a moment before responding. "My sister Anjia and I went out for some fresh air." Fresh air? On such a sweltering day, in the pitch-black basement. "You dare tell me you went out for fresh air?" He retorted venomously. "Did you go to the next door?" "No, wait. Your hair looks freshly washed and your clothes are changed. Damn it, Su Yu, how dare you put a green hat on me?" Fu Lin's rage flared, and he raised his hand. Slap. To his surprise, Su Yu struck him first. "Fu Lin, how dare you shout at me? You want to hit me?" Fu Lin had always been fearful of his wife, and his earlier outburst was a momentary lapse due to his jealousy. However, after receiving Su Yu's slap, his anger was doused, leaving him stammering in silence. That Su Qian approached, declaring, "From now on, my sister and you shall part ways. There will be no further ties. Aren't you curious? I might as well tell you the truth. The three of us just want to find Wei Ming." Su Yu felt her face flush. She hadn't expected her sister to suppress Fu Lin's fury, only to sell her out instantly. That Su Qian continued. "We need to go to the next door anyway. He will eventually find out, so it's better to tell him now and make him aware instead of constantly asking questions." Meanwhile, Fu Lin stood dumbfounded. He had been cuckolded, and by that classmate he had always looked down upon. His fists clenched tightly, and fire seemed to blaze in his eyes. That he truly was a sycophant, shamelessly ingratiating himself for personal gain, capable of licking up to anyone. Yet, even the most spineless person possesses that one sensitive spot that cannot be touched. Being cuckolded was that spot. "You wretched woman, I'll make you pay." He lunged towards his wife, hands reaching for her throat. Although Su Yu was well-fed, there existed an inherent physical disparity between men and women. Moreover, Fu Lin had merely gone a night without food and was not weak enough to lose to a woman. Seeing her sister's face turn red from the choking, Su Qian rushed to help, while Anjia, standing in solidarity with the two sisters, also attempted to pull Fu Lin away. However, Fu Lin, consumed by rage, swung two punches, sending both his sister-in-law and the foreign girl stumbling back, before turning again to strangle Su Yu. Yet the foreign man, seeing his wife being assaulted, shouted "Fuck," and swung a fist at Fu Lin. The punch landed, leaving Fu Lin dazed. Nearly knocking him unconscious, he quickly turned to the foreign man. "Wei Ming, play," while saying this. He pointed at Anjia, implying that he too had been cuckolded to what? The foreign man, Robert, unlike Anjia, understood not a word of Chinese, thus oblivious to the earlier quarrel. However, he finally grasped the situation that he looked at his wife and asked. "Really?" Anjia dared not answer. Her husband had a history of domestic violence. "Fuck." Upon seeing her expression, Robert harbored no doubts and raised his fist to strike his wife. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a jagged piece of wood protruding from his body. The wood was swiftly removed, and Zhao Guofu mercilessly plunged it back in, stabbing Fu Lin's temple. That Fu Lin showed no reaction, his pupils beginning to dilate. "Damn it!" Gao Shihai exclaimed, frightened beyond measure. He was merely a brash rich heir and had never witnessed such a scene. The Su sisters huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. "Rest assured, I shall not kill you," Zhao Guofu stated calmly, wiping the bloodied stick with Fu Lin's clothing. "Next time you visit Wei Ming, do tell him about what just transpired." "Oh, okay." The three sisters could only agree. Zhao Guofu smiled, and after cleaning the stick, he dragged Fu Lin and Robert's corpses outside, discarding them at the door. With the onset of a sour rain that night, the bodies would soon turn to bones. How environmentally friendly. The Su sisters hurried upstairs, closing the door behind them, finally feeling somewhat secure. As for Gao Shihai, he remained silent. Su Qian hastily recounted the deeds of Zhao Guofu, not forgetting his admonitions to them. Wei Ming could not help but chuckle. Zhao Guofu is indeed a formidable figure. In Zhao Guofu's eyes, he had safeguarded the three daughters of Su Yu and resolved the issues with Fu Lin and the foreigners. Thus he believed he had done himself a favor. However, Zhao Guofu remained oblivious to the fact that eliminating Fu Lin and his associates, including himself, would require naught but a breath of effort. 2 pawns had been effortlessly dispatched by Zhao Guofu. Wei Ming felt a twinge of regret, yet he did not dwell on it. It merely diminished his enjoyment of the role of the villain by a slight margin. It is impossible to stay here, Wei Ming declared, but rest assured, Zhao Guofu will not harm you. In fact, he will likely restrain his subordinates from causing you any trouble. He silently added that even if Zhao Guofu attempted to leverage the 3 daughters against him, it would be futile. One does not invest emotions into mere transactional relationships. Should Zhao Guofu think to threaten him with the 3 daughters, it would be a path to self-destruction. Wei Ming provided them with some provisions before sending them on their way. No matter how strong he was, time was a finite resource. A day consists of only 24 hours, and he could not stretch it to 48. Thus, he needed to allocate his limited time wisely. Were Song Qingyun and her companions not delightful company? Wei Ming stepped onto the balcony, lit a candle, and prepared a candlelit dinner. So, who won? Lin Wanshu's expression was one of eager anticipation, along with Yu Chu Tong and Song Qingyun. The 5 women were filled with curiosity. Wei Ming smiled. None of you won. Impossible. Lu Qing was the first to exclaim, a peculiar look crossing her face. Could it be? The Su sisters came to see you together? They had only speculated which individual would arrive first, neglecting the possibility of 2 coming as one. Wei Ming shook his head. Not 2, but 3. This revelation. The 6 women's expressions turned odd. Well, the first time out and it's already this extravagant. Lin Wanshu grinned widely, her excitement palpable. She seemed to be distracted from her meal, as if itching to start writing immediately. This woman was consumed with fervor, intent on expressing it through words. After dinner, the 6 women dispersed to their own pursuits, retiring to bed shortly after 10. Wei Ming descended to the first floor, entering the ground-level garage. Upon opening the garage door and pressing a button, a motorcycle materialized before him. Why opt for a motorcycle instead of a car? Firstly, he was not going out to fetch anyone. Secondly, the roads outside were littered with abandoned vehicles. Driving a car would necessitate moving them, which, while only a minor inconvenience, would essentially benefit others. Wei Ming had no interest in playing the benefactor. How to address the issue of acid rain? Simple. He would open a portal above his head, allowing the acid rain to be collected into an alternate space. The only challenge remaining was the high temperature, which he adeptly resolved that he modified a piece of clothing in the alternate space, creating a layer in which ice could be placed. As the ice slowly melted, it would naturally absorb the heat from his body. Would he need to worry about the ice running out? Even if he were to get splashed by a drop of acid rain, a quick surgical adjustment would suffice. However, for the sake of insulation, the design of the garment did not consider how to put it on. No matter, as he could simply step into the alternate space, and the garment would be donned. As a deity of the alternate space, would wearing a garment without zippers or buttons pose a challenge? Wei Ming was quite eager. Having been cooped up for over half a month, it was high time he ventured out. Yes, for my first outing, I shall simply explore the vicinity, my target, to procure some gasoline. Although he had acquired ample energy resources for his villa's generator, the difficulty of securing fuel from a gas station was far greater than from a supermarket. Therefore, should he truly wish to visit the refuge mentioned by Huang Qian, the energy from the alternate space would not suffice, since he was already out and lacked any pressing objectives. Gathering some energy seemed prudent, lest his outing feel utterly aimless. It appeared the rain had lightened somewhat. Curiosity piqued. Wei Ming mounted the motorcycle, revving the engine as it roared to life, propelling him forward. The garage door swiftly closed behind him, due to the portal opening directly above, even as the motorcycle sped up. The acid rain could not reach him due to the angle. Safety assured, Wei Ming smiled. His plan was flawless. The portal allowed him to navigate this harsh weather with ease, while the heat was countered by his specially designed attire. As long as he had sufficient ice, he could remain comfortably cool. The headlights shone brilliantly in the darkness, but Wei Ming was unconcerned about becoming a target. The portal above him rendered him impervious to any incoming bullets, as they would merely be absorbed to inflict harm upon him. One would need to shoot from the roadside. Was that even feasible? Furthermore, the headlights illuminated the path ahead, not directed toward him, in such profound darkness. Who could possibly catch sight of him? The roads were strewn with abandoned vehicles, haphazardly positioned. Only a heavy truck could forcefully clear the blockage, as a standard car would lack the necessary momentum. Minutes later, Wei Ming arrived at the gas station that he halted the motorcycle, and before he could even collect fuel, the door to the attached store swung open, revealing a man brandishing 2 knives. "Leave the vehicle and scram." The man, in his 30s and bare-chested, wore trousers that hinted at a Synopsis uniform. Wei Ming clicked his tongue. It had been 19 days since the calamity began, and this man was still alive, though it made sense. As the store had provisions, "I ask this how you treat your guests as an employee here. Do you not fear my complaint?" Chapter 105. "What a coincidence, are you mocking me?" The burly man growled, shaking the knives in his hands. That it was evident even to a fool what the current situation entailed. Did he truly believe Wei Ming was a staff member? Clearly, it was intentional. The man charged at him. "How did you get here?" he barked. Wei Ming chuckled. "Did you not see? I arrived on a motorcycle. Of course I saw that. I meant, how is it that despite the acid rain outside, you are not getting drenched?" At this, Wei Ming feigned confusion. "That I rode a motorcycle, not a car. How could I possibly shield myself from acid rain? Let me enlighten you. I possess a special ability that renders me immune to acid rain." "Ah." The burly man paused, initially dismissive of Wei Ming's words, but upon reflection, he realized the absurdity. How could one prevent acid rain while riding a motorcycle? Wei Ming lacked even a helmet. How could he remain dry? Wait, he was not wet at all. Wei Ming shrugged. "It's quite simple. The rain falling is acid rain, not ordinary rain. That it cannot soak a person. It would corrode them instead. That I am immune to corrosion. Thus my hair remains untouched." What nonsense! The burly man found himself lost in contemplation for a few seconds, but the next moment, he erupted. "You are lying to me." Unable to contain himself, Wei Ming burst into laughter. "Damn you!" The burly man lunged at Wei Ming, swinging his knives, and then there was nothing. That he vanished in a thin air. Wei Ming shook his head, proceeding to the gas station storage area, where he promptly collected the fuel tanks, half a tank each of 92, 95, and 98 octane, along with a full tank of diesel, likely filled just before the calamity struck. May he rest in peace," Wei Ming murmured, discarding the burly man's body into the storage area before entering the store. Since he was already there, he might as well gather some supplies. However, upon entering, he discovered a woman inside. She was unclothed, her hands and feet bound, her appearance somewhat passable, perhaps a score of 70 at best. Her figure was unremarkable. Not only did she lack tone, but she also bore excess weight around her abdomen, indicating a lack of body management. Yet, there was something familiar about her upon seeing Wei Ming. The woman initially could not believe her eyes, then quickly exclaimed, "Where is that man? The one who just went outside." Fear was etched across her face. Wei Ming casually picked up a pair of scissors from the shelf, causing her to blanch. "Please, don't kill me. I can sleep with you." Seeing that Wei Ming remained expressionless and continued his approach, she could only retreat desperately, but with her hands and feet bound. Where could she escape? Just as her face turned pale with fear, Wei Ming snipped the scissors, severing her bindings. Only then did she realize he intended to free her, and she exhaled in relief. Wei Ming tossed her a piece of cloth for modesty. She quickly wrapped it around herself, though it covered little. Attempting to address, both ends left her exposed. She could only cover what she deemed most private. But time slipped away, and she was already fully exposed to Wei Ming's gaze. Covering up made little difference. Without further thought, she urged, "We must flee quickly. That man is terrifying. He will kill you." As for her, she would not die, but would likely become a plaything once more. Wei Ming replied coolly, "That man is already dead." "Dead?" "Yes, dead." The woman was taken aback. "Did you kill him?" She found it hard to believe. Although Wei Ming was not short, he did not appear particularly robust. But a burly man, one could only assume, would be tall and large in stature. And yet, despite wielding a knife, he had been swiftly dealt with by Wei Ming. But if that were the case, why had the burly man not entered after several minutes had passed? Finally, she set her mind at ease and spoke up. "I truly am unfortunate that I happened to come here to refuel when disaster struck. And now I find myself trapped at first. It was bearable. Everyone was quite polite. Yet after a few days, it became evident that the calamity would not abate, and with no sign of rescue or law. The darker facets of human nature were unleashed. That man killed everyone else, claiming that too many people would only waste food, and the only reason I survived was that I was relatively pretty. And he needed an outlet for his animalistic desires. The woman lamented, tears streaming down her face. Wei Ming remained unmoved. Her plight was indeed tragic, yet her intent in sharing it seemed more to elicit his sympathy in hopes that he might take her away. In truth, everyone was suffering. She was not an isolated case. Well, except for him and the woman following him. Wei Ming cast a glance around. Indeed, there was little food left in the shop. Clearly, when there had been plenty. People had not appreciated it, squandering what they had until resources were nearly depleted, at which point they began to value them. That he shook his head, too weary to bother gathering anything from within. Almost all that remained was refuse. That no matter, he thought. Today's venture was primarily to test the waters and perhaps gather a bit of gasoline and diesel. The objective has been achieved. As for resources, this small shop was hardly worth his attention. After all, he had procured billions worth of supplies without spending a dime. What was this paltry amount? He shifted his gaze back to the woman, not out of interest, but because she seemed somewhat familiar. Noticing his scrutiny, she instinctively puffed out her chest, attempting to flaunt her assets. "Brother, please take me with you. As long as you take me away, you can do anything you wish with me." She was desperate to escape her predicament, where she could only wait for death. Wei Ming, however, had a way out, which is why he had come here in the first place. Suddenly, he recalled, "You are Gucci." "Huh. How do you know my name?" The woman exclaimed, astonished. Wei Ming chuckled darkly. His expression was somewhat sinister. "What a small world this is. I am Wei Ming, son of Wei Jiangwo." Gucci looked perplexed. "Wei Ming? Wei Jiangwo?" Wei Ming's face darkened. "You don't even remember my father's name?" Gucci was on the verge of tears, hastily saying, "Brother, please give me a hint." This woman had truly forgotten. In just over a year, she had completely erased it from her memory. Wei Ming's demeanor grew cold. A year and a half ago, on Zhanghuai Avenue, Ichi pondered for a moment before suddenly gasping. "You're Wei Jiangwo's son." Wei Ming sneered. "And now you still wish to plead for me to take you away?" A year and a half prior, his parents had perished in a car accident, and the one responsible for that tragic incident was the very woman before him. Just a year ago, she had dressed fashionably, exuding an air of arrogance, a stark contrast to her current disheveled appearance. Thus, he had only found her face familiar at first, unable to recognize her. Yet, Wei Ming vividly recalled her indifferent expression, as if the lives of two people meant nothing to her. Devoid of any remorse, when confronted with his accusations, she had offered no apologies, merely suggesting that the insurance company negotiate with him. Chapter 106, The Scoundrels. However, Gucci had not been driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. She had merely run a red light, leading to the unfortunate incident, which ultimately resolved with the other party compensating her, primarily through insurance, leaving her with virtually no out-of-pocket expenses. To Tio Wei Ming, whether she had to pay or not was inconsequential. What infuriated him was her complete lack of contrition for having taken two lives, showing instead a nonchalant attitude. Yet he could not fight against the law. He had to let it go. Who would have thought the world was so small that he would encounter the murderer of his parents? This woman coming here to refuel indicated that the incident had left her utterly unscathed psychologically. She continued to drive without a care. Heaven had truly opened its eyes. Gucci began to tremble, hurriedly tearing away the cloth wrapped around her, dropping to her knees with a thud. "That I'm sorry, truly sorry. Please do as you wish with me. I will compensate you for the pain of losing your parents." Wei Ming scoffed. "Forgiving you is a matter concerning my parents. What I intend to do is send you to reunite with them." Chi's complexion drained of color as she clutched Wei Ming's leg. Pleading, "No, please, I must be honest. I wasn't the one driving that day. I was just covering for someone." In a bid for survival, she was resorting to fabrications. Wei Ming's expression remained icy. "Really, truly," Gucci insisted. The driver was Wu Zitao. He had been drinking. "I hadn't tea. After the accident, he fled immediately. I was just taking the fall for him." Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. "Is he your husband?" "No, not at all." Gucci hesitated before admitting. "He is my superior." Wei Ming snorted softly. "Tell me everything from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, I will send you outside for a taste of the elements. I'll tell you everything." Gucci trembled in fear, hastily explaining, "Wu Zitao is not only my superior, but we also have an affair done on the day of the incident." Wu Zitao had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. And at that moment, "Speak." Wei Ming interrupted. Ji continued. At that moment, I was engaged in an intimate act with him when the accident occurred. Afterward, Wu Zitao forced me to take the blame, threatening that if I didn't our relationship would be exposed, costing me my job and causing my husband to divorce me. I was left with no choice. She broke down sobbing, tears flowing freely. But they were merely crocodile tears. Wei Ming remained unyielding. He certainly did not believe her one-sided account. She could not possibly be as innocent as she claimed, having been coerced. Where does Wu Zitao reside? He inquired. With his current capabilities, as long as Wu Zitao was within the city, he could track him down and exact his revenge. Jianglong Garden, Building 8, Room 808, Guqi blurted out. The detail rolled off her tongue too easily. She must have spent ample time in that very location engaging in their clandestine encounters. Wei Ming did not consider Guqi to be blameless. However, he was convinced that Wu Zitao was indeed the reckless driver. "Brother, can you let me go?" Guqi implored. "I truly regret it. Please do with me as you wish." Wei Ming scoffed. How could he possibly release the one responsible for his parents' demise? Even if she hadn't been the one behind the wheel. Had it not been for their indiscretions in the car, his parents would still be alive. He reached out, pressing a hand against Guqi, drawing her into an alternate space, and then swiftly casting her back out. Guqi remained oblivious, continuing to plead, "Brother," but as she opened her mouth, no coherent sound emerged, only muffled whimpers. What was happening? She touched her mouth, her eyes widening in horror. It was stuffed full. She couldn't even breathe properly, let alone speak. She wanted to vomit, yet no matter how hard she tried, nothing would come out. Wei Ming wore a cruel smile, thoughtfully retrieving a mirror and placing it before Guqi so she could see her predicament. Upon glancing at her reflection, she nearly fainted. Her mouth was grotesquely swollen, resembling a fist as if it had taken root. How Cowl Chapter 107. Seeking someone half an hour later, Wei Ming arrived at Jiulong Garden. He had prudently concealed his motorcycle earlier and opted for an electric bicycle instead. This choice ensured his approach was silent and stealthy. Uncertain of the internal dynamics within Jiulong Garden, whether it had already formed a powerful faction, possibly armed with firearms, he recognized that to boldly ride in on a motorcycle would only invite trouble. What if the residents lay in wait and ambushed him? He had come seeking vengeance. Not to court death did I end this apocalyptic world. Caution was essential. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Wei Ming discreetly tucked away the electric bicycle and proceeded into the inky darkness, moving soundlessly and without light. He entered the community through the underground garage. A course of action he deemed most prudent, that as he stepped into the garage, he was met with a chorus of snores, donning night vision goggles. He was astonished to discover numerous individuals slumbering within the garage. Why were so many seeking refuge here? The underground offered a cooler respite compared to the sweltering heat above, when electricity was still available. One could simply turn on the air conditioning for a more comfortable abode. However, with the collapse of the power grid, air conditioners had become mere relics, rendering the underground garage a more favorable haven. Perhaps several degrees cooler. Wei Ming observed that many had brought their bedding down, while others simply lay on the floor. Why did the residents of Chidong City avoid the garage? The answer lay in the past. Fires and subsequent car explosions had rendered the garage not only uninhabitable, but filled with foul odors and debris from the blasts, making sleep nearly impossible. Yet with so many people occupying the garage, Wu Ti that complicated his search for someone, he decided to seize an individual at random for questioning. Moving stealthily, he selected someone, pressed his hand upon the individual, and wrapped him within the confines of a spatial anomaly, causing the person to vanish. Wei Ming entered a building, made his way to the first floor, and found a room, without the need for a key. He simply teleported inside, then unceremoniously expelled the person he had captured. The individual, utterly bewildered by the abruptness of his experience, fell from a height of over a meter, awakening with a painful thud. What just happened? Did I roll off the bed? No, I was. Wei Ming revealed, a faint smile. I shall grant you an opportunity that if you can tell me the names of the two individuals you killed, I will spare your life. That Wu Zitao was taken aback, desperately racking his brain for the names. However, he could not recall them. After the accident, his sole focus had been to distance himself from the incident. How could he possibly remember the names of the victims? I don't know, he stammered. Please, give me another chance. With a swift motion, Wei Ming plunged the knife in him. That Wu Zitao gasped, too pained to even cry out. Wei Ming grinned. What a pity. My parents could never plead for a second chance. For you have taken their lives. That a deafening realization struck Wu Zitao. Those two individuals were Wei Ming's parents. It was over. They had come specifically for revenge. Why else would they drag him out in the dead of night, relentlessly questioning him about an incident that occurred over a year ago? It seemed he would not survive the night. Resigned, he burst into laughter. So you are their son. I have but one life, yet I've taken two. I've already profited. Go on, kill me, huh? I have no regrets. Wei Ming shook his head. You will not die so easily. Today, you shall endure every form of torture imaginable. That I intend to kill you 100 times. With each stab, Wu Zitao screamed in agony, losing consciousness only to awaken once more. Yet the blood loss was too great. Within minutes, he found himself teetering on the brink of death, his consciousness fading. Kill me, please. I beg you. In my suffering, Wu Zitao cried. Desperate for release, do you think it would be so simple to die? Not a chance. Wei Ming pressed a hand against him, transporting Wu Zitao to another realm before casting him back. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Wu Zitao found his wounds had vanished. Die. How could that be? He exclaimed, bewildered. Just moments ago, the pain had been excruciating. It could not have been an illusion that he recalled Jingjun, who had claimed to be stabbed yet bore no marks. His gaze shifted back to Wei Ming, now filled with terror. Who are you really? No. Are you even human? He trembled. Tou. I am a devil. Wei Ming replied coolly, commencing the second round of torture. Wu Zitao screamed again. Wei Ming, you bastard, may you suffer a terrible fate. Just kill me. Please, I was wrong. I understand my mistakes. Grant me a swift end. 4 hours later, Wei Ming finally ended Wu Zitao's life. That it was not due to his satisfaction, but rather because Wu Zitao had become so numb from the torment that even the healing of his physical wounds elicited no response. While Wei Ming could mend the body, the spirit remained irreparable. Well, he had finally found his true enemy and avenged his parents. Returning home, Wei Ming arrived at the gates of Qidong City an hour later. He parked his motorcycle and walked to the villa, slipping inside in a flash. Checking the time, it was nearly 5 in the morning. That he hurried to bed. Before long, he fell into a dream, one where he reunited with his parents and relived his childhood, basking in their affection, only for a car to shatter that happiness forever. Wei Ming woke with tears streaming down his face. That Wu Zitao and Guqi were dead, yet his parents would never return. He lay back down, his heart finally finding peace. His parents were gone, but he must live well for their sake, to bring them solace in the afterlife. Father, mother, rest assured, I will live well, better than anyone else. He murmured in his dreams. Chapter 109. Do not anger Wei Ming. Though Wei Ming had gone to bed late, he awoke remarkably early, unable to return to sleep. What to do? With a mischievous grin, he entered Song Qingyun's room. The beautiful security officer gasped, then moaned, followed by a delightful symphony. By the time Wei Ming crawled out of bed again, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Perfect, he went downstairs for breakfast and afterward made his way to the balcony, lying on the sofa to play games. Unfortunately, he could only connect to a local network, and the 6 women were not fond of gaming. Even Song Qingyun, skilled at fighting games, faltered in other genres, proving to be quite lacking. Wei Ming soon grew bored with single-player games, realizing that battling others was far more exhilarating. Suddenly, he noticed a man standing by the window of the neighboring balcony. Gesturing to him, it was Zhao Guofu. Wei Ming approached and opened the window, ensuring the spatial door remained aligned with it. Should Zhao Guofu dare to attack, he would swiftly become a corpse. Wei Ming. I finally have the chance to converse with you, Zhao Guofu said with a smile. Although they had crossed paths the previous day, they had yet to exchange words. Wei Ming smiled back. Is there something you need? Zhao Guofu shook his head. Nothing of great importance, merely some matters to clarify with you. Please go ahead, Wei Ming replied. Zhao Guofu continued, I presume you have no interest in ruling this neighborhood. None at all. Wei Ming stated candidly. Zhao Guofu chuckled. I suspected as much, which is why I have taken over this community. Now, everyone falls under my jurisdiction. However, since you are the landlord, I felt it necessary to inform you. This man was quite a character. Wei Ming nodded. Understood that I will ensure my subordinates respect these 3 villas as restricted zones and will not trespass. Zhao Guofu continued. Wei Ming, you are quite enigmatic and remarkable. I do not wish to oppose you, and I hope we can coexist peacefully. Wei Ming couldn't help but laugh. I am a firm advocate of peace. Indeed, you cherish peace, hence why you imprisoned the 3 members of the Zhou family, allowing them to perish from thirst, starvation, or heat, dying in utter misery. You also drove your ex-girlfriend to madness, and all the previous leaders of the community have either been assassinated or mysteriously disappeared, most likely at your hand. Zhao Guofu harbored suspicions that Wei Ming might be a retired soldier, for who else could possess such prowess? Yet, Wei Ming's background was too pristine. He had graduated from university just 3 years prior and had only recently become a wage slave. How could he be a retired warrior? Quite peculiar. Regardless, Zhao Guofu wished to avoid conflict with Wei Ming. The previous big shots were either dead or missing, and even the group of escaped convicts led by Han Jingyuan, armed with over 20 guns, had been wiped out by the white-browed hero in a single night. That is for the best. Should anything arise, you may always come to me, Zhao Guofu said with a smile, closing the window as he departed. Once he left, Su Yu and her companions appeared at the window, hastily requesting food from Wei Ming. Just yesterday, these 3 had been haughty, dismissing him entirely, yet now they seemed eager to call him daddy to secure their sustenance. Unfortunately, Wei Ming had little interest in them, viewing them as mere playthings. Did they dare to seek entry into the villa? That would be questioning Wei Ming's judgment. Yet for now, he was not tired of these 3 toys. So he tossed them some supplies, mostly steamed buns and other dry rations that required no heating in the current heat, along with some marinated beef and a few bottles of clean water that would serve as their meals for the day. While it could not compare to the lavish feasts at Wei Ming's home, it was certainly better than their previous existence of hunger and scarcity. Boss, we can only scavenge a meager supply of resources each day. The brothers are starving and thirsty. Yet under your leadership, we are more united than ever, our strength unmatched, a man passionately asserted. Moreover, boss, you have a weapon. Why don't we eliminate Wei Ming, seize his villa, and take his women, another suggested. Indeed. Others nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing interest as they glanced at Zhao Guofu. Zhao Guofu smiled at the speaker, beckoning him over. The man eagerly obliged. But suddenly, a wooden stick plunged into his eye, penetrating deep into his brain, turning his gray matter into mush. The man stared blankly at Zhao Guofu with his remaining eye before collapsing backward. Lifeless, a chilling silence enveloped the room. From now on, anyone daring to utter similar sentiments should remember this fate. Zhao Guofu said coolly, withdrawing the stick, blood gushing forth, yet he remained unfazed, as if he had merely swatted a fly. The others trembled in fear, terrified beyond measure. Though they had committed their share of wrongdoings and even taken lives, none could remain as unflappable as Zhao Guofu, whose demeanor suggested a chilling calmness, as if he were merely having a meal or a drink. This man was utterly ruthless. What baffled them further was that despite Zhao Guofu's brutality, he still dared not oppose Wei Ming. Zhao Guofu cast a cold glance over the group before returning to his seat, but he held a deep-seated wariness, perhaps even fear, of Wei Ming. Did he not admire beautiful women? Did he not desire to hoard resources and live without concern for survival? Quite the contrary. He loved beautiful women and wished to enjoy gourmet food and fresh water in the comfort of his home. Yet if it meant opposing Wei Ming, he would rather forfeit everything. Assuming the role of Wei Ming, Zhao Guofu was acutely aware that under the relentless assault of so many residents in the community, it was utterly impossible for him to have survived up to this moment, let alone live so carefree and untroubled, particularly with Han Jingyuan and his entourage, who were all armed, a notorious band of ruthless criminals. And yet, what was the outcome? They were all dealt with by Wei Ming. Zhao Guofu was convinced it was his doing. He could never have achieved such a feat. It was entirely beyond his capabilities, not to mention the fact that after eliminating so many, he remained unscathed. During their conversation that morning, he sensed Wei Ming's composure and confidence, which reassured him that his choice had been the right one. Had he entertained thoughts of confronting Wei Ming, his fate would surely have mirrored that of Wang Chong and the other former leaders, either being hunted down or mysteriously disappearing. Or worse, ending up like Han Jingyuan, displayed lifelessly in the lobby. Although resources were not abundant and the women were not particularly beautiful, at least there was food and drink to enjoy, along with companionship. Just look at Wang Chong and Han Jingyuan. They were already done for. Zhao Guofu turned to Gao Shihai and coldly remarked, "Young Master Gao, there are only 2 days left." Chapter 110. The location of the shelter secured. Why must you insist that I sit on your lap while I am trying to read? Yu Chutong remarked, exasperated. Wei Ming feigned surprise. Isn't sitting on my lap more comfortable than on a chair? Yu Chutong shot him a glance of disdain and returned to her reading. Meanwhile, Wei Ming admired the beauty nestled in his embrace. Her exquisite visage was truly captivating, with skin as smooth as jade and fair as milk, presenting an unblemished beauty from every angle. What was particularly enthralling was her aloof demeanor. Now, under duress, she had no choice but to perch upon him. Her expression, a delightful blend of coldness and helplessness that was utterly intoxicating, and no matter how elevated a goddess may be, she too must bow to the demands of life. Wei Ming smirked with satisfaction. But suddenly his phone blared in alarm. Who could be so inconsiderate with their timing? Upon checking, he found Huang Qian standing at the basement door. Others could wait, but this individual was essential to meet. Maintain your composure. I shall return shortly, he said, planting a kiss on Yu Chutong's cheek. As she watched him leave, her gaze was filled with a complex mix of emotions. Before the apocalypse, had anyone suggested that she would willingly follow Wei Ming to survive? She would have scoffed at the notion. She would rather take her own life. Yet now, she found herself deeply reliant on him, that he was a capable man, unmatched by anyone else. Wei Ming possessed a spatial warehouse. Did others possess such a thing? Yet, she was a top-tier heiress, now having to share Wei Ming, and each time she thought of it, she felt a twinge of melancholy. Upon arriving at the basement, Wei Ming allowed Huang Qian inside. Naturally, he could not bypass the security check of removing clothing. After all, how could he be certain that Huang Qian wouldn't suddenly pull out a gun? Of course. There would be at least a second or two from drawing the weapon to pulling the trigger, and he could open the spatial door to the needed location in just 0.01 seconds. Theoretically, if Huang Qian had concealed a firearm and attempted to ambush him, he would not be overly concerned. However, there remained a degree of risk that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. This was the apocalypse, and being cautious was no fault of his. Huang Qian donned nothing more than a bathhouse outfit and took a seat opposite Wei Ming, boldly requesting a glass of ice cola. Upon sipping it, she felt a delightful sensation as if every pore in her body had opened. This beverage was indeed a heavenly delight. Wei Ming, I may forego a room in the shelter, but you must reserve this villa for me, and all the supplies must remain as well. What an audacious appetite you have. You must remember, you're merely offering a piece of information, yet you demand an entire villa along with all the resources? Furthermore, your information is not exclusive. Anyone involved in the construction of the shelter, along with government officials, is aware of it. Just how many people does that encompass? And you could sell this information to others, potentially causing me trouble. You are far too greedy. Wei Ming had already made his decision but feigned contemplation, stating, first, reveal the location of the shelter to me, that I must verify its authenticity. Then, when I decide to relocate, you shall hand over the key, and I will give you the villa. Fair enough. Huang Qian considered this. Indeed, if Wei Ming had not verified the information, would he rashly abandon the villa and pursue the shelter? Very well, I shall tell you the location. In her mind, Huang Qian believed that without the key, Wei Ming could not access the shelter, as entry required an elevator, which in turn necessitated a key and the corresponding code to activate it. She concealed this crucial aspect. Why? To ensnare Wei Ming. Once he confidently rushed over, only to be thwarted by the code. How despairing that would be for him. Serves you right for leaving me behind. Alas, those 6 beauties would be a pity. No, Wei Ming, upon realizing he could not enter the shelter, would undoubtedly return seeking the code, which would allow him to entice those 6 beauties to follow him. How clever. Huang Qian's heart raced at the thought of the 6 women's enchanting beauty. Especially Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, and Lin Wanqiu, the 3 exceptional ones. She was genuinely thrilled. Yet the next moment, Wei Ming expelled her from the Villa de Ha. This fellow must be withholding some critical information to scheme against me. Wei Ming chuckled coldly, yet he was unaware of his ability to teleport, capable of traversing through walls 5 meters thick. Once he knew the shelter's location, could it truly hinder him? After confirming the shelter's position, he would bid her farewell. Wei Ming ascended the stairs, for another exquisite beauty awaited him. After indulging, Wei Ming sat alone on the balcony, lost in thought. He had long contemplated acquiring a form of sensing ability, and the urgency of this need had intensified during his search for Wu Zitao the previous night. But he intended to visit the shelter, and possessing a sensing ability would undoubtedly enhance his safety and save considerable effort. In the alternate space, he was omnipotent, akin to a deity. However, beyond that realm, he was merely at the pinnacle of human physicality, with no other distinctions. After much contemplation, he discerned a direction, since he was capable of everything in the alternate space. What if he could project a portion of that space into reality? Within that designated area, he might not achieve omnipotence, but perhaps he could attain a form of heightened perception. This was Wei Ming's newfound direction. With purpose established, the remaining task was to put it into practice. However, a conundrum arose. How could he extract a portion of the alternate space, while releasing items stored within was merely a matter of thought? Extracting the alternate space itself left him perplexed. How to proceed? He resolved to give it a try. Wei Ming directly projected a segment of the alternate space. Within that realm, he was a godlike entity. And this maneuver was not difficult. Yet the moment the alternate space overlapped with the real world, it was as if snowflakes met boiling water, vanishing without a trace. That was incorrect. It simply returned to the alternate space in a manner completely beyond Wei Ming's comprehension. This transition occurred too swiftly for him to utilize that fragment of alternate space, even for the simplest form of sensing. Was his reasoning flawed? No, quite the contrary. Chapter 111. Spatial Radar. Wei Ming's eyes gleamed with determination. Although the projected area of the alternate space dissipated rapidly, it confirmed that his reasoning was indeed valid. Since the alternate space vanished too quickly, could he not enhance that area? For instance, by compressing it. If he compressed layers of the alternate space before projecting it, would not the time before it was diluted by reality extend? If so, as long as the time was prolonged sufficiently for his neural responses to keep pace. Would that not suffice? Here we go. Wei Ming first carved out a 1,000 cubic meter portion of the alternate space, then created 3 additional equal-sized segments, overlapping all 4, before projecting them into a designated area. Naturally, since the spatial door could only extend 5 meters, this overlapping area could only be placed within 5 meters of Wei Ming. No matter, as this area measured 1,000 cubic meters, equating to a cube of 10 by 10 by 10, meaning it could be projected up to 15 meters away. As this segment of alternate space was projected, it began to dissipate immediately. However, the process was noticeably prolonged. Success. Wei Ming laughed heartily that if layering 4 was insufficient, then let us try 10. He manipulated the alternate space, layering 10 segments, but despite his omnipotence there, this task felt strenuous. The ability to accomplish it did not negate the fatigue involved, much like a skilled surgeon could perform intricate operations. But ask him to do 3 in succession and witness his exhaustion. Attempting 10, that would be a recipe for disaster. Wei Ming was in the same boat. He could manage it, but the difficulty had undeniably escalated. Nearing his limits, released that he projected this area into the neighboring space, and in a mere 0.01 seconds, it vanished, returning to the alternate space. However, this fleeting moment allowed Wei Ming to glean a detailed mental image of the majority of the neighboring area. Every minute detail was laid bare. Yet he only discerned the foreign woman. The Su sisters were likely situated at the far end of the villa, beyond his range of perception. Not only did Wei Ming clearly observe every detail of the foreign woman, but in that brief instant, he could even see through her clothing and into her very body. He could easily cast someone into the alternate space. Now, with the aid of the released alternate space, he had achieved it once more, albeit with some exertion. Wei Ming was exhilarated. This time, he carved out a 20x 20x 20 meter area in the alternate space, layering it 10 times once more. Release. This time, he enveloped the entire Villa No. 18, even encroaching upon the fringes of Villa Number 8 that naturally, the Su sisters fell within the scope of his observation, and he possessed a clear understanding of their whereabouts, down to the finest strands of their hair. Did he count them? No need to. In this alternate space, he was omniscient, effortlessly aware of his surroundings. Harnessing this trait, the regions projected into the alternate space granted him the same remarkable ability that IT was far superior to any MRI machine. Wei Ming could discern minor ailments afflicting the 3 women, such as the humidity of their skin plummeting due to high temperatures, and Su Yu's evident lack of exercise, which rendered her in a state of suboptimal health. her cellular vitality noticeably inferior to that of Su Qian and the foreign girl. However, when he expanded to a cube measuring 20 meters on each side, the pressure became overwhelming. Wei Ming felt a significant drain on his energy. After attempting this over 90 times, he found himself utterly exhausted, unable to continue. This fatigue was not merely physical, but rather mental, that he could only sustain this for about 100 attempts before requiring rest. Could he increase his mental fortitude and extend the number of attempts? It seemed plausible. Wei Ming was elated. He had devised a novel application for his spatial abilities. He dubbed it spatial radar. Much like radar, it illuminated everything with clarity. Moreover, there was no need to start with a cube of 20 meters per side. After all, that encompassed 8,000 cubic meters, 7 times larger than a 10-meter cube. After half an hour, Wei Ming discovered his mental acuity had returned to its prime state that he resumed his efforts. This time, he endeavored to control his abilities with precision. The adjacent villa measured 12 meters at its widest point, and even the basement had a comparable height. With a depth of 14 meters, he meticulously delineated that area, then layered it tenfold onto villa number 18, that the images of Su Yu and the other 2 women resurfaced in Wei Ming's mind. Even rendered in motion, though the entire process lasted merely 0.01 seconds, allowing only a brief flow of blood within their bodies. Yet it was undeniably dynamic that as the area of observation diminished, the frequency of using the spatial radar increased significantly, 187 times. Wei Ming once again reached a mental limit and paused for rest. After another half hour, he recovered. Let us keep going. It was not until dinner that Wei Ming reluctantly decided to halt his activities. After finishing his meal, he glanced at the 6 women and cheerfully proposed, "Let us play a game. Each of you go fetch an item, wrap it in cloth, and I'll see if I can guess what is hidden inside." Lin Wanxiu immediately chimed in, "What happens if you guess right? And what if you guess wrong?" Wei Ming pondered for a moment. "If I guess correctly, well, you'll understand," Lin Wanxiu interjected, "but if you guess wrong, you have to sleep with me for a night." This suggestion made the other 5 women's eyes sparkle with interest, and they all eagerly expressed their desire to join in. "Fine," Wei Ming readily agreed. The 6 women dispersed to their respective rooms to prepare, and minutes later, they reconvened on the balcony. "Can we start?" Wei Ming inquired. Yes, they all nodded in agreement. Wei Ming then pointed at each item, stating a glass cup, a keychain, a mobile phone. As he listed them, the 6 women were left astounded. "Have you developed X-ray vision? Did you install cameras in our rooms?" Song Qingyun, being a security officer, was the first to suspect foul play. Wei Ming shrugged. "As a security officer, how can you make baseless accusations? If you're not convinced, we can repeat the exercise, and you may choose a place you deem secure." The 6 women, undeterred, insisted on trying again. And naturally, Wei Ming guessed every single one correctly. There really a need to guess. This is akin to an open book exam. How did you manage to do that? The women were brimming with curiosity. Wei Ming laughed heartily, producing a die and covering it with a bowl before shaking it. 6.3.2. With each number he announced, he lifted the bowl, and each time, it was indeed correct. The expressions of Song Qingyun and the others morphed into astonished O-shapes, their eyes wide with incredulity. "How is it possible to guess every time? Quickly, tell us," Lin Wanxiu implored, fluttering her eyelashes. Wei Ming, unyielding, replied with a grin, "It's a secret, a mystery." Chapter 112. Entering the sanctuary, games are games, and mischief is mischief. One should not jest with serious matters. Wei Ming opened the window and remarked, "Have you noticed that the rain has significantly diminished? Last night, he had merely suspected it, but today he was certain. The rain had indeed lessened considerably. What might this signify? Would the rain cease entirely? If it did, could everyone finally emerge? Such uncertainty loomed." Seizing the opportunity while the acid rain still fell, he resolved to investigate the sanctuary, that he instructed the women to return to their rooms and lock their doors. Before making his way to the ground-level garage, that he retrieved his motorcycle, and with the roar of the engine, he shot forth like a bolt of lightning in the night. After more than an hour, he dismounted the elevated road and arrived at the entrance of an expansive park, that if I had driven a car, the elevated road would have been quite treacherous, congested with self-igniting vehicles, long exposed to the scorching sun at 60 degrees Celsius. Just how hot could those cars get? 80 degrees, perhaps even more? Self-ignition is hardly surprising under such conditions that Tio navigate by car, I would have to clear all the abandoned vehicles along the way, which would require an inordinate amount of time. Riding a motorcycle, however, allows me to weave effortlessly through the gaps. The park remained closed, a sign indicating that maintenance was underway and it was not open to the public. Indeed, Huang Qian's words carry a grain of truth. Wei Ming stowed his motorcycle and approached an elevator. Descending to the underground garage, he encountered a display screen. Pressing a button in the upper left corner revealed a password input box. Entering the password provided by Huang Qian, the elevator descended to the first basement level, but did not stop there. It continued downward to a second basement level that did not even appear on the elevator panel. Exiting, he found himself in a small room, facing a locked door. According to Huang Qian, beyond this door lay an elevator leading to the sanctuary. The very fact that he had arrived here affirmed that Huang Qian's claims bore at least an 80 credibility. For how could one access a basement level that was not listed on the elevator panel? Moreover, with the entire city experiencing a power outage, the lights and elevator here continued to operate, which spoke volumes. Wei Ming activated his spatial radar. Within a 20-meter radius, every detail manifested in his mind, that he chuckled to himself, relieved that the wall was not 5 meters thick. Teleportation. He found himself behind the wall. In yet another room, where an elevator awaited him, currently stationed at the first floor, that he pressed the down button, the sole button available, and the elevator door slid open. Stepping inside, however, when he pressed the button for the -1 floor, a password box appeared. Another password required. Huang Qian had conveniently omitted that detail. Indeed, it seemed he had dug himself a pit. If he were to be obstructed by the external door, he would be compelled to trust Huang Qian's words. Yet, after exchanging keys for the villa, he would find himself trapped by this elevator. At that point, would he still be able to reclaim the villa? Naturally, Huang Qian was unaware of his supernatural abilities. Even if he were to fall into a trap, obtaining the villa would be a matter of a simple teleportation. Playing mind games with me, old Huang. It seems you've grown quite reckless. However, Huang Qian was also unfortunate. Had she maintained her composure a little longer, the rain might have ceased in a few days, allowing him to arrive on his own. He chuckled. So, is there truly no way to descend? Certainly not. Wei Ming once more employed his spatial radar, this time with an ultra-narrow detection area, extending 100 meters high, but only 1 meter wide and long, thus expending minimal energy, proportional to the volume. Huang Qian had mentioned the sanctuary was located approximately 60 meters underground. Surely, a depth of 100 meters would suffice. He smiled slightly. Reaching the bottom, he confirmed the depth was indeed around 70 meters. Wei Ming utilized teleportation to appear directly beneath the elevator. As he began to freefall, he enveloped himself within the alternate space, emerging through a spatial portal, descending 5 meters, though he gained little acceleration. Continuing, he flickered down another 5 meters, then another 5, and once more, until he finally descended onto a pile of soft materials such as blankets. With a gentle thud, he landed, akin to dropping from a meter's height onto a bed. He retracted the blankets and activated the spatial radar again. A swift movement later, he traversed through the elevator door and entered an expansive space. The ceiling soared to around 10 meters, illuminated by energy-efficient lights that brightened the entire area, revealing numerous villas. The central zone boasted 4 stories, while the villas toward the periphery were shorter, with some even standing at a single story. This arrangement was quite advantageous. Otherwise, if all were 4 stories tall, it would evoke a sense of overwhelming congestion. No wonder the central area was designated as the A-grade district, while the peripheries were classified as B, C, and D districts. Wei Ming observed that the villas in the A-grade district were not only the tallest and largest but also featured superior interior decor, leaving him in awe. This place could accommodate thousands. Shall I establish a harem of 1,000? He mused with a chuckle. Even at the pinnacle of human physicality, I am not made of iron. 1,000 is simply too many. However, with such a sanctuary, perhaps I could consider fathering a multitude of children. After all, delivering a baby is hardly a problem. No matter what unforeseen circumstances arise, a toss into another dimension will allow this exceptionally skilled doctor to remedy any ailment. That matter can be addressed later. Wei Ming ascended to the second floor. Here, the elevator required no password. The leisure area unfolded before him, revealing a vast swimming pool, its azure waters a soothing sight. In addition, there were tennis courts, badminton courts, several ping-pong tables, a fitness track, and exercise equipment. Indeed, there was even a small cinema, albeit with just a single screen. Without pausing, Wei Ming continued to the third floor. This level housed a plethora of livestock and poultry, yet it was devoid of any unpleasant odors, as each area was separated by glass barriers and equipped with an air purification system. Next, he ventured to the fourth floor, a plantation. There were a few fruit trees and an expansive golden wheat field, designed in a three-dimensional manner over 9 levels, making full use of the available space. There was also a vegetable garden, where Wei Ming observed machines busily harvesting crops and storing them in a refrigeration unit. Fully automated, indeed. Finally, Wei Ming arrived at the 5th floor. This level was relatively small, yet it held paramount importance within the entire shelter. The artificial intelligence's control room was located here, along with the stored energy, making it both the brain and heart of the entire establishment. What Wei Ming needed to do was seize control of the artificial intelligence, a task that was now exceedingly simple, as the AI was essentially unprotected. He merely needed to input his fingerprint, password, voice, and facial recognition. Within 10 minutes, he had accomplished all of this. "Welcome, Master," the artificial intelligence greeted in a melodious female voice. Chapter 113. No more indulgence. The level of automation in the shelter was remarkably high. Wei Ming could summon the artificial intelligence at any time to execute various commands. However, he noted with relief that there were no offensive systems within the shelter. Rather than feeling regret, he was grateful for the absence of such complications, as possessing an attack system would necessitate worrying about the AI developing self-awareness or being subjected to human intrusion and sudden assaults. Thus, even if there were weapon systems, he would dismantle them all. The lack of such systems was preferable, allowing him to conserve his energy. Having acquired the highest level of authority within the shelter, Wei Ming no longer required keys or passwords to enter. A simple facial recognition would suffice. In truth, Huang Qian had merely contracted the construction of the shelter. The artificial intelligence was not under his control, and he lacked any understanding of this, believing that possessing the key to enter was the epitome of security. Never considering that someone might teleport, Wei Ming confirmed the energy reserves, discovering that less than 20 had been consumed, so he did not rush to replenish it. He descended to the 2nd floor and took a leisurely swim in the pool. Envisioning the 6 women, including Song Qingyun, elegantly dancing in the water clad in bikinis, which filled him with anticipation. However, he thought, Lin Wanxiu, that alluring ant, would likely refuse to cover herself with even a scrap of fabric. Satisfied with the accommodations, he whistled as he exited the shelter, naturally opting for the elevator. Now that he possessed the highest authority over the entire establishment, the elevator reached the 1st floor and the doors had yet to open. Wei Ming employed a spatial radar to survey the surroundings. Though there was a 99.99% chance that no one was outside, he adhered to his habit of caution. He could never forsake such vigilance. Is there any trouble in using the spatial radar? After all, it could be life-saving. There was no one outside. Wei Ming stepped out of the elevator and approached the locked grand door, commanding, "Open." "Yes, Master," the artificial intelligence responded, and the door swung open. This door was even thicker than that of his villa, measuring a solid 30 centimeters, crafted from superalloy, capable of withstanding a bomb blast without fear. Wei Ming smiled with satisfaction. Stepping outside and pressing the button for the 2nd elevator, moments later, he found himself in the park, the heat immediately enveloping him. Indeed, the temperature below ground was significantly lower, though the shelter was equipped with a fresh air system. Ventilation and air exchange were of lesser priority, as the deep subterranean environment was sufficient to maintain a constant temperature. Wei Ming replenished the ice packs in his clothing layers, a refreshing wave sweeping over him. He retrieved his motorcycle, revving the engine, and opened a spatial portal above him, absorbing the sporadic acid rain as he sped through the city like lightning. To his surprise, he observed many individuals scouring various shops for supplies. He nodded in acknowledgement. With the acid rain diminishing, more people dared to venture out in search of resources, implying that instances of starvation and dehydration would likely decrease. However, previously, most individuals had been trapped within their communities, reluctant to stray too far. Once the acid rain ceased, would there not be unhindered movement between them? Wei Ming surmised that confrontations would become inevitable. Each community now resembled a primitive tribe. Although they were all human, harmony was no longer attainable. Rather, encounters would incite desires for domination. Women, food, fresh water, energy. When order collapses, women, who are inherently at a physical disadvantage, would become mere possessions, objects of wealth that, of course, exceptions existed. Some women possessed extraordinary strength, surpassing men, and could naturally ascend to leadership roles. Others, like Sun Lily, could charm men with their wiles, securing their positions by winning over key individuals, or perhaps, by sheer talent, earning others' respect. Such cases were rare, however, in this brutal world. Most places undoubtedly remained male-dominated. Wei Ming reflected on this, not lingering, and swiftly returned to Chidong City. Upon arriving home, he checked the time. It was just past 2 in the morning. Indeed, he had been awake for 2 consecutive nights. He quickly washed up, closed the door, and lay down to sleep that a night passed. Day 21 of the apocalypse. Early the next morning, Huang Qian knocked on the door. Wei Ming let him in, and the moment he entered, Huang Qian inquired eagerly, "So, did you find a shelter yesterday?" He was particularly eager for Wei Ming to confirm the rumors about the shelter, as that would facilitate their transaction. He was desperate to possess that villa and anticipated Wei Ming's entry into the shelter, only to be thwarted by the elevator's password and compelled to return to him. At that moment, he could not help but chuckle to himself. Wei Ming regarded him coolly, replying, "Going out now is not like a casual shopping trip. It requires substantial preparation. How could I have gone?" Huang Qian could only respond, "Give me something to drink to ha. Between us, no transaction has been completed. Don't you think it's excessive to continually take from me?" Wei Ming replied flatly, "Still want a drink?" Huang Qian was taken aback, not expecting Wei Ming to refuse him, and quickly donned a smile. "Haven't we cooperated pleasantly? Besides, I'm not lying to you. The shelter truly contains abundant supplies. Trading this villa for it would be a significant gain for you. Since this villa will soon be mine, is it too much to ask for a bottle of cola now? I have yet to verify the authenticity of the shelter." "What if you're deceiving me?" Wei Ming ushered Huang Qian out. Though Huang Qian was reluctant, he was no match for Wei Ming's strength and had no choice but to be unceremoniously expelled. He was filled with indignation. How could this fellow remain so composed, knowing the location yet not confirming it? Wei Ming wore a faint smile. He had no intention of silencing Huang Qian, as he preferred to let him endure a few more days of torment. In truth, he was not concerned about Huang Qian divulging the shelter's secrets. After all, everyone was aware that his villa contained a wealth of supplies and 6 beautiful women. But could they breach it? The shelter's defenses surpassed those of the villa. Moreover, since Wei Ming had acquired the highest level of authority within the shelter, what use was the key Huang Qian possessed, or the password he held? None whatsoever. They had all been erased by Wei Ming. Now, the entire shelter recognized only Wei Ming. To take it a step further, Huang Qian was not the sole participant in the shelter's construction. Eliminating him would not ensure absolute secrecy. Ha. If the acid rain ceases tonight, I eagerly anticipate your quest for the shelter. What expression will grace your face when you discover your key is worthless?" Wei Ming could not help but laugh heartily. Upon returning to the first floor, he found Song Qingyun and the others had prepared breakfast. Time to eat. Today, he did not venture to the balcony, prompting Su Yu and the others to come knock on his door. The buyer did not make an appearance. Rather, they came personally to sell abalone.